Chapter 29-28. Lingjian Peak was located in a remote location in the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai deliberately chose it, but he didn't expect it to become a loophole that Gong Yu took advantage of. Halfway through, streams of light flew from all over the Azure Sun Temple and joined the team. Except for those who were out or in seclusion, the other elders of the Emperor Realm were all present. Qiu Ran, the deputy temple master of the temple, also came. After greeting Chun Wenhao and Feng Ming, he looked at Gao Xueting and asked, "What happened?" Observing their expressions, he vaguely realized that something big had happened. Otherwise, Gao Xueting wouldn't have rushed into the temple with two elders from other families. Moreover, as far as he knew, these people should be in the southern marsh. Last time, Yang Kai sent a message back and roughly explained what happened in the southern swamp, so Qiu Ran more or less knew the situation. "Gong Yu is in Lingjian Peak," Gao Xueting replied. "What?" Qiu Ran was shocked. "Gong Yu? Which Gong Yu?" He couldn't believe it and wondered if Gao Xueting had made a mistake. "It's the Gong Yu that junior brother Yang mentioned before, the old master of the Gong family in the Tianhe Valley. Why is Gong Yu in Lingjian Peak?" Qiu Ran turned to look at Yu Kuan. He was responsible for the protection of the sect and the maintenance of the array, so if Gong Yu came to the temple and entered Lingjian Peak, it must be his dereliction of duty. Yu Kuan was in a cold sweat. "I don't know. I have never received a suspicious report." Yang Kai said, "Gong Yu is proficient in the array. If he really wants to sneak into any sect, there is always a way. The temple has been safe and sound, and the sect protection array has not been fully activated. There are loopholes in the protection, so it is normal for him to sneak in. Now what we need to figure out is why he came to the temple and why he is on my Lingjian Peak." "That's right. Gong Yu's actions are extremely suspicious. Moreover, we don't know his current condition, so we must be careful." Chun Wenhao nodded in agreement. Qiu Ran also nodded slightly, stroking his long beard as he pondered. Yu Kuan glanced at Yang Kai gratefully, while his heart was filled with Gong Yu. "There's one thing I need to tell you. The demonic will is mysterious and hard to guard against. Therefore, you must guard your mind. You must not give the demonic will any chance to take advantage of you," Gao Xueting solemnly exhorted. Several Azure Sun Temple elders nodded and secretly urged their soul secret techniques. He strengthened the defense of his sea of consciousness. After half a cup of tea's time, the group finally arrived at the Lingjian Peak. The Spirit Peak was no different from when Yang Kai left that day. Other than the fact that the Spirit Peak array was completely open, there was only one abnormality. A figure was sitting cross-legged on the empty space on the mountain peak, motionless. It was as if he was dead. Beside him, a small beast that was completely pitch black was crawling on the ground. It was happy and content, and its short tail was swaying from time to time. When the group of people came over, it only raised its eyes to look at them, and did not do anything else. Swish, swish, swish. Nearly 10 people from the Emperor Realm spread out, surrounding the entire Lingjian Peak. Gong Yu slowly opened his eyes, turned his gaze, and fixed it on Yang Kai. Those dark eyes made people who saw this scene for the first time tremble. They felt that the eyes were like a bottomless pit that could swallow everything. They hurriedly circulated their power to resist. "You're here," Gong Yu said softly, as if he didn't have much strength and couldn't even speak louder. "Should this old man call you Gong Yu? Or should I call you by another name?" Feng Ming sneered. Looking at Gong Yu's current state, he didn't know whether the other party had lost himself or whether he was possessed by the demonic will. He didn't even know if the demonic will could possess others. Although Gong Yu was a very good material, there was no way to study it now. "This old man is Gong Yu. Gong Yu of the Gong family," Gong Yu replied. Feng Ming laughed. "You still have the face to mention the Gong family? After this, the Gong family's reputation will be ruined, and you will be the sinner of the Gong family." Gong Yu said, "Is it a crime to pursue power? If that's the case, then everyone here is a sinner." Feng Ming snorted. "There are 3,000 paths. The width is different, but you are walking in the wilderness. What kind of power are you pursuing?" Gong Yu said lightly, "One path leads to all paths, The path is a path, but the wilderness is not a path. Different paths lead to the same destination. Nonsense. Feng Ming was so angry that his beard was in a mess. Gong Yu said proudly, "If there is no path in the wilderness, this old man will step on it." "I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Gong Yu smiled lightly. "Of course I can't do it alone. However, there will be more people following me." Chun Wenhao sighed. "Brother Gong, you have really become the demon race." He had some friendship with Gong Yu. Before coming here, he had wondered if he could find an opportunity to help Gong Yu. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he knew that it was impossible. Gong Yu hadn't been possessed, or rather, the demonic will didn't have the ability to possess him. However, Gong Yu had become the demon race. His thoughts were wild and crazy. The demonic will that had invaded his body had affected his mentality, making him different from before. Such a person was very dangerous. No one knew what he would do. Chun Wenhao silently gave up on helping him. Become the demon race? Gong Yu smiled. "I just found a suitable path." "That's not your own path," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Gong Yu looked at him. "Are you walking your own path? The path you are taking is also trodden by your predecessors. Who can prove that this path is correct? In my opinion, you are just picking up the wisdom of others." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Perhaps we are following the path of our predecessors, but we will work hard to reach our own heights. Old Master Gong, you are different. Your current path has deviated from the path. You will never reach the end. You will surrender to the demonic will and become its slave." It was unknown which sentence provoked Gong Yu. His face suddenly became gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Ridiculous, this old man feels very good now. Who can enslave this old man?" Yang Kai pondered and decided not to entangle with him on this issue. He asked, "Why did old Master Gong take such a huge risk to come to Azure Sun Temple? Why did you come to Lingjian Peak? Is there anything here that attracts you?" Gong Yu smiled slightly and said nothing, looking unfathomable. Yang Kai said, "It seems that there is something here that attracts you. Is there something here related to the demon race? Is it possible that there is an ancient demon relic here?" "Oh?" Gong Yu looked at Yang Kai with a little surprise. "You actually know about the ancient demons?" Yang Kai smiled brightly. "I may know more than you." "No wonder." Gong Yu looked at Yang Kai with great interest. He seemed to have found something. "No wonder I feel that you are a little different. Turns out that you are the same as this old man." Yang Kai said, "You are wrong. We are not the same kind of people. Your words can deceive me, but your body can't. I feel it, it is in your body." Gong Yu's expression suddenly became excited. He couldn't help but laugh. "It's really interesting, but why are you still so stubborn?" Yang Kai shook his head and stopped arguing with him. Gong Yu was eroded by the demon will. All kinds of thoughts and thoughts were different from ordinary people. There was no point in arguing with him. However, Chun Wenhao and others looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. They didn't know what Gong Yu meant, especially the sentence about it being in Yang Kai's body. They were very concerned. Gong Yu laughed. "One day you will find that this old man has chosen the right path. This old man looks forward to that day coming as soon as possible. Whether that day comes or not, you won't have the chance to see it anyway." Feng Ming sneered and stretched out his hand in the void. The Thunder Goose spear bloomed with cold light. The tip of the spear shook and poked at Gong Yu. He shouted in a low voice, "This old man will tell you what is the right path." The spear was like a dragon, pressing forward with an imposing aura. The spear contained all of Feng Ming's strength. The few First-Order Emperor Realm Elders of Azure Sun Temple were dazzled. They felt as if everything in the world would be turned into dust under this spear. Facing Feng Ming's shocking attack, Gong Yu didn't dodge. He just smiled and said, "Although this old man knows that he doesn't have much time left, it is impossible for me to be captured without a fight. If you want to take this old man's life, you will have to show me some real ability." As he spoke, Gong Yu reached out and grabbed the black puppy beside him, throwing it directly at Feng Ming. The black puppy was obviously stunned by the sudden change. It barked a few times, probably scared out of its wits. Its 2 round eyes were filled with fear, and its 4 limbs were flailing wildly in the air. It was extremely frightened. Feng Ming frowned. He didn't know what Gong Yun meant by this. He didn't sense any threat from this little black dog-like beast. This was an inconspicuous demonic beast. The strength was weak. Feng Ming could kill such an existence with a single breath. Therefore, Feng Ming didn't dodge. He only had Gong Yu in his eyes. As for the black puppy that was thrown out, it would probably explode into a bloody mist if it was swept by the spear. Gong Yu formed a complicated seal with his hand and pointed in the direction of the black puppy. A sudden change occurred, as if the ferocity hidden deep in the black puppy's bones had been awakened. The panic in the black puppy's eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an indescribable ferocity. Its eyes were filled with an aura of destruction, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. It no longer barked meaninglessly. Instead, it opened its mouth at Feng Ming. It wasn't big. It was at most 1 foot long. Its mouth could only fit a fist at most. However, this mouth suddenly split open and became bigger than a house. It completely covered the black puppy's tiny body. It was as if it was only left with a big mouth. This was an extremely strange scene. Everyone had been keeping their guard up against Gong Yi. Although they had seen the black puppy on their way here, no one had paid much attention to it. It was only now that everyone realized that the black puppy wasn't as harmless as it looked. Everyone was startled. Everyone, who had been on guard all this time, unleashed their respective divine abilities and blasted them towards the giant mouth. Chapter 29:29. Nearly 10 people from the Emperor Realm attacked at the same time, and there was no lack of second-order Emperor Realm Masters among them. How spectacular was this scene! All kinds of secret techniques and divine technique bloomed, the power of Emperor artifacts was rampant, and the world energy was in chaos. Feng Ming also reacted in time. A burst of light burst out from the Thunder Goose spear and directly exploded in front of him. All the attacks poured into the giant mouth, but there was no reaction at all, as if they were stones sinking into the sea. The mouth closed and swallowed Feng Ming in one gulp. Hiss! The sound of gasps rang out as everyone felt their scalps go numb. They looked at the foot-long little beast in horror, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Yang Kai was also a little confused. He had seen the little black dog twice. The first time was after the elders of Azure Sun Temple collectively drank, and the second time was when he was arranging the space array. Except for the second time when the demonic chi in his dantian changed a little, there was nothing special about it. Now that he thought about it, he was wrong. This little black dog was very likely to have inherited the bloodline of some exotic beast. Otherwise, it would not have such a strange ability. A second-order Emperor Realm Master was swallowed by it in one gulp. Even if Feng Ming was suspected of underestimating the enemy, this ability was enough to amaze people. After swallowing Feng Ming, the giant mouth disappeared, and the little black dog returned to its original size, but it still showed an extremely violent and aggressive appearance. With Feng Ming as an example, how could the others dare to go forward? They all displayed their divine technique and blasted forward. The giant mouth reappeared and swallowed all the attacks from the Emperor Realm. The giant mouth seemed to be connected to a bottomless pit. No matter how many things went in, it would be swallowed up completely. Gong Yu hid behind the little black dog. His hands were constantly changing seals as he controlled the little black dog to fight with the masters. He was not at a disadvantage at all despite fighting one against many. Yang Kai wanted to teleport over several times to capture the leader, but Gong Yu saw through it and stopped him. His spiritual will surged among the many people in the Emperor Realm, and after a series of exchanges. No one knew what kind of strange beast's bloodline this little black dog had inherited, and they had never heard of such an ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Without any clue, no one dared to be greedy, lest they end up like Feng Ming. In ancient times, there were indeed many powerful beasts in the world. Many holy spirits were the best of the best among these beasts. Every holy spirit had the ability to move mountains, drain seas, and turn the world upside down. However, There had never been any records of something as unique as the little black dog. In the midst of the battle, a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he shouted in a low voice, "Magical beast?" Gongyu, who had been sitting behind the black puppy and using it as a shield, smiled. "You are indeed different. You do know a lot of things. This beast has a trace of the bloodline of the return to ruins, although it is not pure. But it was still extremely impressive. If you want to kill this old man, then I'll kill you. We still have to get past it first." Return to ruins. Everyone in the Emperor realm was shocked when they heard this name because no one had heard of this name. Even Elder Chen Qian, who was familiar with the history books, was confused. But it was undeniable that this little black dog with a trace of the bloodline of the return to ruins was a bit powerful. Under the command of Gongyu, a hole appeared in the void with one bite. The whole world seemed to be a delicious cake in front of it. Every bite left a mark that could not be healed for a long time. After a few times, Lingjian Peak was full of void holes. Looking at it, it was like a beautiful landscape painting that had been accidentally sprinkled with a lot of ink. There was nothing in those void holes, but they contained great killing power. Everyone had to be careful to avoid them. Only Yang Kai was like a fish in water, swimming freely in these void holes. He leaped and rushed in these void holes, looking for opportunities to bypass the return to ruins to sneak attack Gongyu. He almost succeeded several times, but was caught by the return to ruins and had to temporarily retreat. "We can't delay any longer. I'm afraid Brother Feng is in danger." Chen Wenhao shouted in a low voice and said with a solemn expression, "The moon waxes and the water overflows. Everyone, please lend me a hand." When the words fell, the flowing water sword in his hand suddenly fluctuated with a dense light. Under the Emperor's power, his whole body seemed to have become an invincible sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles swayed and gathered toward the flowing water sword. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they each cast their spells. Gong Yu's brow frowned slightly, but his hands still did not stop moving. Nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm used their full strength, and the entire Azure Sun Temple seemed to have begun to shake. With Lingjian Peak as the center, a huge vortex seemed to have appeared here, sucking in all the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles. All kinds of fierce and surging divine technique were brewing. Boundless Sword Dao. Chen Wenhao was the first to make a move. When the flowing water sword slashed forward, it set off a wave of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. In that huge wave, hundreds of millions of sword lights were constantly swallowing, as if they could destroy everything in their way. Seal of life and death, life and death. 9 suns, glorious brilliance. Yin and Yang, universe reversal. Flowing time, great emperor. Withering glory. Shuttle like a dream. Many divine technique were released at the same time, causing the sky to shatter and the universe to turn upside down. With so many people from the Emperor realm joining forces to cast their spells, even a third-order Emperor realm master would be torn to pieces. Gong Yu's expression became extremely serious, and the seals in his hands changed even faster. A beastly roar shook all directions. Return to Ruin's body remained unchanged, but its mouth suddenly opened. It was bigger than ever before, as if it could swallow half of a mountain. There was darkness in that huge mouth, as if it was connected to another world. One after another, powerful attacks fell into its mouth, creating layers of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. Then, the attacks disappeared without a trace. In less than 3 breaths of time, the void of end had already swallowed all of the attacks. It immediately shut its mouth, and its foot-long body swayed in midair as if it was drunk. The surface of its body was suffused with a light that fluctuated between strong and weak. The hearts of nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm sank to the bottom of the valley. Everyone's expression was ashen, and even Chen Wenhao's confidence was shaken. He had asked everyone to attack together before because he wanted to use this method to make Return to Ruins explode. As he had said before, the moon was full and water was full and overflowing. Although Return to Ruins' ability to swallow the heavens and earth was strange, it couldn't swallow everything infinitely. As long as it had a limit, everyone could defeat it. But this time, even after joining forces, they couldn't do anything to it. This was far from what they had expected. Again, it can't hold on any longer. Yang Kai's roar suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The group of people seemed to have found their backbone in an instant, and they once again raised their spirits and used the divine technique. After a while, along with a rumbling sound, Return to Ruins opened its mouth again. But this time it was different from before. Return to Ruins showed an extremely painful expression. This discovery made everyone excited, and they felt that they were not far away from victory. As expected, after Return to Ruins opened its mouth, it couldn't swallow all the attacks. It suddenly closed its mouth halfway, and the remaining attacks brushed past it. The violent energy rolled up and turned its flesh into a bloody mess. There wasn't a single spot on its body that wasn't damaged. Its body didn't seem to be strong, but its special divine technique made people feel helpless. It swayed, and its mouth was tightly closed. Its abdomen kept rolling, as if something was brewing inside. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Everyone, take this. Gong Yu smiled mysteriously. His right hand was placed in front of his chest, and his thumb and ring finger were clasped together. The other 3 fingers were facing up, and when he finished speaking, he pointed forward. Everyone was alarmed. Inexplicably, the aura of death shrouded them. This feeling made many people feel cold all over, and their hands and feet turned cold. Return to Ruins suddenly opened its mouth, and rays of dazzling light shot out from its mouth. A familiar aura filled the air. "This is..." Chun Wenhao exclaimed, and his face was full of shock and horror. Return to Ruins actually spat out the divine technique that they had used before. But this time, the target wasn't the enemy, but the masters who had used the divine technique. No one expected Return to Ruins to have such a strange ability. Not only could it swallow the attacks of others, but it could also spit them back out. Everyone was in trouble. Just now, in order to end the battle quickly, a group of people used their most powerful divine technique without holding back. Now, it suddenly became a weapon in the hands of the enemy. The change was so fast that people were at a loss for what to do. The attack was so sudden that no one could react. Everyone could only hurriedly condense their Emperor Qi to protect themselves. At the moment of crisis, Yang Kai straightened up and instantly appeared above everyone's heads. His space principles fluctuated wildly as he slammed his palm down. Without any warning, when the palm slammed down, he and the others from the Emperor realm suddenly disappeared. The powerful divine technique hit the air, burning visible marks in the void, and then hitting the large and small mountains in the distance. The entire Azure Sun Temple shook in an instant. Countless disciples looked at the collapsed mountains in panic, not knowing what had happened. Since the establishment of the temple, they had never encountered such a thing. Thousands of feet away, a figure flashed in the void. Yang Kai appeared with the others. Everyone had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper, and his whole body trembled violently. Without the cooperation of others, forcefully bringing others to use the space divine ability was extremely taxing on him. Especially this time, he had brought too many people, and all of them had extraordinary strength. In an instant, he was emptied out. At this moment, he had to use all his strength just to stand in place. Teleport. Gong Yu's eyes darkened. He tilted his head and looked into the distance. His face twitched slightly, and his eyes were full of resentment. He was obviously blaming Yang Kai for ruining his plan. If Yang Kai hadn't interfered just now, the sudden attack alone would have been enough to kill more than half of the people from the Emperor realm present. But it was because of Yang Kai's existence that everyone was able to escape safely. Chapter 29:30. Gao Shueting reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm to prevent him from falling. Yang Kai nodded and thanked her. He quickly breathed to calm the blood in his chest. Suddenly, he heard a whimper. Return to Ruins, which looked like a black puppy, whimpered as if it was enduring something extremely painful. It looked extremely miserable. Gong Yu had used some unknown method to control and activate the power in its bloodline. It had been fighting against the people of the Emperor realm for a long time. However, after reaching its limit, it seemed like it was no longer a threat. When it was caught in the divine technique, it was covered in cuts and bruises all over. It was so bloody that it was unbearable to look at. Gong Yu looked at it and seemed to have noticed something. He smiled and said, "Well, it's about time anyway." No one knew what he meant. However, just as he finished speaking, Return to Ruins suddenly retched a few times. Then, its mouth suddenly expanded and turned into a huge mouth. A cold light bloomed from the huge mouth. A man and a spear seemed to have escaped from the abyss. They spun and rushed out. Feng Ming was obviously stunned when he saw the light again. After he was swallowed, he was surrounded by endless darkness. There was no light and no sound. Fortunately, he was not hurt. It seemed like he was just swallowed into a strange world. There was a ray of light in that world. He tried his best to follow the light and finally escaped. Glancing around, Feng Ming made up his mind. He kicked Gui Su, who was standing beside him, retching non-stop. The little black dog was sent flying and disappeared without a trace. Then, his spear shot out like a dragon toward Gong Yi, who was sitting at the side. Gong Yu did not dodge in the face of death. He did not even try to resist. His breath had always been weak. He was able to fight against the people of the Emperor realm because of the strange ability of Return to Ruins. Now, Return to Ruins was useless. Even if he tried to resist, he would not be able to defeat Feng Ming, who was in a rage. He faced the call of death with an indifferent expression, as if he had already seen through life and death. With a chi sound, the Thunder Wild Goose spear pierced into Gong Gui's chest, blasting a hole in his chest. Through that hole, vaguely, one could see the squirming organs inside. Gong Yu was still smiling. "It's useless to kill me. Time will prove that I made the right choice. You are all wrong." Deliberately mystifying, Feng Ming snorted coldly and circulated his emperor's qi. A beastly roar came from the Thunder Wild Goose spear. Then, Gong Yu's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. A black light flew out. Feng Ming reacted quickly and pointed his spear at it. After breaking the black light, he heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to the others and asked, "Are you all okay?" Chen Wenhao's expression turned ugly as he shook his head. "It's all thanks to Elder Yang. Brother Feng, how are you?" Feng Ming shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but I still need to check carefully. That thing is too strange." "What did Gong Yu mean by what he said just now?" Gao Shueting frowned. She had been thinking about Gong Yu's words, but she couldn't understand them. She just felt very upset, as if something bad was about to happen. No one knew what Gong Yu meant before he died. While everyone was pondering, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar, and the mountains on the ground began to shake and shake. As if something had been broken, a black light suddenly rose from somewhere on Spirit Sword Peak and turned into a stream of light that spread in all directions. Demonic senses. Why are there so many demonic senses? Gao Shueting looked up and her beautiful face turned pale. These black lights were obviously remnants of demonic senses, just like the ones that had eroded Gong Yu, but there were hundreds and thousands of them. It was as if a firework had exploded in the air and scattered in all directions. How could it be? Chen Wenhao was also a little dumbfounded. Qiu Ran and others saw demonic senses for the first time. Although they didn't know how powerful they were, they felt that these things were extremely dangerous, so they all looked solemn. Spirit Sword Peak is a place where demons are sealed, Yang Kai said with a light cough, looking extremely weak. The reason why Gong Yu came here was to break the seal and release other demonic senses. Gao Shueting was shocked when she heard this and turned to look at him. "Junior brother, do you mean that there is a place here like the Southern Swamp?" Yang Kai said, "There is no other explanation." Everyone's attention was attracted by the ancient cave in the Southern Swamp. No one expected that there was a place where demons were sealed in Spirit Sword Peak of Azure Sun Temple. Gong Yi had been corroded by the demonic will, so he obviously knew about this. That was why he had chosen to come here directly, using his knowledge of formations to break through the restrictions and release more demonic will. He didn't resist when he was dying. First, because he couldn't resist, and second, because there was no need to. Even if he died, his task had been completed. As he said before, there were still many people who would follow in his footsteps. Damn it! Gao Shueting clenched her teeth. Open the sect-protecting array. We must stop these things as soon as possible. If they escape, Yang Kai said in a hurry, but halfway through his words, there was another change. There was another rumbling sound, followed by a burst of laughter. Yang Kai's words came to an abrupt end, and he looked in the direction of the source of the sound in amazement. He had already recognized who the voice belonged to. At first, the laughter was somewhat restrained, as if it was extremely unexpected. But as time went by, it became more and more unscrupulous and rampant. A stream of light came from afar, and the laughter was also quickly approaching. In the blink of an eye, an old man with white hair and a beard appeared in front of everyone. Not far away, an indescribable pressure suddenly fell from the sky, as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's heart, making it difficult for many of the people in the Emperor realm to breathe. Yang Kai's condition was not good, and this time, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The old man stood in the air and stopped laughing. His eyes swept over the crowd slightly, and then fixed on Yang Kai, and said with a smile, "Oh, boy, you are also here. It's really a small world." Kai Yang furrowed his brow, feeling that something wasn't quite right. The old man in front of him was no different from the one in his memories, but his temperament was completely different. The old man in his memories was wise and carefree, but the person in front of him was filled with an evil aura. Gao Shueting looked solemn and hurriedly said, "Greetings, great emperors." Qiu Ran also hurriedly saluted. Everyone was shocked, including the other elders of the temple. They knew nothing about this person, but Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting actually called him great emperors. There were only a few great emperors in the world, so who was this person? Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Gao Shueting explained, "This is Master Hongqian." What? The two of them were shocked, but they did not dare to be negligent. They cupped their fists together and said, "Greetings, Senior Hongqian." Among the 10 great emperors, except for the few who had founded their own sects, the rest were all elusive and elusive. Among them, the bustling world great emperor was the most mysterious, because he cultivated the way of the bustling world, which required him to experience the world. He would transform into thousands of people, crawl and roll in the world of mortals, and experience all kinds of things. He could be a beggar on the street, a woodcutter on the mountain, a pimp in a brothel, or a dignitary in the imperial court. But no one could recognize him. Perhaps they could pass by him or drink with him, but no one really recognized him. Feng Ming, Chen Wenhao, and the others had never seen the great emperors of Hongqian, but they believed Gao Shueting's words without a doubt. It was rumored that Azure Sun Temple had a close relationship with the great emperors of Hongqian, especially Temple Master Wen Zishan, who was as close as father and son with the great emperors of Hongqian. Otherwise, how could Azure Sun Temple become one of the top sects in the Southern Territory in just a few thousand years? Among the top sects, except for Azure Sun Temple, the rest had a long history. Heavenly Martial Holy Land's history could even be traced back to tens of thousands of years. The crowd saluted, but Duan Hongqian just smiled and turned a deaf ear to them. He kept looking at Yang Kai with interest. Gao Shueting said, "Master, the demonic spirit has returned, and the temple is in danger. Please help us, Master." Yang Kai gently patted Gao Shueting's arm and shook his head. "Don't say it. He is not Senior Hongqian." Gao Shueting was stunned, and immediately seemed to remember something. Her delicate body trembled as she looked at Duan Hongqian in horror. Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao were both confused. Gao Shueting said that the person in front of them was the great emperors of Hongqian, and Yang Kai said that he was not. However, the old man had no intention of refuting, which made the two of them puzzled. "Yukong, why did you come out? What did you do to Senior Hongqian?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, his eyes cold. Duan Hongqian smiled and pointed at his head. "Since this king has come out, what do you think will happen to Senior Hongqian? He has been swallowed by this king." "Ha ha ha ha." That's impossible. Yang Kai shouted. Yukong's laughter came to an abrupt end as he said coldly, "Little brat, how many years have you lived? How much do you know about this king's divine technique? It's ridiculous that Senior Hongqian thought that he could imprison this king in that mirror, but who would have thought that he would be the one to help this king instead? How stupid! How ridiculous! How could he resist this heaven-devouring great emperor's divine technique? Who in the world can resist this king? Heaven-devouring great emperor's divine technique?" Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao were shocked and took a few steps back. Naturally, they had heard of this famous cultivation method before. It could be said to be the most powerful and evil secret art in the Star Boundaries history. It triggered the War of the Great Emperors and allowed the Shattered Star Sea to take shape. Even now, tens of thousands of years later, many masters were familiar with this secret art. Chen Wenhao frowned a few times and said hesitantly, "Could it be that Your Excellency is—" He didn't dare to continue, even a little afraid of this extremely powerful secret art from tens of thousands of years ago. Yukong proudly said, "Yes, this king is the heaven-devouring great emperor." Chapter 29:31. Gulp. The sound of many people from the emperor realm swallowing their saliva could be heard, and all of them put on a defensive posture. For a moment, sadness came from the bottom of their hearts, and they simply didn't know what to do. Gong Yu had just broken through the demon sealing ground hidden somewhere in Lingjian Peak and released many demon senses, and suddenly a guy who called himself the heaven-devouring great emperor came. The changes in the Azure Sun Temple on this day were more than what had happened in thousands of years combined. "Where's Wen Zishan? What did you do to him?" Gao Shueting asked in a trembling voice. Wen Zishan should be assisting the great emperors in separating their divine souls. At this moment, Yukong had taken Duan Hongqian's body and ran out, but when Zishan was silent, Gao Shueting couldn't help but worry. Who's Wen Zishan? I just crushed a lot of little bugs to death. I don't know if he's one of them." Gao Shueting's pretty face turned pale, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Yukong glanced at the people from the Emperor realm present with a burning gaze. His fingers kept pointing, and his mouth spitting out numbers. 1, 2, 3. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "Yukong, what are you counting?" Yukong laughed. "Not bad, not bad. There are actually 9 little bugs from the Emperor realm. I've just escaped and am still a little weak. You can give me some nutrition. Although your strength is not very good, you can be considered fat." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed dramatically. Everyone present had heard of the heaven-devouring great emperor's name, and they also knew what this evil secret art was all about. It was a secret art that devoured everything. It was rumored that the heaven-devouring great emperor destroyed countless star territory in the hands of the great emperors. Wherever he went, the cultivation stars in the lower star realms all became barren and dead stars. All life was devoured by him, and all life was extinguished. So when they heard Yukong say this, everyone understood what he was planning to do. They couldn't care less about the demon senses that rushed out. Everyone in the Emperor realm secretly urged their Emperor Qi, ready to attack at any time. Yukong's brow furrowed. Suddenly, he grinned. "I'm just joking. Don't be so nervous. I've just escaped, so I'm in a good mood and don't kill. So I'll let you go." No one responded to him, and they didn't know what he meant by this guy's Yukong's mouth. Yukong's heart. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. His movements were light, but when he opened his hand again, there was a dot of black light in his palm. No one knew where he had captured the black light from. Interesting stuff. The demonic sense that many Emperor Realm Masters were trying to avoid was caught in Wu Kuang's hand, but Wu Kuang was observing it with great interest. The black light obediently stayed where it was, without any intention of corroding him, as if it was dead. "This king was able to escape thanks to your help. Well, I'll lend you a hand." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed somewhere. The void shook, as if something had been pierced. It was the sound of the sect-protecting Great Array being broken. Qiu Ran had just quietly ordered the activation of the sect-protecting Great Array, but it was broken not long after. The entire Azure Sun Temple was like a balloon with a hole in it. All the demon senses trapped in the Great Array suddenly found a vent and escaped through the hole, disappearing without a trace. Kai Yang and the others could only look on helplessly, unable to do anything. Wukong glanced at the crowd again and smiled slightly. See you next time. This king won't be merciful anymore. Be careful, the outside world is very dangerous. He laughed loudly as his body turned into a streak of light. He rushed out through the hole in the Great Array. It was not until he disappeared from everyone's sight that the people in the Emperor realm breathed a heavy sigh of relief. For a moment, they clearly felt Wukong's murderous intent. Although they did not know why Wukong changed his mind, they felt very lucky to be able to keep their lives. Quick, go to the forbidden area, Gao Shueting whispered. She forced herself to be alert and led the way. Qiu Ran and the others were worried about Wen Zishan's safety and hurriedly chased after them. Yang Kai turned to Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming and said, "There is a place where demons are sealed on Lingjian Peak. Please check it carefully." Chen Wenhao nodded and said, "Okay. Leave it to me and Brother Feng. You be careful." Yang Kai nodded and hurriedly chased after Gao Shueting and the others. There were several forbidden areas in Azure Sun Temple, but there was only one of them that was the most important, the belly of the mountain where the Divine Ascension Mirror was kept. The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's biggest secret. Ordinary disciples did not even know about its existence. The last time Yang Kai was able to enter it to train, it was because he had contributed greatly to the temple in the Four Seasons realm. When Zishan had made an exception and rewarded him, so he still remembered the location of that place clearly. After chasing for a while, he finally caught up with the group in front of the mountain wall. Gao Shueting opened the mountain wall's barrier and led the way in. The group of people walked down the mountain passageway and soon arrived at their destination. Looking around, everyone's heart sank. They saw a middle-aged woman leaning against the wall in this cave. Blood flowed out of her mouth and her face was as pale as paper. She seemed to be seriously injured. The Divine Ascension Mirror was placed on a stone pedestal not far away. However, the current Divine Ascension Mirror was different from the first time Yang Kai saw it. It was not as smooth as a mirror and there were traces of black qi spreading across its surface. "Granny!" Gao Shueting rushed forward and squatted in front of the middle-aged woman, asking nervously, "How are you?" The middle-aged woman smiled bitterly, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. "I won't die. Let's go see the temple master." Cough, cough. She seemed to be seriously injured. It was obvious that she had been beaten up. After speaking a few words with Gao Shueting, she spat out a large mouthful of blood and looked extremely dispirited. Gao Shueting did not care too much. She was worried about Wen Zishan's safety and immediately rushed in to find Wen Zishan's body. Qiu Ran went forward and took out a few spirit pills and fed them to the middle-aged woman. Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged woman's face and felt that it was vaguely familiar. He asked hesitantly, "Are you Granny Yu?" The middle-aged woman raised her eyes and looked at him. "Heh! The brat from back then has already become an elder. You all have grown up so quickly." "You really are Granny Yu?" Yang Kai was shocked. Granny has changed so much. He did not know Granny Yu's real name, only that she was the one who guarded the Divine Ascension Mirror. He remembered that when he came here with Xiaoshang and the others last time, Granny Yu had appeared in front of him in the form of an old woman. Her voice was hoarse and extremely unpleasant to the ears. Later, when he was training in the Divine Ascension Mirror, he was hunted down by Granny Yu's people. Granny Yu controlled a force called the Divine Ascension Country in the Divine Ascension Mirror world and had many powerful subordinates. Yang Kai had escaped death several times at that time. Later, when he left the Divine Ascension Mirror world, he heard that Granny Yu had been imprisoned by Wen Zishan. After that, he had not heard any news about Granny Yu. Now, it seemed that Wen Zishan had completely subdued her, and the heavy responsibility of guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror was still in her hands. This time, Wukong had clearly been the one who injured Granny Yu when he escaped. Gao Shueting's shout came from not far away. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and hurriedly rushed over. In an isolated stone room, Wen Zishan's body was unscathed, but for some reason, He was sweating profusely, as if he had suffered some kind of attack. Granny, the temple master isn't dead, but he seems to be trapped in the divine ascension mirror and can't come out. Do you have any ideas? Gao Shueting asked. Yang Kai supported Granny Yu and walked over. One of them was injured while the other had consumed a lot of energy. Both of them did not look too good. Granny Yu first looked at Wen Zishan's condition, then at the changes in the divine ascension mirror. She sighed. He's not trapped, he's just not coming out. Something must have happened to the divine ascension mirror. What exactly happened outside? There was no time to explain in detail, so Yang Kai simply used his divine sense to transmit all the information he knew into Granny Yu's mind. She fell silent for a moment and reviewed the information, her expression turning cold as she said, "Demon sealing grounds? Demonic sense breaking through?" It seems that the thing that rushed into the divine ascension mirror was a demonic sense. Gao Shueting was shocked. A demonic sense rushed in. Granny Yu nodded. Yes, it rushed into the divine ascension mirror, and then that master suddenly woke up. He injured me and left this place. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. That wasn't the secular master, but the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. Granny Yu's eyes narrowed when she heard this, and she whispered. So that's how it is. I was wondering why that master would attack me for no reason. Demonic sense can actually corrode the divine ascension mirror? Chiu Rant's expression was extremely heavy as he stared at the divine ascension mirror without blinking. In just a short while, the black light on the surface of the divine ascension mirror had increased, and this black light was clearly emitting the aura of a demonic sense. Yang Kai said, the divine ascension mirror is the world of the soul, so the demonic sense's invasion targets the soul. The divine ascension mirror is the nourishment for its growth. You're right. We have to think of a way to stop it. I wonder how the temple master is doing inside. I'll go in and take a look. Yang Kai volunteered. I'll go too. Gao Shueting hurriedly expressed her opinion. Although Wen Zishan's physical body was fine, Gao Shueting still couldn't relax until she saw his soul. Yang Kai nodded and said to the others, I'll have to trouble you brothers and senior sister to protect us. Chan Qian said, Junior brother Yang, you don't look too good. How about I go in with senior sister Gao? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I can resist the invasion of the demonic sense, so I'll be fine. Since he was so insistent, Chan Qian couldn't say anything else, so she could only remind him to be careful. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai and Gao Shueting immediately found a stone room each and entered it, then sat down cross-legged to meditate. After the stone rooms were sealed, Granny Yu forced herself to cast a spell and opened a passage to the divine ascension mirror world. 2 rays of light shot out from the divine ascension mirror and poured into the sealed stone rooms. Yang Kai and Gao Shueting both shook at the same time, feeling as if their souls were being separated from their bodies. This wasn't the first time either of them had entered the divine ascension mirror world, so they didn't resist and allowed this force to pull their souls in a certain direction. Chapter 29:32. It was as if he had passed through an endless space-time tunnel. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was already in a brand new world. In front of him was an old man smiling at him. Beside the old man was a person sitting cross-legged in meditation. This person had a dignified appearance and was wearing a purple robe. Who else could it be but Wen Zishan? Senior Tian Yen. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fists towards the old man. After so many years, Tian Yen still looked the same and hadn't changed at all. Speaking of which, Tian Yen was a master on the level of the great emperors. Furthermore, he didn't have a physical body and only existed as a soul in this divine ascension world. Naturally, he couldn't have changed much. You're here? Tian Yen stroked his beard, as if he had expected Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Kai asked, Why did we just happen to appear here? Did Senior help us? This place was a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. It was unknown where in the divine ascension mirror world it was located. It was obviously not a coincidence that they appeared here. They must have received help. Tian Yen shook his head. It wasn't me. He brought you here. Tianyan pointed to the side as he spoke. Yang Kai glanced over and found that there was actually a boy not far away. This boy was chubby and cute, only about 7 or 8 years old, and was currently chasing after a dancing butterfly, clearly having a lot of fun. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't know where this boy came from to have such great power. Gao Shueting also came here, but she focused on Wen Zishan and carefully examined him. She confirmed that Wen Zishan was fine. He only seemed to be slightly injured, so she relaxed. She turned to Tianyan and asked curiously, "Junior brother, this senior is?" Although she had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror world many times, she had never seen Tianyan in person. She had only heard when Zishan mentioned that there seemed to be an existence comparable to the great emperors in the Divine Ascension world. Yang Kai said, "This is Senior Tianyan." Gao Shueting hurriedly bowed. Tianyan smiled. "Little girl, I remember that you were only 16 when you first came here, right?" Gao Shueting blushed slightly. He whispered, "Senior, you have a good memory." It was so long ago that she did not remember much about it. She did not expect Tianyan to remember it so clearly. "Senior, what happened here?" Gao Shueting wasn't in the mood to spend too much time chatting. She just wanted to figure out what had happened here as soon as possible and why Wukong had snatched the bodies of the great emperors of the secular world and escaped. Tianyan said, "Old friend Red Dust seemed to have encountered some trouble previously, so he came to this old man for help. This old man and he researched for many days and barely managed to think of a way to separate the two souls. If he succeeded, he would be able to imprison Brother Wu's soul in this world of spiritual ascension, and old friend Hong Chun would be able to regain his freedom. Although everything hadn't gone smoothly before, it was fine after some bumps and bruises, but just now, something had suddenly rushed in and affected the stability of the Divine Ascension world. Brother Wu took advantage of the situation to counterattack. He had injured old friend Hong Chun and young friend Wen. Then he escaped. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. If that's the case, Senior Hong Chun is not dead? Tianyan looked at him with a smile. Although Brother Wu's divine technique is vast, it would be impossible for him to kill old friend Hong Chun. Did he tell you that old friend Hong Chun is dead? Yang Kai said, "That's what he said." No wonder he was willing to let us go despite his murderous intent. It was not out of kindness, but because Senior Hong Chun interfered. It was only now that Yang Kai realized why Wukong did not really kill them. Tianyan said, "If he escaped, so be it. With old friend Hong Chun restraining him, he could not do as he pleased. However, I'm afraid that old friend Hong Chun will have to suffer. His body has been taken over and his soul has been suppressed. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. The most important thing now is to solve the crisis of the world of spiritual ascension." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. He raised his head and looked into the distance. The sky there was dark, as if a storm was coming. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. It was a terrifying sight. However, for some reason, although the dark clouds kept rolling, they were unable to rush out of a certain range. It was as if there was some powerful seal binding them. A strong demonic aura fluctuated in the dark clouds. It was obvious that the demonic thoughts were causing trouble. Tianyan said, "The thing that rushed in from the outside world is very corrosive, and the creatures of the Divine Ascension realm are unable to resist it. You also saw that in such a short period of time, such a large area has been corroded. If more time passes, I'm afraid this part of the world will fall." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Even if Tianyan did not say it, he could feel it. He said, "How should we solve this? Senior, do you not have a solution?" "I do have a solution, but I need to borrow your power." Tianyan turned to look at him. "Me?" Yang Kai was stunned. He never thought that the heavy responsibility of saving the world would fall on his head. Tianyan smiled and said, "Originally, I was a little worried that I wouldn't be able to find you for a while, but I didn't expect you to come in so quickly. In fact, dealing with those things is both difficult and easy. You can just use your soul-devouring insects." Yang Kai's expression brightened. "So that's how it is. The heaven-devouring great emperor's technique devoured everything, and the soul-devouring insects also devoured everything. The world of spiritual ascension was eroded by the demonic thoughts, giving rise to a massive demonic chi. To the inhabitants of the world of spiritual ascension, it was a great disaster, but to the soul-devouring insects, it was just a delicious meal. Tianyan knew that Yang Kai had soul-devouring insects because Yang Kai had brought a batch with him when he entered this place. They were the source of the chaos in the world of spiritual ascension. Tianyan had guarded them for countless years until he handed them over to Yang Kai. The soul-devouring insects are not with me. I have to go out and bring them in, Yang Kai said. Tianyan said, "Go and come back quickly. Little friend one and the little girl should also go out. You don't need to intervene in the rest." Gao Shueting gently nodded. She came here to confirm Wen Zishan's situation. Now that she knew that he was fine, there was no need for her to stay. Tianyan waved his hand gently, and a gentle force enveloped the souls of the three people. In the next moment, their vision changed and Yang Kai returned to his body. He quickly summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and communicated with it with his mind. He then led the soul-devouring insects in the insect enslavement bracelet into his knowledge sea and placed them on the seven-colored island. The divine ascension world could only be entered with one soul. Although the insect enslavement bracelet was an emperor artifact, it couldn't be brought in, so Yang Kai couldn't release the soul-devouring insects. However, it was different if he placed these exotic insects on the seven-colored island in his knowledge sea. After such a long time in captivity, the soul-devouring insects had become extremely ferocious, especially after 2 years of fighting in the Thousand Illusionary Dream Realm. In the later stages, the soul-devouring insects had performed many miraculous feats. To them, devouring demonic chi wasn't strange, so the crisis in the divine ascension world wasn't difficult to resolve. Yang Kai called out to Grandma Yu and had her cast a technique to send his soul into the divine ascension world again. Soon, he reappeared on the mountain peak. Seeing him come in, Tianyan nodded slightly and turned to the boy who was chasing the butterflies. "Boy, stop playing around. Hurry up and help him." Yang Kai had been curious about this boy before and didn't know who he was. Now that he heard Tianyan ask him to help him, he was even more surprised. "Senior, he is..." Tianyan smiled faintly. "He is the divine ascension mirror's mirror soul. It's his ability to restrict those things to a certain area and prevent them from expanding." Mirror soul. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this and he stared at the boy with wide eyes. The boy was obviously uncomfortable with his gaze and walked over shyly, pretending to be fierce as he said, "I'm warning you. Don't try anything funny. I won't establish any sort of connection with you." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm not trying to establish any sort of connection with you. So don't be so nervous." Who's nervous?" The boy was obviously very wary of Yang Kai and slowly walked up to him before raising his head and asking, "Where's the thing?" "What thing?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Soul-devouring insects." The boy sighed. "You're already a master. So why are you still so stupid?" Yes. Yang Kai hurriedly opened his knowledge sea and released all the soul-devouring insects on the seven-colored island. In an instant, a buzzing sound filled the air as a large insect cloud gathered in front of him. The boy shivered and waved his hand with a look of disgust. The insect cloud suddenly disappeared, but Yang Kai keenly sensed that they had been teleported several thousand kilometers away into the demonic cloud. After carefully sensing it, Yang Kai quickly realized that the soul-devouring insect cloud was devouring the demonic cloud that shrouded the world. The demonic cloud was restricted to a certain area by the mirror soul and was unable to expand. As long as this continued, the demonic cloud would eventually be completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects and the divine ascension world would return to normal. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and turned to look at the boy. "Little brother, what's your name?" The boy rolled his eyes. "Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Er Ma, whatever." Yang Kai coughed dryly. "Do you want to go outside and take a look?" Tianyan suddenly laughed and said, "Little friend Yang doesn't need to waste his energy. He can't leave this place." He obviously knew what Yang Kai was planning to do. Having been seen through, Yang Kai blushed slightly and suddenly said in a serious tone, "By the way, senior, The flesh incarnation pill has been found. Tianyan raised his brow. Oh, it should be almost done. If Senior is willing, you can shape your body at any time, Tianyan said. Tianyan said, little friend Yang is indeed a man of integrity. This old master thanks you here. Yang Kai chuckled. Senior is welcome. I obtained the flesh incarnation fruit by chance and didn't deliberately look for it. The boy frowned and interjected, are you leaving? He looked up at Tianyan with a somewhat irritated expression. Tianyan was silent for a while before saying, I still want to go outside and take a look. The boy sneered, Go, go. It's best if you die outside. As he spoke, he glared hatefully at Yang Kai, his face full of resentment. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, suddenly understanding that he would not have a chance to subdue the mirror soul. Chapter 29:33. Although the soul-devouring insect's devouring speed wasn't slow, it wasn't something that could be dealt with in a short period of time. Yang Kai and Tianyan chatted for a while before sitting down to recover. Although he wasn't injured in today's battle, he had used up a lot of energy to teleport so many people from the Emperor realm, especially his soul. There was no better place to recover soul strength than the divine ascension mirror world. While meditating, Yang Kai could clearly feel the world energy being attracted to him and flowing into his soul, making up for his losses. It didn't take long for him to recover. After the mirror soul learned that Tianyan was leaving, it seemed to be a little unhappy. It didn't even try to catch the butterfly and just sat to the side, kicking pebbles in boredom. Tianyan, on the other hand, was constantly paying attention to the movements of the demon cloud. The three of them remained silent for a while. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally opened his eyes. They were no longer as dispirited as before and were now filled with vigor. Looking into the distance and sensing the state of the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai understood that it would take at least half a day to resolve the crisis in the divine ascension mirror world. He rolled his eyes and went to the mirror soul's side to talk to it. The mirror soul acted as if it didn't hear him and ignored Yang Kai no matter what he said, causing Yang Kai to eat a nose full of cold air. Helpless, he could only give up and go to Tianyan again to ask about cultivation. Although Tianyan didn't have a physical body and only cultivated the power of his soul, he was still able to understand everything in the world. From his perspective, he was able to see things from a different perspective. Many things that Yang Kai didn't understand, Tianyan was able to give him new ideas with just a few words. For a while, Yang Kai benefited greatly. After half a day, Yang Kai finally woke up from his daze and looked into the distance. He summoned his soul-devouring insects back and said, Senior, I have to go first. The temple has undergone a great change, so there should be some matters outside that need to be dealt with. I'll come find you in a few days to discuss those matters in detail. All right, there's no rush. Tianyan nodded lightly. Yang Kai glanced at Mirror Soul, but Mirror Soul just raised its hand. Yang Kai suddenly felt a huge repulsive force pressing down on him from all directions, pushing him out of this world without him being prepared. When his vision changed, Yang Kai had already returned to the forbidden area. He opened his eyes and pushed open the door of the stone room. Chen Qian, who heard the commotion outside, quickly greeted him. Junior brother Yang, you're awake. What's the situation inside? Chen Qian asked nervously. Yang Kai said, Everything has been dealt with inside. What about outside? Chen Qian said, Let's talk while we walk. Yang Kai naturally had no objections. The two of them chatted as they walked out. 3 days ago, a group of elders from Azure Sun Temple came to the restricted area where the Divine Ascension Mirror was stored, while Chen, Wenhao, and Fengming stayed behind at Spirit Sword Peak to investigate the situation. After searching for a while, he found a place where demons were sealed thousands of feet under the Lingjian Peak. There was an obvious trace of demonic aura. If it weren't for Gong Yu's attack this time, no one would have thought that there was such a place inside Azure Sun Temple. When Zishan established the sect here, he had carefully investigated the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, but he knew nothing about the hidden place where demons were sealed. Now, many of the barriers in the place had been destroyed. It was probably Gong Yu's doing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to release those demonic auras. Currently, the elders of the temple were all on Spirit Sword Peak. Firstly, they were checking to see if there were any fish that had escaped the net. Secondly, they wanted to completely seal that place. After all, it was a place where demons were sealed. Even if there were no more demonic auras inside, no one could be sure that there was no danger. In addition, the news that the demonic auras had recovered and escaped from Azure Sun Temple had already spread. Countless sects and masters in the Southern Territory were urgently tracking down the whereabouts of the demonic auras that had escaped, hoping to kill them all before they could cause more damage. But no matter who it was, they knew that this matter was a bit difficult to handle. The demonic auras were invisible. They were just a special form of energy. Perhaps they didn't have their own thoughts. They could only attach themselves to living creatures, erode their thoughts, and make them become the demon race. Therefore, this kind of tracking was extremely difficult. But no matter what, this matter couldn't be left alone. In the 3 days that Yang Kai was away, a lot of information shuttled back and forth between the major sects in the Southern Territory. The news of the demonic aura's recovery had become a hot topic, and the whole world knew about it. Not long after, the two arrived at Spirit Sword Peak together. The place where demons were sealed was not at the top of Spirit Sword Peak, but somewhere at the foot of the mountain. The door of a stone cave was wide open, and it was dark and bottomless. Bursts of gloomy and treacherous auras emerged from it, as if it led straight to the underworld. A group of people from the Emperor realm stood outside the cave, all of them staring at it with cold expressions. Wen Zishan's expression was particularly dignified. Hundreds and thousands of demonic auras had escaped from the Azure Sun Temple. As the temple master, he naturally couldn't absolve himself from the blame, especially now that the great emperors of the secular world were in a bad situation. The smile that had always appeared on his face was no longer there at this moment. Gao Shueting and the others stood beside him. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming also didn't leave. They needed to know the exact news of the place where demons were sealed below, so that they could pass it back to their respective sects. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, everyone silently saluted each other. "How is the situation?" Yang Kai stood beside Yukuan and asked in a low voice. Yukuan shook his head and said, "The demonic auras have probably all escaped. Now we are trying to find a way to break the remaining barriers and see what the place where demons are sealed looks like. Maybe we can find some clues from it. But what?" Yukuan laughed dryly. "The temple's array masters need some time." Yang Kai roughly understood what Yukuan meant. The place where demons were sealed was full of ancient barriers and spirit arrays. Even if Gong Yu had broken some of them before, there would still be many left. The temple's array master's level may not be very good, so the progress of breaking the barriers was a little slow. If it was any other time, it would be fine, but the key was that time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the more difficult it would be to track down the demonic auras. Thinking of this, Yang Kai looked at Wen Zishan and said, "Temple Master, I know an Emperor Array Master. Do you want me to invite him to help?" Wen Zishan's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked, "Is he reliable?" "He is from my High Heaven Palace." "Then quickly invite him over," Wen Zishan said hurriedly, suddenly showing a wry smile. "Your High Heaven Palace is far away in the Northern Territory?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I'll be right there." As he spoke, he disappeared in a flash, and no one knew what he was going to do. Although they were surprised that there was an Emperor Array Master in the High Heaven Palace. After all, distant water could not quench a present thirst. By the time Yang Kai brought him over from the Northern Territory, they were afraid that it would be too late. Yang Kai was very glad that he had arranged a space array across territory at the back of Spirit Sword Peak. His original intention of arranging this array was to connect the High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple, so that it would be convenient for him to come and go. There were more similar arrays. It was just that for some reasons he did not disclose it to anyone, and used the power of many Spirit Sword Peak arrays to hide the array, so when Zishan and the others did not know about it. He went directly to the back of the mountain, ready to go back to the High Heaven Palace and bring the Southgate army over. The remnants of the land of sealed demons were all ancient restrictions and array formations. The Southgate army had always been fond of these things, so he shouldn't refuse. When he was about to reach the place where the array was located, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked to the side with a frown. He felt a very weak aura which he felt familiar with. Seeing it, Yang Kai's face changed, and he urged his Emperor Qi as if he was facing a great enemy. In the woods over there, a small beast was lying on the ground, covered in blood and flesh. From the remaining fur, it could be vaguely seen that it was originally black. It was about a foot long, and its breath was weak. His belly was bulging high, and it took a while for it to calm down. Return to ruins. It was still alive, and it ran to the back of the mountain. Yang Kai had been in the Divine Ascension world for the past few days, so he did not know much about the fate of the return to ruins. He only knew that during the melee, Feng Ming kicked it away and immediately disappeared. Yang Kai had always thought that it was dead. According to what Gong Yu had said before, this little black dog had a trace of the return to ruins bloodline from the demon territory. He had used an unknown secret technique to activate the power of this bloodline, and with this innate divine technique, it was able to fight against 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm on its own. Yang Kai estimated that if it was not for the fact that its bloodline was not pure or that its bloodline was too weak, everyone present at the time would have been killed. The divine technique that could swallow everything and even bounce back was simply too shocking. Return to Ruins did not die, and after escaping from Gong Yu's control, there was no news of it. Chan Wenhao and the others were also busy investigating the land of sealed demons, so they did not pay attention to its whereabouts, allowing it to live on in the back of the mountain. However, it should not be too far away from death. Yang Kai had only met this little black dog twice, so he did not have much affection for it. He was just a little interested in its strange innate divine technique. After confirming that it was out of breath and no longer posed any threat, Yang Kai slowly walked over to it. Return to Ruins seemed to have noticed something and opened its eyes slightly to look at the figure standing in front of it. It whimpered twice, looking extremely weak. Yang Kai raised his palm and condensed his Emperor Qi. Return to Ruins slowly closed its eyes, as if it had accepted its fate, and a hot breath came out of its nostrils. Yang Kai slammed his palm down, but when it was only 3 inches away from Return to Ruins, he stopped and lifted it up, sighing, "Whether you live or die depends on your own fortune." Saying so, he threw Return to Ruins into the sealed world bead. No matter how powerful the divine technique of the strange beast in the demon territory was, as long as it was still inside the sealed world bead, it would be suppressed by Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was not worried that it would suddenly attack him after it recovered. Whether it could survive or not was another matter entirely. What's more, Yang Kai always felt that this wasn't its true nature. The first 2 times they met, the endless abyss didn't show any malice towards him. On the contrary, it was somewhat intimate with him. Especially the second time, the endless abyss was obviously looking for him. Chapter 29:34. It could even be said that after Return to Ruins was injured and hiding in the back mountain, he might have been waiting for his arrival. The reason why Return to Ruins became so ferocious should be because of Gong Yu's secret technique. Yang Kai still remembered that when he tracked Gong Yu through the demonic spirit, Return to Ruins bit Gong Yu on Spirit Sword Peak. The land of demon sealing was hidden under Spirit Sword Peak, and the birth of Return to Ruins bloodline should be related to it. Yang Kai had the ancient demon black eyes and the ancient demonic chi sealed in his body. Return to Ruins might have noticed it, so he wanted to get close to him. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai soon came to the space array and directly returned to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. After a while, a light flashed above the array, and 2 figures appeared. "Palace Master, is this Azure Sun Temple?" Nanmen de Jun looked around curiously and said, "It's not that great. It's not as grand as our High Heaven Palace. And the world energy here seems to be inferior." "Don't talk too much. Don't you understand this?" Yang Kai took the lead and flew in front. Nanmen de Jun smiled and said, Yes. By the way, Little Ho asked me to ask you how you're using the flight-type artifact and if there's anything you need to fix." "No need, it's quite good. Also, Palace Master, the girl from Iceheart Valley called Yao has come several times. Every time she comes, she will leave after seeing that you're not here. Is that our palace master's wife? You're quite talkative, aren't you? Okay, I won't say it. Nanmen de Jun covered his mouth for a while and suddenly said, That girl is quite good. We're here. Yang Kai said as he landed. The group of people below also noticed. When they looked up, they were very curious as to why Yang Kai suddenly brought a stranger here. The Southern Gate Army was like a cat that had smelled fish. They looked at the entrance of the demon sealing ground with excited expressions. Their eyes lit up as they paced back and forth in front of the cave, their expressions becoming more and more excited. After a while, he suddenly turned around and said, Palace Master, I'm going down. Wait for my good news. He ignored everyone. He jumped down and soon disappeared from sight. A group of people looked at Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai said, That's the Formation Emperor of the Northern Territory. The South Gate Army just happens to be nearby. That's why I asked him to help. When Zishan looked at him with a smile, as if he had discovered something, but did not reveal it. As time passed, more and more news came from below. The Southern Gate Army was truly worthy of being an Emperor Array Master. After entering the land of sealed demons, he quickly cracked many of the remaining restriction arrays and used his own strength to gain dominance. This made the group of array masters of the Divine Hall hold him in high esteem. The breaking of the array lasted for 2 days. During this period, people from various sects in the Southern Territory constantly came to the Azure Sun Temple to inquire about the news. The temple let these people go, and several temple elders took turns to receive them, telling them about the demon sealing ground and the demonic will. Many people listened with pale faces and were worried. 2 days later, hundreds of people gathered at the foot of Spirit Sword Peak. Basically, they were all strong people from the Emperor Realm, waiting for news from the demon sealing cave. Now that the demonic will had escaped, how to track it was a big problem. It was the first time in the Southern Territory that such a thing had happened. They had no experience at all. Everything could only be hoped that there might be some clues left in the demon sealing cave. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. There were no clues in the demon sealing cave. The Southern Gate Army and the array masters of the temple had cracked all the restrictions inside, but they could not find any information about the demonic will. Instead, they gained some information from the cracked arrays. It might be useful when the demonic will was sealed again in the future. For a time, everyone was worried. The people from the Star Soul Palace came, led by Great Elder Lei Hong. They brought the demon-eliminating order of the Great Emperors, ordering all the sects, families, and forces in the Southern Territory to check the disciples of their respective sects to prevent anyone from being eroded by the demonic will. Lei Hong announced the order of the Great Emperors at the foot of Spirit Sword Peak, and everyone naturally agreed. It had to be said. The demon-eliminating order of the Great Emperors made the entire Southern Territory find a backbone, and the mood of many strong people was not as chaotic as before. After all, there was still the Star Soul Palace and the Great Emperors in the Southern Territory. No matter how mysterious and fierce the demonic will was, as long as there were the Great Emperors, they would not be able to make any waves. After the demon-eliminating order was issued, many people from the Emperor Realm prepared to leave the Azure Sun Temple and return to their respective sects to deal with this matter. At this moment, a red light suddenly rushed in from the outside, as if there was no one around. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of hundreds of miles and rushed to the front of Spirit Sword Peak. Having just encountered the demonic will, many strong people were more sensitive. When they saw that the newcomer was so unscrupulous and went straight to the Azure Sun Temple without reporting, they thought that something had happened. In shock, many people instinctively launched attacks to intercept. A few days ago, many elders of the temple, Chan Wenhao and Feng Ming joined forces to fight Gongyu, but compared to the current scene, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm gathered here. Even if only 1/3 of them made a move, the scene was spectacular. What's more than 1/3 of them made a move. The Emperor pressure spread out, and the light of secret techniques bloomed. The power of the Emperor artifacts fluctuated, and all of them were aimed at the red light. The red light that rushed over was obviously a little confused. It did not expect to encounter such a thing at all. After a slight pause in midair, The space where it was located was already surrounded by countless attacks. A dragon's roar suddenly exploded, and the high-pitched sound made people's eardrums tremble. Everyone's face changed drastically because the sound was actually an extremely pure dragon's roar, and not the sound made by the flood dragon monster beast. The moment the dragon's roar sounded, Yang Kai's blood suddenly surged, as if it was attracted by an uncontrollable force. He did not make a move just now, but at this moment he looked forward with wide eyes. The red light shone brightly, and a behemoth suddenly appeared in mid-air. Its body was more than 20 feet long, and it was as majestic as a mountain. It had dragon horns on its head, for claws on its abdomen, and red dragon scales all over its body. It looked like a burning flame. When the dragon tail swung, the wind and clouds changed. Hiss! Everyone gasped and looked at the behemoth in the sky in a daze, as if they were looking at a high and mighty god. For a moment, many people's hands and feet went soft. Dragon race. The one who came turned out to be a pure dragon race. This was something that no one expected. The dragon pressure spread out, and it was like a tangible force that impacted the Emperor pressure gathered by hundreds of the Emperor realm cultivators, shattering it into pieces. With a burst of crackling sounds, dozens of the Emperor realm cultivators joined forces to attack the dragon's body. The giant dragon roared to the sky, and a burst of fire splashed on its red scales. The dragon's body was strong. Although such an attack would not kill the giant dragon, it still made it feel unbearable pain and anger. The dragon raised its head high, and a dragon's breath was spewed out. Like a volcanic eruption, a scorching flame was directly spat out from the dragon's mouth to Spirit Sword Peak. Before the attack arrived, everyone's skin was burning painfully. The dragon's flame seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Even the Emperor realm could feel a fatal threat from it. Not good. Yang Kai's face changed. At the same time, he took a step forward and came directly in front of everyone. The Elder's jade plate was placed in front of him, and as his Emperor Chi surged, he made a series of seals. The Spirit Sword Peak's Spirit Array was activated, directly condensing a layer of protective shield in front of them. This was a defense that mobilized the power of the entire Spirit Sword Peak, but after all, it was rushed and could not fully exert its power. The dragon's flame hit the shield, and the scorching heat suddenly roasted the shield until it was somewhat deformed. Sizzling sounds could be heard, and layers of ripples appeared on the transparent shield as if it was about to melt. Everyone was shocked and almost fled. No one had the confidence to face the terrifying power of the dragon's flame head-on. Lei Hong took a step forward and threw out a punch. It was an ordinary punch. However, outside the shield, there was a sudden crackling sound, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket crashed into the flames. It dashed left and right in the flames, reducing the pressure on Yang Kai. This blow was the essence of Lei Hong's cultivation. The strength of a veteran third-level Emperor Realm Master was evident. The giant dragon twisted its head, and the dragon's flame became more and more violent, as if it could melt the lightning. Enough! When Zishan suddenly shouted in a low voice, with one hand behind his back, holding a jade plate, he gently waved his other hand, and a light like a waterfall slashed out, directly cutting the dragon's flame in half. The giant dragon raised its head and hovered high in the sky, looking down at everyone condescendingly. Its huge dragon eyes were full of angry flames, and its big mouth opened and closed, as if it could spit out another dragon's breath at any time. Yang Kai withdrew the Spirit Sword Peak's protective shield and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. State your identity and state your purpose for coming here. The dragon race. When Zishan looked at the red dragon in the sky with a cold expression, he sighed in his heart. The Azure Sun Temple was really troubled. The demonic sense was broken, the secular world was trapped, the heaven-devouring great emperor escaped, and now the dragon race was coming. He didn't know why he was so unlucky this year. Trouble after trouble, it was a little tiring to deal with it. However, in the face of a pure dragon race, even when Zishan didn't dare to be careless, because there was only one place in the world where a dragon race existed. Behind the red dragon in front of him was a force that even the great emperors couldn't ignore. Who hit me? Who hit me just now? The red dragon didn't respond to One Shan's question. Instead, it opened its mouth and roared, as if it had been greatly humiliated. It was so angry that the deafening roar made the entire Azure Sun Temple tremble. Those from the Emperor realm who had accidentally attacked the red dragon turned pale and shrank into the crowd, lest they be recognized by the red dragon. You. The red dragon's gaze turned and paused on several people from the Emperor realm. And you don't hide. I saw it just now. All of you attacked. I didn't. Master, you saw wrong. The person who spoke shrank even more, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Chapter 29:35. Offending the dragon race was no laughing matter. The dragon race was arrogant and claimed to be the leader of all creatures. If they had known that the newcomer was actually a dragon race, no one would have acted rashly. However, the Crimson Dragon had charged at them at such a sensitive time. Who could restrain their instincts to attack? Attacking a dragon race was an insult to the dragon race. This was definitely a big problem. Fortunately, they didn't know who was the enemy just now. Everyone had many scruples when they attacked and didn't go all out. Otherwise, if they injured a dragon race, everyone present would have suffered. You dare to attack but don't dare to admit it? The red dragon roared. Lowly ants, you will all die. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. The dragon race was not easy to deal with, and a dragon race in a rage was even more unreasonable. Hundreds of people from the Emperor realm working together could indeed not be afraid of a giant dragon. But so what if they could beat him? He had Dragon Island behind him. If they really provoked Dragon Island, the entire star boundary would be in chaos. This result was 100 times more serious than the awakening of the demonic consciousness. The red dragon was obviously really angry and was about to attack when he roared. When Shan's expression was solemn. He secretly decided that even if he really offended Dragon Island, he couldn't let so many people from the Emperor realm be killed in Azure Sun Temple. He secretly communicated with the temple's sect protecting array, ready to attack immediately if anything went wrong. Wait! Lei Hong shouted in a low voice and stood out. Old thing, you also attacked just now. The red dragon hovered in the sky, his huge body giving a strong visual impact and mental pressure. At this moment, he suddenly bent down. His dragon head was less than 3 feet away from Lei Hong, and his dragon eyes, which were bigger than windows, stared at him maliciously. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for Lei Hong. Lei Hong cupped his fists and said, May I ask if you are from the legendary Dragon Island in the Eastern Sea? So what if I am? The red dragon breathed out a hot breath from his nostrils. Lei Hong's body flashed with light. His hair was still a little burnt from the heat. So that's how it is. Lei Hong revealed a look of realization. He smiled and said, It is rumored that there is a dragon island in the Eastern Sea. There is a giant dragon on the island, but no one can see it. Even so, the dragon island is very famous. It is not inferior to the sex of the great emperors. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. It was rare to see the great elder of Star Soul Palace flatter someone so brazenly. So the group of people from the Emperor realm were a little dumbfounded when they heard this. However, these words, which were neither painful nor itchy, had a miraculous effect. Everyone clearly felt that the red dragon's anger had weakened a lot. The huge dragon head moved slightly away from Raham. It kept nodding its head and said with a voice as loud as a bell, Heh! This old thing still has some knowledge. You know about our Dragon Island's reputation. Who in the world doesn't know the name of my Dragon Island? What does a mere sect of the great emperors count for? Raham let out a dry laugh. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he couldn't show it. He was the great elder of the sect of the great emperors. The word mere from the red dragon's mouth naturally made him uncomfortable, but he knew the nature of the dragon race, so he didn't want to argue about it. He didn't want to add fuel to the fire. The red dragon seemed to be tickled. It was still boasting over there. My dragon race just doesn't want to fight for fame with you lowly ants. Otherwise, when the elites of my dragon island come out, all the great emperors and great emperors will have to stand aside. Believe it or not, I will drown you all with my saliva. the more he said, the more ridiculous it became. The group of people from the Emperor realm secretly frowned. Lei Ting hurriedly interrupted him and said, "The dragon race hasn't appeared for a long time. This is also the first time we have seen it. That's why when you flew over, many of us didn't recognize you. We thought there was an enemy coming, so we acted rashly and created a misunderstanding. Yes, we were too impulsive just now. I hope this master doesn't mind. If the master had shown his true form earlier, we wouldn't have attacked you. It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes to see the true form of a dragon today." The group of people clamored and talked at the same time. Everyone could see that although this red dragon had a bad temper and was not easy to get along with, he seemed to be easily persuaded. Just a few words of pleasantries were enough to appease his anger. This was a common problem of people who were too arrogant. Since they were arrogant, they naturally didn't want to argue too much with people who were too inferior. For a moment, everyone was not stingy with their praise. Hearing this, the dragon felt comfortable and relaxed. The anger that was about to erupt like a volcano just now disappeared. He lightly snorted and said, Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'll let bygones be bygones. The next time I attack, open your eyes wide and watch carefully." Everyone let out a soft sigh. When Zishan also dispersed the power he had gathered and cast a grateful look at Lei Hong. The temple had been attacked again and again, and he himself had been injured in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. At this moment he was distraught. If Lei Hong hadn't dealt with it properly in time, he was afraid that another disaster would have arisen. Once the people from the Emperor realm here clashed with the Red Dragon, no matter who won, Azure Sun Temple would suffer. Lei Hong smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't need to worry. When Zishan cupped his fists towards the sky and said, "Since you are from Dragon Island, may I ask which master of Dragon Island you are?" "This dragon is Zhu Lai." The red dragon shook his head and wagged his tail, his voice traveling 100 kilometers. "So it's Master Zhu Lai. And may I ask why the master has come to Azure Sun Temple?" "I'm looking for someone." Zhu Lai flipped a few times and turned his dragon head to face everyone, his dragon eyes sweeping across the crowd. "Who's called Yang Kai?" Yang Kai was still watching the show when he suddenly heard this guy called Zhu Lai call out his name. He couldn't help but be startled. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned towards him in unison. Some of the people from the Emperor realm standing near Yang Kai hurriedly retreated and distanced themselves from him, as if standing next to him would bring bad luck. When Zishan was also a little stunned. He originally thought that the Great Dragon had come to Azure Sun Temple because of the awakening of the demon spirit. Although the dragon race prided itself on being the leader of all creatures and thought highly of itself, it was indeed a powerful race that had inherited countless flowing time great emperors. If there was anyone or any creature in this world that understood the demon race's demon spirit the most, it would be the dragon race. Who knew that this guy actually came for Yang Kai and not for the demon spirit? He looked at Yang Kai curiously and found that Yang Kai also had a blank expression. "You're Yang Kai." There was no need for others to identify him. The gazes and attitudes of the people from the Emperor realm had already allowed Zhu Lai to identify the target of this trip. Without the slightest hesitation, he ordered, "Come with me." "Where to?" Yang Kai frowned. "To Dragon Island." Zhu Lai replied impatiently. Everyone whispered. Even if they were from the Emperor realm, they couldn't remain calm when they heard this. It was definitely an honor to be able to set foot on Dragon Island in one's lifetime, but looking at Zhu Lai's attitude, everyone felt that if they really went, it would only bode ill rather than well. No one knew how Yang Kai offended Dragon Island and the dragon race. However, Yang Kai seemed to have understood something. He frowned and said, "Did Zhu Qing ask you to come here? She doesn't have the right to order me around." Zhu Lai scoffed. A hint of disdain flashed through his dragon eyes. "Then who gave you the order?" Yang Kai continued to ask. Zhu Lai swung his tail impatiently. The clouds within 100 miles moved as he replied with a buzzing voice, "You don't need to know. Just come with me to Dragon Island." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I do need to go to Dragon Island, but I can't do it now. I still have some things to take care of here. So, Brother Zhu Lai, Can I trouble you to go back and tell your superior that I'll visit when I'm free? There's no need to send someone to invite me. He suddenly had his guard up against Dragon Island and the Dragon Race. Previously, Zhu Qing had repeatedly invited him to Dragon Island. At first, Yang Kai thought that it was because of the Dragon Island token in his hands and the few secret dragon treasures that he had refined. Now, it seemed that things were not that simple. Zhu Qing had gone to the Northern Territory's frozen earth and had yet to return. There was also no news of her. Dragon Island had actually sent another Dragon Race expert to bring him back to Dragon Island. Yang Kai reckoned that it was related to the Golden Divine Dragon's origin energy. He seemed to have underestimated the Golden Divine Dragon's origin energy's attraction to the Dragon Race. Therefore, before he figured out the situation, he would not set foot on Dragon Island. He did not want to suffer any losses without knowing. Moreover, the demonic will had just escaped. As a participant in this matter, he could not stay out of it. Zhu Lai's dragon eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Human, did you just reject me?" Lei Hong's and Wen Zishan's expressions changed slightly as their anger showed signs of boiling again. Before Yang Kai could answer, Zhu Lai had already flown into a rage. "How dare you? This dragon came here personally, and you actually dared to reject me. You're courting death." He tumbled in the air as an indescribable murderous intent suddenly filled the surrounding 100 kilometers. Yang Kai's face darkened. "I've already expressed my intentions very clearly. You can either go back to Dragon Island and convey it yourself, or I'll beat you back." Upon hearing this, many people from the Emperor realm turned pale as they looked at Yang Kai in shock. They felt that this guy was too daring. A mere First-Order Emperor Realm Master dared to speak to a Dragon Race expert like this. Wen Zishan, Gao Shueting, and the others were also stunned, as if this was the first time they had met Yang Kai. No one had ever dared to speak to a Dragon Race expert like this. Those who did were probably already dead. Lei Hong kept winking at Yang Kai, indicating that he should restrain himself. After all, it was not easy for him to appease Zhu Lai's anger. Yang Kai's words could definitely incite it again. As the great elder of Star Soul Palace, he could compromise. Yang Kai was just an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or status, Yang Kai was far inferior to him. What did it matter if he spoke softly? It was too late. Zhu Lai's anger was reignited, and it was several times more vigorous than before. He let out a sky-shaking laugh. "Lowly ant. How dare you provoke a Dragon Race expert? You really don't know your place." Before he could finish, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him in a flash. His tiny figure was insignificant compared to Zhu Lai's 200-meter body. Chapter 29:36. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and as the golden light shone brightly, a huge dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai and disappeared into his body. Yang Kai threw a punch at the dragon's nose. With a loud bang, Zhu Lai's head tilted to the side. The violent force made him feel a little dizzy, and he felt as if his nose had been broken. "Ha!" Yang Kai was a little surprised, because this blow did not have the effect he had expected. After interacting with Zhu Qing for some time, he knew that the suppression of bloodlines was extremely strong for the Dragon Race. The stronger one's bloodline had the absolute ability to suppress the weaker one, and this had nothing to do with one's own strength. The Dragon Race's bloodlines were divided into ranks. It was said that the great elder of the Dragon Race, Zhu Yan, was a 10th Order Azure Dragon. No one below the 10th Order Dragon Race was his match, no matter how strong they were. Another example was Zhu Qing, whose strength was comparable to a 3rd Order Emperor Realm Master. If Yang Kai really fought her alone, he might not be able to guarantee victory even if he used all his means. However, if he used the suppression of his bloodline, Zhu Qing would not be his match at all, and she would not be able to display her full strength. In Yang Kai's opinion, although this Zhu Lai's strength was not bad, the power of his bloodline could not be much stronger than Zhu Qing's. He could use the Golden Divine Dragon Source to suppress Zhu Qing, so naturally, he would have no problem dealing with Zhu Lai. But after this punch, he realized that he was wrong. The suppression of his bloodline did not appear as he expected. Instead, The sturdy dragon scales shook his fist until it was a bloody mess. Zhu Lai was completely enraged by this punch and roared, "Since this dragon dared to come find you, I naturally have a way to restrain you. Do you think you can suppress me?" As he roared, he spat out a stream of flames. Yang Kai was instantly set ablaze and quickly melted in the flames. The crowd below cried out in alarm. Zhu Lai was also a little stunned. His eyes glazed over. He was ordered to bring Yang Kai back to Dragon Island, not kill him. Facing Yang Kai's resistance and provocation, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. He originally wanted to teach him a lesson and make him behave, but who would have thought that his dragon breath would burn him to death? What should he do? If the great elder found out, he would definitely be punished. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head. His head hurt so much that he couldn't help but roar. The figure that had been burned in front of him finally became clear. It was actually just an afterimage that was left behind because it was too fast. Zhu Lai was both excited and angry. He was excited that he didn't miss and kill his target. He was furious because he was fooled by this little bastard. He was completely enraged. As his body swayed, he avoided the attack on his head and clawed at Yang Kai. The huge dragon claw seemed to be able to seal off a large area of space. Energy gathered in the dragon claw, and its power was terrifying. When this energy was compressed to the extreme, it suddenly exploded violently. An unparalleled power rose from the dragon claw and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai clapped his hands together, and a huge moon blade was formed, cut through space and met the attack. There was a loud boom. Under the collision of the two forces, an extremely strong storm expanded, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Zhu Lai's huge body did not move, and Yang Kai was forced to retreat more than 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. After a round of confrontation, Yang Kai was at an absolute disadvantage. It seemed that he was not Zhu Lai's opponent at all. "What kind of treasure did you bring?" Yang Kai scanned Zhu Lai's body. He clearly saw that when he attacked, there was a flash of light on Zhu Lai's body. It was this flash of light that offset the bloodline suppression of his golden holy dragon's origin power. It allowed him to unleash his full strength. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. "Surrender obediently and follow me back to the Dragon Island. Nothing will happen. If you dare to resist, you'll have to bear the consequences." "Can you force a cow to drink water?" Yang Kai laughed. He laughed coldly and said, "I'd like to see to what extent this treasure of yours can protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and growled. His handsome body suddenly swelled, and traces of pure dragon's might spread. A faint golden light overflowed from the pores of his body. His two hands had transformed into dragon claws, and there were two strange little bumps on his head. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai turned into a monster about 20 to 30 feet tall. His appearance looked like a dragon race, but it was a little too much. It was like trying to draw a tiger but ended up looking like a dog instead. "This is..." Lei Hong's eyes widened as he looked at the sky in shock. When Zishan and the others were also stunned. Gao Xueting's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Hundreds of people in the Emperor realm were silent. Everyone was shocked beyond words. No one had ever seen such a secret technique that could make a person change so much. Zhu Lai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Dragon transformation ability. Dragon transformation ability. That damned girl taught you the dragon transformation ability. Unforgivable, unforgivable." As if Yang Kai had done something unforgivable, Zhu Lai's voice was extremely angry. "Now you have no choice but to go to Dragon Island. The dragon transformation ability is not taught to outsiders. From now on, prepare to spend the rest of your life on Dragon Island." As Zhu Lai roared, he had already pounced forward. His 20 feet long body flashed in the sky and appeared in front of Yang Kai in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out dragon's breath. Yang Kai secretly frowned. He countered Zhu Lai's attack as he resisted. He did not expect Zhu Lai to react so violently after he used the dragon transformation ability. From what he said, The dragon transformation ability was a secret technique on Dragon Island. However, Zhu Qing did not mention it when she taught him the secret technique. At that time, Zhu Qing was in a hurry to go to the frozen earth to find the remains of the previous dragon race. Before she left, she imparted the pure dragon transformation ability to Yang Kai as if on a whim. Only now did Yang Kai know that Zhu Qing was taking a huge risk by doing this. The secret of cultivating the dragon transformation ability was exposed. Dragon Island would definitely not let it go. If Yang Kai had a hard time, Zhu Qing would not have an easy time either. Any secret technique of a faction cannot be easily divulged to outsiders, let alone this secret technique of the Dragon Island. Yang Kai did not understand why Zhu Qing did this, but he did not have the time to think too much about it. Although Zhu Lai's 20-feet-long dragon form could not move freely, every attack had an earth-shattering power. He had no choice but to use all his strength to deal with it carefully. Moreover, he felt that after using the dragon transformation ability, he had the ability to suppress Zhu Lai's dragon race bloodline a little. Therefore, although he was barely able to, he was still able to fight evenly with him. The Golden Divine Dragon's origin source was a huge fortune for Yang Kai, but he did not know how to convert this fortune into his own strength. The dragon transformation ability could solve this problem. The deeper he cultivated, the more comprehensive the Golden Divine Dragon's origin source could be. When cultivated to the extreme, he could even transform into a giant dragon and roam the world. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's cultivation time was still short, so he could only transform into a half-dragon body that was 20 to 30 feet tall. Even so, he could still suppress Zhu Lai, who had a rare treasure. The two figures flew around in mid-air, each using their own unique moves. For a while, they were locked in a fierce battle. Dragon breaths were spat down from mid-air. When Zishan had no choice but to channel the power of the sect protecting array to block these aftershocks. Otherwise, the entire Azure Sun Temple would suffer. Gradually, the battlefield shifted. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai fought higher and higher. They had already flown into the clouds. Even the Emperor Realm could not spy on their whereabouts. Only the occasional dragon roar from the clouds let them know the intensity of the battle. Everyone was sweating profusely, not knowing how today's matter would end. With the dragon race taking action, Yang Kai would not be able to gain an advantage regardless of the outcome. Azure Sun Temple would also be unlucky. Understanding this, many people from the Emperor Realm did not dare to stay and watch the show. They all found excuses to bid farewell to Wen Zishan, lest they invite trouble. Wen Zishan was naturally not in the mood to keep them and let them leave after a few casual words. The hundreds of people quickly left, leaving only Lei Hong and a group of people from Star Soul Palace behind. Brother Xiao said that this boy is a troublemaker. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems. Lei Hong shook his head and smiled bitterly. He tried to look up into the sky, but he could only see some faint traces of something. When Zishan said seriously, "Today's matter is not Yang Kai's fault. The dragon race is too arrogant. If it were me, I would not leave with him." Lei Hong said, "The question now is, how do we end this?" When Zishan said, "The temple has been through a lot of changes. I'm afraid we will have to trouble the great emperors to explain today's matter." Lei Hong pondered for a moment and nodded. "I will report this matter to the great emperors. Although the dragon race is not to be trifled with, the southern territory is not to be bullied." "Thank you, Brother Lei." Lei Hong waved his hand and said, "Temple Master 1 is too serious. You and I should work together to—" "Ha!" Before he finished speaking, Lei Hong seemed to have discovered something novel and looked up with wide eyes. When Zishan also noticed it and had a look of astonishment on his face. Above the clouds, Yang Kai's body, which was originally 2 to 3 meters tall, suddenly grew a lot taller, suddenly becoming more than 4 meters tall. Such a body was already huge in front of ordinary people, but compared to a giant dragon, it was still not enough. As his body grew, the 2 small bumps on his forehead seemed to have become bigger, and an indescribable aura suddenly spread out. "You!" Zhu Lai, who was locked in battle with Yang Kai, turned pale with fright. If he was in his human form, his face would have been filled with fear. As he spoke, he hurriedly retreated, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Yang Kai was also stunned. Just now, when he was fighting with Zhu Lai, he was so focused on suppressing his opponent's dragon race bloodline that he had unknowingly broken through the shackles of the dragon transformation secret technique. This allowed the golden divine dragon source power in his body to be released more, resulting in the changes in his body. Chapter 29:37. When he came back to his senses, Zhu Lai had already retreated 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai laughed maniacally. "Where do you think you're going?" As the space principles fluctuated, Yang Kai caught up with Zhu Lai, clasped his dragon tail with both claws, and pulled fiercely. Zhu Lai, who was rushing straight into the sky, was restrained by this force, and his huge dragon body fell down involuntarily. A deafening roar came from his mouth as he turned his head abruptly and opened his bloody mouth to bite Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously as his figure shuttled back and forth, not only avoiding Zhu Lai's attack, but also tying his tail into a bow. With the breakthrough in the dragon transformation secret art and the power of the golden divine dragon source was stimulated to a greater extent, Yang Kai suddenly felt that Zhu Lai was not his opponent at all, and he firmly believed that this feeling was correct. It was not that his strength had become stronger, but that the bloodline of his half-dragon body had become purer, and was now able to suppress Zhu Lai's bloodline. Roar! Zhu Lai roared wildly, his voice full of grief and indignation, as if he had been greatly humiliated. The dignified dragon race, the head of all spirits, was actually tied into a bow with his tail. This was simply intolerable. He shook his head and wagged his tail, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's control, but under the suppression of his bloodline, he could only exert 70% of his strength at most, so how could he be satisfied? Yang Kai grabbed Zhu Lai's tail that was tied into a bow and refused to let go. With a loud shout, the muscles on his arms bulged as he swung it with all his might. Asterisk Huchi. Huchi. Asterisk the 200-meter-long dragon was like a toy in Yang Kai's hands, being swung up and down by Yang Kai, spinning like a windmill. The group of people from the Emperor Realm, from Star Soul Palace and Azure Sun Temple below watched with twitching eyelids. The soles of their feet were cramping. At first, the spinning speed was not too fast, but gradually the spinning speed became faster and faster. Zhu Lai's 200-meter body had turned into a full circle, as if he could make countless clones. With Yang Kai as the center, more than a dozen clones spread out. These were not clones. It was just an afterimage that was left behind because the spinning speed was too fast. Zhu Lai was dizzy from being spun around, and he couldn't gather his dragon yuan at all. Feeling the gazes of the ants below him, an indescribable sense of shame welled up in his heart, making him want to faint immediately. Whoosh! Yang Kai released his grip, and Zhu Lai fell to the ground like a cannonball. The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and the 200-feet-long dragon body shook its head vigorously in the crater, trying its best to get up. However, it stumbled as if it were drunk. Yang Kai descended from the sky and sat on Zhu Lai's head, grabbing the dragon horn on his head with one hand. He clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it toward his head. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a sledgehammer had struck his heart. Each of Yang Kai's attacks made the hearts of Wen Zishan and the others shrink. Zhu Lai resisted, but under the dual pressure of the bloodline suppression and the dizziness, his resistance was extremely childish and laughable. Come, come, come. Now tell me, how high is the sky, and how deep is the earth? Yang Kai said as he punched. Zhu Lai didn't have the time to answer, and only cared about roaring. When he heard Yang Kai's ridicule, he felt a burst of sadness, and the blood in his chest churned, almost spurting out. More than 100 punches were thrown in succession. Zhu Lai's head was smashed until his skin and flesh were lacerated. A few of his dragon scales had almost cracked. He seemed to be exhausted as he crawled on the ground. His tongue was hanging to the side as he panted heavily. His huge dragon eyes were filled with flames of anger. If it weren't for the bloodline suppression, he would have jumped up and swallowed Yang Kai into his stomach. Do you still want me to go to Dragon Island? Kai Yong was still riding on top of his head. As he spoke, he slapped him across the face, causing his hand to hurt. Whether you want to or not, you have to go. The dragon race won't. Before he could finish speaking, Kai Yong had already stood up and stomped on his head. Under the immense pressure, Zhu Lai's dragon head fell to the ground with a bang. He almost bit his own tongue, so he quickly shut his mouth and didn't speak. I'll ask you one more time. Do you still want me to go to Dragon Island? Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. After suffering once, why would Zhu Lai care about him? You think I can't take care of you? Yang Kai sneered, and his eyes searched Zhu Lai's body. He had found something in the battle before, but he wasn't too sure. Now was the time to check it out. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at a dragon scale on Zhu Lai's neck. At first glance, that dragon scale didn't look too different from the other dragon scales, but if one looked closely, they would be able to tell that this dragon scale was different. Its color seemed to be a little deeper, and its aura was a little different as well. Yang Kai's dragon claws reached out and grabbed the washbasin-sized dragon scale. What are you doing? Zhu Lai was shocked. He turned around and roared. When he saw Yang Kai's action, he struggled with all his might. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he actually wanted to fly into the sky. Yang Kai ignored him and only grabbed the dragon scale with both of his claws. With a roar, he used all the strength in his body to pull it out from Zhu Lai's body. With a light tearing sound, dragon blood splattered, and Zhu Lai's painful howl resounded through the 9 heavens. The giant dragon's body also shrunk rapidly at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a red-haired young man. Zhu Lai, who turned into a human, looked like he was only in his early 20s. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a handsome face. He had a good appearance. With this kind of appearance, no matter where he went, he would be pursued by countless girls. However, after being beaten up by Yang Kai, Zhu Lai looked more miserable at this moment. His fiery red hair was messy, as if he hadn't taken care of it for more than 10 years. His whole body was covered in bruises, his clothes were messy, and there was a small wound on his neck that was bleeding. After losing the dragon scale, he no longer had the strength to resist the suppression of the golden holy dragon's origin power in Yang Kai's body. He couldn't even maintain his dragon body. He jumped up from the ground and pounced crazily at the dragon scale in Yang Kai's hand, shouting, "Give it back to me! This is mine." However, at this moment, he was as laughable as a child in front of Yang Kai, who was 40 feet tall and half a dragon. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and slapped down, as if he was slapping a mosquito. Zhu Lai was directly slapped to the ground. Yang Kai stepped on his head, making him unable to move. Then, he carefully observed the dragon scale in his hand and asked, "This is what you relied on to find me?" Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and refused to answer. "Without this, how are you going to bring me back to Dragon Island?" Yang Kai grinned and looked down at Zhu Lai. He snorted coldly and said, "It seems that girl Zhu Qing revealed a lot of information about me." He was annoyed. Zhu Lai obviously came prepared this time. If he didn't make a breakthrough in the dragon transformation art at the crucial moment, it was hard to say who would have won this battle. And the information on his side must have been leaked by that damned girl Zhu Qing. This made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. However, after thinking about it, Zhu Qing was from Dragon Island after all. She had invited him to Dragon Island several times and was rejected. It was normal for her to leak some information. Tell me, how can it offset the suppression of the bloodline? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Previously, he thought that this dragon scale didn't belong to Zhu Lai. He thought that it was a dragon scale from a higher-level dragon on Dragon Island. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that he was wrong. This was indeed Zhu Lai's dragon scale. The reason why the color was a little darker and the aura was a little different was probably because some kind of secret technique was applied on it. Yang Kai was a little cautious about this secret technique. 2 dragon race members had looked for him one after another. He might have to deal with more dragon race members in the future. He couldn't rely on the dragon transformation art and the golden divine dragon's origin power to make breakthroughs every time. If he could figure out what kind of secret technique this was, it would be better for him to be prepared. Just kill me. Zhu Lai straightened his neck and put on a posture as if he was facing death calmly. He then sneered and said, "Do you have the guts to slaughter a dragon race member?" Yang Kai's face turned cold and said, "I can't stand it when people provoke me. Once I'm provoked, I'll be a little impulsive. Once I'm impulsive, I might do anything. So, young man, don't try to be smart. Your life or death is in my hands." Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said no more. Suddenly, Yang Kai crouched down again and looked carefully at the side of Zhu Lai's face. He frowned and said, "What's your relationship with Zhu Qing?" "No comment." Zhu Lai snorted coldly. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it." Yang Kai curled his lips. He just felt that this guy and Zhu Qing were a little similar in appearance, and they were both red dragons. There should be some kind of relationship between them, so he just asked casually. But since the other party didn't want to answer, he didn't bother to get to the bottom of it. When Zishan and Lei Hong flew over side by side and stopped about 10 feet away from Yang Kai, their expressions were a little complicated. No one thought that things would get to this point. At the beginning, when Yang Kai and Zhu Lai fought, they all thought that Yang Kai would be at a disadvantage. They wanted to wait for the dragon race to vent their anger before dealing with it. But who knew that Yang Kai would be so strong and brave that even a dragon race would be defeated by him and trampled under his feet? This was going to be difficult. "Great Elder Lei, you came at the right time." Yang Kai glanced at Lei Hong and his eyes lit up as if he had seen his savior. Lei Hong's figure suddenly froze, and he suddenly had a very bad feeling. He suddenly regretted that he didn't leave just now and foolishly followed when Zishan here. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Yang Kai said, "I caught a dragon race. This guy is too arrogant and despotic, so I'll hand him over to you to take back to Star Soul Palace and let the great emperors deal with him. Kill him or scrape him, it's up to the great emperors. I have no objections." The corner of Lei Hong's mouth twitched and he refused to move forward, acting as if he didn't hear Yang Kai at all. He turned around and cupped his fists to Wen Zishan. "Temple Master 1, this matter is over, so this Lei will take his leave first. I'll need Wen Zishan's help in eliminating this demon. My Star Soul Palace will do its best to hunt him down. If there is any news, please inform me as soon as possible." Chapter 29:38. When Zishan opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Lei Hong's figure flickered, and with a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning appeared where he was standing, wrapping around the members of Star Soul Palace as he turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. "Lei Hong, come back here," Zhu Lai suddenly shouted, his voice spreading in all directions. "How dare a cultivator in your southern territory treat the dragon race like this? My dragon island will never let this go." Lei Hong ran even faster, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He originally wanted to ask Yang Kai about the dragon transformation secret technique, but now he didn't have the time to think about it. He just wanted to get as far away from this place as possible. Yang Kai stared in the direction Lei Hong left and laughed for a while, but then he stopped laughing and turned his head, only to see Gao Xueting, Wen Zishan, and the others looking at him speechlessly. "What do we do now?" Gao Xueting asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai had an innocent expression, but with his half-dragon body at the moment, his expression looked particularly ferocious. "Why don't we let him go?" Chun Qian suggested in a low voice. She was still very afraid of Dragon Island's reputation, and seeing Zhu Lai beaten so miserably, she couldn't bear it. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, let me go quickly if you know what's good for you. Otherwise you will definitely not have a good ending." Yang Kai stomped his foot again and snorted. "Understand your situation before you speak. Boy, I'm a member of the dragon race. How dare you treat me like this?" Zhu Lai looked humiliated. "So what if you're a member of the dragon race? Aren't you still crawling under my feet?" Zhu Lai's face turned red, and he buried his face in the ground. It was as if he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He would never come out to see anyone again. "I can't let him go, and I can't kill him." When Zishan smiled bitterly, "Boy, you've really given me a big problem. A proud creature like the dragon race was humiliated like this by Yang Kai. If he really let him go, he would probably immediately send a message to Dragon Island, and soon a large number of dragons would come to kill him. Killing them was definitely out of the question. If he really killed Zhu Lai, then he would completely become enemies with Dragon Island. The wrath of Dragon Island, even the sects of the great emperors may not be able to withstand it, let alone Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it myself." Gao Shueting asked, "What do you plan to do?" Yang Kai spread out his hands and said, "If we can't kill or release them, then we can only imprison them. What else can we do?" Zhu Lai was shocked when he heard this. He raised his head and shouted angrily, "How dare you?" Yang Kai sneered, "Open your dog eyes and see whether I dare or not." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and threw out a small ancient bell in front of him. It spun as it fell from the sky, and the small bell rapidly grew in size. Zhu Lai clearly sensed the danger as well. This small bell didn't look remarkable at all. It was simple and unadorned, but it gave him a feeling that it was impregnable. If he was really trapped by this thing, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. He struggled hard but was met with a beating from Yang Kai, causing him to grimace in pain. The mountains and rivers bell fell and suppressed Zhu Lai. Yang Kai jumped out in a flash, and Zhu Lai's curses and fierce attacks immediately came from the bell. Yang Kai just stretched out his hand and made a hand seal. The commotion died down. After all, the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient treasure that could suppress all things. The Phoenix True Fire had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and could not escape. Although Zhu Lai was a dragon race cultivator, there was nothing he could do. This is not a long-term solution. When Zishan sighed, Yang Kai said, "Temple Master, you are busy with the demon will and the great emperors. Leave him to me. I can guarantee that he will be obedient within a month." It's good that you are confident, but you have to know when to stop. When Zishan said and left with the others, if there were no waves before, he would definitely find a way to solve Zhu Lai's problem first. But now, for the temple and the entire southern territory, the most important thing was to track down the whereabouts of the demon will and the great emperors of the secular world. Yukong had occupied Duan Hongchen's body, and no one knew what he would do. Tens of thousands of years ago, the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors poisoned living creatures. Countless lives withered because of him. Compared to him, the anger and pursuit of the Dragon Island were secondary. In just a few days, the entire southern territory was operating in a high-profile manner. The great emperors gave the order to eliminate the demon will, and hundreds of millions of cultivators in the southern territory were mobilized. Yang Kai did not participate in it. He stayed on Lingjian Peak for the past few days. Although Lingjian Peak had a place where demons were sealed, the demon will that was sealed in it had already escaped. The ruins left behind were not dangerous or special, so Lingjian Peak was still Yang Kai's Lingjian Peak. The mountains and rivers bell had been moved to Lingjian Peak by Yang Kai. Zhu Lai's cursing never stopped for a moment, disturbing the peace. Every day, Yang Kai would go and teach him a lesson. After losing that special dragon scale, Zhu Lai was no longer Yang Kai's opponent. In front of Yang Kai, who used the dragon transformation art, he did not even have the ability to reveal his dragon form. The dragon race was resistant to beatings. No matter how hard Yang Kai beat him, Zhu Lai could return to his original form the next day. He was also a tough guy. He probably knew that Yang Kai could not kill him anyway, so no matter how miserably he was beaten, he never said a word of mercy. More often than not, he just stared at Yang Kai fiercely with his unruly eyes, with a posture that said, "What can you do to me?" After half a month, there were gradually reports of success. Many of the demon wills that escaped from Lingjian Peak had been found. After a battle, most of the demon wills were destroyed, and the southern territory also suffered a great loss. However, with the gradual understanding of the demon wills, there were many ways to restrain the demon wills, and they would not be easily eroded by it again. However, whether it was Yang Kai when Zishan, or the other people in the Emperor realm in the southern territory, they all knew that these destroyed demon wills were not all. The remaining hidden ones were the most troublesome. No one knew who these demon wills were hiding in, and no one knew when they would reveal their true forms. There was still no news of the great emperors of the bustling world and Wukong. Ever since Wukong took over Duan Hongchen's body and left Azure Sun Temple, it was as if he had evaporated into thin air. No one had seen him since. Just like those hidden demon wills, he had become a thorn in the flesh of the Southern Territory and was in danger of being infected at any time. According to Gao Xueting, even the great emperors of the Bright Moon sect were unable to find any useful clues. The great emperors of the Bright Moon sect even left Star Soul Palace to find the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, hoping to seek help from him. Yang Kai entered the Divine Ascension Mirror again and spent 3,000 Elder Contribution Points to retrieve Tianyan's soul. It was time to fulfill the agreement between him and Tianyan. Jiying had already refined the flesh incarnation pills. When Yang Kai sent the Southern Gate army back to High Heaven Palace, he went to Jiying's place and brought all the Emperor pills he had refined back to Azure Sun Temple. It was with these Emperor pills that Yang Kai was able to quickly gather enough Elder Contribution Points to use the Divine Ascension Mirror. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Divine Ascension world again. It was nighttime, and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. On the high platform of Spirit Sword Peak, there were layers upon layers of barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Kai had even activated the peak protecting array in case of any accidents. Tonight was the day that Tianyan would reconstruct his body. When Zishan, who had received the news, also came to protect him, he stood at the center of the array with a serious expression. This array was set up by the Southern Gate Army and had the ability to gather and protect souls. After all, Tianyan was only a soul and didn't have a physical body. This was the first time he had left the Divine Ascension world and was brought to the star boundary by Yang Kai. If he didn't have a place to stay, his soul would soon dissipate. The law of heaven and earth in the Divine Ascension world was completely different from the law of heaven and earth in the star boundary. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He calmed his mind and concentrated. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said slowly, "Senior, it's time." It was the time of the day when the yin qi was the heaviest. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A little light bloomed, then spread out and condensed into Tianyan's appearance. Yang Kai had brought Tianyan's soul out of the Divine Ascension world with the help of the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus. If it weren't for the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus, Tianyan wouldn't even be able to leave the Divine Ascension world. The figure was illusory and translucent, like a yin soul. When the wind blew it away, it was just a soul avatar. As soon as it appeared, Tianyan frowned, as if he felt something uncomfortable. There was a faint, pained expression on his face. The heavens and earth buzzed, and a thunderclap exploded. There seemed to be a strong will and power coming from all directions, ignoring the many spirit arrays and the power of the Spirit Sword Peak's great protective array and exerting pressure on Tianyan. An existence comparable to the great emperors had inexplicably appeared between heaven and earth. If the heavens could not tolerate it, there must be a repulsion. Tianyan had obviously expected this. He made a gesture with one hand, and a mysterious force spread out, forming a layer of protection visible to the naked eye outside his body, resisting the repulsive force between heaven and earth. In an instant, thunder roared on Spirit Sword Peak, and electric snakes danced wildly. It was a scene of doomsday which was extremely terrifying. This movement didn't last long. No one knew what magical means Tianyan used, but the thunder gradually disappeared, and the lightning soon disappeared. The omnipresent repulsive force also dissipated completely. There's not much time, and the heavens are not easy to deceive. Tianyan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. "Give me a spirit pill and protect me." Yang Kai had been waiting for a long time. When he heard this, he flicked his finger without hesitation, and a milky white spirit pill flew straight toward Tianyan. Tianyan did not open his mouth, but the spirit pill fell into his mouth. The milky white light emitted. At first, it was not obvious, but as time went by, it became more and more dazzling. The entire Spirit Sword Peak seemed to be shrouded in the milky white light. Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and used his eyesight to observe carefully. He saw that the body incarnation pill had melted in Tianyan's body, turned into countless tiny white lights, and melted into every part of his soul avatar. A faint trace of vitality suddenly emerged, like a candle in the wind and rain, and seemed to be in danger of being extinguished. Tianyan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated motionless. Chapter 29:39. The milky white fluorescence continued to wander in his divine soul, like countless stars in the sky. After a while, his body solidified a little, and the vitality coming from his body gradually became stronger. At a certain moment, Tianyan's gradually solidifying body suddenly transmitted a strong suction force, and the entire Spirit Sword Peak's heaven and earth spirit chi surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, it was completely devoured by him. An even stronger suction force came out, and the wind and clouds on Spirit Sword Peak roared. The spirit chi in the distance quickly flooded over, but it still could not meet Tianyan's needs. His body, which was formed by the spirit pill, seemed to have become a bottomless pit at this moment. No matter how much spirit chi came, it could be completely devoured. When Zishan noticed this and immediately took action, he communicated with the Azure Sun Temple's Great Protective Array and gathered the spirit chi of the entire Azure Sun Temple to Spirit Sword Peak. Yang Kai even took out his Elder Jade Plate and controlled the spirit chi that was pouring into Spirit Sword Peak into Tianyan's body. The two divided the work and cooperated intimately. With the influx of spirit chi, the vitality in Tianyan's body became more and more exuberant. If there was a trace of unnaturalness in this vitality just now, then this trace of unnaturalness was slowly being eliminated. Tianyan's body was transforming into a real body of flesh and blood. The omnipresent heavenly way seemed to have noticed something. Suddenly, there was an indescribable heavenly might condensing on Spirit Sword Peak. Although it was very weak and had not even taken shape, Yang Kai and Wen Zishan were still shocked. The mighty force of heaven and earth. Yang Kai clearly perceived a trace of the mighty force of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth in each world were different, and the only thing in common was the mighty force of heaven and earth. That was the origin of the world. It was the power of the entire world. Therefore, the Emperor Realm controlled the laws of heaven and earth, while the great emperors had glimpsed the mighty force of heaven and earth. This was the fundamental difference between the two. Tianyan's existence was not tolerated by the Star Realm. Previously, he used the divine technique to conceal himself and avoid the heavenly way, but as time passed, this deceptive method gradually revealed itself. This allowed the heavenly Tao to sense his existence. Indeed, there was not much time left. If he did not let Tianyan create his physical body before the heavenly Tao revealed itself, he would definitely be expelled from this world and banished into the endless void. When that time came, even if Yang Kai had the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus, he might not be able to save him. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan's faces were solemn as they quickly channeled the world energy of the entire Azure Sun Temple into Tianyan's body. This was the only thing they could do. The rest would depend entirely on Tianyan's own efforts. Time passed slowly, and the spirit chi in the Azure Sun Temple never stopped surging for a moment. The sound of wind and thunder constantly came from the Spirit Sword Peak. Tianyan's body became more and more solid, and his vitality became more and more vigorous. The power of the Way of the Heavens condensed on Lingjian Peak was also getting stronger and stronger, like a sharp blade hanging over everyone's head. Could be chopped down at any time. It made people feel anxious and uneasy. At a certain moment, Tianyan suddenly opened his eyes, and his hands made a few mysterious gestures that seemed to be fast but were actually slow. His newly created physical body seemed to be able to absorb all the world energy within a radius of dozens of miles. The milky white light that had been swimming in his body suddenly disappeared at this moment. The moon was still bright in the sky, and the stars were few. Lingjian Peak had somehow regained its tranquility, and the heavenly Tao's power that had been condensing and lingering inexplicably disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes darted around, looking at Tianyan from time to time. He looked at Wen Zishan, then looked up at the sky, looking a little confused. "Congratulations, Senior," when Zishan suddenly spoke, cupping his fists and smiling in the direction of Tianyan. Tianyan also smiled. It's all thanks to both of your help. This old man thanks both of you. When Zishan smiled, I just used brute force. Senior was able to create a physical body because Yang Kai found the life incarnation pill. Yang Kai said, Senior, did you succeed? He also heard some things from the conversation between the two. If Tianyan did not succeed, he would not be so relaxed. Tianyan smiled. It's done. That's great. Yang Kai was overjoyed. It was only now that he released his divine thought to scan Tianyan's body. At first glance, he could not help but be stunned. This was because the current Tianyan actually gave him an extremely weak feeling. This kind of weakness was not the kind of weakness that came from a lamp that had run out of oil, but a very natural kind of weakness, or it could be called weakness. Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of power from his body. Tianyan was like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. Senior, you are... Yang Kai looked at him in shock. Tianyan smiled slightly. The heavenly Tao is not easy to deceive. Even if I can hide it for a while, I can't hide it forever. I can only follow the heavenly Tao. At this moment, I should be equivalent to a newborn baby. Yang Kai opened his mouth wide. This situation was a little different from what he had expected. He originally thought that Tianyan would still be a master at the level of the great emperors after his physical body was formed. Who knew that the final result would be like this? But thinking about it, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Tianyan was indeed at the level of the great emperors in the astral ascension world, but that was only for the power of the soul. His physical body was formed by the flesh incarnation pill. Even if he swallowed an endless amount of world energy, it was impossible to reach the level of the great emperors in one go. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt relieved. He felt that his previous considerations were too naive. When Zishan said, with Senior's foundation, even if you cultivate from the beginning, I'm afraid it won't take long for you to return to your peak. I hope so. Tianyan chuckled. But before that, this old master needs to stay in the temple for a few days. When Zishan laughed, as long as Senior doesn't mind my temple's simplicity, you can stay as long as you want. Do you need me to arrange a spirit peak for Senior? There's no need. This place is good. I see that little Yang is also a busy person. This place is remote and quiet, suitable for me to rest and recuperate. Moreover, this is the place where this old master was born. Cultivating here is like a baby in its mother's womb. If it were somewhere else, it might be a little uncomfortable. If that's the case, then I'll do as Senior says. I'll have someone send some cultivation materials over tomorrow. If there's anything Senior needs, just let me know. Then send some ancient books over. Anything, the more the better. Okay. Then this one will take his leave first. When Zishan cupped his fists slightly, then glanced at Yang Kai for a moment before disappearing. Tianyan turned his head to look at Yang Kai and smiled. You seem a little disappointed. Yang Kai chuckled. It's not that I'm disappointed, but it's a little different from what I expected. Hey, slow down, I'll support you. As he spoke, he walked up and supported Tianyan, who was about to stand up. Tianyan was obviously not used to his own body. When he stood up, he staggered a few times. Fortunately, Yang Kai was beside him, otherwise he would have fallen. As he said, at this moment he was like a newborn baby who had to learn everything from the beginning. There was a palace on Spirit Sword Peak. Although it was not big, it was enough for 2 people to live in. Yang Kai and Tianyan chatted as they walked into the palace. After a few steps, Tianyan suddenly stopped. Yang Kai did not know what he was doing. When he turned his head, he saw that Tianyan's expression was blank and his eyes were dull, as if he had lost consciousness. Yang Kai was shocked and thought that there was an accident. Just as he was about to investigate, Tianyan's eyes moved again, and his consciousness returned to his body at this moment. The fusion of body and soul was not very successful. My soul left my body just now, Tianyan explained, shaking his head in annoyance and walking more carefully. It won't be like this forever, right? Yang Kai asked worriedly. Of course not, it will be fine in a few days. It's just that I'm afraid it will be a little difficult these days. Along the way, they stopped 3 times. Each time, it was because Tianyan's soul had accidentally left his body. Yang Kai put him in a room with great difficulty, feeling more and more that what Tianyan said was right. Right now, he was just a newborn baby. The next day, when Zishan sent people to deliver a large number of jade slips with a wide variety of contents. All of them were sent to Tianyan's room. Tianyan had not come out of seclusion since yesterday, so Yang Kai did not disturb him. He just flew to the platform at the top of Spirit Sword Peak. With one hand, the mountains and rivers bell flew up. When the roar of a dragon came out, Zhu Lai, who was suppressed in it, suddenly turned into a 20-foot-long dragon. He opened his bloody mouth and bit at Yang Kai. Dragon transformation! Yang Kai stared at him contemptuously, urging the power of the golden divine dragon in his body to display the dragon transformation's secret art. His body suddenly grew taller, and a burst of crackling sounds came from his body like beans being fried. A short horn grew on his forehead, and his whole body was covered in scales. The giant dragon that had just arrived in front of him couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as its 20-foot-long body burst like a bubble. Zhu Lai awkwardly appeared in his human form. He had just flown in front of Kai Yang and met Kai Yang's iron fist head-on. It looked like he had taken the initiative to welcome the beating. With a bang, Zhu Lai was sent flying and hit the mountainside of a mountain not far away, sinking more than a few feet. He felt dizzy for a while, and when his vision cleared, he looked up and found that Yang Kai was already standing in front of him. Yang Kai's 4-meter-tall half-dragon body was exuding a strong suppressive force that made him feel uncomfortable. It seems that you still haven't learned your lesson. Yang Kai sneered, stretched out a dragon claw, and pulled Zhu Lai out of the crack in the rock like a chicken. Zhu Lai struggled hard but to no avail. Such a scene had happened countless times in the past half a month. Every time Yang Kai opened the mountains and rivers bell, Zhu Lai would fiercely sneak attack him. But without that special dragon scale, he could not resist the suppression of Yang Kai's dragon transformation's secret art. Even though his real strength was 2 levels higher than Yang Kai's, he was beaten until he could not fight back. Almost every time, it ended with Zhu Lai being beaten up. Chapter 2940. Bang! 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 Yang Kai beat Zhu Lai up in the air like a sandbag. Blood splattered everywhere as Zhu Lai was battered and exhausted. But no matter how badly he was beaten, Zhu Lai never had the thought of admitting defeat or begging for mercy. On the contrary, the harder Yang Kai beat him, the colder his eyes became. It was as if Yang Kai didn't beat him to death, he would definitely repay the pain 100 times over. The pride of the dragon race was evident. Even if Yang Kai transformed into his 4-meter-tall half-dragon form, he was no different from an ant in Zhu Lai's eyes. With another loud bang, Zhu Lai was knocked down from the air and landed heavily on the ground. Before he could bounce back up, Yang Kai had already stepped on his face. "Do you admit defeat?" Yang Kai looked down at him. "If you admit defeat, I'll let you go right now." "No." Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and shouted. "What's the point of relying on bloodline suppression? If you have the guts, let's fight in our human forms." Yang Kai chuckled. "What kind of bullshit theory is that? Don't you dragon race decide who's better and who's worse by bloodline? You're not part of the dragon race." Zhu Lai sneered. "That's not right. In your human form, you have the strength of a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. I'm just a 1st-order Emperor Realm Master. If I fight in my human form, wouldn't I be at a huge disadvantage?" Yang Kai kept shaking his head. "Do I need the cultivation of a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master to deal with trash like you? This dragon will suppress his cultivation to the 1st-order Emperor Realm." Zhu Lai said with a look of disdain. "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It seems that you're very confident. Let me be frank, what if you can't beat me?" "Can't beat you? That's impossible." Zhu Lai wanted to shake his head, but his head was firmly stepped on by Yang Kai's big foot. He couldn't even shake his head. He could only sneer contemptuously. Under the premise of the same level, no one is a match for the dragon race. That's hard to say. Yang Kai sneered. How about this, as you said, we'll both fight in our human forms, no bloodline suppression, but you'll have to suppress your cultivation to the first order. If you lose, we'll forget about everything that happened before. What if you lose? Do whatever you want with me. Are you serious? Zhu Lai's eyes lit up. For real? All right, if you lose, I want you to return to the Dragon Island with me. Moreover, I want you to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. This is a great humiliation for you humans, right? Yang Kai laughed out loud. Not to mention 3, even 3,300 are up to you. As he spoke, Yang Kai took a few steps back and released the subdued Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai leaped up. Anger surged on his face, as if he was ready to pounce on Yang Kai for revenge at any time. But he suppressed the impulse in his heart and just said with a cold face, "If you're a man, don't let others look down on you. I hope you can keep your promise." Yang Kai snorted lightly. "You'll have to beat me first." As he finished speaking, he took the initiative to disperse the dragon transformation art. His 4-meter-tall body quickly shrank. He regained his original appearance. At this moment, Zhu Lai rushed over and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame. Although he didn't transform into a giant dragon and couldn't use most of the dragon race's secret techniques, he had no problem spitting out a few mouthfuls of dragon flame. He did keep his promise with Yang Kai and suppressed his cultivation to the First Order Emperor realm, so the power of this mouthful of dragon flame was weaker than when he transformed into a giant dragon. Even so, this kind of dragon flame was not something that just anyone could withstand. It contained an extremely scorching power. After the dragon flame, he threw a punch at Yang Kai with a look of excitement, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being ravaged by him. He didn't put a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master in his eyes. The reason why he was ravaged by Yang Kai these days was entirely because of the suppression of his bloodline. After Yang Kai used the dragon transformation art, Zhu Lai couldn't even use 70% of his strength, so how could he be his opponent? But the situation was different now. Both of them were in human form, so there was no bloodline suppression. He decided to beat Yang Kai up to vent his anger first, then bring him back to Dragon Island and hand him over to the Great Elder. Zhu Lai's fist arrived first, smashing directly into the dragon flame, and miraculously produced some unexpected changes. Zhu Lai's fist seemed to burn, and not only did it not reduce the power of the dragon flame, but it also increased its power. Rip! A sound was heard. A sword light flashed, and a wide long sword slashed at Zhu Lai's fist, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. The dragon flame wrapped around Zhu Lai's fist was cut apart and became extremely weak, as if it could be extinguished at any time. What? Zhu Lai was taken aback, and his expression changed slightly. He had been ravaged by Yang Kai these days, so he had some understanding of this human strength. He knew that he was much stronger than an ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't expect his attack to do anything to his opponent, and it was just a test. But he didn't expect his opponent to be able to take it so easily. Looking up, Zhu Lai's expression changed again, because he found that Yang Kai didn't seem to be struggling at all, and there was a faint smile on his face, as if he was mocking him. Zhu Lai was furious and shouted, "You're just pretending!" His other fist blasted forward like a thunderbolt, and it looked like he was going to smash Yang Kai's face into pieces. Yang Kai spun his myriad sword and patted it lightly in front of him, hitting Zhu Lai's second fist. An irresistible force suddenly hit him, and Zhu Lai actually felt pain. This turn of events really made him feel a little incredulous. He was a member of the dragon race, and his physique was as strong as an emperor artifact. But this human's casual attack made him feel pain. How strong did he have to be to do this? Was he a member of the dragon race, or was he a member of the dragon race? While he was hesitating, Yang Kai had already chopped down with his myriad sword with a cold look on his face. A chill came from the top of his head, and Zhu Lai's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. With a sizzling sound, the myriad sword cut through Zhu Lai's body, and sparks flew everywhere. After Zhu Lai retreated 1,000 meters, he looked down and saw a long white scar from his abdomen to his crotch. It was extremely dazzling. You should be glad you're a member of the dragon race, or else you would already be dead. Yang Kai's voice came from the front like a ghost. Zhu Lai raised his head and saw that he had unknowingly appeared 15 meters away from him. The wide sword had disappeared, and with a clap and pull of his hands, a 3-meter-long black crescent-like attack suddenly formed and slashed directly at him. Zhu Lai wanted to move, but he found that the space around him had become extremely viscous, giving him the illusion that he had fallen into a swamp. No matter what, he could not avoid such an attack. With a low roar, his aura skyrocketed, and dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, preparing to take it head-on. The pitch-black crescent blade pierced through the air, causing Zhu Lai's heart to palpitate. He did not know if he could withstand such an attack with his strength. This attack contained very clear fluctuations of space principles, completely condensed from the power of the void. Wherever it passed, even space was swallowed. If such an attack landed on his body, it would likely devour a part of him. For the first time in his life, Zhu Lai felt powerless. Even when he was suppressed by Yang Kai's dragon transformation art, he did not feel this way. Just as Zhu Lai's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, the crescent blade had already arrived in front of him and shattered with a bang, only an inch away from him. A palpitating feeling of escaping death enveloped his heart and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Zhu Lai's face was ashen as he looked up at Yang Kai, only to see the other looking at him with a smile. "You lost." Zhu Lai's face darkened and he did not say a word. He had indeed lost, but he had not lost to that crescent blade-like attack. He had lost to himself. In the instant before the crisis, he had raised his strength to the third-layer Emperor realm and displayed some of the characteristics of the dragon race, breaking the agreement between him and Yang Kai. He had not even figured out the true level of Yang Kai when he was not using his dragon transformation art, so he had lost in a daze. An indescribable sense of shame and frustration welled up in his heart, making him look incomparably gloomy. His lips opened and closed a few times, but he was unable to say a single word. The dragon race had always been the one to look down on other creatures, but only now did Zhu Lai realize that there was someone else on the dragon race. "You're not thinking of going back on your word, are you?" Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Lai. "We agreed before that if you lost, our grudges would be written off. Can't you afford to lose the dragon race?" These words provoked Zhu Lai, and his arrogant nature made him respond. "Who said I can't afford to lose? A loss is a loss. Just as you said, the grudge between us is written off." Yang Kai immediately smiled. "That's good. That's good. And since that's the case, you can go back to where you came from. By the way, tell Dragon Island that I will go there when I have time. Don't send people here every few days." Zhu Lai said with a serious face, "I will pass on your words to Dragon Island, but I don't know what decision they will make." Yang Kai nodded. "It's fine. Tell Zhu Qing as well. You two should be able to contact each other, right? Tell her not to look for me in the future. It's very dangerous." Every time he was with Zhu Qing, Yang Kai could not control the throbbing in his blood. The desire hidden in the depths of his heart seemed to be about to erupt at any time. This made him feel very uncomfortable and very dangerous. Yang Kai knew that this was the dragon's nature, and as he cultivated the dragon transformation art, this dragon's nature would become stronger and stronger. One day, he would not be able to suppress this desire. That was why he felt that it was better for Zhu Qing to stay as far away from him as possible. It would be best if she could not contact him at all. "Zhu Qing is probably already dead. I can't pass on your message." Zhu Lai shook his head slowly. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly disappeared. "What do you mean by probably?" Chapter 29:41. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. "It probably means that I'm not sure. Are you stupid?" Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he was speechless. His mood suddenly became terrible. Zhu Lai looked at him and chuckled. "You care about her very much. Do you want to know her news?" Yang Kai sneered. "I'm not familiar with her. Why should I care about her? Whether she's dead or alive has nothing to do with me. That's your Dragon Island's business. Don't talk nonsense here." Zhu Lai said, "The last time she contacted Dragon Island was 2 months ago. It was because I was sure that she was in danger and most likely to die there that I came out of Dragon Island to find you." Why are you looking for me? Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. Zhu Lai said, her task was not completed. Naturally, someone needs to complete it for her. He shook his head and sighed. It just seems that I can't bring you back to Dragon Island. But remember, Dragon Island will not give up. You won't be so lucky next time. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Go back and tell the dragon race that if anyone dares to disturb this young master again, I'll kill one if one comes, two if two come, I'll kill both. I just don't know how many dragons there are on your Dragon Island for me to kill. Zhu Lai's face sank. He gritted his teeth and said, shameless boasting. Farewell, I won't see you off. Yang Kai flicked his sleeves. He turned and entered Lingjian Peak. Zhu Lai stood in place and stared coldly for a long time. Then his figure shook and turned into a stream of light to fly away. No one intercepted him. Now that the temple was busy with the Demon Slayer order and the search for Wukong, most of the powerhouses in the sect had been dispatched. Naturally, no one would intercept a dragon race. Zhu Lai's speed was very fast. In a moment, he flew out of Azure Sun Temple and just left Azure Sun Mountain Range. Zhu Lai's figure suddenly came to a halt as he stared coldly at a figure in front of him. It was Kai Yang. Zhu Lai didn't know when he ran in front of him. At this moment, he was standing there with his hands behind his back. He was irritated and shouted angrily, What else do you want? Are you going back on your word? I'm not going to trouble you. If you dare to break your promise, don't be nervous. Yang Kai interrupted him with a cold smile. I just want to ask how Dragon Island is going to deal with Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing is dead. What else can we do? Zhu Lai frowned. Yang Kai said, Didn't you just say that you're not sure? How can you be so sure that she's dead? Zhu Lai said, Even if she's not dead, she won't be able to live for long. She went to the frozen earth. You should know how dangerous that place is. Of course I know. If it wasn't dangerous, I wouldn't have known. A dragon race couldn't have fallen there. I just wanted to ask, isn't your Dragon Island going to save her? Zhu Lai sneered and said, She is a rank 8 red dragon. If even she is trapped there are not many dragons on the island that can guarantee that they will be able to escape unscathed. Dragon Island will not risk the lives of other dragons just to save a fellow dragon that does not know the difference between life and death. Yang Kai said in a low voice, Even if she is dead, you should go and collect her body. She is still one of your people. Zhu Lai sneered. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Why should others take the risk with her? If she dies, then so be it. No one will save her. Is this your idea or Dragon Island's idea? Yang Kai's face was gloomy. It's my idea. It's also Dragon Island's idea. Zhu Lai tilted his head and didn't look at Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was silent for a long time before he said softly, I really want to beat you up. Zhu Lai sneered. Haven't you had enough these days? The shame you gave me. This dragon will definitely return it 100 times in the future. Wait until you can beat me. Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously, turned around and flew back to Azure Sun Temple. He was extremely fast. In a few breaths, he had returned to Lingjian Peak and went straight to the back of the mountain. Although Lingjian Peak had experienced the demonic wool seal breaking, the back of the mountain had not suffered much damage, so the territory crossing space array that he had arranged here was still intact. It wasn't until he stood in front of the space array that Yang Kai suddenly returned to his senses. Just now, his mind was full of other things, and he didn't notice his own movements. When he reacted, he was already here. Following my heart. Yang Kai whispered softly, and said helplessly, It's really troublesome. Although he said so, the hesitation on his face disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a firm color. A sound of breaking air quickly came from afar. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a fiery red light flying over. It seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's location and went directly to the back of the mountain and landed not far from him. What are you doing? Kai Yang stared at Zhu Lai, who had just returned, looking like he wanted to fight with him. Zhu Lai asked, Do you want to go to the frozen earth? To find Zhu Qing? It's none of your business. Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Lai's face was a little unnatural. He turned his head and said, If you want to go, count me in. Oh? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhu Lai with interest. He said lightly, "Give me a reason. Don't say that you have found your conscience. I won't believe such a naive reason." Zhu Lai touched his nose and said, "Zhu Qing is my sister." Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he soon felt relieved. Before, he vaguely felt that there was some blood relationship between Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing because the two had some similarities in appearance. However, he didn't get an answer after he asked once, so he didn't ask anymore. Now he knew that his previous guess was right. These two red dragons were really brother and sister. Is this reason enough? Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. It's enough, it's enough. Yang Kai nodded. He stepped onto the spatial array and said, "Come on up." Zhu Lai frowned. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do, he didn't feel any malice from him. He was bold and daring, so he jumped onto the array. "Don't resist." At the same time that Yang Kai shouted, the laws of space fluctuated. The void seemed to collapse at this moment. If it weren't for Yang Kai's warning, Zhu Lai would definitely resist a little. He might even fall into the endless void because of this. There was a flash of light, and the two disappeared together. At the same time, in the High Heaven Palace of the Northern Territory. At the spatial array, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai appeared at the same time. The two disciples who had been guarding at the side saw them and quickly bowed. "Greetings, Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded. He took out the communication compass and poured information into it. After that, he stood at the same spot and waited. Zhu Lai had already recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across the territory. He turned his head and looked around. He frowned and said, "Where is this place?" Yang Kai answered without turning his head, "Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace." Zhu Lai was stunned for a moment. Then he turned his head and looked at the spatial array. He said absent-mindedly, "Zhu Qing said that you have a spatial array across the territory. So it's true." Yang Kai was furious. "Why does that damned woman report everything to the Dragon Island? Do I have no secrets on the Dragon Island?" Zhu Lai said with a sullen face, "Watch your words, human. That's my sister." Yang Kai sneered. "Sister? I didn't see you take the initiative to save your sister. If I had a brother like you, I would have strangled him to death. What's the use of having him? What do you know?" He didn't know that Yang Kai's words had touched Zhu Lai's sensitive nerves. He was furious in an instant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think I don't want to save her? Do you think I want to see her die there? Then why don't you go? As a cultivator, we should follow our heart and move forward bravely. We are afraid of being overcautious and indecisive. If she is really your sister, you shouldn't go to the Azure Sun Temple to find me. You should go to the frozen earth to find her. Even if you die, you should die with her. Now that time is delayed, maybe her only chance of survival was cut off by you." Zhu Lai's lips opened and closed. He seemed to be extremely angry. Both of his eyes were about to spit fire. But for some reason, he suddenly gave up and became dejected. He sighed and said, "What the heart moves, what the body moves. Is this why you want to save her?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "What else? I'm not close enough with her to risk my life to save her. I can't wait for her to die as soon as possible. Since I have the thought of saving her, if I don't act on it, I'm afraid this thought will linger in my heart and become a heart demon in the future." Zhu Lai said, "No matter what, I thank you on behalf of Zhu Qing. No need to thank me. Just don't bother me in the future." Yang Kai snorted coldly. A beautiful figure flew over and landed in front of them. It was the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. She cupped her fists and said, "Palace Master, you are back." While speaking, she glanced curiously at Zhu Lai, who was standing beside Yang Kai, but didn't ask much. Zhu Lai was naturally too lazy to say anything. The dragon race was a proud race. If he hadn't suffered so much at the hands of Yang Kai before, he wouldn't look at Yang Kai differently at this moment. "We are leaving immediately." Yang Kai had an energetic expression. "Where are you going?" Hua Qingxi asked. "I have to make a trip to the Fire Dragon Palace." "Have we connected to the space array at the Fire Dragon Palace?" Hua Qingxi replied, I did have this suggestion before, but Li Jiao wasn't too willing, so I didn't force him. Of course he wasn't willing. Yang Kai smiled and said, although the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect were old top sects in the Northern Territory, they had all suffered great losses at the hands of Yang Kai. They owed the High Heaven Palace a huge debt that couldn't be paid off even after a few decades. Who would be willing to connect to the space array with their creditors? Wouldn't this make it easier for others to come and collect their debts? Fine, I will just fly over directly. Point me in a direction. Hua Qingxi hurriedly pointed in a direction and said, the Fire Dragon Palace is over there. Palace Master, you can reach it in about 3 days. Would you like me to accompany Palace Master? I've been to the Fire Dragon Palace once before. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand and changed to a sound transmission. How are things going with the Thousand Illusions dream world? Hua Qingxi's expression turned serious. It's all been dealt with. Qi Yu and the others entered once and gained quite a bit from it. However, the scale of the Thousand Illusions dream world is too large, so it will take some time to figure out a pattern. I'm preparing to send some of the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples in the next batch to enter. Chapter 2942. More than half a month ago, when the Southern Gate Army returned to the High Heaven Palace from the Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai gave him the Thousand Illusionary Butterfly. Yang Kai attached great importance to the Thousand Illusionary Butterfly because he had benefited a lot from the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. The Thousand Illusionary Dream World would definitely become the foundation of the High Heaven Palace. Compared to it, the Heavenly Sound Temple with the Heavenly Sound Treasure Box as the hub was much less useful. However, the Thousand Illusionary Dream World was not unchanging. Every cultivator who entered it might encounter different illusions. The illusions were enough to pass off as real, but they were born from reality. It was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, the benefits obtained from the illusions could improve the cultivator by a lot. Especially the Thousand Illusionary Dream World's magical effect of extending time, which was very precious. Qi Yu and the others were Yang Kai's friends and relatives, so Hua Qingxi chose them as the first batch to enter the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. Facts proved that each of them had gained something from the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. The Thousand Illusionary Dream World was a huge treasure. It was impossible to extract it all at once. Could only be explored step by step. After chatting with Hua Qingxi for a while, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai set off. The flowing cloud shuttle was extremely fast. 1 man and 1 dragon flew through the air. Zhu Lai was puzzled by Yang Kai's behavior. Zhu Qing is trapped in the frozen earth. Why do you want to go to the Fire Dragon Palace? Yang Kai looked at him while controlling the flowing cloud shuttle and asked, have you been to the frozen earth? Zhu Lai shook his head. Since I was born, I have rarely left the Dragon Island. The dragon race is not allowed to appear outside often. I have only heard of the frozen earth. I have never been there. I haven't been there either. Yang Kai chuckled. He asked again, then do you know where to find your sister? Zhu Lai continued to shake his head. I don't know. I have been trying to contact her these days, but I haven't gotten a response. I'm afraid she is really... Yang Kai said, if she is alive, I want to see her. If she is dead, I want to see her corpse. Don't jump to conclusions before seeing her. That being said, but... No buts. Yang Kai glanced over at him sharply. You and I have never been to the frozen earth, let alone know where to find your sister. But there is one person who can help. Zhu Lai thought for a moment and asked, is that person in the mythical dragon palace? You are quite smart. Yang Kai grinned. If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Although going to Li Long Palace to find that person will take some time, it's better than blindly searching for him in the frozen earth. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, but that person's status is somewhat unusual, so I may need your help when the time comes. Zhu Lai. Yang Kai shook his head. It's not a matter of who is strong or weak. It's a matter of courage. I want that person to accompany me to the frozen earth, but he will not be willing. If I use force, I am afraid I will have to shed all pretense of cordiality with him. It will not be beneficial to finding your sister, But if you can come forward, things may be easier to deal with. Oh? Zhu Lai was curious. He didn't know what kind of person Kai Yang was talking about, but he didn't ask too much. In any case, he would know when they met. Fire Dragon Palace. It had been established for more than 10,000 years. In the Northern Territory, it was once one of the top 4 sects, along with Iceheart Valley, Seeking Passion Sect, and High Sky Sect, because each of these 4 sects had a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Master. Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Master, Li Jiao, was a half-monster master with a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. In its heyday, Fire Dragon Palace once suppressed the other 3 sects. However, after the High Heaven Palace appeared in the Northern Territory, Fire Dragon Palace's days were not so good. No one knew how their palace master offended High Heaven Palace. Since last year, 80% of the sect's annual income had to be handed over to High Heaven Palace, leaving them with only 20%. Fire Dragon Palace was a big family with tens of thousands of disciples. A mere 20% of the sect's income was only 10 million high-rank source crystals. How could this amount be enough? In the palace, from Li Jiao to the ordinary disciples, all kinds of benefits fell from the sky to the ground. Everyone had to tighten their belts to live. Because of this matter, many elders in the mythical Dragon Palace were extremely dissatisfied with the Lingxiao Palace. From time to time, they would blow wind and ignite the fire in Li Jiao's ears, wanting him to bring them to the Lingxiao Palace to wash away their shame and take revenge. Li Jiao didn't have the guts. The elders and disciples below didn't know the background of High Heaven Palace, but he was very clear about it. Last time, he went with Jiying to join in the fun, but the result was that he almost lost his family business. Now, when he heard others mention High Heaven Palace, his heart would beat like a drum. How could he dare to visit? Fortunately, the Fire Dragon Palace wasn't the only one who was unlucky. The High Sky Sect's situation was similar. The 2 top sects were now brothers in distress, so they could only hug each other for warmth. On this day, in the Fire Dragon Palace's main hall, many elders gathered. As usual, the hall was noisy. Many people in the Emperor realm didn't have the corresponding cultivation and calm temperament. The entire main hall was as noisy as a market. This situation wasn't common in the past, but since last year it often happened. Many elders couldn't compete for more than one thing. Benefits. The Fire Dragon Palace's annual income was about 50 million high-rank source crystals. With such a large amount of income, if there weren't any special circumstances, the entire sect would definitely not be able to spend it all. It was enough to satisfy the needs of every elder, and there was still some left over to expand the sect's inventory for future needs. But since last year, the number of 50 million had plummeted to 10 million, and the problem was exposed. Every elder wanted to fight for more benefits for the Spirit Peak Hall they controlled. Alchemy required source crystals, artifact refining required source crystals, and cultivation required source crystals. Who would be willing to suffer losses? But there were only 10 million source crystals in total, and they had to be maintained for a year, so when it was distributed to the subordinates, it became even rarer. If there was still some left in the sect's storehouse, it would be fine. At worst, they could open the sect's storehouse and transfer source crystals to alleviate the crisis. But the problem was that the Fire Dragon Palace's storehouse was basically empty. The sect's many years of accumulation had already been given to the High Heaven Palace as repayment for the debt, and there wouldn't be any improvement in the next 50 years. Because of this, the elders gathered in the main hall were naturally more and more unwilling to take half a step back. All of them were arguing until their faces were red with anger, wanting to fight for the greatest benefits for their side. Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, listening to the noise with a gloomy expression. He didn't say a word, nor did he have any intention of stopping them. He only hated himself for going to the High Heaven Palace with Jiying. Even if he went, he actually made a bet with Yang Kai. Not only did he make a bet, but he also bet so much of his sect's business. He was obsessed. Li Jiao sighed and slowly closed his eyes. At some point, the noise below stopped, and an old man with white hair and beard cupped his fists and said, "Palace Master, the disciples' cultivation cannot be separated from pills. The operation of my alchemy room is the most important thing for the entire sect. I ask Sect Master to allocate 3 million high-rank source crystals as the alchemy room's expenses for this year. 3 million? Elder Su, aren't you being too greedy? The palace only has 10 million source crystals available every year, yet you want 3 million at once. What do you want us to do? Drink the northwest wind? Yeah, 3 million is too much. I think 500,000 is enough. Even without pills, we can still cultivate. It's just that our cultivation speed will be a bit slower. We'll just have to endure these 50 years. 50 years? After 50 years, the younger generation will be crippled. Without enough pills to support them, how will they be able to dig out their potential? There will definitely be a huge gap in the younger generation of my Fire Dragon Palace. When the time comes for the sect to weaken, who will be able to bear this responsibility? Brother Su, don't be so serious. It's only 50 years. Which one of us hasn't cultivated for thousands of years? Did you already have plenty of pills when you were young? Didn't you still cultivate to the Emperor realm? That's why this old master is only at the first order. If I had enough pills when I was young, this old master would definitely not be at this level. After a short period of calm, a new round of quarreling broke out. Li Jiao finally couldn't bear it anymore and angrily slapped the chair he was sitting on, turning it into dust. The noisy hall suddenly quieted down as pairs of eyes focused on Li Jiao. Since the palace master was angry, they didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Enough! Li Jiao's eyes swept over the crowd as he lightly gritted his teeth and said, "Every day, I hear you all make a ruckus here, but you still can't come up with a solution. You are all elders of my Fire Dragon Palace, the Emperor Realm. If you all make such a ruckus here, where is your dignity?" Everyone was embarrassed by the scolding and lowered their heads. Elder Su from the pill room pondered for a moment before saying, "Palace Master, the source crystals need to be solved as soon as possible, otherwise? Do you think I don't know?" Li Jiao glared at him angrily. This king was negligent that day and fell into the trap of that little thief, implicating everyone in my Fire Dragon Palace. Elder Su said, "Palace Master doesn't need to blame himself too much. Sect Master Me also didn't see any flaws that day. You can only blame that little brat from High Heaven Palace for being too cunning. As long as the Palace Master of my Fire Dragon Palace still exists, there will be a day when we can make a comeback." The group of elders nodded in agreement. Li Jiao said, "In short, things have already come to this. This king has a proposal that I hope the elders can do their best to cooperate with. If it can be carried out, my Fire Dragon Palace will definitely be able to overcome this crisis." Elder Su said, "What kind of brilliant plan does Palace Master have?" Li Jiao looked around and lightly coughed before saying, "Everyone here is from the Emperor Realm and has been an elder of my Fire Dragon Palace for more than a year or two. So you all must have some savings on hand. This king means everyone should first take out your savings and use it for public use. Even if the palace borrows it from you after 50 years, we will return it to you with interest. We definitely won't let you suffer a loss. What do you all think?" No one responded. Wherever Li Jiao's gaze passed, everyone lowered their heads. Li Jiao coldly snorted, "You all don't have any savings? Could it be that everyone in my Fire Dragon Palace is poor?" Chapter 2943. It's not that we don't have any savings, but compared to the sect's lack of funds, it's just a drop in the bucket, Palace Master. Elder Su looked at Li Jiao timidly with a troubled expression. "That's right, Palace Master. Even if we old fellows take out all our savings, we won't be able to last long. We'll hold on for as long as we can." Li Jiao persuaded earnestly, "We'll just have to get through this temporary crisis. Once the sect has enough funds, we won't be short of you." Since Li Jiao had said so, the elders were too embarrassed to continue to refuse. After all, what Li Jiao said was true. Everyone had been promoted to the Emperor Realm for so long and had some savings on hand. If they could take out this amount, it could indeed alleviate the sect's crisis. Everyone looked at each other, but Elder Su was the first to speak. "Sect Master's words are reasonable. Since that's the case, this old master will set an example. This old master will contribute 5 million. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and Li Jiao stared at him with a burning gaze. Elder Su smiled awkwardly. Mid-rank source crystals. This is almost all this old master has. Li Jiao's face suddenly darkened. 5 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 50,000 high-rank source crystals. What could he do with such a small amount? Moreover, it was impossible for an elder of the Emperor realm, who had been in charge of pill recipes for over 100 years, to only have so little. That's not right, Elder Su. A burly man with a dark face jumped out and shouted. I saw that the 10,000 flower wine you served to guests a few days ago cost 30,000 high-rank source crystals. That is a top-grade wine from Medicine Pill Valley. If you only have so little money, how could you possibly afford it? He was exposed right in front of his face. Elder Su's face flushed red. He tried to defend himself. That wasn't what this old master bought. It was brought by my friend who specially invited this old master to taste it together. How could it be that I bought it? This old master's elder contribution is only so little every year, and it's barely enough for my own cultivation. How could I have so many source crystals to buy some 10,000 flower wine? Don't slander me. The burly man with a dark face coldly snorted. Elder Su doesn't have source crystals? Who would believe that? Elder Su, you are in control of the entire Fire Dragon Palace's alchemy room. Every year, countless source crystals were taken from the palace master. Not to mention anything else, just the year before last, they had taken 6 million high-rank source crystals, 7 million 3 years ago, and 8 million before that. The sect's annual income is no more than 50 million, and the alchemy room directly consumes 10% to 20% of that. Elder Su flicked his sleeves and said, This old man has already said that the pill chamber is the most important place in the Fire Dragon Palace. Among the tens of thousands of disciples who cultivate, which one of them can do without pills? It's normal to consume a lot of energy. The black-faced big man sneered. If those source crystals were really all used to buy herbs, then so be it. Can Elder Su guarantee that the source crystals you asked for from the palace master were all used to operate the pill room? Elder Su was instantly enraged. He shouted, What do you mean? The black-faced man snorted. You know what I mean. When the sect was rich, you secretly embezzled and filled your own pockets. Now that the sect is in trouble, shouldn't Elder Su do something? Embezzling and filling my own pockets. Elder Su suddenly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His emperor chi surged. It was obvious that he wanted to immediately fight with the black-faced man to prove his innocence. Turning his head to Li Jiao, he angrily said, Palace Master, someone is slandering this old man. I ask Palace Master to uphold justice for me. Li Jiao stood there with a numb expression, as if he did not hear Elder Su's words. Elder Su turned his head and sneered at the black-faced man. My pill chamber's financial income and expenditure are all in the books. This old master will not argue with you here. Whether or not I secretly embezzled and filled my own pockets is up to Palace Master to decide. As for your artifact chamber, I don't know if it's clean. Old thing, how dare you bite back? The black-faced man flew into a rage. How dare you call me old thing? Bastard. So what if I call you old thing, old thing, old thing? The two immediately quarreled fiercely. Some of the remaining elders wanted to help, while others wanted to keep the peace. The hall instantly fell into chaos, and if it weren't for Li Jiao still being here, a fight would have broken out already. Li Jiao coldly looked down, wishing he could sweep all these annoying people out of the hall and end this once and for all. However, he was still the palace master, and his decision was related to the survival of tens of thousands of disciples. Even if he was angry in his heart, he could only forcibly suppress it and think of a way to solve the current crisis first. With a creak, the door to the hall was pushed open and a disciple walked in. The noise came to an abrupt end as everyone turned to look at the disciple. This disciple obviously didn't expect such a wonderful thing to happen in the main hall. What he saw was that the high and mighty elders were all flushed with anger, and the palace master was standing at the very top with a sneer on his face. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. What's the matter? Li Jiao asked impatiently. Reporting to palace master. Someone wants to see you. The disciple replied while trembling with fear. I won't see him. Li Jiao's mood was in a mess, so he refused without thinking. The disciple felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly withdrew. However, Li Jiao opened his mouth again and said, "Who wants to see you?" The disciple thought for a moment and said, "That person calls himself Yang Kai." What? Li Jiao was shocked when he heard this, and the group of elders below were also stunned. Elder Su said, "Yang Kai? Could it be the High Heaven Palace's palace master? If it really is him, then it will be interesting." The eyes of the black-faced man who was quarreling with Elder Su just now flashed with a dangerous light. He raised his head and said, "Palace Master, why don't you let that Yang Kai come in? Isn't he the creditor of our Fire Dragon Palace? We can discuss the debt with him." Yes, this person came at the right time. Let him come in, Palace Master. What do you think? Everyone turned their heads and saw Li Jiao's face as black as the bottom of a pot. Obviously, he didn't think their idea was a good one. Li Jiao sighed and said, "High Heaven Palace can't be provoked, and that Yang Kai can't be provoked either." The group of elders was very unconvinced because they had heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Last time, their own palace master and the High Sky sect master had suffered a big loss in their territory. This time, he dared to take the initiative to deliver himself to their door. They really didn't know what their palace master was afraid of. As long as he entered the hall and closed the door, the huge debt would be settled in an instant. "Tell that person that this palace master is out traveling and is not in the palace." Li Jiao waved his hand. The disciple nodded, but just as he was about to turn around, a sneer suddenly came from outside the door. "Brother Li is really arrogant. This palace master has personally come to visit, but you don't even want to see his face?" As soon as he finished speaking, two more figures appeared in the hall. Before these two people appeared, no one in the Emperor realm in the hall noticed them, as if they had always been there. Both of them were young men. One had a frivolous expression, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, while the other had fiery red hair, a cold expression, and arrogant eyes. He was clearly standing on the ground, but he gave off a feeling of being in the clouds, as if he wasn't in the same world as everyone present. All the elders were shocked and their faces paled. Li Jiao's figure flickered and he almost turned around to flee, but he suppressed the conflict in his heart with great difficulty and looked at Yang Kai speechlessly. Yang Kai looked up with a smile. "Brother Li wants to go out traveling?" Li Jiao chuckled dryly. "I do have such plans, but it's not a big deal. It's just a whim, but since Palace Master Yang is here, this Li naturally can't leave." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "Still in the mood to go out traveling. It seems that Palace Master Li is doing quite well these days." Li Jiao's expression suddenly became bitter as he said, "Palace Master Yang must be joking. This Li's days are worse than death." Hearing this, the group of elders lowered their heads in embarrassment. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Brother Li is really interesting. Fire Dragon Palace is a big family and Brother Li's authority is monstrous. So how could you be living a life worse than death?" Li Jiao thought to himself, "Isn't it all because of you?" But he still smiled and said, "I wonder why Palace Master Yang has come here today?" Yang Kai didn't answer and just looked at him with a smile. Li Jiao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, This, Palace Master Yang isn't here to collect money, right? How could such a small matter trouble you personally? Just let the servants do it, and my Fire Dragon Palace hasn't forgotten about this year's payment, so I need some time to prepare it. Once it's ready, I will immediately send it to High Heaven Palace without any delay. What's more, it's not the deadline yet. When is the deadline? How come I don't know? I feel that today is the deadline. The cold sweat on Li Jiao's forehead became even more severe. Palace Master Yang is really here to collect money? He simply couldn't believe it. Although the Fire Dragon Palace did owe a large amount of source crystals to High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai personally coming to collect it and entering without notice was a bit excessive. Surnamed Yang. Don't be so arrogant. The dark-faced man rushed out from the crowd and poked Yang Kai with his finger. Although I don't know what means you used to deceive the palace master and cause my Li Long Dragon Palace to be in such dire straits, But since you are still the palace master of the Lilong Dragon Palace and a comrade of the Northern Territory, in the future, we will surely meet again. As long as you can sign a written agreement here, the debt between our two sects will be nullified and we can let you go. But if not, humph. Many people from the Emperor realm looked at Yang Kai with ill intentions. After seeing Yang Kai with their own eyes and confirming that he was really just a first-order Emperor realm master, they naturally had nothing to be afraid of. No matter how strong the High Heaven Palace's heritage was, as long as they could control Yang Kai here, it was equivalent to controlling the High Heaven Palace. The so-called debt would be a joke. Li Jiao sweated profusely and almost fainted. Yang Kai glanced at the dark-faced man, then looked at Li Jiao and asked, "Is this your elder?" "No." Li Jiao immediately denied. Chapter 29:44. The group of people from the Emperor realm stared at him dumbfoundedly. The dark-faced man obviously didn't expect his palace master to give such an answer. His mouth wide open and his expression sluggish. Li Jiao said, "I don't know when this piece of trash got in here, but he dared to pretend to be an elder of my Fire Dragon Palace. Master Yang, please don't lower yourself to his level." Yang Kai said coldly, "Since he's trash, he should be cleaned up." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Palace Master Yang is right." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slammed it towards the dark-faced man, instantly stirring up a storm in the hall. When the huge palm fell, the dark-faced man obviously didn't react. But even if he did, with his first-order Emperor realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to be Li Jiao's opponent. With a scream, the dark-faced man was slammed to the ground. His bones broken, blood flowing from his mouth and nose as he fainted. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the Fire Dragon Palace elders were dumbfounded. They never thought that their palace master would actually attack an elder of his own family. For a moment, their hearts and bodies turned cold. Li Jiao wasn't a temperamental person. Every elder of the Emperor realm present had followed him for at least 100 years and had contributed greatly to the Fire Dragon Palace. However, in order to please an outsider, Li Jiao actually attacked his own family. This kind of action inevitably made them feel disheartened. Even if the dark-faced man didn't die from this blow, he was seriously injured and would need at least 1 to 2 months to recover. Under everyone's gazes, Li Jiao raised his hand again and directly threw the dark-faced man out of the hall. He looked around coldly and sternly. Snorting lightly, he said, "If you don't have eyes at home, you'll only lose your face. But if you don't have eyes outside, you'll lose your life. I hope you all remember this." When these words of warning reached everyone's ears, they couldn't help but shiver, and their expressions changed. Li Jiao turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with a dry smile. "I wonder if Palace Master Yang is satisfied." Yang Kai chuckled. "Brother Li is handling his own family's matters. It doesn't matter if I'm satisfied or not." Only then did Li Jiao feel relieved. Exhaling lightly, he asked, "May I ask why Palace Master Yang is here?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Collect the money. Didn't Brother Li guess it? Why ask when you already know the answer?" Li Jiao turned pale with fright as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Palace Master Yang, please don't joke. Please don't joke? Do I look like I'm joking?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Li Jiao wasn't sure why Yang Kai had come here. Logically speaking, the annual debt of 40 million high-rank source crystals really wasn't worth Yang Kai coming here personally. But his expression didn't seem to be joking. This made Li Jiao's heart beat like a drum. Owing such a huge sum of money to the other party, he always felt that he was inferior to the other party. He didn't even have the confidence to speak. If the High Heaven Palace didn't have such a huge background, the Fire Dragon Palace might have resisted a little. However, Li Jiao, who knew the background of the High Heaven Palace, couldn't even think of resisting. The other party had a relationship with Grandmaster Jiying. Not to mention, there were 3 monster kings. There was even a dragon race. How could the Fire Dragon Palace compare with such a lineup? If he really provoked the other party, the Seeking Passion Sect's fate would be the Fire Dragon Palace's tomorrow. For a moment, Li Jiao smiled, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai suddenly said, "Brother Li, you can't take it out?" Li Jiao said embarrassedly. I asked Palace Master Yang to extend the deadline for a few more days. How long is the deadline? Half a year. No, 3 months, 3 months will do, Li Jiao hurriedly said. 3 months? Palace Master Li's request is too low. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, how about this Palace Master give you 3 years? What? Li Jiao was stunned, not understanding Yang Kai's meaning. Yang Kai said, this Palace Master will give you 3 years. During these 3 years, your Fire Dragon Palace will no longer need to pay tribute to my High Heaven Palace. After 3 years, everything will return to normal. With these 3 years as a buffer, your days in the Fire Dragon Palace should be much better. Li Jiao didn't feel pleasantly surprised. Instead, he looked frightened and hesitantly asked, Palace Master Yang, what request do you have? There was no free lunch in this world, and it was impossible for the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master to be so kind. Li Jiao had lived for so many years, so he should have some common sense. Yang Kai smiled gently. I need Brother Li to accompany me to a place. Li Jiao immediately became vigilant, his expression constantly changing. Where? Yang Kai quietly sent a message and spat out 2 words. Li Jiao's expression changed greatly, as if he had heard some shocking bad news. He shook his head like a rattledrum. Palace Master Yang, it's not that this Li doesn't want to help you. It's just that. Then pay me back right now. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish speaking and stretched out his hand. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched as he angrily said, Palace Master Yang, this Li treats you sincerely, so don't go too far. I, Li Jiao, am not someone who can be scared. Yang Kai smiled and said, why is Brother Li so unreasonable? I just want you to accompany me to that place, not take your life. Li Jiao shook his head and said, anywhere else is fine, but that place. He seemed to have thought of something in the past and couldn't help but shiver before continuing. Palace Master Yang, if you have any other requests, this Li will definitely satisfy you if I can. You really can't? Yang Kai's face sank slightly. Li Jiao answered with silence. Yang Kai sighed slightly and said, forget it. A melon forcefully picked is not sweet. Since Brother Li is unwilling, then this Palace Master won't force it. It's just that this Palace Master originally planned to resolve a crisis for Brother Li. But since Brother Li is unwilling to cooperate, then you can only pray for yourself. Li Jiao's heart skipped a beat as he asked in surprise, crisis? What crisis? Yang Kai shrugged. Zhu Lai, who had been standing silently to the side, said, does this guy know where Zhu Qing is? No one knows better than him, Yang Kai replied. The reason why Zhu Qing had gone to the frozen earth was because of this Li Jiao. Many years ago, Li Jiao had accidentally obtained a dragon blood flower from the frozen earth and brought it back to the Fire Dragon Palace to cultivate with his own blood. According to him, the reason why the dragon blood flower appeared in the frozen earth was because a giant dragon had fallen there, and the dragon blood flower had absorbed the essence of that giant dragon's flesh and blood, allowing it to survive. Zhu Qing had previously inquired about the location of that place from Li Jiao and had gone to the frozen earth in order to bring back the dragon race's source left behind by the giant dragon. So, if there was anyone in this world who knew where Zhu Qing was in the frozen earth, then only Li Jiao would know. Letting him lead the way was the fastest way. That's good. Zhu Lai nodded when he heard this and walked towards Li Jiao. Li Jiao's heart tightened as he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He had been paying attention to this red-haired young man before and had sensed his strength, so he had tolerated Yang Kai's deliberately making things difficult for him. Now that there was a disagreement, Li Jiao naturally became even more vigilant. He asked in a deep voice, how should I address sir? Zhu Lai sneered. Reptile is not qualified to know my name. Reptile. Reptile. Li Jiao flew into a rage. He was afraid of Yang Kai because there were countless masters behind Yang Kai that he could not afford to provoke, especially that female dragon. That was an existence he could not look up to. Although this red-haired young man was powerful, it was not to the extent that he feared him. He was still a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and there were not many people in this world who could defeat him. I can't stand a despicable bloodline like yours. It should have been exterminated long ago. Zhu Lai's eyes were filled with disdain. This sentence completely angered Li Jiao. His impure bloodline was a thorn in his heart, and anyone who mentioned it would be unlucky. So with a roar, Li Jiao prepared to teach this red-haired young man a lesson. No matter how strong the other party was, as long as they were not great emperors, they would not be his opponent in this fire dragon palace. He had the advantage of time, place, and people, so he could display a strength far greater than his own. The roar came to an abrupt end, and the Emperor Qi surging in Li Jiao's body also calmed down. Standing on the high platform, Li Jiao looked down with trembling eyes, his whole body trembling as he almost fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Dragon race!" Below, behind Zhu Lai, who was walking towards him step by step, a giant red dragon phantom suddenly appeared, hovering above his head, its huge dragon eyes staring emotionlessly at Li Jiao. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, Li Jiao felt all the strength in his body disappear, his blood almost solidifying, and his Emperor Qi not circulating properly. Now, even if a Dao Source Realm cultivator appeared, they would be able to easily kill him on the spot. A resounding dragon roar rang out at this time, deafening everyone, causing the entire hall to tremble. The faces of the many elders of the Li Dragon Palace turned ashen as they panicked for a while. All of them stared at the gigantic dragon figure behind Zhu Lai in a daze, and couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority and insignificance in their hearts. It was only at this moment that they realized how wise and powerful their palace lord was. When Li Jiao had knocked out the large dark-faced man and tossed him out, they had felt that their palace master was a bit heartless, and their hearts had turned cold. But now, they understood that it wasn't that Li Jiao was a coward, but that he had foresight. Not to mention the strength of the High Heaven Palace's palace master. Just this dragon race was enough to wipe out everyone present. If there was any conflict at that time, only the Fire Dragon Palace would be unlucky. A dragon race, a real dragon race, a dragon race that had always only existed in legends and ancient books, had suddenly appeared in front of them, giving everyone an extremely unreal feeling. Only after witnessing it with their own eyes did they understand how weak the descriptions in ancient books were. The strength of the dragon race was not something that could be summarized in a few words. When the dragon race was angry, who could face it head-on? Clashing with the dragon race was tantamount to going against the entire Dragon Island. The Fire Dragon Palace did not have the courage or ability to do so. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Lai had already walked up to the high platform, reached out, and grabbed Li Jiao's neck, lifting him up. Despite his third-stage Emperor Realm cultivation, Li Jiao was like a baby in front of Zhu Lai, completely unable to resist. Although he struggled, he still couldn't break free from his shackles, his face quickly turning red and his breathing labored. Chapter 29:45. Save me. Li Jiao couldn't break free from Zhu Lai's restraint. He only felt that his neck was about to be crushed. The cold murderous intent in Zhu Lai's eyes made him even more terrified. He could only tilt his head and ask Yang Kai for help. Since the two of them came together, then Yang Kai's words must have some weight. Yang Kai shrugged and said, "Brother Li, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this matter." Li Jiao's throat made a gurgling sound. He was already unable to spit out a word. The group of Fire Dragon Palace elders were even more anxious. They couldn't do anything as they watched their own palace master being humiliated like this. They couldn't do anything. It was extremely awkward. "I forgot to tell you, this dragon race is Zhu Qing's younger brother. He also came from Dragon Island. Do you still remember Zhu Qing? She is the female dragon that went to that place. Speaking of this matter, Brother Li also has to bear a lot of responsibility." Yang Kai let out a long sigh. "Zhu Qing went to that place and hasn't returned yet. She seems to have encountered some danger. Then, her younger brother came out from Dragon Island, wanting to save his sister. TSK. The affection between siblings is really touching. However, when he found out that this matter was caused by you, his impression of Brother Li isn't too good." Li Jiao's eyeballs were about to roll out, leaving only white kernels. "Ah, that's right." Yang Kai continued to pour oil on the fire. This brother seems to dislike those with impure bloodlines. He kills one when he sees one, two when he sees two. I did mention Brother Li's situation to him before. I don't know if he listened to me. In short, this is a matter between Dragon Island and your Fire Dragon Palace. It's really inconvenient for an outsider like me to interfere. Until now, Li Jiao finally understood what Yang Kai meant by crisis. This was indeed a huge crisis. He couldn't understand even if he racked his brain. The dragon race was rarely seen by ordinary people. Why would one appear in front of him every few days? And it was all related to this High Heaven Palace's palace master. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Dragon Island was behind Lingxiao Palace. In this situation, even if this dragon race really killed him, he had no one to reason with, let alone count on his subordinates to avenge him. He wanted to speak. However, no matter what, he couldn't spit out a single word. Left with no choice, he could only raise one hand and raise 3 fingers, continuously shaking them. Brother Li, what do you mean? I don't understand your hand signals. Yang Kai was at a loss. Li Jiao continued to sway. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him. The 3 fingers turned into 2, and finally it turned into 1. Only then did Kai Yang say, I understand a little. Since Brother Li is so sincere, I think it's not impossible to discuss. He turned to Zhu Lai and said, Let him go first. If you really kill him, don't expect to find your sister. Zhu Lai coldly snorted and threw Li Jiao out like a rag sack. There was a loud boom. Li Jiao fell heavily to the side and rolled a few times before stabilizing himself. He hurriedly got up and coughed violently. After stabilizing himself with great difficulty, he didn't even have the courage to look at Zhu Lai, avoiding his gaze. He was terrified to the extreme. If it had been any other third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator here, he wouldn't have behaved so miserably, but facing a pure Dragon Clan cultivator, he couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance or resentment. He only felt that he was inferior in every way and deserved to be abused. Brother Li, there's no time to lose. We have to set off now. Yang Kai looked at Li Jiao and said. Li Jiao nodded weakly. Yang Kai smiled. Don't look so wronged. I don't want your life, I just want you to lead the way. What's more, it's not like you didn't earn anything. This palace master can give you a year to repay the debt. Li Jiao's mouth twitched as he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Yang Kai would bring a dragon race over, he would have agreed to everything and wouldn't have haggled with him. Now, the original 3-year deadline had been reduced to 1 year, and it was he who asked for it. Li Jiao turned around and ordered the people of the Emperor Realm. I ask everyone to take care of the palace. This Li will be back soon. All the elders nodded and looked at Li Jiao sympathetically. They also knew about Li Jiao's situation and knew that he wasn't a coward. It was just that he had encountered a nemesis and couldn't do anything about it. Embarrassed to stay any longer, Li Jiao urged Yang Kai to hurry up and set off. Summoning the flowing cloud shuttle, the 3 entered and turned into a streak of light as they rushed north. Among the 4 great territories of the star boundary, every territory had its own dangerous and forbidden areas. The southern territory had the southern swamp, the eastern territory had the wild lands, the western territory had the western desert, and the northern territory had the frozen earth. These were only the most famous places, and there were countless other large and small dangerous areas. However, in terms of danger and mortality, if the northern territory's frozen earth was ranked second, then there was no other place that could be ranked first. The frozen earth was publicly recognized as the most dangerous place in the star boundary. Even the great emperors didn't dare to rashly enter a forbidden area. Other places, such as the southern swamp and the wild lands, had many hidden life forces. Although they were extremely dangerous, there were also many hidden opportunities. However, within the frozen earth, there was only death and ice, nothing else. No one knew what the frozen earth was like, because those who entered had all died. Li Jiao was able to escape from the frozen earth by luck. Firstly, his luck was good, and secondly, he didn't go too deep. The place he went back then was only the edge of the frozen earth. That was several hundred years ago. At that time, Li Jiao had just broken through to the third-layer Emperor Realm and was in high spirits. He acted recklessly, thinking that the world was so big that he could go anywhere. On a whim, he went to the frozen earth. That trip was a narrow escape. After that trip, Li Jiao swore that he would never go to the frozen earth again. It was at that time that Li Jiao brought the dragon blood flower back to the Fire Dragon Palace. He never thought that he would have to go there again after several hundred years. Even though it had been a long time ago, Li Jiao's memory of that experience was still fresh. Along the way, he had revealed a lot of information about the frozen earth to Yang Kai and Zhu Lai. Although it wasn't much, it was still useful. According to Li Jiao, the biggest characteristic of the frozen earth was its cold. That kind of cold wasn't just cold in the ordinary sense, but cold that could extinguish all life. It was a kind of cold that was indescribable and irresistible. That damned place seemed to have a natural restraining effect on all life. Any existence with vitality couldn't survive there for long. This information was quickly verified. The further north the flowing cloud shuttle flew, the colder the environment outside became. Everywhere they looked was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers constantly fluttered in the sky, and the entire world seemed to be frozen. Apart from white, no other color could be seen. Even though they were hiding inside the flowing cloud shuttle, the three of them could still feel the cold. Although it was weak, it was still extremely rare. Although the flowing cloud shuttle was a flight-type artifact, it was still an emperor artifact. Moreover, it came from Hou and had many defensive functions. Even such an emperor artifact couldn't resist the erosion of the cold, so one could only imagine how harsh the environment outside was. Li Jiao's expression became uglier and uglier. If it weren't for Zhu Lai's deterrence, he would have already retreated. 10 days after setting off from the Fire Dragon Palace, the three of them barely reached the edge of the frozen earth. Li Jiao still remembered the location where he had found the dragon blood flower, so he had been leading the way. 2 days later, Li Jiao suddenly said excitedly, "Over there, do you see that 3 Fingers Mountain? It's right there, that's where I found the dragon blood flower." Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Lai, who frowned slightly and slowly shook his head. He and Zhu Qing were siblings, and they were both red dragons, so they could more or less sense each other. If Zhu Qing was still there, he would definitely be able to detect her. However, at this moment, he couldn't feel any aura belonging to Zhu Qing. Regardless, Yang Kai still controlled the flowing cloud shuttle to fly towards the 3 Fingers Mountain. There was a hollow between the mountain peaks, so the flowing cloud shuttle slowly descended and the three of them walked out. As soon as they left the protection of the flowing cloud shuttle, a chill that penetrated deep into their bones and souls rushed towards them from all directions. The three of them couldn't help but shiver and circulate their emperor chi to resist. This was only the edge of the frozen earth, but it was already so cold. An ordinary first-order emperor realm cultivator wouldn't be able to last long here, so it was hard to imagine what the situation inside the frozen earth was like. Zhu Lai's dragon breath seemed to have a restraining effect on this kind of cold. Seeing this, Li Jiao couldn't help but move closer to him, but Zhu Lai just looked at him coldly, so he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly and take 2 steps back. Yang Kai released his divine sense, covering an area of 100 kilometers. After a while, he retracted it and couldn't help but shiver. In that short period of time, he felt that his divine sense was almost frozen. If he hadn't retracted it, he was afraid that it would have been damaged. "Are you sure this is the place you pointed out to Zhu Qing that day?" Yang Kai turned to look at Li Jiao and asked. Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Yes, I remember this place, unless there is another place in the frozen earth that is exactly the same as this place." The 3 Fingers Mountain was a very good landmark. Although it had been a few hundred years, Li Jiao's memory wouldn't be wrong. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said, "I remember that the dragon blood flower was found in this direction." Yang Kai and Zhu Lai followed him. After a while, Li Jiao stopped at a certain place and looked up at the direction of the 3 Fingers Mountain. After silently calculating for a long time, he nodded and said, "It's here. It's definitely here." Zhu Lai also said, "I can feel a very weak dragon breath." As he spoke, he raised his hand and flames spurted out from his palm, turning into a lifelike fire dragon that crashed into the snow on the ground. The hot flames melted the snow, and soon, a gully more than 100 meters deep appeared on the ground, revealing the soil buried under the snow. The soil was frozen hard, even harder than steel. However, there was a very obvious mark on the soil, which seemed to be a huge claw print. Li Jiao said excitedly, "See, I was right. This is the place where the giant dragon fell." The huge claw print was obviously left behind by the giant dragon's claw. Even after several hundred years, it was still well preserved under the cover of the snow. Chapter 29:46. The three of them worked together and quickly removed all the snow that covered the area. The huge mark left behind by the giant dragon's fall appeared before their eyes. Just as Li Jiao had said before, there were only marks here and no corpse of the giant dragon. This was because the essence of the giant dragon's flesh and blood had become nutrients, nurturing a dragon blood flower. There was no information left behind by Zhu Qing here, so no one knew if he had come here before. Yang Kai silently sensed for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "The source is not here." Although he was not a member of the dragon race, ever since he cultivated the dragon transformation art that Zhu Qing had taught him, the golden divine dragon source had begun to truly fuse with him. His bloodline and body were gradually transforming into the dragon race, so if there was a source of the dragon race here, he would definitely be able to sense it. Zhu Lai glanced at him and said, "I want to use the dragon race secret technique. Protect me." Yang Kai nodded seriously and walked to the side. Li Jiao's expression changed as he looked at Zhu Lai with curiosity and desire. The dragon race secret technique was a very mysterious secret technique that could only be used by those with the bloodline of the dragon race. Yang Kai could suppress Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing with the power of his bloodline, but without systematic learning, even he could not use the dragon race secret technique because it involved the use of the dragon yuan and the incantation of the dragon language. Li Jiao had a trace of the dragon race bloodline, so he was naturally curious and yearning for it. Zhu Lai closed his eyes and calmed his mind. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes and slid his other hand like a knife. His sharp nails cut into his palm, and the air was immediately filled with a thick smell of blood. Zhu Lai clenched his wounded hand and raised it high. The dragon yuan in his body surged, and a low incantation came from his mouth. The incantation was profound and complicated, and it was very awkward to listen to, as if Zhu Lai's mouth was stuffed with something to speak. Li Jiao, who had pricked up his ears, had a blank expression on his face as he anxiously scratched his head. It wasn't easy for him to encounter a pure dragon race that was displaying the secret techniques of the dragon race in front of him. Naturally, he had the intention of secretly learning from it. Unfortunately, he couldn't even understand what it was saying, so how could he learn it? Yang Kai didn't understand either. However, he felt that when Zhu Lai used the Dragon Clan's secret technique, it was somewhat similar to the witchcraft that the ancient witches used. Both of them required chanting. Under the gazes of the two, drops of blood dripped from Zhu Lai's palm. His dragon blood was different from normal blood. It was like a burning flame, emitting a scorching aura. After landing on the ground, there was a crackling sound as it melted into the ground and disappeared. Zhu Lai's incantation grew louder and louder, gradually becoming similar to a dragon's roar. It also sounded like rolling thunder, causing pain in people's eardrums. His red hair danced in the wind, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The world seemed to be completely filled with this dragon's roar. Suddenly, Zhu Lai's voice stopped. His aura, which had risen to its peak, was like a deflated balloon. It withered quite a bit in an instant, and even some sweat seeped out of his delicate face. Although he didn't know what kind of dragon race secret technique this was, this move undoubtedly consumed a lot of his energy. Yang Kai and Li Jiao both looked at him anxiously, but Zhu Lai's gaze was lowered as he stared at the ground. The ground was soaked in his blood, and at this moment, it was completely red. The scorching energy collided with the cold air here. Steam was rising from it. At a certain moment, Zhu Lai's eyes lit up. At the same time, Yang Kai and Li Jiao also felt a slight change. The ground, which was soaked in blood, was squirming. It seemed like something was about to break out of the ground. Under the gazes of the three people, A dark red dot bloomed from the ground and quickly rose. Its branches and leaves spread out, and in just a moment, there was an extra-foot-tall plant on the ground. The plant was bright red, as if it was soaked in blood. At first glance, this thing looked like a blood coral. Zhu Lai sucked up the foot-tall blood coral and held it in his hand. A dense red light gathered on the crown of the tree and floated in a certain direction as if it had a mind of its own, like a red ribbon hanging on the crown of the tree. Strangely, the direction in which this red ribbon floated was completely different from the direction in which the wind was blowing. Zhu Lai pointed in the direction the red ribbon was pointing and said, "Zhu Qing is over there, still alive." Although he didn't know how he came to this conclusion, there was no doubt that it was related to the dragon race secret technique he had used. Yang Kai didn't say anything else and summoned the flowing cloud shuttle, shouting, "Let's go!" Li Jiao stood in place and looked at Yang Kai fawningly. "Palace Master Yang, this Li has already brought you to your destination. The rest of the journey—" "Hey!" A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. "This Li is still—" Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Lai picked him up and threw him into the flowing cloud shuttle, leaving him with a bitter and resentful expression. He didn't know why this dragon race master was still unwilling to let him go. He had already completed his mission and brought Yang Kai and Zhu Lai to their destination. What happened next should have nothing to do with him. He should be able to leave this damned place and return to the Fire Dragon Palace. But things just didn't go as he wished. As a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, he hadn't tasted this kind of powerlessness for many years. He secretly made up his mind that if he could return alive from this trip, he would never have anything to do with the dragon race in the future. This was simply going too far. The flowing cloud shuttle tore through the air, but its speed was getting slower and slower. After using the secret technique, Zhu Lai had become very weak. Yang Kai held the blood coral in his hand and used the red light to guide him in the direction of Zhu Qing. Less than 2,000 miles into the frozen earth, the drift cloud shuttle, which was flying in the air, suddenly shook violently. Then it plummeted down. Yang Kai was slightly startled, thinking that it had been attacked, but he soon understood what had happened. Kicking Li Jiao away, he woke up Zhu Lai, who was meditating and recovering. Immediately after, he put away the flowing cloud shuttle and stood in the air. A biting cold wind blew, enveloping everyone in it, as if it could freeze one's soul. In such a dangerous environment, even a master who cultivated the ice attribute principle wouldn't be able to stay for long. Li Jiao trembled as he flew over, a gloomy expression on his face as he asked, "What's wrong?" Just now, hiding in the flowing cloud shuttle had provided him with a layer of protection, but now that he was directly in contact with the frozen ground, he could clearly feel his vitality slowly draining away. Although it wouldn't be a big problem for the time being, staying in this place for too long would shorten his lifespan. "It's nothing, we'll probably have to walk the rest of the way on our own." Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Lai as he spoke. A flight-type Emperor artifact like the flowing cloud shuttle was actually frozen to the point of being unable to operate normally in this place. No one would believe such a thing if they hadn't experienced it themselves. Zhu Lai's expression didn't change, but Li Jiao's face paled. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Gentlemen, this Li has a presumptuous request." Zhu Lai stared at him, his expression even colder than the cold of the frozen ground. Li Jiao's words suddenly changed. "This Li can bring up the rear." "Very well." Yang Kai smiled lightly, holding the dragon blood coral in one hand as he took the lead and flew forward. Zhu Lai stretched out his hand, grabbed Li Jiao, and threw him forward, having him follow closely behind Yang Kai while he walked at the back. Flying in the frozen ground was definitely not a pleasant thing, but Yang Kai soon discovered an interesting phenomenon. The higher he flew, the greater the consumption and the more terrifying the life-extinguishing cold became. After noticing this, he immediately flew down and stayed close to the ground, so the resistance he felt was much less. However, as a result, his speed was much slower, but it was also much safer. After an entire day, the three of them had only traveled a few hundred kilometers. This was simply inconceivable for a group of people from the Emperor realm. After a day, the three of them were shivering all over, their hair and faces covered in ice. No matter how much they circulated their emperor qi, they couldn't resist the cold that invaded their bodies. Li Jiao wanted to leave several times, but every time he met Zhu Lai's eyes, the courage he had tried so hard to accumulate suddenly collapsed. He couldn't say a word and could only desperately keep up with Yang Kai's pace. He couldn't understand. Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he last so long? Logically speaking, a first-order Emperor Realm Master like him should have frozen to death here long ago, but among the three of them, he seemed to be in the best condition. In this regard, even Zhu Lai, who was a Dragon Race Master, couldn't compare. Another day later, Yang Kai, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and listened. He vaguely sensed something. Li Jiao, who was following behind him, almost bumped into him. Seeing Yang Kai's dignified look, he couldn't help but ask nervously, "What's wrong, Palace Master Yang?" Yang Kai looked past Li Jiao and said to Zhu Lai, "Something is coming." Zhu Lai nodded slightly. He had also sensed that something was coming. The surrounding air and chill were emitting an abnormal fluctuation. "What is it? What is it?" Li Jiao asked with a pale face. The frozen earth was lifeless, so what could be here? Seeing that Yang Kai and Zhu Lai both seemed to be serious, he couldn't help but feel worried. It should be that thing. Yang Kai looked up into the distance and narrowed his eyes. Li Jiao followed his gaze and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He saw that on the horizon, a black mass had appeared at some unknown time. It was like a giant curtain that covered the entire sky and was quickly moving towards them. Cold wave. Li Jiao seemed to have thought of something and quickly retreated as he cried out in alarm. On the line between life and death, he finally suppressed his fear of Zhu Lai and ran back the way he came without looking back. He only wanted to get as far away from the cold wave as possible. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai chased closely behind him. The fear of death offset all unfavorable factors. This time, Li Jiao took the lead and ran faster than anyone else. "What is a cold wave?" Yang Kai asked as he ran. "Heaven's wrath," Li Jiao replied with a ferocious expression. He hated his parents for not giving birth to him with 2 more legs, running so slowly. The heaven's wrath unique to the frozen earth. Chapter 29:47. Li Jiao had escaped from the frozen earth in the past, so he naturally paid more attention to it. However, there was too little information about the frozen earth in this world. Even if he wanted to collect it, he couldn't find much useful information. He knew that there was a kind of heavenly might in the frozen earth called the cold wave, and that no one could survive it. However, he didn't know how the cold wave was formed, how to avoid it, or what it looked like. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately confirmed that it was the cold wave. The 3 of them weren't fast, so they couldn't escape the cold wave even if they tried their best. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai's expressions turned ugly. No one could remain calm in the face of a life-and-death crisis. Yang Kai tried to use space principles but found it extremely difficult. The chill in the frozen earth seemed to be able to freeze space, so he had to give up on the idea of teleporting. The cold wave was getting closer and closer to the 3 of them. The bone-chilling cold was like a sledgehammer hitting their backs, making them shiver uncontrollably. Li Jiao's face suddenly turned ferocious. "If this Li is killed by you this time, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." The grievances and anger he had accumulated over the past few days finally exploded at this moment. He was about to die, so how could he have so many scruples? He opened his mouth and said, "Yang Kai, aren't you very powerful? Even the Monster King's divine spirit is under your control. Think of something now." Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything, he said angrily, "You can only rely on the tiger's might. Do you really think this Li is afraid of you? If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji Ying's face, this Li would have already brought people to flatten your High Heaven Palace. I would have wiped out your entire High Heaven Palace. I would have made you wish you were dead. A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master dares to be so arrogant in front of this Li. You don't know what you're talking about." He cursed angrily, but it seemed that he still hadn't had enough. He turned to Zhu Lai and said, "Dragon race? So what if the dragon race is so great? Can you look down on me because of the dragon race?" This king's bloodline is impure, so what? This king was born from his mother and raised by his father. This king cultivated to the third-order emperor realm with his own efforts. If you don't have the bloodline of the dragon race, I'm afraid you won't even be as good as me. Who knew who he was trying to impress by putting on an arrogant look all day long? If you have the ability, don't use your bloodline to suppress this seat. This Li will definitely let you know this seat's power. Fuck. Why did this Li get involved in this mess with you? You two jinx. I already knew that coming to the frozen earth with you wouldn't end well. You should have left earlier. It's all your fault. This Li has already brought you to this place. Why are you still holding on to this Li and not letting go? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Just you wait. If I can survive this ordeal, I'll definitely bring my men and kill my way to the High Heaven Palace. Kill my way to Dragon Island and kill all of you. He chattered incessantly, as if he had lost his mind and became a little hysterical. Unfortunately, no matter how he vented his anger, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai did not seem to care about him. The two of them exchanged glances. Zhu Lai said, "Hurry up and use whatever trump cards you have. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it will really be too late." Yang Kai curled his lips. "You have many dragon race secret techniques, yet you're counting on me? I'm only in the first order. What trump cards could I possibly have?" Zhu Lai took a deep look at him and sighed. "Fine. Since you want to hide your strength, I won't force you. Let me do it." Li Jiao's cursing came to an abrupt end, as if his mouth was pinched by an invisible hand. He looked at Yang Kai, then at Zhu Lai. With a smile on his face, he asked cautiously, "Master, do you have a way to get out of this crisis?" Zhu Lai said coldly, "You can try." Li Jiao immediately said, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile as he ran. Li Jiao's snow-white face couldn't help but blush as he said awkwardly, "Master, you must take me with you. Just now, I don't know what happened, but I was blinded. That was definitely not my true thoughts. Master, please don't take it to heart." He couldn't wait to slap himself. He spoke too quickly and didn't expect to cause such a big trouble. He didn't know if this dragon race would be willing to take care of him. Fortunately, his worries were superfluous. When a dragon's roar sounded, a giant red dragon figure appeared above Zhu Lai's head. The giant dragon circled and wrapped the three of them in an instant. The biting cold seemed to be isolated, giving people a sense of security for no reason. Zhu Lai let out a low shout, and some signs of dragon transformation appeared on the surface of his body. He then turned around and rushed in the direction of the cold wave. Li Jiao was scared out of his wits. He screamed, but he didn't dare to break away from the protection of the red dragon. He could only watch as he got closer and closer to the cold wave. Yang Kai was also slightly surprised, but he soon understood Zhu Lai's plan. With the current speed of the three of them, it was impossible to escape the cold wave's pursuit. Rather than being caught, it was better to do the opposite. Perhaps they could rely on the three of them to make a breakthrough. This wasn't a good idea, but it was worth a try. Perhaps it could really get them out of this crisis. In the whistling cold wind, the cold wave was getting closer and closer to them. Li Jiao was so shocked that his face was pale. Otherwise, with his powerful mental strength, he would have fainted already. After a dozen breaths, the three of them finally collided with the cold wave and were directly enveloped by the darkness. Zhu Lai's expression changed greatly as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This cold wave was a little different from what he had expected. It didn't seem to be a natural disaster formed by the gathering of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This cold wave felt more like an indescribable existence to him. All of his preparations were unable to be used and were directly swallowed up. Yang Kai even cried out involuntarily, "The law of space?" He never thought that the cold wave that existed in this frozen earth would contain extremely rich power of the law of space. The moment he was enveloped by the cold wave, the surrounding space became chaotic, giving him a feeling of being teleported. Furthermore, this feeling was even more intense than being teleported across territory. It was as if his entire body was being torn apart, turning into countless fine powder that surged into the passage in the void. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai also urged his law of space. The next moment, he felt dizzy and could no longer sense the existence of Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. No one knew where the two of them had gone. Yang Kai only felt as if he was falling and could not see the bottom. The feeling of dizziness became more and more serious, and only when he urged his law of space did he feel better. After an unknown amount of time, the feeling of dizziness suddenly disappeared. He fell heavily on a piece of land, bounced up and rolled a few times before finally stabilizing. All the bones in his body felt as if they had been shattered. An unprecedented nausea welled up in his heart, causing him to retch a few times. The surroundings were quiet. It was still covered in white snow, but there was no trace of Li Jiao or Zhu Lai. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's expression gradually became solemn. Although the surrounding scenery didn't seem much different from before, it was no longer as cold as before. He keenly felt that this place was different, as if it was another world, a world that didn't belong to the same plane as the frozen earth. He tried to sense the law of heaven and earth in the surroundings, and a moment later, his guess was confirmed. This was indeed another world. Although the law of heaven and earth here was complete, it seemed to be very chaotic. It was very different from the law of the star boundary. In other words, he was not in the star boundary now. Recalling what he had encountered before, he gradually had a guess, but he was not too sure. The only thing he was certain of was that the reason he had come to this place was greatly related to the cold wave. Perhaps the cold wave was the entrance to this world, and its world-destroying power was just a disguise. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the corner of his eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the dragon blood coral in his hand blossoming with a light 100 times more intense than before. The dense light on the coral crown had condensed into a thick red ribbon at this moment, drifting in a certain direction, guiding Yang Kai. Zhu Qing. Yang Kai raised his brow, immediately understanding why the dragon blood coral had such a change. This was something that Zhu Lai had created using his own dragon blood and the dragon race's secret technique. Its main purpose was to find Zhu Qing's whereabouts. Previously, when he was searching in the frozen earth, it had indeed guided him. However, it was far less fierce and obvious than the guidance this time. Zhu Qing was nearby. She might not be far from him. When the cold wave arrived, it swept across a wide area. He was brought into this world by the cold wave, so if Zhu Qing was also swallowed by the cold wave, she should also appear in this world. That was why the dragon blood coral was acting so strangely. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly pulled himself together, picked up the dragon blood coral, and dashed in the direction it was guiding him. In the vast snowy mountains, Yang Kai walked alone. An hour later, Yang Kai indeed found a familiar figure less than 300 kilometers away from where he had just appeared. Blood-red hair like fire, a petite body lying on the snowy ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Yang Kai hurriedly ran over and helped the figure up, brushing away the hair that brushed against her face. As expected, he saw Zhu Qing's face. He sighed slightly. Although he did not know where he was now, he finally had some good news. He had found Zhu Qing. As for Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, Yang Kai estimated that they should not be in any danger. Although the cold wave looked terrifying, it did not seem to be harmful. The reason he had separated from them was because he had instinctively used his space principles when he was enveloped by the cold wave. Zhu Qing's situation seemed a little strange. She was still a member of the dragon race, and her cultivation was comparable to a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator. There was no reason for her to faint on the ground for no reason. Perhaps it was related to being swallowed by the cold wave. After all, after being swallowed, even Yang Kai, who was proficient in space principles, felt nauseous for a while. However, this was not the main reason. Yang Kai felt that her body was very cold, like a block of ice. Even her vitality was extremely weak. Chapter 29:48. Helping Zhu Qing up and letting her lean on him, Yang Kai stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on her wrist, pouring his emperor qi into her body to investigate her condition. After a while, Yang Kai frowned. The aura in Zhu Qing's body was extremely chaotic. This kind of chaos did not seem to be the result of serious injuries, but more like a misfire that had become the demon race. This puzzled Yang Kai. He did not know what happened to Zhu Qing in the frozen earth that caused her to be in danger of becoming the demon race. After all, she was a member of the dragon race. In addition, Zhu Qing's body was also in an extremely bad condition. She had probably stayed in the frozen earth for too long, so her vitality had been eroded by the cold. Most of her physique had lost its vitality, and if she was not treated soon, her body would likely be destroyed. Yang Kai did not dare to delay. Releasing his divine sense, he quickly found a cave nearby, picked up Zhu Qing, and quickly ran into it. This cave was probably left behind by some kind of wild beast as there was a pungent smell inside, but it had been abandoned for a long time. It seemed that no living creature had entered it for a long time. In order to avoid any unnecessary interference during the treatment process, Yang Kai directly summoned the sealed world bead and brought Zhu Qing into his sealed world bead. In an environment filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds, Yang Kai placed Zhu Qing flat on the ground, took out a large number of pills from his space ring, opened her mouth, and stuffed them in without any explanation. Zhu Qing's current situation was a bit tricky. Affected by the cold of the frozen earth, her body was seriously damaged, and the dragon yuan in her body was in chaos for some reason, so if Yang Kai wanted to save her, he would have to force the cold invading her body from the outside. Only then would she be able to control the dragon yuan in her body. Most of the pills in Yang Kai's hands were high-quality spirit pills, so if he stuffed them into her mouth, at least 1,000,000 source crystals would be gone. However, the effect was also extremely significant. With the help of Yang Kai, the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills quickly spread through Zhu Qing's limbs and bones, gradually emitting bursts of bone-chilling cold. This cold was similar to the pervasive cold of the frozen earth. Overflowing from her body, the surrounding flowers and plants quickly withered. Gradually, a trace of warmth returned to her cold body, and some vitality appeared on her snow-white face. Yang Kai kept calling her name, even breaking into her knowledge sea with his divine sense in an attempt to wake her up. But even so, Zhu Qing did not respond. She seemed to be unable to perceive any information from the outside world, her eyes tightly closed, as if she was already dead. Yang Kai could only continue to urge his Emperor Qi to alleviate her crisis. After an unknown amount of time, the situation did not improve much. After the Emperor Pill's medicinal efficacies took effect, the cold in Zhu Qing's body became vigorous again. This cold seemed to have a life of its own, able to divide and multiply in her body, and as long as a trace of it remained, it could rise again. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and sighed, staring at her delicate face. After a long time, he seemed to have made up his mind and reached out his hand. A ball of dark green light suddenly appeared in his palm. Although it was just a ball of light, it contained an unimaginable amount of vitality. The essence of the immortal tree. This time, Yang Kai did not pluck the leaves of the immortal tree because there were not many leaves left. If he plucked any more, the immortal tree would become bare. Extracting the essence of the immortal tree like this would inevitably cause some damage to the immortal tree, but with his life at stake, Yang Kai could not care less. You're on your own now. If this can't save you, then your life has indeed come to an end. Yang Kai muttered to himself, pinching open Zhu Qing's mouth with one hand and stuffing the green light into her mouth with the other. The green light turned into a drop of tree sap and rolled down Zhu Qing's throat into her stomach. A dazzling light burst out and Zhu Qing's body suddenly became green, as if moss had grown all over her body. At the same time, her weak vitality suddenly erupted, like a basin of oil being poured into a raging fire. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk traces of cold leaked out of Zhu Qing's pores like tiny insects, melting with the green light around her body, creating a series of crackling sounds. Yang Kai watched quietly, his divine sense constantly monitoring Zhu Qing's situation. With the passage of time, the cold leaking out of Zhu Qing's body became less and less, and the green light around her body became weaker and weaker, as if the cold and the essence of the immortal tree were about to run out of energy. Zhu Qing's body gradually regained its vitality, and her exposed skin slowly turned dark red. Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. At a certain moment, when the last trace of cold in Zhu Qing's body was expelled, the green light that enveloped her body also slowly disappeared. The essence of the immortal tree was not exhausted, but it would become the capital for Zhu Qing to become stronger in the future, hiding in her flesh. She lay on the ground, as if she could sleep until the end of time. Yang Kai crossed his arms and stood beside her, looking down at her from above. His eyes swept over her from head to toe in an unscrupulous manner, and he could not help but feel a little excited when he held her in his arms. As expected of the dragon race, this chest, this ass, these thighs tsk. Yang Kai commented, as if he was admiring a work of art. Suddenly, a trace of evil spread in his heart. After suffering such a big loss, shouldn't he collect some interest? In any case, it was not like he had never taken advantage of this girl before. The first time was strange, the second time was familiar, and the third time was a walk in the park. If it were not for her, he would not have taken the risk to come to the frozen earth, and he would not have been inexplicably swallowed by the cold, causing him to not even know where this place was. Perhaps he would not be able to leave this place for the rest of his life. He would have to live here with her and give birth to a bunch of little dragon people. An excited voice in his mind clamored, collect interest, I must collect some interest. As soon as he thought of this, Kai Yang was startled. He knew that it was his suppressed desire causing mischief. He hurriedly tried to suppress the impulse in his heart, but his hand suddenly felt a lingering softness that made him forget to return. Looking over, Yang Kai could not help but be stunned. His two hands had unknowingly covered Zhu Qing's perfectly round chest, and it was the towering fullness that transmitted amazing elasticity that made him involuntarily pinch twice. His breathing became heavy. Yang Kai felt the blood in his body boil, and the clamoring voice in his mind became even louder. His eyes were firmly locked below Zhu Qing's slender white neck, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, like a traveler who had been walking in the desert for several months who saw a basin of clear water and wanted nothing more than to plunge his head into it. The person in front of him suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai with an expressionless face. When their eyes met, Yang Kai felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe, and his whole body instantly sobered up. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with an embarrassed smile, "If I told you this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Zhu Qing did not respond in the slightest, and those clear eyes were still coldly staring at him. Yang Kai stood up, frowned and pondered for a moment, and then put on a troublemaker's posture. "Well, I did touch, so what? I won't lose a piece of flesh from touching a few times. And speaking of which, I saved your life. If I didn't come to the frozen earth to find you and save you from the fire and water, I'm afraid you would have already died. So just treat what happened just now as a thank you gift from me, and we are even. I think this is very fair, what do you think?" Zhu Qing still did not respond. Yang Kai said with an annoyed face, "Can't you give me some reaction?" As if in response to Yang Kai's endless chatter, Zhu Qing really did give a reaction, but it was a little different from what Yang Kai had expected. She opened her mouth, and a very painful groan came from her throat, as if she was about to die, and then her whole body suddenly curled up, and at the same time, her body was filled with an extremely cold aura. Yang Kai was shocked. It's still not enough? He thought that the essence of the immortal tree had not dispelled the cold that had invaded her body, but he soon realized that something was wrong. This kind of cold was not the cold of the frozen earth. Although it was cold enough, it was somewhat different from the cold of the frozen earth, and they did not come from the same source. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, a high-pitched dragon's roar sounded, and then a giant dragon phantom rushed out from Zhu Qing's body. "Ha!" Yang Kai looked at the giant dragon phantom in a daze, and wondered if he had seen wrongly. Zhu Qing was the red dragon of the dragon race, so her dragon race origin was the same as Zhu Lai's. If she revealed her true form, it would definitely be a red dragon. But at this moment, what appeared in front of Yang Kai was actually a snow-white crystal dragon phantom. At first glance, the giant dragon looked like a lifelike ice sculpture, and there was not the slightest flaw, but it was completely different from the red dragon. This was an ice dragon, and the cold aura that was emitted from Zhu Qing's body was exactly that of this ice dragon. Yang Kai wondered if he had recognized the wrong person. Did Zhu Qing have a twin sister or something like that? There were many people in the world who looked alike, but as a member of the dragon race, it was impossible to make a mistake. At this moment, another high-pitched dragon's roar sounded. When Yang Kai looked over, he saw a red dragon phantom appear. The second dragon that appeared actually came from Zhu Qing's body. Yang Kai's expression changed as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He instantly understood a lot of things. 2 origins? There were actually 2 origins in Zhu Qing's body, and the 2 origins were of opposite attributes. The red dragon that appeared later was clearly Zhu Qing's origin power, and the ice dragon that appeared first was just an invader. The 2 origins clashed in Zhu Qing's body, causing her dragon Yuan to become chaotic and showing signs of becoming the demon race. Although Yang Kai had checked her situation before, he didn't notice this. It wasn't that he didn't check carefully enough, it was just that Zhu Qing's source was hidden too deep. Coupled with the fact that Zhu Qing's body was seriously injured, he had overlooked it. No wonder Zhu Qing did not wake up even though her body was fine. It turned out that the real problem was not her body, but the conflict between the 2 origins. Then the question was, where did this ice dragon's origin come from? Chapter 2949. It was impossible for a normal dragon race to have 2 sources of power, especially 2 diametrically opposed sources of power. Ice and fire could not coexist at all. If Zhu Qing had 2 sources of power in her body, she would not have lived to this day. In a flash, a bold guess appeared in Yang Kai's mind. That ice dragon source was most likely the power left behind by the giant dragon that died in the frozen earth. The reason why Zhu Qing came to the frozen earth was not to find the bones of her clansmen, because Li Jiao had said very clearly that the giant dragon's bones had long been reduced to dust, and there was not the slightest bit of it left behind. Zhu Qing insisted on coming here only to bring back the source of power left behind by her clansmen. Now it seemed that she had found it, but was harmed by this ice dragon source. The source of power had no thoughts or reason, it was just a kind of power. The 2 kinds of power coexisted in Zhu Qing's body, and there was an instinctive rejection and struggle. With Zhu Qing's body as the battlefield, they fought endlessly. Yang Kai could not see this kind of internal struggle unless these 2 kinds of power were directly exposed like this. And just as he was shocked, the 2 giant dragon figures roared in unison, and then plunged into Zhu Qing's body and disappeared. Zhu Qing wailed in pain. At this moment, she was completely unconscious. Opening her eyes just now was not consciously controlled, but an instinctive reaction of her body. A thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of Zhu Qing's body, and traces of coldness overflowed from her flesh, as if to completely freeze her. But very soon, a scorching hot energy spread out, shattering the chill in the air. Zhu Qing felt as if her entire body was on fire. Her skin was red, and her whole body was boiling hot. Even the ground she was lying on was scorched. The 2 kinds of power appeared alternately in Zhu Qing's body, and it went round and round, as if it would never stop. Zhu Qing's groans became more and more painful. Yang Kai was a little confused, and he did not know what to do. If it was just an injury, no matter how serious her injuries were, he could always think of a way to deal with them. In fact, Zhu Qing had been healed by the essence of the immortal tree, so her injuries weren't too serious. It was just that the 2 essences were fighting uncontrollably. As the battlefield's physical body, it was bound to be severely damaged. Source essence. Source essence. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he rushed forward and pulled Zhu Qing into his arms again, letting her lean against him. Then, he silently activated his own golden holy dragon origin power. A dazzling golden dragon shadow appeared behind him and disappeared into his body in a flash. The temperature of Zhu Qing's body changed very quickly. A moment ago, it was as hot as fire, but the next moment, it was as if she had just been picked up from a world of ice and snow. It was bone-chilling cold. When the aura of the golden holy dragon's origin was revealed, The speed at which the hot and cold alternated suddenly slowed down. There's hope. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was just trying to see if his golden holy dragon's origin could have some suppressive effect. Now it seemed that it was indeed effective. The most important thing now was to wake up Zhu Qing. Only when she was awake could she fully activate her own origin power and suppress the ice dragon's origin and expel or kill it. So Yang Kai pressed the tip of his tongue and activated his divine sense. Just as he was about to cast a spell, Zhu Qing suddenly hugged him tightly. As if she had tasted something sweet, the aura on Yang Kai's body made Zhu Qing subconsciously react correctly. Although Zhu Qing's figure was petite and exquisite, she was still a member of the dragon race. Her strength was not inferior to Yang Kai's. When they first met, Yang Kai had experienced her violent strength. With this tightening, Yang Kai only felt that his body was about to be broken. He couldn't help but turn a little pale. However, the soft sensation that came from his chest made his mind ripple. This was not the end. Zhu Qing was like a puppy, snuggling in his arms and sniffing, making strange sounds in her throat, as if she had found some delicious food and wanted to eat it. Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning and suddenly became extremely stiff. It was not until a burst of pain came from his chest that he suddenly woke up as if from a dream. He angrily pushed away Zhu Qing's head and pressed his palm against her face, hissing, "Are you a dog? Why are you biting people?" Zhu Qing's eyes were blurred and filled with a strange light. Her breathing inexplicably became rapid. Yang Kai could clearly feel the hot breath from her nostrils burning his hand. Her delicate face was tender and beautiful, exuding a kind of charm that made people want to fly into a flame. Yang Kai felt as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling in his heart. It was difficult to suppress the itch. Zhu Qing opened her mouth again and bit Yang Kai's hand with her white teeth. This bite was so heavy that it really left a mark and golden blood came out from the wound. The blood was like the most delicious food. Zhu Qing swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Her small and warm tongue kept licking Yang Kai's palm, giving him a tingling feeling. Yang Kai wanted to withdraw his hand, but after being licked by her, he was a little reluctant to do so. But soon Yang Kai discovered a strange phenomenon. After swallowing his blood, Zhu Qing's condition seemed to have improved a lot. The frequency of the alternating cold and heat became slower and slower, and the duration of the cold breath became faster. It was only a flash in the pan before it was suppressed by the heat. His blood seemed to be of great help to her current state. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai vaguely understood. Although he was born a human, after cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he began to truly integrate with the golden divine dragon source. In other words, the blood in his body was no longer pure human blood. There was also some blood of the dragon race, and it was an extremely high-level dragon race bloodline. In the dragon race bloodline, the strong had a strong suppressive power over the weak. The golden divine dragon source could help Zhu Qing alleviate the crisis, so his own half-dragon blood would naturally be even more effective. No wonder Zhu Qing bit him. She must have noticed it herself, so she did this. Yang Kai could of course get rid of her, but he just stood there and let Zhu Qing drink his blood. Zhu Qing was still in a daze and had not regained her consciousness. Her hazy eyes were full of charm. She swallowed Yang Kai's blood in big mouthfuls, and her nimble tongue kept circling Yang Kai's palm. The evil thoughts in Yang Kai's body were about to explode, and he needed to desperately suppress them to stabilize his mind. He turned his eyes away, not looking at Zhu Qing's eyes, and not feeling the numbness in his palm, for fear of another accident. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt Zhu Qing let go of his hand. He opened his eyes and immediately saw Zhu Qing looking at him with a red face. She said in surprise, "You're okay." He could see that Zhu Qing should be awake and should have regained her consciousness, because the information revealed in her eyes was a little different from before. The answer to his question was a dragon race secret technique. Zhu Qing opened her mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. This blood was Zhu Qing's own blood. It was dark red, like a burning flame. The dragon blood dissolved in mid-air, turning into a strangely shaped seal, and suddenly hit Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's face was blank, and he fell straight to the ground. This dragon race secret technique seemed to have a very strong binding power, making Yang Kai unable to even move his fingers. He was shocked and instinctively wanted to urge the power of the golden divine dragon source. Although the dragon race secret technique Zhu Qing used was powerful, Yang Kai felt that he should be able to break it by relying on the suppression of the golden divine dragon source. Just now, Yang Kai was caught off guard. He did not expect that she would attack him, so he fell for it. However, he did not act immediately because a delicate fragrance suddenly hit him in the face. Zhu Qing was kneeling between his legs, her hands on his chest, looking down at him condescendingly. Her fiery red hair spread like the most exquisite silk on her smooth back, covering her slender buttocks, but it also added to her seductive charm. Her breathing was extremely rapid, as if she was about to die, unable to breathe, and her towering and plump chest was constantly rising and falling, creating a breathtaking arc. The delicate fragrance that made one's heart flutter became stronger and stronger, as if every pore on her body was emitting this fragrance, filling the entire world. Her long eyelashes were trembling, and she was obviously very nervous, but her eyes were like a stirred pool of water, showing her extreme restlessness and struggle. "You, what are you doing?" As soon as Yang Kai spoke, he felt that he had asked a stupid question. He recognized this look. It was a look of extreme hunger. In the past, Shan Qing Luo would often reveal such a look. His blood seemed to have been ignited, beginning to boil in his meridians, flesh and blood, making him feel as if his body was on fire. The evil thoughts that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly found an outlet, drowning his reason. The two small hands on his chest suddenly exerted force, directly tearing his clothes apart. Yang Kai took a deep breath and opened his mouth, but no words came out. His clothes quickly became messy, and the clothes wrapped around the two of them quickly turned into pieces, fluttering in the air. Zhu Qing's throat constantly made strange sounds, and her hot and tender body rode on Yang Kai's body, twisting restlessly. She knew what she wanted, but she had never had such an experience, so it took her a long time to gradually master the method. Her white body sank slightly, her teeth biting her red lips as her brow furrowed. Yang Kai closed his eyes, spread his hands, and grasped the grass around him, whispering, "It's my first time. Be gentle." Zhu Qing's body suddenly sank, and an abnormal blush appeared on her snow-white skin. She raised her head as if she was suffocating, her beautiful hair falling like a waterfall. She did not respond for a long time, and only after a long time did she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yang Kai also roared, feeling as if he had fallen into magma, an unimaginable heat enveloping him from all directions, as if it was trying to melt him. He had never experienced such a feeling before, giving him an indescribable sense of excitement. In the mysterious small world, the sky was the quilt, the earth was the bed, the hair was disheveled, and their 10 fingers were intertwined. They were not allowed to live a life of luxury, nor were they allowed to accompany each other in the afterlife. Chapter 2950. The wind and rain lingered in the air, charming and alluring. Everything that happened yesterday seemed like a dream. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before Zhu Qing slowly opened her eyes, just in time to see a pair of smiling eyes. The man in her dream was lying on the grass, his head resting on his arms, looking at her with a smile. His eyes were overflowing with an indescribable feeling, and she was actually lying on top of him. She didn't know how long she had slept. She was completely naked, feeling the warmth of the other person's skin. Zhu Qing couldn't help but scream and try to get up, but just as her body moved, she fell back down. She couldn't help but cover her lower abdomen, her forehead sweating from the pain. "Don't move!" Kai Yang reached out and grabbed her waist, his big hands unscrupulously moving up and down her smooth back and waist. Zhu Qing let out a muffled groan. The fiery red color climbed up her cheeks like 2 clouds. The intimate touch and caress of the opposite sex made her lose her balance. She only felt that her whole body was soft and she couldn't exert any strength. "What did you do to me?" She gritted her teeth and asked, tears welling up in her eyes. "Hey!" Yang Kai's hand stopped. She didn't know if it was intentional or not, but it just so happened to be placed on her delicate round buttocks. With an unhappy expression, he said, "You're asking the wrong question. Don't you remember what you did?" Zhu Qing opened her mouth, her expression changing. The scene in her dream gradually became clear. The blood slowly faded from her face and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. He remembered. Slowly, he remembered everything. She came to the frozen earth and found the lost giant dragon origin. But when she was trying to collect it, there was an accident. She didn't know why the ice dragon origin didn't cooperate, but instead escaped into the depths of the frozen earth. She chased it all the way, going through many hardships, and finally caught up. Just as she was about to subdue it, the ice dragon origin rushed into her body and clashed with her own origin. She had no choice but to find a quiet place to resolve the crisis. If there was no interference, she should be fine. However, a sudden disaster disrupted her plans. She felt a force approaching her, and before she could escape, she fell into darkness. After that, it was what happened in the dream. "It's your blood." Zhu Qing understood everything. "What?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing grits her teeth, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Why are there so many evil thoughts in your blood? What do you think about every day?" If she hadn't drunk his blood and been influenced by his evil thoughts, how could she have done such a shameless thing in her dream? "So it's my fault?" Yang Kai was speechless. "I didn't ask you to drink it. You were the one who refused to let go. At that time, I'll kill you." As Zhu Qing spoke, she was about to make a move. However, when she moved slightly, she felt a pain coming from her lower abdomen. She couldn't mobilize any strength at all. Yesterday seemed to be a little too crazy. Yang Kai sneered. "You want to go back on your word after eating? And you want to kill me? This is the first time I've seen a woman like you." As he spoke, he used a little force and flipped Zhu Qing over. Then, he supported himself with his arms and leaned against her. Zhu Qing looked at him nervously and said in a trembling voice, What are you doing?" This aggressive posture made her uncomfortable. She couldn't show the pride of the dragon race. Yang Kai put his hand on her lower abdomen and gently rubbed it. He poured his emperor's qi into her body through his palm to relieve her discomfort. It's everyone's first time, so it's inevitable that we don't know how to control ourselves. We'll get used to it slowly in the future. And I don't know what you're thinking, but I feel that since things have already come to this, there's no point in blaming others. Look at me. Although I'm a human, I'm not bad, right? I've been looking at myself for decades, and the more I look, the more handsome I become. As for you, although your temper isn't very good, it's not bad. Can we make do with each other? Everything has a beginning and an end. His serious expression made Zhu Qing a little absent-minded. Ever since she met Yang Kai, this was the first time Zhu Qing had seen such an expression on his face. The big hand rubbing her lower abdomen seemed to have some kind of magical power that could destroy all solid defenses. Endless ripples appeared in her heart, making it impossible for her to calm down and think. "You want to take responsibility?" Zhu Qing didn't know why she couldn't get angry anymore. She asked softly. No, you have to take responsibility for me," Yang Kai said seriously. Zhu Qing felt that this was both annoying and funny. She pretended to be cold and said, "Why should I take responsibility for you? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, "Do you feel better?" "Much better." Zhu Qing nodded. Suddenly, she realized that the topic had been changed. She couldn't help but glare at him. Yang Kai said again, "Do you want to do it again?" The topic changed a little too quickly. Zhu Qing's momentum that she had just gathered suddenly dissipated. The warmth in her lower abdomen was like a prairie fire that quickly spread, making her whole body hot. Zhu Qing's long eyelashes trembled, but before she could say anything, Yang Kai had already let out a low roar, mounted his horse, and charged into battle with his spear. Along the way, he slaughtered his enemies, causing them to throw away their armor and beg for mercy. Half a day later, Zhu Qing looked like she had lost her soul. She lay on the ground like a walking corpse. Her hair was messy and she said weakly, "Please, Let me put on my clothes. I'll help you. Yang Kai grinned like a ladle. No, you said so just now. I won't believe you anymore. I promise it's true this time. Don't lie to me again. I won't lie to you. One day later, Zhu Qing curled up in Yang Kai's arms. She was quiet like a sleeping cat. Her breathing was light and slow. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "There's still a long way to go. Let's stop here this time." "Okay." Yang Kai replied, "Let go of me. I want to put on my clothes." "Okay. What do you want to let me go?" "One more time. One last time. One last time." One day later, they didn't know how many one last times. Finally, the two of them were clean and dressed neatly. Zhu Qing was a little uncomfortable. She sat on the ground quietly. Facing the clear pool in front of her, she combed her long hair. Facing the shadow in the pool, the shadow seemed a little melancholy, but the corners of her eyes couldn't help but slightly raise. Stretching his body, Kai Yang's bones emitted a series of crackling sounds. He felt an indescribable comfort flowing through his body. Lowering his head to look at the person in front of him, he then reached out and gently embraced her from behind. Zhu Qing's body trembled slightly. When she realized that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of touching her and only buried his head in her hair and took deep breaths, she relaxed. "How many?" Zhu Qing suddenly asked. Yang Kai raised his head and rested his chin on her shoulder. He stared at the shadow in the pool and said blankly, "How many?" Zhu Qing sighed and said, "What number am I?" "The first one. Didn't I tell you before?" Yang Kai replied seriously. Zhu Qing snorted and said, "So many tricks. Did you play with yourself before? And after these few days, do you think I will trust you so easily?" Yang Kai looked worried. "We're already like this. Why don't you trust me? I'm very hurt." Zhu Qing grabbed his hand that was slowly moving towards her chest. She turned her head and sneered. "This is your only chance to be honest. Think carefully before you answer." Yang Kai blinked and looked at the charming face that was so close to him. Then he kissed her. "Oh, you bastard." Zhu Qing struggled with all her might, but the strength in her hand was getting weaker and weaker. The clothes that she had just put on were messy again. "I've had enough of you." Zhu Qing, who had put on her clothes again, said angrily. When she saw that Yang Kai still had the intention to come over, she quickly pointed at him and said, "Don't come near me for 10 days. Otherwise, I'll cut all ties with you and never talk to you again." Okay. Yang Kai raised his hands in surrender. "Don't be nervous. I won't come near you." Zhu Qing's eyebrows furrowed. She was secretly sulking for a while. Only then did her expression soften. In fact, she was even more angry at herself. Facing this man who had touched her skin for the first time, she didn't have any thoughts of resistance. Taking what he wanted was not something a dragon race person should do. "I won't ask about the past. As for the future, no one can say for sure. You can do whatever you want. I only have one request. If I don't agree, don't force me." Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, I'll do as you say." The last bit of complaint in Zhu Qing's heart disappeared instantly. "How are you now? The ice dragon's origin won't be harmful anymore, right?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Although Zhu Qing's condition was very stable these past few days, the ice dragon's origin was still in her body. She had to be careful. "I'm fine now. The ice dragon's origin has been suppressed by me. I'll put it in the dragon tomb when I return to the Dragon Island." Zhu Qing's face suddenly blushed. Yang Kai was baffled by her reaction. After pausing for a moment, she asked, "Did you come here specifically to find me?" Yang Kai said, "Why would I come to the frozen earth if I didn't come to find you? This damn place really is a forbidden area. If it weren't for my good luck, I don't know when I would have found you." He said it casually, but Zhu Qing suddenly felt a sweet feeling. Her chest was full of warmth. "Oh right, your little brother is also here." Zhu Qing frowned and said, "My little brother? Zhu Lai?" "Yes, that's the guy. If it wasn't for him using the dragon race secret technique, I wouldn't have been able to find you. He actually didn't want you to go back to the Dragon Island with him? Yang Kai sneered and said, he wanted to, but after I taught him a lesson, he became a lot more obedient. Although that guy is crazy, he doesn't have much ability. Your husband, I beat him up 2 to 3 times. What husband? Zhu Qing's face was a little red. She couldn't help but glare at him flirtatiously. Yang Kai's eyes widened again. Chapter 29:51. Zhu Qing sensed that something was wrong and quickly changed the topic. Where is he? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know where he went. When the cold wave hit, we were all caught up in it and brought into a small world. He and I were separated. But he shouldn't be in any danger, so you don't have to worry. A small world. Zhu Qing was shocked. Recalling the hazy feeling she had before, she suddenly realized that the irresistible crisis had actually been brought into this small world. She turned her head and looked around, asking, is this that small world? It looks pretty good. Inside the sealed world bead, there was an abundant world energy aura, and the environment was quite good. Especially after the 5-colored treasure pagoda appeared, the sealed world bead had undergone a fundamental change. It was now a self-contained world with complete world principles. A true paradise. Haha. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. This is not that small world. This is another one. One that belongs to me. HM? Halfway through his words, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something unusual. Zhu Qing asked, what's wrong? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, let me show you something interesting. While speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed in a certain direction. Zhu Qing stared curiously, then saw a black, puppy-like thing appear out of thin air in front of her. As soon as the black puppy appeared, it barked a few times, as if it had been greatly frightened, but looking at it shaking its head and wagging its tail, its previous weakness had disappeared. Where did this little monster come from? So ugly. Zhu Qing stared at the black puppy and glanced at Yang Kai. She teased, it looks like you. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. It's not an ordinary little monster. What's so special about it? Zhu Qing frowned. You're from the dragon race. Observe carefully, Yang Kai said as he brought the black puppy in front of him. After hearing Yang Kai's voice, the black puppy seemed to have calmed down. It stared at him with a pair of black eyes, panting and showing a fawning expression. Saliva flowed down its big tongue, looking extremely disgusting. Zhu Qing finally noticed something unusual. She hesitated and said, it seems to have a very powerful bloodline. It's just not very pure. The dragon race was bound by bloodlines, so they were very knowledgeable about bloodlines. After Gong Yu activated the Return to Ruins bloodline, there were traces left behind. Zhu Qing saw through this. Magical beasts return to ruins? Have you heard of it? Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing shook her head blankly. Yang Kai said, this is the first time I've heard of it, but I've seen how powerful it is. As he spoke, he shook the black puppy and said, boy, show me what you've got. Woof woof. Don't play dumb. It's the move you used before. If you dare to refuse, I'll stew you and eat you. Woof woof. Zhu Qing put her hand on her forehead and said, it's not sentient. It only has some human nature. It won't understand what you're saying. Yang Kai sneered. It knows whether it understands or not. But, forget it. If you say it doesn't understand, then so be it. You're lucky. You actually came back to life. As he spoke, he let go of his hand. The black puppy fell to the ground, turned its head to look at Yang Kai, then at Zhu Qing. It slowly walked to Yang Kai and climbed down. Zhu Qing covered her mouth and laughed. It seems to like you a lot. Stop pretending to be cute. Yang Kai stretched out his foot and kicked the black puppy, but it still looked indifferent. Yang Kai ignored it and looked up at Zhu Qing. Let's go out first. We have to figure out where we are first. I don't know if we can return to the star boundary. It's not that serious. Aren't you proficient in space principles? Zhu Qing felt that Yang Kai was being a bit alarmist, but she didn't feel any sense of crisis at all. She felt that no matter where she was, as long as she could be with this man, it would be fine. Yang Kai smiled, and with a thought, he left the small sealed world with Zhu Qing. Back in the cave, Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with a smile and said, "Do you want me to carry you? We don't know where we are, so we have to see if anyone is here first and ask for some information." Zhu Qing blushed and said, "I'm not that weak yet." Saying so, she took the lead and walked out of the cave. Although her steps were light, she seemed to frown with every step. Yang Kai snickered, but suddenly his face sank and he said, "You're so annoying." Zhu Qing's tender body trembled, and her beautiful face turned pale in an instant. She said in a trembling voice, "You think I'm annoying already?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this guy." As soon as he said so, a dog barked and the black puppy was thrown out of the small sealed world. After landing on the ground, it angrily barked at Yang Kai, as if saying, "Why didn't you take me with you?" Okay, stop barking. If you bark again, I'll throw you back," Yang Kai said impatiently. The black puppy's barking stopped abruptly, and it quickly ran out of the cave, passing by Zhu Qing. From now on, the sky was high and the sea was wide, and it was free to run as it pleased. Zhu Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai came forward and hugged her. She struggled a little, but she didn't insist. After leaving the cave, a white world appeared in front of them. At first glance, this place didn't look much different from the frozen earth, but both Yang Kai and Zhu Qing knew that this wasn't the frozen earth, because this place didn't have the kind of cold that even they couldn't resist. Woof woof! The black puppy's barking came from afar, and it seemed to be very panicked, as if it had encountered something terrible. Yang Kai swept out with his divine sense, and soon his face showed joy. Zhu Qing also noticed this, and she wasn't used to being so intimate with Yang Kai in front of others, so she subtly distanced herself. A black shadow flashed, and the black puppy returned. Following closely behind it were two vigorous figures, a man and a woman, both of them exuding strong energy fluctuations. When they met Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, the man and woman were obviously taken aback, because they had carefully investigated this area before and hadn't noticed the aura of any living people. They hadn't expected that there would be two more people here. If they were enemies? The two secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The little black dog quickly circled behind Kai Yang and hid behind him, hiding very well. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, two friends." Although the cultivation of this man and woman wasn't bad, they were only around the Tao Source realm, so Yang Kai didn't care too much about them. It was just that it was rare to meet living people here, so naturally he wanted to quickly inquire about them. The man and woman looked at each other, and the man cupped his fists in return, frowning as he asked, "Does that little beast belong to you too?" He was a Tao Source realm cultivator, but facing Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he even questioned him, which made Yang Kai a little surprised. This kind of thing was rare in the star boundary, unless the other party's identity had a great origin. It could be seen that this man and woman didn't seem to have a great origin, just an ordinary cultivator. As a newcomer, Yang Kai could only do as the Romans do, so he smiled and nodded. "Yes, Wang's intelligence hasn't been fully developed yet, so he is naughty and mischievous by nature. If he has offended you, please forgive him." The man shook his head, and his divine sense went past Yang Kai to carefully examine the black puppy. After a while, he said, "Maybe I was wrong, he didn't offend us, just a misunderstanding. What's your name?" "Yang Kai." In this foreign land, there was no need to hide his name. At this moment, the woman who had been standing beside the man suddenly whispered a few words to her husband. The man was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "You two came from the outside?" If it weren't for his wife's reminder, he might not have noticed it, because the two in front of him were dressed slightly differently from him. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "We did come from the outside." The man nodded. "We haven't had an outsider come to our place for a long time. It seems that your luck isn't very good." "I was just about to ask, what is this place?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. The man said, This place is called the Reincarnation World. The Reincarnation World? Yang Kai frowned, and when he was about to ask more, the man said, "If you want to live, come with me quickly, we don't have enough time." "What time?" Yang Kai was stunned. The man didn't intend to answer him. After saying that, he turned around and flew in a certain direction. It seemed that he was really in a hurry. It was the first time Yang Kai had met a Dao Source Realm cultivator with such a temper. Not only did he speak with such assurance in front of the Emperor Realm, but he also acted like he was superior. However, this was still a clue, so he couldn't just give it up like this. After exchanging a glance with Zhu Qing, he immediately followed. The two of them were strong, so they naturally weren't afraid of a little Dao Source Realm cultivator. His figure flickered as he chased after Kai Yang. The little black dog nimbly bit onto Kai Yang's clothes and stubbornly stuck to him, not wanting to be shaken off. Even when the wind blew into its mouth, it still refused to let go. In the end, Zhu Qing pitted it and reached out to scoop it up. The group of four quickly arrived in front of a mountain wall. At first glance, this mountain wall looked inconspicuous, but if one looked carefully, they would see traces left behind by a secret technique. The leader of the group took out a mirror and projected a beam of mystic light onto the mountain wall. Immediately, a cave large enough for two people to pass through appeared. The four of them entered one by one and entered a dry passage. Only then did the man and woman let out a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why are we in such a hurry?" The man led the way in front and explained, "Because in a while the world principles will change. At that time all the demons will come out, and the outside will become very dangerous. No one will be able to survive in such an environment. The world principles will change." Yang Kai was shocked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Chapter 29:52. The laws of heaven and earth were the supreme power, the foundation that maintained everything in the world. It was impossible for this kind of fundamental law to change in a short period of time, unless doomsday arrived. However, the other party seemed to be speaking with certainty, and he didn't look like he was lying, so he simply couldn't accept it. "Hurry up! What are you still dawdling over there for?" A low shout suddenly came from inside the cave. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There was actually someone else in this cave. After hearing this person's urging, the man and woman hurriedly walked into the depths of the cave. Yang Kai signaled Zhu Qing with his eyes and hurriedly followed. A dim light bloomed, and in a stone room that wasn't very spacious, a middle-aged man stood there with a gloomy expression, as if he was waiting for something. Steward Liao. The man who led Yang Kai here stepped forward and saluted the man with a respectful attitude. However, Steward Liao didn't even look at him. He just curiously stared at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, who followed over, and said in surprise, "Why are there two more people? Where did they come from? They look a little unfamiliar." The man replied, "They seem to have wandered in from the outside and just happened to meet us, so we brought them along." "From the outside?" Steward Liao clicked his tongue in wonder. He couldn't help but look at the two unfamiliar faces. When he saw Yang Kai, he didn't have any special reaction. But when he saw Zhu Qing, his eyes couldn't help but light up, revealing an interested expression. Zhu Qing was originally a heavenly beauty, and after being nourished by the rain for a few days, she was at her most tender and beautiful at this moment, so she naturally looked particularly attractive. Zhu Qing's expression was cold. Although she didn't like being stared at like this, she didn't get angry. Yang Kai's figure flashed and stood in front of her, blocking the man's gaze. Steward Liao coldly snorted. His expression was somewhat unhappy. "Outsiders really don't know the rules." He looked up at the man and said, "Don't tell me you also don't know the rules?" The man hurriedly said, "Thank you, Steward Liao." Steward Liao's expression became slightly better, and he beckoned to the couple. The two of them immediately took a step forward. All of a sudden, Steward Liao muttered something under his breath and activated his own strength. Using his fingers as a sword, he pointed here and there in the air in front of the man. Yang Kai was stunned because he could see some traces of wizard magic in it. This made him a little curious, and he paid more attention to it. Not long after, a complicated mark suddenly appeared in the void. Steward Liao reached out and patted it, and the mark directly entered the man's body. The mark seemed to have other uses, and it did not attack. The man's body only shook slightly, and he was fine. When it was the woman's turn, a rare smile appeared on Manager Liao's cold face. On the contrary, the woman had a nervous expression and looked at her husband for help. The man slowly shook his head and lowered his gaze. Manager Liao followed the same pattern, but this time, his hands and feet weren't very obedient. As his fingers and swords poked here and there, they actually touched the woman's body from time to time. Occasionally, they would sweep past her full breasts, causing the woman's delicate body to tremble slightly. The man turned a deaf ear to it and stood at the side with his head lowered. On the other hand, Manager Liao was in a good mood, and his actions became more and more unbridled. This caused the woman's expression to become more and more unsightly, but she could only force herself to endure it. Not long after, the mark was formed again. Steward Liao patted the mark into the woman's body reluctantly and leisurely stopped. Only then did the woman's stiff body relax, and she looked at her husband with grievance. Turning his head, Steward Liao's face immediately turned cold. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Since you're from the outside, I'll explain the rules here to you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, "Please enlighten me." Steward Liao said, "After a while, the laws of heaven and earth will change. In the entire reincarnation world, there's no safe place other than the human sovereign city. Therefore, if you want to live, you must go to the human sovereign city. Do you understand?" "Understood. Let's go to the human sovereign city." Yang Kai looked as if he had learned a lesson. Steward Liao continued, "And if you want to go to the human sovereign city, you must use the seal of human sovereign on you. Only those who have the seal of human sovereign can teleport to the human sovereign city through the array. Therefore, there's only one rule here. In this vast world, I'm the most powerful." Yang Kai replied with an "oh" and cupped his fists. "I've learned a lot." Steward Liao waved his sleeves and said in a low voice with his hands behind his back, "Let me ask you, do you want to live or die?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If we can live, of course we want to live." Steward Liao nodded and said, "You're promising. Come over, let me cast the seal of human sovereign on you." Yang Kai stepped forward, but Steward Liao waved his hand with a look of disdain and said, "The woman will go first, stand aside." Yang Kai frowned and didn't insist. He stepped aside and said, "Steward Liao, please be careful. My wife has a bad temper." Steward Liao snorted coldly and said, "If you want to live, then be sensible." As he spoke, he started chanting again. His fingers were like swords, pointing in the air in front of Zhu Qing. It looked like he was drawing something in the air. At the beginning, he was quite obedient, but after a while, the range of his hand movements increased. When his fingers swept across, they directly swept toward Zhu Qing's chest. At this moment, his expression became extremely excited, obviously anticipating something. Zhu Qing suddenly looked up and stared at him coldly. Steward Liao was shocked, but his hand movements didn't stop at all. He looked like he wanted to take advantage of her. Woof! Ah! A dog's bark and a scream sounded almost at the same time. The little black dog in Zhu Qing's arms suddenly opened its mouth and bit Steward Liao's big hand. Its mouth wasn't very big, but it swallowed Steward Liao's entire hand. Its sharp teeth were firmly stuck on his wrist, and blood instantly flowed out. Steward Liao was in pain and couldn't stop howling. However, the little black dog refused to let go and looked like it was going to bite his hand off. Its head kept shaking, and it even let out a low growl as if it was trying to show off its power. Let go of me, little bastard, you're courting death." Steward Liao cursed angrily. Since he couldn't break free, he fiercely slapped the little black dog with his palm. When the energy surged, thunder and lightning flashed in the cave. Yang Kai flicked his finger, and a blast of energy pierced through the air and attacked. Steward Liao howled in pain again, and the arm that he swung out drooped down weakly. Steward Liao turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with resentment and hatred. He gritted his teeth and roared, You actually dare to attack me? It had been a long time since he encountered something like this. He had always been the one bossing people around and taking whatever he wanted. He didn't expect that he would kick an iron plate this time. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. The pair of men who led Yang Kai and Zhu Qing here were also shocked. Seeing that Steward Liao was at a disadvantage, the man hurriedly said, "Stop! Don't hurt him." The woman also finally spoke, "Don't hit him. You will regret it." This was the first time she spoke, and her voice was filled with indescribable anxiety. Steward Liao also hurriedly said to them, "Quick, quick, quick, kill these two people for me. Otherwise, I will punish both of you." The man and woman were stunned when they heard this, and their faces turned pale for a moment. It was as if they had committed a terrible crime, and they were at a loss for what to do. "Why are you so arrogant?" Yang Kai walked in front of Steward Liao, stared at him curiously, and said, "Tell me, why are you so arrogant? A mere first-order Dao Source Realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master." Steward Liao's forehead was full of cold sweat. He struggled a few times but couldn't break free from the little black dog's grasp. He sneered, "Why? Because I am a steward, because I control the seal of human sovereignty." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the man and woman and said, "Just because of this seal of human sovereignty? So you have to swallow your anger even if you are bullied? This guy's strength isn't as high as yours, right?" The man lowered his head and said, "Without the seal of human sovereignty, you can't enter the human sovereign city. If you can't enter the human sovereign city, you will die." Yang Kai sneered, "What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? You are a man after all. If you don't dare to retaliate when your wife is being bullied in front of you, you might as well die." He turned his head and winked at Zhu Qing, saying, "Qing-er, don't worry. Your husband won't let you lose a single hair even if I die." Zhu Qing curled her lips and said, "Don't be so glib. I didn't see you do anything just now." Yang Kai smiled and said, "He's just a piece of trash. You can kill him in one breath. Why would you need me to do anything?" Zhu Qing snorted and didn't say anything else. The man was humiliated by Yang Kai's words. The woman walked forward and grabbed his hand. She looked at Yang Kai and said, "You are new here, so don't speak carelessly if you don't know the rules here. Hurry up and let go of Steward Liao. Otherwise, you won't be able to establish yourself in the human sovereign city." Steward Liao was also energized, and he shouted, "Newcomers always have to suffer a little before they learn the rules. Hurry up and let go, or I will make you die a horrible death." Yang Kai smiled and asked, "Will I be able to settle this peacefully if I let you go?" Steward Liao said, "Don't even think about it. I am a member of the human sovereign city. If you dare to hurt me, the human sovereign city will not accept you. As for you, woman, if you can submit to me, it might be a way out. Your IQ is a serious flaw." Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. He was about to die, but he was still threatening him. He really didn't know what this guy was thinking. Zhu Qing shouted in a low voice, "Bow wow! Bite him!" When the little black dog heard the command, it was as if it was assisted by the gods. Its mouth suddenly split open and became incomparably huge. It actually swallowed Manager Liao into its stomach in one gulp. In the end, it even stretched out its large tongue to lick its mouth, looking as if it hadn't had enough. It was the first time Zhu Qing saw the black puppy use such a divine technique. She couldn't help but be stunned. She just wanted the black puppy to use more strength. She didn't expect it to swallow someone directly. What kind of divine technique was this? When the man and woman saw it, their expressions changed. They said in horror, "Demonic beast! It's really a demonic beast." They chased after the black puppy because they felt that it had the aura of a demonic beast. In the end, they confirmed that it was just their imagination. But now it seemed that it wasn't an illusion. It was just that the black puppy hid its demonic chi too deeply. When it mutated just now, there was a very obvious demonic chi surging out, so they recognized it immediately. Chapter 29:53. Yang Kai looked at them curiously and asked, Do you recognize demonic beasts? The man immediately shielded his wife behind him and looked at Yang Kai cautiously. Are you from the demon race? Yang Kai was really surprised this time. This guy could say the words demonic beasts and even knew about the demon race. This was very unusual. The man became even more vigilant and gritted his teeth. You came from the Demon Fury City? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know what the Demon Fury City is, and I don't know what the demon race is. You probably misunderstood. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned because he suddenly felt the world shake at this moment. The laws of heaven and earth that filled the surroundings seemed to be distorting and changing. He glanced at Zhu Qing and saw that Zhu Qing also had a look of surprise on her face. The laws of heaven and earth were really beginning to change, and it was definitely a huge change, which was why there were such obvious signs. Just kill us. The man's face was ashen, and he no longer had any desire to live. Steward Liao was swallowed by a demonic beast, and two people who seemed to be from the demon race suddenly appeared in front of them. They were very strong, so there was no way they could survive. He hugged his wife tightly, and he just wanted to enjoy a moment of warmth before he died. It's easy to die, I don't need to do it. Yang Kai stepped forward and walked in front of a spell formation. There was nothing else in this cave except for this spell formation, so it was very eye-catching. He pointed at the spell formation and said, "Can we teleport to the human sovereign city from here?" The man's eyes dimmed as he looked over and nodded. Yes. Yang Kai released his divine sense and checked. A spatial spell formation, but it seems to be a little different. The man said, "It's useless. If you want to activate this spell formation, you must have the seal of human sovereign." Don't you have the seal of human sovereign? Why don't you go? Yang Kai turned to look at them. The man said, "It must be the seal of human sovereignty on Steward Liao's body. That's the master seal. Only the master seal can activate the operation of this formation. The seals on our bodies are only auxiliary seals. There's no way we can activate the formation." I see. Yang Kai nodded. Seeing that he had yet to make a move and was instead studying the array seriously, Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. The man hesitated and said, "Are you really not a member of the demon race?" Yang Kai replied while examining the formation, "Is there a demon race in this world?" The man said, "There is. Our human race and the demon race are at odds with each other. We have coexisted in this world for countless years. You don't look like a member of the demon race, but why do you have a magical beast by your side?" Yang Kai did not answer his question. The origin of the black puppy was a little strange, and it would be troublesome to explain. He asked, "Humans and demons coexist. It must be hard for you to survive." The man said, "The human sovereign city provided protection. If not for the human sovereign city, we wouldn't have been able to survive." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "Is it related to the changes in the laws of heaven and earth?" "That's right. After a while, the laws of heaven and earth will change. When that time comes, our human race will not be able to move around freely, but the demon race will be able to move around freely. During this time, no one will dare to leave the human sovereign city. Otherwise, there's only a slim chance of survival. So the laws of heaven and earth before were suitable for the human race to survive, and the demon race had to go into hibernation." "That's right. What a magical world." Yang Kai had a look of amazement. The man smiled bitterly and said, "We were born here. No one knows why this world is like this. Perhaps only the master of the human sovereign city can understand." Human sovereign city. Yang Kai heard the man mention these two words several times. He couldn't help but think, "Is that the master of the human sovereign city?" The man said solemnly, "That's the master of the human race. He protects the human sovereign city and protects all humans." His words were full of respect, as if he held the human sovereign city in high esteem. Yang Kai smiled and continued to study the formation. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth became more and more obvious. A large amount of demonic qi and some other strange things appeared in the void around them. Although the couple used their power to form a layer of protection on the surface of their bodies, it wouldn't last long. However, it looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the protection was broken, it would immediately be eroded by the demonic qi and turn into a demonic creature. Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race, so she didn't feel much. However, she still needed to use her dragon yuan to dispel the erosion of the demonic qi. Only the little black dog's eyes lit up. Its nose twitched, and it kept sniffing around excitedly. It had the bloodline of the return to ruins. It was the descendant of the mutated beasts in the territory of demons. When the demonic qi surged, it naturally felt a sense of familiarity and joy. "All right, come over here." Yang Kai suddenly stood up and called out. Zhu Qing walked over with the little black dog in her arms and stood beside him. The couple hesitated. The man said, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to take you to the city of Human Sovereign City." The man was shocked. "You don't have the seal of Human Sovereign. How are you going to go to the city of Human Sovereign City?" Yang Kai sneered. "Who told you that you can't go to the city of Human Sovereign City without the seal of Human Sovereign City? If you continue to dawdle, it'll be too late. Do you want to live or die?" The man was still hesitating, but the woman pulled him back. The man finally made up his mind and said, "All right, I'll trust you this time." Yang Kai grinned. "I hope you can keep the matter with Steward Liao a secret." The man smiled bitterly. "It won't do us any good to say it. Moreover, the city of Human Sovereign City has its ways of finding out the truth. In fact, I think it's best if you don't go to the city of Human Sovereign City. If you really do go in, it won't matter how strong you are." "That's hard to say." When Yang Kai finished speaking, his expression suddenly became solemn. The law of space began to fluctuate. The four of them were standing in a space array that was connected to the city of Human Sovereign City. Under normal circumstances, someone like Steward Liao would brand the person who was teleporting with the seal of Human Sovereign. Then, he would activate the space array and teleport them. However, these complicated steps were only layers of disguise. They were the means the city of Human Sovereign City used to control the human race. In front of Yang Kai, who was proficient in the law of space, this disguise was easily stripped away. He directly used his mind and the law of space to open the other end of the space array, so there was no need for the seal of Human Sovereign. With a flash of light, the man and woman both stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that the space array was really operating. For a moment, they were unable to contain their joy, feeling as if they had just escaped death. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth around them were extremely obvious. The world's world energy had turned into demonic qi. In such an environment, it was indeed unsuitable for the human race to survive. Even if they were strong enough to temporarily resist the erosion of the demonic qi, if they lived in such an environment for a long time, there would be a moment when their strength would be exhausted. At that time, they would be eroded by the demonic qi, lose their reason, and become a demon. A moment later, the light in the cave receded and the four people on the space array disappeared. The clamor suddenly came from all directions, making them feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Kai looked around and found that they had arrived in a prosperous city. Below their feet was a huge space array, and on the space array, there were people who had just appeared walking down. Their cultivations varied, and their expressions varied. Some were overjoyed, some were gloomy, and some were seriously injured, gasping for air. These people were clearly like Yang Kai and the others. In order to avoid the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, they had just rushed back from the outside. Yang Kai saw many existences from the Emperor realm among them. The four of them stood on top of the space array and were not too conspicuous. The entire city seemed to be very prosperous. People were jostling shoulder to shoulder, and there was an endless stream of people. There were many shops all around, selling all kinds of specialties from this world. Sounds of shouting rang out one after another, giving people the feeling that they had accidentally intruded into the secular world. It was the first time Zhu Qing had come to such a lively place, so she couldn't help but be a little surprised and look around. Neatly dressed guards were walking down the street. Their footsteps were orderly, and they were dressed in the same uniform. At a glance, it was obvious that they were the guards of the Human Sovereign City. However, these guards didn't have high cultivations. The leader was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and the rest were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, many cultivator on the street, no matter how strong or weak their cultivations were, avoided them like snakes or scorpions, as if they were very afraid of them. Yang Kai clearly saw a second-order Emperor Realm Master make way for them. This world didn't seem to be divided by cultivation. The man and woman from before were clearly weaker than him, but they didn't show the slightest bit of respect for the strong. As for Manager Liao, it was even more obvious. His cultivation was lower than anyone else's, but he could order the man and woman around and make them cower in fear. Some people flew by in the sky. There weren't many of them, and their cultivations were uneven. Farewell, both of you. Take care. The man seemed to be in a hurry to separate from Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, so as not to be implicated by them, so he immediately said goodbye as soon as he came back to his senses. Yang Kai sensed his thoughts and nodded casually. The woman suddenly said, "I'll give you two a piece of advice. Don't provoke those with a leaf symbol embroidered on their chests. The more leaves there are, the more noble their identity is. This isn't your original world, and it's not a place where the strong preys on the weak. Also, Manager Liao's death probably won't be hidden for long. You'd better leave the human sovereign city when the world principles change next time." "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled slightly. When the woman wanted to say something else, the man had already pulled her into the crowd and soon disappeared. It's really an interesting world. Yang Kai looked around with great interest. The entire human sovereign city seemed to be shrouded by a layer of inexplicable restrictions. That restriction was absolutely magnificent because inside the human sovereign city, one couldn't feel the changes of the world principles in the outside world at all. The world principles here were almost the same as those in the astral boundary. Looking up, one could see the chaos in the sky, as if there were countless vortexes that could swallow one's vision. After staring for a long time, one would feel dizzy. "Is Zhu Lai here?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing and asked. Zhu Qing said, "We need to find a place to use the secret technique to be sure. I hope he's here too." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's quite strong. Even if he's outside, he'll be fine for a while." Zhu Qing nodded slightly and subconsciously stroked the little black dog in her arms. Bow Wow was very satisfied, squinting his eyes and looking comfortable. No one knew whether Manager Liao, who was swallowed into his stomach, was dead or alive. Chapter 2954. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Just as Yang Kai was silently observing the surroundings, an extremely rude shout suddenly came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a large group of people suddenly emerge from the huge space array. There were more than a dozen of them, and all of them had extraordinary cultivation. One of the men was the most conspicuous. He looked to be in his early 20s. He was handsome and had an arrogant expression. His pair of red phoenix eyes contained a lofty majesty, and he was wearing a moon-white cloak. The rest of the people scattered around and surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. As soon as this group of people appeared, they walked in a certain direction. The leading cultivator opened the way in front and rudely pushed the people who blocked the way. The people who were pushed didn't dare to resist at all. Instead, they ran to the side in fear. "It's His Highness the Third Prince. His Highness the Third Prince is back. Hurry up and kneel down. Don't talk and don't look at him. It's over if you're targeted by him." The crowd fell to their knees in an uproar. No matter whether they were male or female, old or young, or whether they were strong or weak, within a radius of 1,000 feet around the teleportation array, no matter what they were doing, they all prostrated themselves on the ground to show respect. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He was curiously sizing up this so-called third prince, listening to the whispers about him, and secretly wondering what a prince was. Because it seemed that such a title only existed in those kingdoms in the secular world. He had basically never heard of such a title among the cultivator community. Tens of thousands of people were kneeling around him. Only he and Zhu Qing were standing in the same place. Zhu Qing was holding a little black dog in her arms. All of a sudden, it seemed particularly unconventional. He sighed slightly. He knew it was bad. Before he completely understood the situation of this reincarnation world and the city of human sovereignty, He didn't want to cause trouble. However, most of the things in life didn't go his way. If he didn't cause trouble, trouble would come to him. He helplessly glanced at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing smiled. The abnormal behavior of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing instantly attracted the attention of that group of people. The leading cultivator in the front came in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. This guy was tall like an iron tower, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said in a low voice, "Boy, why don't you kneel in front of His Highness the Third Prince?" While they were talking, an extremely strong pressure emanated from the man's body, pressing down on Yang Kai. He was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and he seemed to have been on the battlefield for a long time, so his Emperor pressure had a strong bloodthirsty aura to it. Anyone who came into contact with it would immediately tremble in fear and lose most of their will to resist. Yang Kai was indifferent. He was still standing there. It seemed that only a gentle breeze was blowing his hair. He looked at the brawny man and said, "A country bumpkin has not seen much of the world and does not understand etiquette. Please don't blame me, master. We will leave now." While speaking, he was about to leave with Zhu Qing. It didn't matter if this was the third prince or any of the other princes. It was impossible for him to kneel. As for Zhu Qing, it was even more impossible. She was a member of the dragon race. Even if she died, she would not kneel to a mortal. So it was better to leave first to avoid more trouble. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the brawny man glared at him and shouted, "How dare you!" Like a mad bull, his big palm slapped down on Yang Kai's shoulder. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body was as steady as Mount Tai, but a violent force spread from his body to his feet, shattering the stone floor. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, glanced at the brawny man, and said lazily, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" The brawny man showed a surprised expression and grinned. "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have some skill. Unfortunately, you have met me." As he spoke, the strength in his hand suddenly became more violent. Blue veins bulged on his thick neck, as if he was using all his strength to push Yang Kai to the ground. Yang Kai glanced at the others and saw that the remaining guards were looking at him coldly. They seemed to think that he had committed some taboo and had to be punished. The third prince, on the other hand, had a cold look on his face and didn't care much about him. However, when he saw Zhu Qing, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, but that was it, and he didn't pay any more attention to him. His gaze crossed the crowd and half of the human sovereign city and stared at a certain spot with a fiery light shining in his eyes. He was still standing here, probably waiting for his subordinates to teach Yang Kai a lesson, so that the residents of the human sovereign city would know the price of offending him and learn to respect their superiors. The brawny man was still putting pressure on Yang Kai. At first, he had a look of confidence on his face because he also noticed that Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. In the case of the same cultivation, he wasn't afraid of any opponent, let alone this inexplicable brat in front of him. But as time passed and his Emperor Qi surged, his face gradually became ugly, because no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't shake this brat in front of him at all. It was as if this brat had taken root in the ground, and there wasn't even a trace of him moving. After a while, the brawny man's face turned red and his tower-like body began to tremble. Obviously, he was a little weak, but he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, so he could only hold on. He had greatly underestimated his opponent. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he looked past the brawny man and stared at the third prince. "It's a virtue to know when to stop." The third prince turned a deaf ear to him, his eyes still fixed on a certain spot in the human sovereign city, as if his whole mind was immersed in it and he could no longer perceive anything. Yang Kai snorted and raised his hand to slap the brawny man. He had already secretly warned this third prince, but since the other party didn't take it seriously, there was no need for him to care about other people's face. As for the consequences of slapping someone's face, who cares? He'll just have to enjoy himself first. Everything had happened too quickly, and the brawny man hadn't thought that Kai Yang would actually fight back. By the time the palm had reached him, it was already too late for him to defend himself. Not to mention, His mind had been preoccupied with how to suppress Kai Yang. So how could he have the time to gather his strength to defend himself? This light palm seemed harmless, but it caused the brawny man's expression to change drastically. His whole body flew high into the air like a kite before landing heavily on the ground. Everyone was shocked. Those kneeling on the ground secretly looked up and immediately cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. Obviously, none of them had expected this to happen. In the human sovereign city, there was actually someone who dared to clash with the third prince's guard, and in the presence of the third prince. This person was probably out of his mind to do such a stupid thing. It was a pity that the beautiful woman beside him would also suffer. Who knew what would happen to her? Although the third prince's guards were shocked by Yang Kai's counterattack, they reacted extremely quickly. Without saying a word, they rushed forward and instantly surrounded Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Among these guards, there was one second-order Emperor Realm Master, two first-order Emperor Realm Masters, and the rest were all from the third-order Dao Source Realm. Each of them had a strong foundation, and it wasn't surprising that they could break through at any time. Although Yang Kai hadn't been here for long, the quantity and quality of the Emperor Realm in the human sovereign city still surprised him. He didn't know how the cultivator here cultivated, but it seemed to be very common in the Emperor Realm. Such a lineup of guards could be considered luxurious, especially when the third prince himself was also a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Many masters surrounded them but didn't attack. They were just waiting for the third prince's order. As long as the third prince said the word, "kill," they would immediately pounce on Yang Kai and Zhu Qing and tear them to pieces. No matter how strong these two were, provoking a prince in the human sovereign city wouldn't end well for them. Surrounded like this, Yang Kai was calm and collected. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. Zhu Qing also bent down and put down the black puppy, standing quietly beside Yang Kai. "Did you just come from outside?" The third prince suddenly retracted his gaze and asked Yang Kai. "Is it that obvious?" Yang Kai frowned. He was a little surprised that this guy would ask about this. The third prince said lightly, "If you had stayed here for a few more days, you would have understood that it's not a wise move to start a conflict with a prince in the human sovereign city." Yang Kai grinned. "So that's how it is. The third prince really has sharp eyes. That's right, my husband and I did just come from outside." The third prince gently nodded his head and said, "The outside world has its own rules, and this place has its own rules. I'll let it go this time, but I hope that you can follow the local customs next time." After saying that, he gave Yang Kai a deep look and walked straight past him. The guards surrounding Yang Kai and Zhu Qing heard their master's words and didn't have any intention of making things difficult for them. They immediately turned around and followed him. Even the brawny man who was sent flying by Yang Kai didn't look at them when he passed by them, as if he hadn't fought with Yang Kai at all. That's right. After walking a dozen steps, the third prince suddenly stopped and said without looking back, "I'll let you know that I'm letting you go not because you've shown enough strength, but because it's your first offense and I'm giving you a chance to turn over a new leaf." Yang Kai frowned slightly and moved his lips towards Zhu Qing. Although there was no sound or sound transmission, Zhu Qing still understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. This guy is really arrogant. Zhu Qing covered her mouth and giggled. "Pa!" The third prince seemed to casually snap his fingers. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed and he let out a groan. Zhu Qing's beautiful face paled as she stared nervously at Yang Kai and said, "You're bleeding." Saying so, she hurriedly took out a silk scarf from her space ring and placed it under Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai reached out and took the silk scarf, covering his nose as he stared incredulously at the third prince walking away. "Why are you bleeding?" Zhu Qing frowned, puzzled. She had watched the conflict from beginning to end and hadn't seen any signs of injury on Yang Kai. But Yang Kai still had a nosebleed. This was obviously abnormal. "Let's find a place to talk." Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he pulled Zhu Qing away. The surrounding residents of the human sovereign city slowly got up and moved to the sides, as if avoiding snakes or scorpions. Chapter 29:55. In a tea house, high-quality tea was being steamed, exuding a unique fragrance. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing sat opposite each other, while the black puppy rested on a corner of the table, its eyes closed. What happened just now? Zhu Qing asked in a low voice. Even now, she still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai was injured. Although the injury wasn't serious, it was still bleeding. It was impossible to say that it was the third prince's doing. She knew very well how strong Yang Kai was. How could a trivial first-order emperor realm master injure him? And all it took was a snap of his fingers. If the third prince really had this ability, then he wouldn't be far from the great emperors. This human sovereign city isn't simple. Yang Kai loosened the scarf covering his nostrils. The blood had stopped, but the scarf was a mess, so he put it away. Zhu Qing was shocked. Was it really the third prince who injured you? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. How is that possible? Zhu Qing's expression changed slightly. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? She was shocked. What kind of master was hiding his strength that even she couldn't see through? If there really was such a person, then his strength was too terrifying. No. Yang Kai shook his head. That guy wasn't hiding his strength. His strength is that of a first-order emperor realm master. Then how could it be? Zhu Qing's mouth opened slightly. How do I put it? Yang Kai frowned as he recalled the scene just now. After a long time, he said, there is an extremely strong force in the human sovereign city, and the third prince seems to be able to control this force at will. It wasn't the third prince who injured me, but that omnipresent force. Although this was a bit awkward, the meaning was very clear. Zhu Qing naturally understood, so she asked in a daze, what kind of force is that? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Do you remember the woman who warned us not to provoke people with leaves on their chests? Zhu Qing patted the table and said, the third prince seems to have a leaf symbol on his clothes. Yang Kai grinned. And it's the symbol of a 9-leaf cultivator. He then pointed to the sky and said, you may not have noticed, but the people flying in the sky all have a leaf symbol on their chests. It's just that there are different numbers. Hearing what he said, Zhu Qing quickly released her divine sense to investigate. She found that it was indeed the case. Among the people flying in the sky, no matter how strong they were, none of them were ordinary people. All of them had the symbol of a tree leaf embroidered on their chests. These people probably have a very special status in the human sovereign city. That's why they're this, SSS, SSSS, SSS, SSSSS, theirs, and theirs? Zhu Qing frowned and said, isn't there a bit too many royal relatives? Yang Kai said with a smile, that's why most of those fellows only have 1 or 2 leaves. It's rare to see someone with more than 5 leaves. The third prince, for example, is a 9-leaf cultivator. It seems like he's someone with authority. Zhu Qing said, I remember now. Steward Liao, who was in the cave before, seemed to have a similar symbol on his chest. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded. That's why he's able to control the space array over there. That's why he has the master seal of the human sovereignty. Even if the couple is stronger than him, they have no choice but to swallow their pride. TSK. It's good to have special privileges. What are you thinking? Zhu Qing looked at him coldly. Yang Kai said solemnly, what I'm trying to say is that only the royal relatives can mobilize the mysterious power in the city. That's why they can easily defeat those who are stronger than them. Naturally, I don't think every royal relative has such an ability. Perhaps there are some limitations. For example, only those with more than 5 or 6 leaves are qualified to do so. The more leaves they have, the more power they can mobilize. Emicham, you seem to have a point. Zhu Qing did not think too much about it. She did not think there was anything wrong with Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai sneered. At the end of the day, it's still the law of the jungle. It's just that some people here can borrow a special power. This power seems to be everywhere in the city of human sovereignty. Can we stop it? Zhu Qing asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I can't say for sure. Earlier, the third prince didn't go all out, and I wasn't prepared for it. Hence, I don't know if I'll be able to stop it if it really comes down to it. The most important thing now is to figure out what the hell that power is. Only then can we deal with the problem. Should we ask around? Zhu Qing suggested. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There's no need for that. Why? Because someone's coming to us on a silver platter, little fool. Yang Kai smiled at her. Zhu Qing said angrily, "You're the little fool." Yang Kai's words reminded her that ever since she entered the city of human sovereignty, her IQ seemed to have dropped. When she thought about it, it was probably because she felt like she had someone to rely on. Hence, her judgment and observation skills had plummeted. She did not feel good about this, but she did not reject this feeling. "Master, since you're here, why don't you come and sit with us? Why are you all alone without anyone to talk to?" Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at a table not far away. There was only one customer at that table. He looked to be in his 50s, had a goatee, and had a refined appearance. At first glance, he looked like a teacher. His cultivation was restrained, and his aura was ethereal. It was impossible to judge his strength. This guy entered the tea house right after Yang Kai. When he heard Yang Kai's words, the goatee did not hesitate. He stood up and sat down. He did not look at Yang Kai or Zhu Qing. Instead, he was interested in the little black dog that was lying on the table, pretending to be asleep. The aroma of tea filled the room. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and filled his cup. He said, "What's your name, sir?" The goatee picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He said calmly, "A good dog." Yang Kai smiled. "It's just a little mutt. What's so good about it? You flatter me." The little black dog did not have any special characteristics. As long as it did not reveal its return to Ruin's bloodline, no one would notice anything unusual. The goatee shook his head. "I'm not talking about it." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "If you're not talking about it, then you're talking about me?" The goatee stroked his beard and said calmly, "You're worth teaching." Zhu Qing's face turned cold. She immediately wanted to teach this old man a lesson. This old man did not know what he was talking about. He actually dared to insult her man in front of her. How could Zhu Qing tolerate this? Yang Kai gave her a look, telling her to calm down. He laughed. "Sir, you're really interesting. I'm a human. How can you compare me to a dog?" The goatee said, "Sometimes a human is not as good as a dog. A human has its disadvantages, but a dog has its advantages." Yang Kai sneered. "Then which family's dog is it? The third prince's family?" The goatee's face turned cold, but he did not flare up. He nodded. "You're right." Yang Kai said, "I've heard people say that a dog that bites doesn't bark, and a dog that barks is trash. Seems like you're a good dog." Zhu Qing snorted. "Don't compare him to Bow Wow. Bow Wow is much better than him." She seized every opportunity to vent the anger in her heart. Reaching out, she hugged the black puppy and gently combed its fur. The goatee said, "It's not up to me to decide if I'm a good dog. It's up to the third prince. If he thinks you're a good dog, then you're a good dog. If he thinks you're not, then no matter how strong you are, you're still a dead dog." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Sir, are you here to beat the dog and eat its meat? Or do you have other plans?" The goatee pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai and motioned for him to fill it. He said calmly, "Dog meat doesn't taste good. The third prince isn't interested." Yang Kai said, "Oh, so you're here to recruit a hunting dog. Whether it's a hunting dog or a domestic animal depends on your performance." The goatee picked up the teacup again and took a sip. "It's rare to see strong people from the outside. The third prince thinks you're not bad, so he's willing to give you this opportunity. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not depends on your performance." Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir, you're ambitious. It's your freedom to be someone else's domestic dog. I don't think the same as you. My wife and I don't want to do anything. We just want to raise a dog. We're not interested in being a dog." The goatee put down the teacup. His expression didn't change. He seemed to have expected this. He nodded and said, "I've heard some things about the outside world. Maybe you used to be a tyrant and can call the wind and summon the rain. But this is the human sovereign city. It has its own rules. An outsider like you will always have to suffer some losses before you understand the rules of the human sovereign city." As he spoke, he stood up and casually threw down a wooden token. He said, "This is the third prince's token. If you can escape this calamity, then you have the qualifications to become the third prince's hunting dogs. If you don't, then it means that you're nothing more than this." When he finished speaking, he floated away. At the same time, a dozen figures rushed in from all directions, surrounding the tea house. Seeing this, the other customers in the tea house turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled. The owner of the tea house looked at this sudden scene with an expression of wanting to cry, but he didn't dare to act rashly, because he recognized the identity of these people. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said with a headache, "What do you mean by giving a date a club?" Zhu Qing looked around coldly and said, "They don't seem to be the same people." Yang Kai suddenly said, "If there's the third prince, then there must be the first prince and second prince, right? I don't know which group they are from. It seems that they're not as united as before." The two of them didn't try to hide their voices, so the cultivators gathered around the tea house could hear them clearly, but all of them remained indifferent. No one stood up to explain anything to Yang Kai, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. They were indeed waiting for someone. Not long after, there was another sound on the street. Then a huge palanquin came from the other end of the street. The people carrying the palanquin were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. They didn't move at all, and the palanquin flew steadily. Chapter 29:56. The bed and palanquin were extremely luxurious, with a translucent pink curtain that gave off a hazy feeling of extravagance. There were two people in the palanquin, a man and two women, all of whom were reclining on the palanquin. There was good wine and fresh fruit on the couch. The man was hugging the women in each arm, taking a sip of wine and eating a spirit fruit, looking very comfortable. The two women were wearing very little, exposing a large part of their snow-white skin. They were wriggling in his arms, acting coquettishly, vaguely competing for his affection. The man acted as if there was no one around, his two big hands groping and ravaging the two women's delicate bodies, causing them to gasp from time to time. The people along the way all knelt down, not daring to raise their heads, not knowing that there was an endless romantic scene in the palanquin. Only the women's seductive voices entered their ears, making them feel as if their bellies were on fire. In the blink of an eye, the bed and palanquin arrived in front of the tea house. Before the palanquin landed, the Dao Source Realm bearers stood there with straight backs. The surroundings were quiet, and the obscene sounds from the palanquin became more and more abrupt. Yang Kai opened his eyes wide, watching with great interest. Zhu Qing blushed slightly and coldly snorted, but when she saw Yang Kai's bewitched look, she couldn't help but kick him under the table and glare at him. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, your eyeballs will fall out." Yang Kai grimaced and said to her, "Qing, you look so good when you're jealous." "Nonsense." Zhu Qing's face turned even redder. Who's jealous?" The two of them flirted with each other as if no one was around, causing the surrounding cultivators to look on coldly. A burly, bald man walked into the tea house. He looked like a lackey, but his cultivation was quite good. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his aura was profound. He stared coldly at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing and shouted, "The first prince has arrived. Why aren't you kneeling? It's really a prince." Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at each other. He had just said it casually. They didn't expect that the person who came was really a prince. He and Zhu Qing had only been in the city of Human Sovereign for less than half an hour, and they had only had a small conflict with the third prince's people at the Space Magic Array. They didn't expect that the first prince would appear so soon. Although the third prince had taught him a lesson, he still sent people over. Undoubtedly, he wanted to recruit him as his subordinate. He wondered what the first prince was up to this time. However, when Yang Kai saw the first prince's posture, he had a vague guess. He immediately felt a little displeased, and his tone became very unfriendly. "Sorry, this young master does not have the habit of kneeling to others. If you have something to say, say it. If not, scram." Hearing this, the bald man was furious and shouted, "Impudent!" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and was about to make a move. However, A soft voice came from the palanquin. Stop. What if you hurt the beauty? When the bald man heard this, he immediately stopped. However, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai. The voice from the palanquin said, Beauty, let me introduce myself. I am the first prince of the city of human sovereign, Fushu. Are you interested in coming with this prince to play? Zhu Qing didn't answer, but the two women in Fushu's arms were unhappy. One of them climbed onto Fushu's body and took a sip of wine. She said coquettishly, The first prince is so bad. It's not enough to have us sisters to serve you. You actually want to find someone else. How annoying. The other woman also said sweetly, That's right, first prince. What's so good about this woman's cold face? How can she be as considerate as us sisters who serve you wholeheartedly? First prince, don't pay attention to her. I don't know where this country bumpkin came from. Let's go back to the palace. My sister and I recently came up with a good idea that will definitely satisfy the first prince. The first imperial prince swallowed the fine wine and felt as if his entire body was as light as a feather. His two large hands forcefully pinched the soft and tender bodies of the two women beside him, causing them to let out a soft moan. He chuckled and said, The two of you are indeed good, but she is not bad either. This imperial prince will take her in and let her be your sister. No, we already have enough sisters. First prince, you can't accept any more. That's right. I can't even count all those sisters. First prince, you just promised this servant a few days ago that you won't fool around anymore. How can you go back on your word in just a few days? This person won't listen. The first prince laughed dryly and said, Yes. This prince did say those words before, but at that time this beauty didn't exist. I will accept one more and one more. I definitely won't accept any more in the future. First prince is lying. This person doesn't believe you. Don't, first prince. There's nothing special about this woman. Oh, she has a head of red hair. If first prince likes it, us sisters can also dye our red hair red and wave it in front of you every day so that you can see as much as you want. How is that the same? Fushu shook his head and said, You don't know. Although this beauty doesn't look special, I heard that she came from the outside world. This prince has seen countless women, but this is the first time I've met one from the outside world. Naturally, I can't let her go so easily. She came from the outside world. What's so strange about that? Women are all the same. First prince, you... That's enough. Shut up. Fushu's tone suddenly became cold. The two women who were acting coquettishly suddenly fell silent. They understood their status and position in the first prince's eyes. They were just playthings. It didn't matter if they acted coquettishly from time to time because he doted on them. However, if they insisted on stopping the first prince from seeking pleasure, they would immediately fall out of favor. There were countless beauties in the first prince's residence. It wasn't necessary for the two of them to serve him. Thus, when they felt that the first prince's tone was not right, the two women didn't dare to disobey. One of them immediately changed her tone and said, Since first prince likes her so much, then just accept her. It's just one more sister. As long as first prince is happy, anything is fine. Sister is right. I think this woman's appearance is also not bad. She is barely qualified to serve first prince. Fushu immediately smiled and kissed the two women on their cheeks. He laughed and said, You two are the most reasonable. This prince didn't dote on you for nothing. The two women wriggled in the first prince's arms. The woman who spoke first said, But this beauty seems to already have someone in her heart. First prince, what are you going to do? Fushu smiled and said, That's because she doesn't know how powerful this prince is. Once she has tasted this prince's methods, why would she think of another man? Look carefully. This prince will go and subdue her right now. As he spoke, he broke free from the two women. He straightened his disheveled clothes and stood up from the palanquin. He opened the curtains and stepped down. After entering the tea house, he looked up at Zhu Qing. His heart immediately burst with joy when he saw her. He didn't get a good look at her from behind the curtains. Now, he saw that this red-haired woman was simply too beautiful. Although her expression was cold, It was enough to incite a man's desire to conquer her. As he had said before, he had never tried a foreign beauty before. It wasn't that he didn't have enough power, but rather that no one had entered the human sovereign city for many years. He was the first prince. In the human sovereign city, he was second only to the emperor. If he wanted a beauty, he only had to give the order and someone would immediately arrange it for him. None of the women dared to resist. They all did their best to please him. After getting used to eating delicacies, it was a kind of happiness to occasionally have a change of taste. Thus, the colder Zhu Qing's expression was, the more he liked it. Deep in his heart, he wanted nothing more than to bring this red-haired beauty back to the prince's mansion and dote on her. His fiery gaze was like a leech biting onto Zhu Qing's face. He began to move his gaze without restraint, wanting to examine her from head to toe. Yang Kai's figure flashed and stood in front of Zhu Qing. The first prince's expression immediately changed. It was as if he had seen a lump of stink. He said with disdain, "What's your name?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to reply, Fu Shu said, "I don't care what your name is. If you want to live, then scram. Seeing that you have done a good deed, this prince will bestow upon you a one-leaf body." As soon as these words were said, the surrounding cultivators all had fiery expressions. A one-leaf body. Although it was the lowest level of nobility, it was still nobility. In the city of human sovereignty, one would be able to enjoy special privileges that ordinary people could not. In an instant, one would be able to rise above the commoners. These people had followed the first prince for many years, but none of them had ever received such a reward. They did not expect that this outsider would receive such an honor just because he had a beauty by his side. This made many of the first prince's attendants green with envy. They secretly sighed at this brat's good luck. The bald man took a step forward and shouted angrily at Yang Kai, "Brat, why aren't you thanking us and leaving? Do you want to die?" Yang Kai sighed dejectedly. He looked seriously at the first prince and said, "This, Your Highness the first prince, this lowly one has a deep relationship with my wife. I don't want to be separated, and I don't have any intentions of offering her beauty. Your Highness the first prince is extremely powerful and has countless beauties by your side. I think the two in the sedan are quite good. Why do you have to set your sights on a married woman? If word gets out, it will damage your Highness's reputation." Fu Shu said with a cold face, "Are you insulting my intelligence, or insulting your own?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He also felt that his proposal was too childish. Fu Shu said, "This prince also does not want to bully others. How about this? If you think the two in the sedan are good, then I will give them to you. The one behind you is mine." As soon as this was said, the two women in the sedan were as if they had been struck by lightning. They suddenly became very stiff, but they did not dare to say anything. For a moment, their expressions were miserable, and they cried. Yang Kai said in surprise, "This, won't the first prince lose out?" Fu Shu snorted, "This prince is a magnanimous master. What's wrong with letting you take advantage of me?" Yang Kai said, "But I have no interest in taking what others like. I only want to be with this lowly one." Fu Shu waved his hand and said impatiently, "Then just treat it as a reward. There is no need to thank me." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. Zhu Qing said behind him, "He is staring at me and won't let go. What are you going to do?" Yang Kai grinned and revealed a bright smile. "What else can I do? Since he is here, then I will beat him." Chapter 2957. Someone from the Third Order Dao Source Realm dares to act presumptuously in front of this young master? Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand and slapped Fu Shu mercilessly. He could see that although the human sovereign city was safe and unaffected by the changes in world principles, it was in fact a pool of muddy water. If he and Zhu Qing, two outsiders, wanted to establish themselves here, they would have to show extraordinary strength and let others know that they were not to be trifled with. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of the jungle, and if it changed, it meant that they were not strong enough. Fu Shu's strength was not high, only in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, But Yang Kai's eyes were sharp enough to see that this guy's cultivation was exaggerated. He should have taken some pills or emperor artifacts to forcefully increase his cultivation, so it was impossible for him to display his full strength. Furthermore, this crown prince looked like he was addicted to wine and women, so it was likely that he had already been hollowed out. This kind of guy, Kai Yang, could casually kill dozens or even hundreds of them. However, Fushu did not have the slightest self-awareness. At this moment, he was only 10 meters away from Yang Kai, so once he attacked, he would not have any time to react. His emperor chi surged, and the world energy fluctuated as a huge palm visible to the naked eye slammed down on Fushu. The bald man's expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Stop! Stop your mother's hand!" Yang Kai cursed. His hand did not stop moving, becoming more and more violent. Fushu really didn't have time to react. He stuck his head out to take a look at the beautiful woman behind Kai Yang. Only when the palm was about to hit him did he suddenly cry out in fear, his whole body stiffening and trembling. He didn't know what to do, seeing that this palm was about to smash the talisman pivot into powder. A green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. It suddenly formed a layer of protection, wrapping Fushu completely. Hong. The protection shattered, and Fushu's hair danced wildly, his body in a sorry state, but he was unharmed. What the hell is that? Kai Yang was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he didn't see any trace of the talisman shoe casting a spell, but that protective shield had strangely appeared. Looking up and down, it also didn't seem like he was wearing any kind of artifact. On the contrary, he was wearing a lot of useless pendants, which could only be used as decoration. The bald man had already charged out from the side. A light flashed in his hand and a sledgehammer suddenly appeared. The sledgehammer was half the size of a table. It was flickering with a dazzling light, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. The bald man shouted angrily, "You dare to be rude to the first prince? Die, brat!" His muscles bulged as he held the sledgehammer in one hand. He exerted all his strength and smashed it down on Yang Kai's head. In a split second, the sound of wind and thunder filled their ears, making them tremble in fear. "Escort the emperor. Protect them," Yang Kai shouted. Zhu Qing glared at him. While her red hair was fluttering, her petite body flashed and stood beside Yang Kai. Then she raised a small white fist and met the sledgehammer head-on. The bald man's expression changed again as he shouted, "Get out of my way!" He didn't know why this red-haired woman wanted to kill herself, but he knew the power of his attack. This woman's cultivation seemed to be quite good, but she was still a delicate woman. If she was hit by his sledgehammer, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. This was a woman the first prince had taken a fancy to. How could he dare to kill her? He had used all his strength before. Now, even if he wanted to withdraw, it was too late. Seeing Zhu Qing in front of him, he could only twist his body and move the sledgehammer a little, hoping that the woman could escape. Zhu Qing's fist smashed into the sledgehammer. Her small fist and the sledgehammer created an extremely strong visual impact. No one doubted that Zhu Qing's fate would be miserable. However, the result was shocking. With a loud bang, Zhu Qing's body didn't move. Her hair fluttered wildly in the wind. The bald man holding the sledgehammer stared as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze for a moment before he was sent flying like lightning. Hong long long. The walls of the tea house and the building next door were filled with holes. As far as the eye could see, dust filled the air. The bald man fell into a pile of rubble, motionless. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, especially the guards who had come with the first prince. They all stared at Zhu Qing in a daze. They never thought that this seemingly soft and delicate body could explode with such destructive power. This was even more inconceivable than seeing a demon race jumping around in the human sovereign city. Zhu Qing waved her hand with a look of disdain. Outside the tea house, the two seductive women on the palanquin screamed in horror. How many years had the human sovereign city been peaceful? No one had ever dared to cause trouble in the city, let alone have a conflict with the first prince. Suddenly seeing such a big scene, the two women were naturally frightened. Their faces turned pale and their delicate bodies trembled. The screams woke up the dazed Fushu. He was stunned for a while before he suddenly woke up. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Yang Kai, "You hit me?" His tone was much harsher and became somewhat hysterical. "You dare hit me? This prince? That's right, you're the one I'm going to hit." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the myriad's sword in the air. He slashed down at Fushu's head. The sword light was biting cold, and the sword intent was awe-inspiring. Fushu was so frightened that he screamed and ran away like a rat. The myriad's sword chased after Fushu like a maggot. The sword light slashed at Fushu's body, but it did not cause him any harm. Every time the sword light came, a green light would appear on Fushu's body and block the attack. If Yang Kai was strong, it would be strong. If Yang Kai was weak, it would be weak. It was as if it had a mind of its own. No matter what, it would protect the first Prince Fushu's safety. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai was unable to break through the green light. He clicked his tongue in wonder. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. If he had not accidentally come to this reincarnation world and entered the city of Human Sovereign City, he would not have known that such a thing existed in this world. "Help! Help!" The first prince shouted as he ran. He no longer had the dignity of a prince. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person running for his life. He had even forgotten that he had once cultivated. His guards finally reacted and rushed towards Yang Kai to protect their master. Although these guards were not weak, how could they be Yang Kai's opponent? The myriad sword cut down one by one like cutting vegetables. However, Yang Kai did not kill them. Although the tea house was full of blood and screams, there was no danger to their lives. However, Yang Kai's ferocious appearance had scared the first prince out of his wits. He did not even have the strength to run. He was blocked in a corner of the tea house. He looked at Yang Kai in horror as he walked towards him step by step. He trembled and shouted, "Don't come here! Don't come here! I am the first prince. I order you to stop." Yang Kai smiled sinisterly. Blood dripped from the myriad sword, making him look like a demon from hell. The first prince wished that he could just faint and be done with it. However, the fear in his heart made him more clear-headed than usual. After a few steps, Yang Kai stood in front of the first prince. He tilted his head and looked at him. Then Myriad's sword slowly stabbed towards him. The first prince sucked in a breath of cold air and held his breath. He stared at the tip of Myriad's sword in horror. When Myriad's sword was about an inch away from Fushu, the green hazy light appeared again. It wrapped around Myriad's sword tenaciously and blocked its advance. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the light. Yang Kai used Myriad's sword to point at the green shield. He looked down at Fushu and asked, "What is this?" Fushu's 2 rows of teeth were chattering. He could no longer answer Yang Kai's question. A voice came from the side. "With the protection of the holy tree, the imperial family will not be harmed." Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the man with the goatee who had just left had appeared in the tea house again. He was still sitting in the same position as before. It was as if he had never moved. He stared at him indifferently. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "With the protection of the holy tree? What holy tree?" The man with the goatee said, "It has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with me. I hate people like you the most. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at him impatiently. The man with the goatee said, "You have offended the first prince and injured so many of his guards. You have also frightened the first prince. There is no place for you in the human sovereign city." "I'm so scared." Yang Kai sneered. "Are you going to tell me that if I want to live, I should quickly go and lick the feet of the third prince? Only he can protect my safety?" The man with the goatee smiled. "Smart people understand." Yang Kai snorted. "It seems that everything that has happened here is within your expectations. You were the one who brought the first prince here, right?" The man with the goatee shook his head. "Don't accuse me wrongly. The first prince's desire to chase after beauties is well known. When you and this girl appeared in the human sovereign city, someone went to inform him. This old man only expected this situation and came to join in the fun." He paused and looked at Yang Kai. "How about it? Do you still want to refuse? Before Yang Kai could reply, the frightened Fushu looked as if he had seen his savior. He looked at the man with the goatee. I remember now. You are that person by the third prince's side. Yes, 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 that person. Hurry up and kill this guy for me. This prince will reward you handsomely. The man with the goatee looked at the first prince with disdain. This old man is the third prince's man. Why would I help you? The first prince is confused. Fushu's face paled. Then what will it take for you to help? How about I give you the two women outside? The man with the goatee looked between his legs and sighed. This old man is already so old. It is not easy to guard this little bit of yang yuan. I appreciate the first prince's kindness, but it is a pity that this old man cannot accept it. You, how can you be like this? Fushu's face was filled with disappointment. The man with the goatee turned to look at Yang Kai. Is your answer the same? Yang Kai rested Myriad's sword on his shoulder and sneered. The man with the goatee understood and said to Fushu, although this old man will not help, this old man can show the first prince a way out. Chapter 29:58. Speak, speak, Fushu hurriedly said. He didn't have many strong subordinates, and all of them were lying on the ground, so he could only place his hopes on the goatee. The goatee said, with the protection of the holy tree, the crown prince will definitely not be injured. Since he won't be injured, why are you afraid of him? You are a prince and can use the power of the holy tree. Even if you can't beat him, can't you just steal and run? As long as you return to your residence, what can he do to you? Fushu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He scolded himself for being so scared. It was indeed as the old goatee said, he had the protection of the holy tree, so ordinary people couldn't hurt him. Since he wouldn't be injured, what was there to be afraid of? He hated himself for being so scared that he didn't even think of such a thing. He hated Kai Yang for making him lose face. Looking at Zhu Qing, who was standing over there, he gradually regained his courage and slowly stood up from the corner of the wall. Although his body was still trembling, it was much better than begging for mercy and running away. The previous conflict had attracted the attention of many residents of Emperor City. At this moment, the tea house was surrounded by onlookers from all directions. Several groups of patrolling guards arrived and were shocked to see the mess in the tea house when they parted the crowd. When they saw Fushu, they all came forward to greet him and asked about the situation. You all came at the right time. The appearance of these guards increased Fushu's confidence. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, this person is vicious and evil. He injured my guards and insulted this prince. Quickly come with this prince and take him down. When the guards heard this, they agreed one after another. A sneer appeared on Fushu's face as he suddenly began to chant an incantation. The incantation was cryptic and difficult to understand, causing the onlookers to be confused while Yang Kai was taken aback. He was too familiar with this chant. When the chant sounded, he couldn't help but think of a magnificent battle scene. At that time, he had 100,000 troops under his command. The various branches coordinated and fearlessly attacked the demon race camp. The wizard would chant such a chant. The chanting of the incantation made one's blood boil, filling one's chest with murderous intent. They wanted nothing more than to destroy everything in front of them. The Fushu's incantation was very short. There seemed to be some changes, but they were still the same. A ray of light suddenly bloomed and enveloped the guards. In the next moment, the blood and chi of the many guards suddenly surged, and their bodies swelled up like balloons. Their exposed skin glowed with a dark red light, and even their eyes turned crimson red. Timidity and fear disappeared from their bodies, replaced by determination and bravery. Bloodthirst. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never thought that after more than 100,000 years, he would be able to see someone else use the bloodthirst technique. Although there were some changes to the bloodthirst technique, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't mistake it. Previously in the cave, when Manager Liao used the technique, there were some traces of wizard techniques. However, it wasn't obvious, so Yang Kai didn't pay too much attention to it. But now, it seemed that the reincarnation world still had wizard techniques. He didn't know how it had been passed down for so long. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect such a scene. Her beautiful eyes curiously looked at the cultivator that had changed. She was somewhat puzzled. When the Fushu's incantation sounded again, Yang Kai already knew what kind of wizard technique this was. This wizard technique was the most troublesome type of wizard technique for the demon race. It was also a type of wizard technique that couldn't be cracked. It was because of the protection of this wizard technique that the barbarians could compete with the demon race. Yang Kai knew how terrifying this wizard technique was. How could he let the Fushu use it? He took a step forward, and the myriad's sword leisurely disappeared. When he clapped his hands together, a huge crescent blade suddenly slashed towards the Fushu. This attack appeared very suddenly, and its power was unpredictable. It made the goatee secretly shocked. The Fushu was naturally shocked, but he didn't care. He remembered the goatee's words. Even though he was shocked, he didn't have any intention of dodging or blocking. The incantation from his mouth became louder and louder. The huge crescent blade hit the Fushu's body as expected, but was blocked by the green light that appeared on the Fushu's body. However, this time the green light was especially dense and it was almost lush. This green light was a type of protection. It would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. On the other hand, it showed the powerful killing power of the crescent blade. Silently, the divine technique that could devour space couldn't do anything to the Fushu. The green light actually blocked the crescent blade's attack again, but a small crack appeared at the spot where the crescent blade came in contact with it. It was almost undetectable. This kind of protection wasn't invincible, but it wasn't unbreakable. Yang Kai suddenly realized this point. The reason why Yang Kai's previous attacks didn't have any effect was because they weren't strong enough. And in this moment of delay, the Fushu had completed his wizard technique. Another ray of light bloomed and shrouded the guards. In the dark, there seemed to be something that connected these people together, making them live and die together. Everyone's qi and blood gathered in one place and soared into the sky. Zhu Qing's expression changed. Life chains. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. He never thought that he would one day face the two great war wizard techniques, the bloodthirst technique and life chains. In the Thousand Illusions dream world, the barbarian army led by Yang Kai was invincible thanks to these two wizard techniques. Because of this, Yang Kai knew better than anyone how powerful they were. The goatee was surprised. You know about saint techniques? What are saint techniques? Yang Kai took a few steps back and stood side by side with Zhu Qing, looking forward coldly. There were about 30 guards in the group who had been affected by the bloodthirst technique and life chains. No matter who it was, their cultivation was below the Emperor realm. The strongest one was from the Third Order Dao Source realm, and the weakest was only a Second Order Origin King. If this group of people were to fight alone, Yang Kai could easily blow them away with a single breath and teach them how to behave. But now they had the capital to fight to the death with the people of the Emperor realm. The name of the war wizard technique was not just a bluff. The goatee said, only the members of the imperial family who have 6 leaves and above can use the power of the holy tree to cast this secret technique. If you don't know about the saint techniques, how can you say the name of the saint techniques? Yang Kai did not answer him. He whispered to Zhu Qing, this is a little troublesome. Zhu Qing said, I'll take care of these people. I'll leave that prince to you. Yang Kai shook his head and said, they're not easy to deal with. Let me do it. Zhu Qing said leisurely, don't underestimate me. Okay? Also, I don't want to fight with that annoying guy. Since you said so, that's the only way. Yang Kai shrugged. Zhu Qing snorted. If you can't take care of him, don't even think about touching me in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and she pounced forward. Yang Kai wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said, do you have to be so ruthless? The goatee poured cold water on them and said, it's useless. Since the saint techniques have been cast, you have no chance of winning unless you can reverse the saint techniques. However, you'll need the holy tree's protection first. Fushu was furious. Old man, whose side are you on? The goatee said calmly, I'm just here to watch the show. I'm not taking sides. You should focus on fighting the enemy, first prince. Be careful not to embarrass the imperial family. Fushu was infuriated by the goatee's words. He said with great ambition, "Open your eyes wide and watch carefully." As they spoke, Zhu Qing had already clashed with the 30 or so guards. When the violent energy surged, the small tea house collapsed. The owner of the tea house ran to the street and cried bitterly as he cursed. Soon, Zhu Qing discovered how difficult it was to deal with this group of people. They weren't very agile. After all, there were more than 30 of them. When they fought, they didn't cooperate at all. They didn't have any order, and they often interfered with each other. They looked clumsy. However, even though there were more than 30 of them, every single one of them had the ability to take her attacks head-on. Every time she attacked, any random person would be able to block it. This was simply unbelievable. She was a member of the dragon race, and her strength was violent. Even a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't dare say that they could take a hit from her without being injured. However, this ragtag group of guards could do it. After a few punches, Zhu Qing quickly discovered the secret behind their ability to block her attacks. She didn't know what was wrong with these people. No matter who tried to block her, her attacks would be dispersed and shared by these 30 or so people. If one chopstick could be easily broken, 2 chopsticks would be twice the resistance, let alone these 30 or so people who had been enchanted with some kind of saint technique. After their chi and blood force was stimulated, these people didn't fear pain or danger. Everyone's eyes turned red, and the number of attacks they could withstand increased exponentially. Zhu Qing's face turned cold, and her attacks became more and more violent. To her, what happened just now was just a test. With a rumble, the battlefield kept shifting. Soon, half of the street was affected. On the old site of the tea house, Yang Kai stared at Fushu and said indifferently, "You heard what the madam said. For the sake of this young master's future happiness, please, lie down, first prince." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Fushu, almost sticking to him. The goatee's eyes narrowed, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. In that instant, he didn't see what happened. Fushu screamed and almost fell again. However, he quickly calmed down and gritted his teeth. "Do you think this prince is afraid of you?" Yang Kai raised his hand and threw a punch at Fushu's face. Before Fushu could react, the fist was already in front of him. Fortunately, the green light blocked the attack and didn't injure him. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. His face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and chanted an incantation. He wanted to cast the bloodlust spell on himself so that he wouldn't be afraid anymore. Yang Kai suddenly looked at Fushu's chest and said, "First prince, you're only an 8-leaf cultivator. TSK, TSK. Even the third prince is a 9-leaf cultivator. Why is it that you, the eldest brother, have 1 less leaf than him? Is it because the human sovereign favors him, or is it because you're unpopular?" Fushu's incantation came to an abrupt halt. He said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Why would father favor the third prince? I'm the first prince." Chapter 29:59. Is that so? However, the third prince indeed has 1 more leaf than you. If I'm not mistaken, the more leaves one has, the more honorable one's status is. In that case, you're indeed inferior to the third prince. That's because my cultivation base isn't high enough. Yes, that's right. I'm not willing to cultivate. That's why I'm only an 8-leaf cultivator. If I have a cultivation base like old thirds one day, a 9-leaf cultivator will be a piece of cake. Tisk, TSK, tisk. Yang Kai had a look of disdain on his face. I don't think so. If I were a human sovereign, I wouldn't like you, first prince. If I want to pass the throne to the third prince one day, I'll definitely consider him. The third prince is a dragon among men. His cultivation base is extraordinary, and he treats people with generosity. How can you compare to him? You, shut up. Fushu was infuriated by Yang Kai. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced on Yang Kai. With the protection of the holy tree, he looked fearless. Although Yang Kai was speaking, his hands never stopped attacking Fushu's body. He was constantly attacking various parts of Fushu's body, but he was still unable to break through the green light's protection. The first prince's attacks were no different from scratching an itch to Yang Kai, and he could completely ignore them. For a time, the two of them fought like street thugs. However, neither of them could defeat the other. All of their attacks were like stones sinking into the sea. The man with the goatee sighed. He could not bear to watch any longer and said, "Your Highness, there is no need to care about his words. Just use your saint arts. Your cultivation is inferior to his, and only saint arts will be able to avenge your humiliation." Yang Kai turned his head and snorted coldly. "Old thing, if you keep blabbering, I'll knock your teeth out." The goatee said earnestly, "Young man, you must know how to respect the old and love the young. That depends on the person. People like you who like to show off everywhere. I have to kill dozens of them every day." As they spoke, Fushu's incantation sounded again, but he had been reminded by Goatee. He no longer entangled himself with Yang Kai and directly cast bloodlust on himself. The timidity and fear in his eyes quickly disappeared, and his eyes were instantly filled with anger and excitement. He laughed loudly. As if there was no one around, he said ferociously, "Brat, you dare to offend this prince. I want you to die. After killing you, I will take good care of that beauty." Bloodlust could affect a person's rationality and cause them to lose some of their judgment, but it was undeniable that it was still very useful in certain special situations. Fushu's fear and cowardice were suppressed by the bloodlust. He stared at Yang Kai with his red eyes as if he had become a different person. He roared, "Bind!" All of a sudden, an invisible force pushed out from the void. Like a layer of waves, it bound Yang Kai's raised fist. Yang Kai was unable to smash down. No matter how he struggled, his fist was fixed in the air. He felt that his fist seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and the more he wanted to attack, the stronger the pulling force became. Yang Kai's expression was stern. The first prince, Fushu, was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yet he was able to achieve such a feat with the help of a so-called saint technique. This was beyond Yang Kai's imagination, and it made him even more wary of this modified witchcraft. Normal wizard techniques could not have such an effect, nor could they do such an unimaginable thing. He had always been the one to fight above his level, and this was the first time he was beaten by someone who was weaker than him. He floated back and was blocked again, but he easily opened up the distance between him and Fushu. After succeeding in one move, Fushu's confidence increased greatly. He laughed wildly. "Run? Let's see where you can run to. Sword, come." He stretched out his hand, and a green fluorescent light suddenly burst out in the void. The color of the fluorescent light looked exactly the same as the energy protecting Fushu, and the fluorescent light quickly gathered in the air, turning into a shocking long sword. Fushu pointed his hand, and the long sword slashed down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's pupils shrank, and he instinctively felt the power of this attack. Under the surging of the law of space, several moonblades flew out to meet it. With a rumble, the green long sword destroyed all the moonblades along the way, but after intercepting the last moonblade, it suddenly collapsed. Fushu's body shook, and 2 streams of blood flowed out from his nostrils, but he did not feel it at all. He raised his hands again and roared, "Again!" Another green light bloomed, and it was still a huge green long sword. Yang Kai looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. After a few times, he finally caught a subtle trace. Every time Fushu used the saint technique, it seemed to have a resonance with something in that direction. This resonance was very weak, and if it was not for Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he would not have noticed it. Fushu of the Third Order Dao Source Realm did not have the strength to compete with him, and the only reason he could do this was because he had borrowed power. He had borrowed the power of the Holy Tree, and the direction that resonated with it should be the direction of the Holy Tree. He wanted to see what the hell the so-called Holy Tree was. It actually had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. His divine sense spread out like a tide, causing the void to buzz, and the goatee's face changed again. In an instant, everything in the human sovereign city was imprinted in Yang Kai's mind, as if the best artist had painted a picture in his mind. As his divine sense advanced, he could see farther and farther. Suddenly, a barrier blocked in front of him. Yang Kai was caught off guard, and his divine sense crashed into it, causing him to feel dizzy. At this time, the green long sword had already slashed down, and it hit Yang Kai's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Fushu laughed. "You dare to be arrogant. You dare to humiliate me. This is the price you have to pay." He made a hand seal, controlling the green long sword to press down, as if he wanted to cut Yang Kai in half. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and with the myriad sword in hand, he swung it up, and a biting cold sword chi burst out, cutting the green long sword in half. Fushu was stunned, and he was a little surprised. Yang Kai said, "First Prince, is this all you've got? What a joke. Show me what you've got. Let's see what you can do to me." Fushu was furious, and he shouted, "Brat, don't be so arrogant." He suddenly chanted an incantation, but this time, Yang Kai could not tell what kind of wizard spell it was. At the same time, Fushu got into a bow and arrow posture. A green arrow strangely appeared in front of him, and he gently pinched it, placing it on the invisible bow. "Chasing the stars and moon. Die!" Following Fushu's angry roar, the green arrow spun and broke through the barrier of space, leaving a visible vacuum along the way, and rushed in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai tilted his head, and the arrow brushed past his temples, cutting off a few strands of black hair that fluttered in the wind. "You still dare to dodge?" Fushu was like an erupting volcano. Without any hesitation, he began to draw his bow and shoot arrows at Yang Kai like meteors. Blood flowed from his nostrils like a flood that had broken through a dam, drenching his clothes and the ground. However, it was as if he didn't notice it at all. His entire being was in an indescribable state of excitement. After 3 to 5 arrows, even his 7 orifices began to bleed. Using Saint Arts seemed to be a great burden on him. In this world, there was no power that could be obtained for no reason. Even if Fushu was the first prince and was born with the blessing of the Holy Tree, and could use powerful Saint Arts with his level in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, he would have to pay a great price to compete with Yang Kai. His unrestrained attacks made it easier for Yang Kai to spy on the source of the Saint Arts. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, as if he had thought of something. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Fushu was overjoyed when he saw this, and said naively, "Have you seen this prince's strength? It's too late to kneel and beg for mercy. This prince will make you taste all the torture in the world." As he spoke, he raised his hand again, and a green arrow whistled through the air. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand slightly, and caught the green arrow in his hand. The arrow that contained a powerful force was instantly frozen in front of him, motionless. "How can this be?" Both Yang Kai and Fushu said this at the same time, but one of them had a blank look on his face while the other was filled with shock. "Your aura." Goatee's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Yang Kai, like a newborn calf, full of confusion. The moment Yang Kai closed his eyes, his aura suddenly underwent a tremendous change. It did not become very powerful, but this aura gave off an extremely ancient feeling, as if he had walked out from a distant time and space. His entire body exuded an indescribable ancient charm. The green arrow collapsed in Yang Kai's hand, and Yang Kai began to chant an incantation. At this moment, he was not the Emperor Realm, but a wizard king from the southern barbarian tribe of the ancient world. His incantation was even more obscure and ancient than the first prince's. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely difficult to pronounce. "You!" The first prince was dumbfounded, and he actually forgot to continue attacking. He pointed at Yang Kai, as if he had seen something impossible. Goatee's body also shook violently, and he was completely dumbfounded. A small fire snake suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was very lifelike, as if it was a real creature, and it kept rolling in the air. "Holy technique!" Goatee cried out in surprise, almost biting his own tongue, but he quickly denied his own judgment. This was not a holy technique because the fire snake did not have the green light that was unique to holy techniques, but the entire casting process was almost identical to a holy technique. So this is a holy technique. Yang Kai's lips curled up. He could clearly feel that he had established a connection with something in the human sovereign city, and this connection was only established after he had transformed into the Wizard King. After using the wizard technique, this connection became much stronger. Chapter 2960. The small fire serpent rolled nimbly in the air, but it brought an unimaginable shock to everyone. Fushu was already stunned. He stared blankly at the fire serpent, completely forgetting that he was still in the middle of a battle. The goatee shouted, "First Prince, this is not a saint art. Don't be blinded by his tricks." "Is this really not a saint art?" Fushu turned his head and asked. The goatee was so angry that his beard was in a mess. He reiterated again, "This old man guarantees with my life that this is definitely not a saint art. It just looks similar to a saint art. There is nothing to be afraid of." Fushu was shocked when he heard this. He shouted angrily, "I was wondering how someone as insignificant as you could perform a saint art. Turns out that you were just lying to me. You're dead meat." He wanted to draw his bow again, but Yang Kai had already flicked his finger. The fire serpent straightened up and shot towards him like an arrow. Fushu turned a deaf ear to the fire serpent's attack. He knew that the saint tree would provide him with strong protection. Any attack from Yang Kai could not do anything to him, just like the situation before. The fire serpent did not seem to be very powerful. It was just a very ordinary fire serpent technique. In ancient times, even a wizard could perform a wizard technique. With a boom, the fire serpent hit Fushu, but it produced an unexpected effect. The protective green light that appeared on the surface of Fushu's body was broken by the fire serpent. Although the fire serpent disappeared at the same time, the scattered sparks splashed all over Fushu's body. He was so hot that he screamed. The goatee narrowed his eyes. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, Fushu was the first prince. He was protected by the holy tree in Renhuang City, and only those with 8-leaf bodies and above were qualified to hurt him. However, this inexplicable outsider had actually done it. This was simply beyond his scope of understanding. He could not figure out why this was the case. And why did that secret technique look exactly the same as the saint trees? Other than the fact that it did not have the power of the holy tree attached to it, it was simply a saint art from another template. I also need the protection of the holy tree. Yang Kai looked at the first prince with a smile. Nonsense. Fushu extinguished the sparks on his body. He cursed angrily, "You! Whether it's nonsense or not, the first prince can see for himself." As Yang Kai spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, and another flame serpent appeared in front of him. Then another, a third, a fourth. You. Fushu was shocked beyond words. "Why don't you chant the incantation?" "Why do I need to chant?" Yang Kai continued to cast his wizard spell. It was still the simple fire snake spell. "Of course we have to chant the incantation to cast the sacred spell." Fushu found it hard to accept that his common sense had been broken. Yang Kai sneered, "How can trash like you be compared to this young master? This young master's saint arts are at my fingertips." While they were talking, a dense flame serpent had appeared in front of him. It was as if a snake cave had been destroyed. As time passed, the newly appeared fire snakes also underwent some changes. A trace of green appeared on top of the flame serpents. Although it was not very eye-catching, there was no doubt that it was green. The green color became more and more intense. The last few fire snakes that appeared were almost all dark green in color. Yang Kai finally stopped. He looked at Fushu with a smile. "See, I told you that I also have the protection of the holy tree." "Hiss!" Goatee gasped, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. The development of the situation was beyond his expectations. This outsider had actually obtained the protection of the holy tree and cast the sacred spell that was imbued with the power of the holy tree. It was impossible for the third prince to get him to join them. It could even be said that this person's arrival was enough to set off a storm in the human sovereign city. It might even change the current situation in the human sovereign city. He no longer had any thoughts of roping in Yang Kai. He was only thinking about how to retreat. On the other side, Fu Shu was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The huge emotional change caused a series of chain reactions. First, the bloodlust technique had reached its limit and was cancelled. Then, the aftereffects of using the sacred spell broke out. Fu Shu screamed and fell to the ground. He covered his nose with his hand, but he could not stop the blood from flowing out. His qi and blood were weakened to the extreme, as if he would die at any time. He wailed loudly and asked for help, but who could help at this time? The enemy who was fighting with him before was the first to fall. Yang Kai curled his lips and was too lazy to add insult to injury. He did not care about Fu Shu at all. He only relied on the power of the holy tree to deal with him. Now that Yang Kai was also on the same starting line, Fu Shu was no longer a concern. He turned his head and looked at Goatee with a smile. The latter's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He said bitterly, "Could it be? You are a lost member of the royal family?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Your imagination is a little too rich. Then why can you use the power of the holy tree?" Goatee could not understand this. Who told you that only the royal family can be protected by the holy tree? Yang Kai sneered. Goatee was startled. When he thought about it carefully, this deep-rooted idea was completely based on the common sense he had received since he was young. It seemed that no one had ever said that only the royal family could be protected by the holy tree and use the power of the holy tree. No one had ever doubted this statement. Goatee suddenly felt that his mouth was dry. He faintly felt that a big secret was about to be revealed in front of him and reveal the truth. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who can be protected by the holy tree?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Old man, you are a traitor. Why are you asking this? Do you have any ideas?" Goatee was shocked and angry at the same time. "Don't talk nonsense." While speaking, he looked around as if he was afraid that his words would be heard by someone. Yang Kai sneered, "Go back and tell your master not to bother me in the future. I have no intention of provoking anyone and have no intention of being enemies with anyone. It's just that my wife and I accidentally wandered here. When we find a way out, we will leave. If anyone dares to trouble us..." Humph. Goatee was relieved. He nodded and said, "This old man will definitely pass on your words. As for what decision the third prince will make, it is not something this old man can interfere with. I also know that you don't have the ability to interfere. Go away." Yang Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Goatee immediately ran away. How could he dare to stay here? Fu Shu was still wailing. His voice was very miserable. In the sky not far away, Zhu Qing was fighting a bloody battle with more than 30 cultivators. Although these 30 cultivators were strengthened by Fu Shu's bloodlust and life chains and could fight together, how could they be a match for a dragon race? The bloodthirst art only stimulated their blood vitality, making their flesh and blood stronger and fiercer. Even if it could increase their strength, it couldn't increase it by too much. As for the life chains, it could only allow their life force to coexist and increase their resistance to attacks. Their offensive ability was still maintained at their original level. Zhu Qing could easily deal with them. The situation was very one-sided, but because of the life chains, Zhu Qing still had a hard time dealing with them. Yang Kai raised his hand and the fire snakes that had been floating in front of him flew over and hit the crowd. The life chains that connected their blood and chi power and life force were instantly punctured like balloons by countless fiery snakes. Their strength was completely drained. The life chains were dispelled and the connection was broken. The 30 cultivators were suddenly caught in Zhu Qing's violent energy field and were instantly injured. They fell from the sky like dumplings. Normal life chains couldn't be dispelled so easily, but Fu Shu's wizard technique was supported by the power of the sacred tree. Yang Kai used the same source of energy to interfere, so the life chains broke on its own. Zhu Qing was too lazy to chase after the enemy suddenly became so weak. Bullying such weak people was a disgrace to the dragon race. She flew to Yang Kai's side and looked at Fu Shu, who was lying in a pool of blood. She said in disgust, "How is this person still alive?" Yang Kai was shocked. You still want to kill them? Women are really the most poisonous. Zhu Qing coldly snorted. This kind of trash. What's the point of letting him live? You're right. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked somewhere in the crowd. Your Excellency has been watching the show for so long. Isn't it time to come out? You heard it. If you don't come out, my mistress will kill the crown prince. Don't cry when that happens. As Yang Kai's voice fell, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared directly in front of the crown prince. This person was very tall, but he was very thin, as if he was malnourished. He stood there like a bamboo pole and was very conspicuous. Fushu, who was in pain, was shocked when he saw this person. He pointed at him and said, You are. The thin bamboo pole didn't say a word. He bent down and stuffed a spirit pill into Fushu's mouth, then knocked him out with a palm. He reached out and lifted Fushu up, then turned around and looked coldly at Yang Kai. Oh, a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he had long known that the human sovereign city had a strong foundation, Yang Kai was still a little surprised to see a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master so quickly. The thin bamboo pole's aura was extremely strong, not any weaker than Azure Sun Temple Master when Zishan or Star Soul Palace's Xiao Yuyang. In other words, he was a master on the same level as Temple Master One, Elder Xiao, and the others. If they really fought, Yang Kai might not be able to defeat him. Of course, in the human sovereign city, with the protection of the Holy Tree, it shouldn't be a problem to crush him. He was now the target of the Holy Tree's protection. He had been constantly using the fire snake technique to establish a connection with the Holy Tree. The Holy Tree wasn't protecting the imperial family, it was only protecting the wizard. When he saw the crown prince use the wizard technique before, Yang Kai had some guesses. In order to confirm his guess, he used the power of the wizard. Chapter 2961. The facts proved that his guess was correct. When he used the first fire serpent technique, there was indeed a trace of resonance between him and the sacred tree, forming a subtle connection. After repeatedly using it, this connection became even more firm. That's why he was able to get the protection of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that the Fushu and the Goti knew. The so-called holy technique was just a wizard technique that was supported by another power. People in the human sovereign city thought that the holy tree was protecting the royal family, so the royal family was inviolable here. They had a lot of privileges and no one could resist them. But in fact, it was probably because in the human sovereign city, only the royal family was a wizard, so they could establish a resonance and connection with the holy tree and mobilize the power of the holy tree. Except for the royal family, other people couldn't practice wizard techniques, or they were prevented from practicing wizard techniques. This should be a means of control by the human sovereign city. The only thing Yang Kai didn't understand was what the holy tree was, and why it could protect the wizard and be used by the wizard. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Yang Kai couldn't find the answer for the time being, unless he saw the so-called holy tree with his own eyes. But this was easier said than done. Since the holy tree was so special and important, it must be protected by the human sovereign city. It would be harder for him to see it than to go to the sky. He put his thoughts on the thin bamboo in front of him, smiled and said, Let me guess, the first prince and the third prince have appeared. Are you the second prince's people? No, you shouldn't be the second prince's people, although I don't know if there is such a person. The thin bamboo looked silent and said lightly, Why do you say that? His voice was as thin as his body. It sounded dry. It was like he hadn't drunk a sip of water for decades. Yang Kai snorted. Since ancient times, the royal family has no kinship. There must be a fierce struggle between the princes. If you are really the second prince's people, I'm afraid you can't wait for the first prince to die and be reincarnated. Why would you be so kind to save him? The spirit pill you gave him just now was pretty good. So that's the case, it seems that you have some observation skills. Thin bamboo slightly nodded. You are right. I am not the second prince's people. Then who do you work for? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked. The thin bamboo said, By the order of the human sovereign. Please enter the palace. Human sovereignty. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and turned to Zhu Qing. Madam, do you think we should go? Zhu Qing said, It's up to you. Yang Kai nodded slightly and chuckled. Let me ask you something first. If I hit the first prince, the human sovereign won't do anything to me, right? The thin bamboo pole said, Human sovereign's mind, as a subordinate, I will not try to figure it out. I only follow orders, please. While speaking, he turned sideways and assumed an inviting posture. Yang Kai said to Zhu Qing, It seems that we have to go. I also have some questions to ask him. Let's go then. Zhu Qing nodded. Lead the way. Yang Kai gestured at Thin Bamboo with his mouth. Thin Bamboo did not say a word. His figure flashed and flew in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed him. The black puppy ran out of nowhere and barked for a while. It jumped into Zhu Qing's arms. During the fight just now, this little guy was nowhere to be seen. Now that the fight was over, it immediately showed up. Human Sovereign City was huge, and Thin Bamboo was clearly a noble as well. Yang Kai had noticed the 5 leaves symbol on his clothes. The 5 leaves symbol was far inferior to the first prince and the third prince, but it was still a symbol of power. According to Goti, only a 6-leaf cultivator was qualified to mobilize the power of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that could crush everything. There was only a fine line between the 5 leaves and the 6 leaves. Yang Kai estimated that in Human Sovereign City, all the true relatives of the royal family should have at least a 6-leaf cultivator, like Thin Bamboo. Their cultivation base was profound, but they did not have the royal bloodline. 5-leaf was the peak, and there was no room for improvement. He was a 3-layer sovereign. In the outside world, he would definitely be the sect master of a top sect or a tyrant. However, in Human Sovereign City, he was a servant. In Human Sovereign City, the commoners and nobles were distinguished by whether they had leaves or whether they had leaves. The true nobles and the powerhouses under their command were distinguished by the number of leaves. This was a method of control. Yang Kai did not agree, nor did he want to criticize it. He only felt that the human sovereign was really petty. His first impression of Thin Bamboo was much worse. The reason why the human sovereign summoned him was probably because he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilize its power. His appearance and actions had shaken the foundation of Human Sovereign City's rule. He was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, splashing ripples on the surface and attracting the attention of the overlord of the lake. Yang Kai estimated that if he refused the summons of the Human Sovereign City, he would immediately be ostracized and hunted down by the entire Human Sovereign City. Therefore, no matter what, he could not refuse the summons. Since he could not refuse, he could only go with the flow. However, this trip would not be too peaceful. He had to be more vigilant. In Human Sovereign City, only the nobles could fly in the air. No matter how high the cultivation base of a leafless cultivator was, he had to walk obediently on the ground. Thin Bamboo had a 5-leaf body and seemed to be an expert by the Human Sovereign's side. Naturally, he was qualified to fly. He flew all the way, and the people in front of him retreated. The nobles were inferior to Thin Bamboo. Yang Kai soon noticed that a 6-leaf body was rare. At the very least, he had not seen one along the way. Most of the nobles were below the 3-leaf stage. There were very few people above the 3-leaf stage. In comparison, Thin Bamboo's 5-leaf body was superior. The only difference between him, the first prince, and the third prince was that he could not mobilize the power of the holy tree. Because he was not born in the royal family, he could not cultivate the wizard's spell, and he could not be protected by the holy tree. The palace was located in the center of the Human Sovereign City. There were many palaces and occupied a large area. It was the direction where Yang Kai had felt the resonance earlier. It was also the direction where the holy tree provided the power. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the holy tree, but all he could see was a hazy mist, as if it was shrouded in some kind of powerful spirit array, making it impossible for him to see inside. What had blocked his divine sense from probing before should be this spirit array. Not long after, Thin Bamboo flew down and landed in front of a palace. The palace was very magnificent and seemed to be very old. Standing outside the palace, a desolate and ancient aura rushed to his face, as if it was telling the passage of the flowing time great emperor. Yang Kai's face turned serious. Thin Bamboo handed the first prince, who had been in his hand, to the guard standing outside the palace. He turned his head and said, "Both of you can go in. The master of the human sovereign city is inside." Smiling, Kaiyang asked, "Could it be a trap? Are there hundreds of executioners waiting for us to enter so that they can chop us up?" Thin Bamboo said with an expressionless face, "Is this a joke? It doesn't sound funny." Yang Kai shrugged. "That's because you don't have a sense of humor." Thin Bamboo said, "The master of the human sovereign city is supreme. If he really wants to deal with you, he doesn't need any trap. We are all in the emperor realm. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Kai curled his lips and stepped into the palace. Thin Bamboo pointed to the black puppy in Zhu Qing's arms and said, "Leave the beast." Woof! The black puppy barked at Thin Bamboo. It was obviously annoyed. Zhu Qing shook her head and said, "Bow Wow won't stay. The human sovereign palace is not a place that anyone can enter, let alone a beast. Please don't make it difficult for me." Thin Bamboo stepped in front of the two people. Yang Kai sneered, "You said that the human sovereign city summoned us, and now you are stopping us here. Are you going to let us in or not?" The Thin Bamboo pole opened his mouth, as if he was about to say something, but suddenly he tilted his ear to listen. Apparently someone was transmitting a message to him. A moment later, he flashed and opened up a path for him. "This is the way to treat guests." Yang Kai smiled and walked side by side with Zhu Qing. From the outside, the human emperor palace was dimly lit, as if nothing could be seen. But once inside, it was brightly lit. More than a dozen huge pillars stood around, as if they were connecting heaven and earth. Luminous pearls decorated the place, and a soft light enveloped the entire palace. Pairs of eyes suddenly swept from all around. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there would be so many people in the human sovereign palace. He glanced around and soon found a familiar figure in the crowd. He smiled and said, "Third Prince, hello? We meet again so soon. Thank you for taking care of me before." The third prince snorted coldly. His eyes were full of disdain. The people in the palace were all six-leaf cultivators or above. In other words, they were all relatives of the emperor. They were all powerful great wizards, old and young, male and female. There weren't many nine-leaf cultivators, only two of them. Other than the third prince, there was a beautiful woman in her early 30s. The two of them stood at the top of the palace, just below the dragon throne. The rest of the people were lined up beside them. What surprised Yang Kai was that this beautiful woman was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master. There were more than 20 wizards, and their cultivations varied. There was not a single three-layer Emperor Realm Master in the palace. There was a huge dragon thrown in the middle of the room. It was big enough for a person to lie on it without feeling small. On the dragon throne, a slightly fat elderly man was sitting upright. He didn't look very tall. Sitting on the dragon throne, he looked a little round, which made him look a little funny. However, the aura emanating from his body surprised Yang Kai. Before coming here, he had been secretly guessing the cultivation of the human sovereign. The special situation in the city made him understand that as long as he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilize the power of the holy tree, his own cultivation was secondary. Therefore, he vaguely guessed that the cultivation of the human sovereign shouldn't be too high. It shouldn't be at the level of the great emperors. It was because of this that he dared to come to the human sovereign palace and meet the human sovereign. If the other party was really one of the great emperors, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to resist. However, after seeing the human sovereign, Yang Kai realized that he was too naive. The human sovereign wasn't any great emperors. He wasn't even a three-layer Emperor Realm Master. The aura emanating from his body was only that of a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and it was extremely superficial. Chapter 2962. The ruler of the human sovereign city, the supreme person, was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect this either, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. She was an existence comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so she could see through the human sovereign at a glance. A second-order cultivation was laughable in her eyes. Moreover, the human sovereign was obviously old. Although she didn't know how old he was, his vitality had already begun to decline. In other words, the second-order emperor realm was his peak, and there was no room for improvement. Moreover, his cultivation would gradually decline with the passage of time. The faintness of his aura was the best proof of this. "How dare you? In the name of the human sovereign, why don't you kneel?" A delicate shout rang out. It was the beautiful woman standing at the top of the right-hand side who took the lead. In the entire hall, only she and the third prince were nine-leaf cultivators, but her cultivation was one realm higher than the third prince's. She had the strength of a second-order emperor realm master. It could be said that she was the most powerful among all the members of the imperial family. Although the human sovereign's cultivation was the same as hers, his strength had begun to decline. However, she was different. She was the flowing time great emperor at the peak of her life, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. If she had the opportunity, it was not impossible for her to reach the third-order emperor realm. Yang Kai glanced at her and snorted coldly. "The rules of your human sovereign city are really strange. You have to kneel to anyone you see, but why don't I see you kneeling to me?" The beautiful woman took a step forward, her face cold. A powerful aura pressed down on Yang Kai. "This queen is the second princess of the human sovereign city. Do you think you can afford to kneel to me?" Yang Kai remained unmoved and said proudly, "Bullshit princes and princesses are like floating clouds to me. In my eyes, whoever has the bigger fist can stand up straight and talk. Even the first prince was beaten like a dead dog by me, let alone you, the second princess." The second princess narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly and flashed with a dangerous light. "So, you think your fist is big?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously and sneered. "At least your chest is bigger than mine." The group of princes and princesses chuckled. They thought this outsider had a sharp tongue. The second princess was proud of her high cultivation and did not take any of the royal family seriously. She did not even look at the princes who were ranked at the top. It was a pity that she was born a woman, which was a shortcoming. If she were a man, she would have been the next successor to the human sovereignty. However, as a woman, she did not have enough capital to be proud. Her butt was not round. Her chest wasn't big, and other than her face, there wasn't anything else worth praising. Yang Kai's words hit the second princess where it hurt. She was so angry that her face turned ashen. She gritted her teeth and said, "Kneel down." As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. A mass of green light shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow released from a bow. The shape of a palm appeared above his head and pressed down fiercely, as if trying to force Yang Kai to kneel on the ground with brute force. "I think you're the one who should kneel." Yang Kai snorted coldly and reached out to pull Zhu Qing behind him. At the same time, he made a gesture with one hand, and a ball of dark green light bloomed. This light was not as big as the second princess, but it was undoubtedly much brighter and more condensed. All the royal family members in the palace changed their expressions. The light shot up and melted into Bai Lu's palm. Under everyone's gaze, the palm suddenly changed direction and pressed towards the second princess. At first glance, it looked as if the second princess had cast the saint spell to deal with herself. The third prince narrowed his eyes, and an unprecedented sense of crisis lingered in his heart. He quietly looked up and saw that the human sovereignty's expression did not change. She sat there with half-closed eyes, as if she had fallen asleep. A mountain-like pressure fell from the sky, and the second princess's face suddenly became very ugly. A creaking sound came from her body, and her body slowly shrank. She resisted with all her might, constantly urging her power to resonate with the saint tree. However, there seemed to be another invisible force interfering with her, so she could not establish a connection with the saint tree. She could only rely on her own strength to hold on. She finally experienced the feeling of being oppressed by a saint's spell. The man opposite her was obviously not as strong as her, but he could use a saint's spell to play with her in the palm of his hand. An unprecedented sense of shame welled up in her heart, and her face turned red. She could only grit her teeth and shout, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and help." Many of the royal family members in shock suddenly came to their senses. Just as they were about to intervene, Zhu Qing suddenly said lightly, "Let's see who dares to move." At this point, a huge red dragon suddenly spread out from her body. The red dragon was more than 30 feet long, and it hovered in the palace. Its huge body almost filled half of the human sovereignty palace, and a thick dragon aura overflowed in all directions, making people feel cold and breathless. Above the dragon's head high, two huge dragon eyes reflected everything, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty. Everyone was stunned, and looked at the huge dragon's shadow in a daze, and there was a series of gulping sounds. The human sovereignty, who had been as steady as a mountain, finally opened her half-closed eyes. Her seemingly turbid eyes bloomed with amazing light, and she looked up to meet the dragon's eyes. In an instant, there was a surge of spiritual power in the palace. The red dragon raised its head and roared, creating a deafening sound, and the strong wind it set off blew a few of the weaker members of the royal family away. The full activation of the dragon race's origin force allowed Zhu Qing's strength to directly surpass the third-layer emperor realm. Even if these royal family members were protected by the holy tree, they could not do anything. The second princess, who was struggling to hold on, was even more embarrassed. Yang Kai had already cut off her connection with the holy tree, and now that she was hit by the dragon's aura, her body was lowered, and one of her knees touched the ground. Her face instantly turned snow-white, and a huge sense of shame filled her heart, making her experience a feeling worse than death. The human sovereignty city had stood tall for more than 100,000 years, and the royal family had long developed a superior character. It had always been the commoners who knelt to the royal family, and this was the first time in history that a royal family member had knelt to a commoner. Yang Kai did not continue to pressure her, and turned to look at the human sovereignty, saying, "Master, what do you say? If you continue to watch, I'm afraid your daughter will really kneel to me. Although it's not that I don't deserve her kneeling, bullying a woman is not something to be proud of. What's the saying again? A good man doesn't fight with women." The human sovereignty slowly stood up, and a voice that was not too loud rang out in the human sovereignty palace. "This emperor has not taught his daughter well. Guest, please stop." When the princes and princesses heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They had never spoken so politely to anyone in the human sovereignty city. Usually, even to their children, it was extremely dignified. When had it ever been so gentle? A strange look flashed in the third prince's eyes, as if he had guessed something. When he looked at Yang Kai again, the look in his eyes had completely changed. He did not expect that after not seeing him for half a day, the guy he had looked down on in the space array had become so powerful. Yang Kai looked at the human sovereignty with a smile. He did not stop, nor did he say anything. He just stood there, frozen. The red dragon that filled half of the palace slightly raised its head, and the dragon's power grew stronger. A trace of annoyance flashed through the emperor's eyes, but he didn't flare up. Instead, he turned to look at the second princess and said, "Fu Yu, your words and actions are improper. You've offended this emperor's guest. Quickly apologize." "Father." The second princess called Fu Yu was shocked when she heard this. She looked at the human sovereignty incredulously. When she met the human sovereignty's dignified and angry eyes, her eyes trembled, and she quickly lowered her head. She gritted her teeth and said, "Fu Yu was blind. I offended you. Master, please don't blame me." Her tone was extremely stiff, especially when she said the word, "Master." Obviously, she had never done such a thing, and had never addressed anyone as such. Yang Kai laughed. "Since the human sovereignty has spoken, of course I have to give you face. Qinger, accept it." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to withdraw his sorcery. The dark green palm that had been pressing down on Fu Yu's head suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The red dragon that filled half of the hall also collapsed like a bubble. The draconic aura dissipated, and the many members of the royal family heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Yu slowly got up and lowered her head. No one could see her expression and eyes, but her trembling body showed that she was extremely restless. Give her a seat. The human sovereignty raised his hand. Immediately, someone brought two extremely luxurious chairs from the inner hall and placed them not far from the dragon throne. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There's no need to sit. I think the master of the human sovereignty has a lot of things to ask me, and I also have something to ask the master. The human sovereignty did not force him. He nodded and said, Yes, I do have something to ask you. Yang Kai put on a listening posture. The human sovereignty said, Where are you from? The astral world. I wonder if the master has heard of it. The human sovereignty nodded. Of course I have. The city of human sovereignty has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. There have been outsiders coming in one after another. I don't know when it started, but the people who came in claimed to be from the astral world. Seems like you are too. Yang Kai smiled. You call this place the reincarnation world, and there is a spatial intersection with the astral world. Naturally, those who can come in are from the astral world. The human sovereignty said again, How did you enter the city of human sovereignty? As far as I know, no one should have opened the spatial array for you, because that person was killed by you. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The master is very well informed. You found out in just half a day? Since someone died, of course we have to investigate carefully. Yang Kai suddenly shook his head. I think this is very unfair. Only the master asks questions, and I am responsible for answering. It's not worth it. Why don't we take turns asking each of us one question? If we can answer, we answer. If we can't, we ask another question. How does that sound? Many members of the royal family were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen someone haggle with the human emperor. Furthermore, they had said it so confidently. However, the human emperor did not show any signs of anger. He only pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, As you wish. The third prince's eyes were even more surprised. Chapter 2963. So, it's my turn now? Yang Kai's expression suddenly darkened as he spoke. Where are the couple that came with me to the city of human sovereign? Are they dead or alive? The human sovereign smiled. That's two questions. Yang Kai shrugged. The first one doesn't count. They're still alive. How did you enter the city of human sovereign through the space array without the seal of human sovereign? Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the void in front of him. The void suddenly collapsed, as if someone had moved a piece of a puzzle. Although it quickly recovered, it could still be considered a miraculous feat. The human sovereign looked enlightened. So that's how it is. Yang Kai said, How does the master of human sovereign want to deal with that couple? Kill them. Yang Kai was stunned. What's the meaning of this? Steward Liao died at my hands, and that couple just happened to be there at the right time. They didn't even help, so why should I kill them? Master, you don't take human lives seriously, do you? The human sovereign looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai coughed lightly. You ask first, you ask first. The human sovereign's gaze suddenly turned to the black puppy in Zhu Qing's arms. This beast is a demon? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Although its bloodline isn't pure, it is without a doubt a demon. As soon as he said this, the faces of the royal family in the hall changed greatly. They all looked at the black puppy in horror, and then looked at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing with vigilance. Yang Kai said, Can you answer my question now? The human sovereign said, Knowing the truth and not reporting it is the reason for their deaths. Yang Kai sneered, Master, you're so impressive. Looks like you care a lot about those two. As far as I know, you didn't even ask for their names, right? Not to mention any friendship. I don't know their names, but I didn't kill them. But they died because of me. It's always unsettling. You're kind. The human sovereign nodded slightly. His eyes like lightning suddenly looked at Yang Kai. You're from the demon race. Yang Kai sneered. If I was from the demon race, I would have already overturned this human sovereign palace. Why would I be standing here talking nonsense with you? I don't think so either. However, there's always a possibility. We have to ask clearly. You, Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and I have no intentions of your human sovereign city. What do I have to do to those two people? Calm. The mortal emperor spoke indifferently. All of you can leave mortal emperor city and are forever forbidden from taking a single step into the city. Then, I'll release them. Yang Kai curled his lips. As long as I can find a way back, I'll leave immediately. Who wants to stay in your human sovereign city? If you want us to leave, that's fine. Master, please show us the way. The human sovereign shook his head. It's easy to enter the reincarnation world, but difficult to leave. This world has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one has been able to leave. If we can enter, we can leave. As long as we find a suitable way, Master, if you really want us to leave early, don't keep it to yourself. The human sovereign shook his head slowly. I really don't know. Yang Kai frowned. He felt that the human sovereign didn't seem to be lying. It was meaningless to continue asking, so he could only sigh. I can understand Master's feelings of wanting us to leave, but if there's no way out, where should we go after we leave? Although the reincarnation world isn't big, it's not small either. With your strength, even if you encounter the demon race, you may be able to fight back. Other than the human sovereign city, you can go anywhere you want. Yang Kai curled his lips. Master, you're being too irresponsible. If that's the case, then we'll have to stay in the human sovereign city for a while longer. The human sovereign narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then I'll have to fight you with all my strength. I hope the two of you are mentally prepared to go to hell together. As he finished speaking, a circle of dazzling green light suddenly erupted from his body. He seemed to have become hundreds of years younger, and an aggressive sense of oppression came crashing down. Yang Kai frowned. He instinctively felt that this old man was not to be trifled with. At this moment, he seemed to have established an unbreakable connection with the sacred tree. He was able to mobilize an unimaginable amount of power, giving people a feeling that he was invincible. He wasn't the only one feeling this way. The princes and princesses around them all felt the same way. They all stared at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing covetously. The dragon Yuan in Zhu Qing's body churned under the influence of their auras. Her face turned cold. Yang Kai patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. He smiled. Master, don't be so nervous. It's not impossible for us to leave the human sovereign city, as long as Master agrees to two of my conditions. The human sovereign raised his forehead. Speak. Yang Kai raised a finger and said, Let go of those two unrelated people. They have no intention of disobeying you. The human sovereign said, It doesn't matter whether they die or not. What matters is your decision. Yang Kai smiled. Then I'll take that as a yes. The second condition, I want to see the sacred tree. How dare you? The third prince and the second princess shouted in unison, as if they had been insulted. Kai Yang glanced at them coldly. Is this request so difficult to fulfill? How is this impudent? The second princess said, The sacred tree is the foundation of the human sovereign city. Only the royal family can approach it. Who are you to make such an unreasonable request? She turned to the human sovereign and said, Father, I beg you to kill this person with evil intentions. She had just suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai and lost all her face. She had been looking for an opportunity to get back at him. Now that the opportunity had come, she naturally couldn't wait to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Kai. Although this couple looked very strong, but in the human sovereign city, the royal family was the strongest. As long as the human sovereign made a move, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The human sovereign didn't seem to hear Fu Yu's words. He just looked at Yang Kai with a deep gaze. What do you want? Yang Kai shrugged. Just pure curiosity. I just want to know what the sacred tree is. Why can it provide such a powerful force? The human sovereign said, What if I don't agree? Yang Kai chuckled, then suddenly stopped and said coldly, Then we'll shed all pretense of cordiality and fight. Let's see if the royal family is stronger, or us husband and wife. No matter what, I'm going to see the sacred tree. Shameless boasting. Fu Yu was furious. Father, I'm willing to be the vanguard. I'll definitely let this brat know the power of the royal family. Yang Kai glanced at her. You're making a fool of yourself. Do you want me to teach you a lesson again and teach you how to behave? Fuyu was fuming, her chest heaving up and down violently. She couldn't wait to fight with Yang Kai right now to save her face. Even if she couldn't beat him, it was better than being bullied by him. But without the human sovereign's order, she didn't dare to act rashly. Do you have to see it? The human sovereign suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai smiled. Master, please fulfill this small wish of mine. The human sovereign closed his eyes and pondered. It seemed that he was having a hard time making a decision. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, Answer one more question. Yang Kai nodded. Go ahead. The human sovereign narrowed his eyes. How can you use the sacred art? How can you mobilize the power of the sacred tree? Yang Kai chuckled. Master, you should have already guessed it. Why bother asking? Although I have guessed it, I can't believe it. As far as I know, the ancient wizard's path of sorcery should have long been extinct in the astral plane. How can you use it? I learned a trick or two by chance. Don't show off in front of an expert, master. The human sovereign shook his head slowly, obviously not satisfied with this answer. But other than this explanation, he couldn't think of a better one. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, the sacred tree didn't protect the royal family. It only protected the wizard. In the entire human sovereign city, only the royal family could use the power of the sacred tree to cultivate the wizard's path and become a great wizard. That was why the royal family was so special in the human sovereign city. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, it wasn't that no one from the astral plane had entered the human sovereign city. There were detailed records of every outsider who entered the human sovereign city, and those records were almost the history of the entire astral plane's development. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth had gradually replaced the wizard's path of sorcery with martial arts. The ancient wizard's path of sorcery had indeed long been extinct, but with Yang Kai as a living example, the human sovereign couldn't take it seriously. I can fulfill your request. I hope you can keep your promise. The human sovereign finally agreed. He wasn't very willing to fight with Yang Kai. They could both use the sacred art and mobilize the power of the sacred tree. If they really fought, it would definitely end in a lose-lose situation. Not to mention that the woman wasn't an ordinary person. She seemed to be the legendary dragon race. The sacred art was enough to suppress the average third-layer emperor realm, but it was still somewhat lacking when facing the real dragon race. The second princess seemed to want to say something, but she swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. She knew that the human sovereign had already made a decision, and it was useless to say anything now. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Master, please rest assured, I have always been a man of my word. Of course, I also hope that the master won't make things difficult for the couple anymore, and will release them as soon as possible. The human sovereign nodded slightly and said, Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already walked out. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stepped forward to follow, and the other princes and princesses followed closely behind. The second princess looked at Yang Kai's back with resentment in her eyes, as if she wanted to tear him into pieces, but there was nothing she could do. The third prince walked to her side and quietly transmitted his voice. Father has made a decision. Why are you in such a hurry? Fuyu was shocked when she heard this. She stared at the third prince in surprise and replied, Third brother? You mean? The third prince walked past her and said, I didn't say anything. The second princess's eyes lit up. She was excited and vaguely looking forward to it. The sacred tree was located in the deepest part of the palace and was guarded by powerhouses. However, there were more than a dozen guards on the surface, and all of them were from the Emperor realm, not to mention the powerful auras hidden in the dark. The human sovereign led the crowd forward, and the guards came forward to salute him. When they saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, they were puzzled, not knowing who these two people were. Chapter 2964. These guards guarded this place all year round and were not allowed to come within 1,000 feet of the holy tree. Over the years, they had not seen anyone other than the royal family come here. But today they saw two of them, and the human sovereign had brought them here personally. Naturally, they could not help but be concerned. There was a thick fog in front of them that seemed to be able to block the probing of divine telekinesis. It blocked their vision and prevented them from seeing what was going on inside. The human sovereign stopped and pointed to the front. The holy tree is over there. If you want to see it, you can go in and take a look. Yang Kai stared at the rolling fog and smiled. He turned to Zhu Qing and said, "Wait for me. I'll be out soon." "Be careful," Zhu Qing warned. After all, this was someone else's territory. Although she and Yang Kai were not pushovers, it was easier to dodge an open spear than an arrow in the dark. There was no harm in being cautious. "Don't worry." Yang Kai smiled lightly and stepped inside, but after taking just 2 steps, his figure suddenly disappeared into the fog, disappearing without a trace. Zhu Qing frowned slightly. Although she knew that this was the effect of the array, she could not help but be a little wary. "Are you a holy spirit of the dragon race?" the human sovereign suddenly asked. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes stared at the fog in front of her as if she did not hear him. The human sovereign did not mind. He just smiled and said, "There are no holy spirits in the reincarnation world, but there are many records in the ancient books. It is said that the dragon race is the leader of all creatures and is extremely arrogant. Why would you mix with a mortal? You've disgraced the dragon race for no reason. Also, I see that your relationship with that person seems to be a little unusual. If someone like you were outside, you wouldn't even have the right to talk to me." Zhu Qing suddenly turned her head and looked at the human sovereign seriously. The human sovereign's eyes darkened. Many of the royal princes and princesses were also angry. No one had ever dared to speak to the human sovereign in such a manner. It was as if they had no respect for the human sovereign. "That's why you'd better watch your words. Since you know about the dragon race, you should know about the dragon race's temperament," Zhu Qing said. She turned around and stared into the fog again. The human sovereign was silent for a while before he chuckled. "The dragon race's pride is well-deserved." He suddenly crooked his hand slightly, and a green light shot out from the fog in front of him. It turned into a rope and tied Zhu Qing up. "Although the dragon race is strong, it's still not enough in front of me." Zhu Qing's expression became extremely cold. She lowered her head and looked at the bondage on her body. She looked up and said, "I hope you know what you are doing." The human sovereign laughed coldly and said, "Of course I know what I am doing. The human sovereign city has been standing for hundreds of thousands of years. It is us, the royal family, who have protected the human race and allowed them to have a place in this world. I will not allow any accidents to happen. Your friend is the biggest accident. If she is an accident, she must be eliminated. So you led us here so that it would be easier for you to kill her?" The human sovereign sighed and said, "My methods are indeed despicable, but I have to think about the human race. I hope you can understand. Here, the royal family can use all of their power. But you don't have to worry. With someone accompanying you on the road to the underworld, you won't be too lonely." Zhu Qing did not speak. She just roared. She turned around and suddenly became a 300-foot-long red dragon. The power of the dragon filled the air and shook everything. The green ropes binding her did not break. The ropes seemed to be extremely tough and could change size at will. Even if Zhu Qing showed her Holy Spirit true form immediately, she was still bound tightly. The green light on her red body was particularly eye-catching. The expressions of the many princes and princesses changed. They all used their saint techniques to attack the red dragon. Sparks flew when they hit the tough scales. The guards, both in the open and in the dark, were also deployed. There were about 16 strong cultivators from the Emperor Realm in total. The 2 in the lead were third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators. Their attacks were powerful enough to overturn rivers and seas. Even though Zhu Qing's divine technique was excellent, she was instantly surrounded and beaten up. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Among the princes and princesses, the second princess was the most ruthless. She seemed to want to pay back the humiliation she had suffered at Yang Kai. The black puppy fearlessly rushed out from the side and took advantage of Fu Yu's unpreparedness to bite her thigh. It bared its teeth and shook its head, looking as if it was going to bite off a piece of flesh from her thigh. "Get lost!" Fu Yu was furious. She slammed her palm down. With her powerful second-order Emperor realm cultivation and the power of the Holy Tree, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. However, the black puppy was extremely agile. It dodged the attack in a flash and bit off the clothes on Fu Yu's leg, exposing a large area of snow-white skin. Fu Yu was so angry that her nose became crooked. She no longer cared about Zhu Qing and wanted to kill the black puppy. The human sovereign stood there with cold sweat on his face. After the first attack, he did not make another move. In his opinion, although the dragon race was strong, the combined power of the imperial family and the guards here was enough to kill the red dragon. What he needed to deal with now was the guy who could use Saint techniques. Turning his head, the human sovereign's gaze became piercingly cold. He had never considered letting Yang Kai observe the holy tree. He had only lured him here to make it easier to deal with him. The closer he was to the holy tree, the more power he could exert. In the fog, it was impossible to distinguish north from south. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was able to follow this omnipresent feeling and move forward. He could feel the location of the holy tree. This feeling was very familiar to him, as if he had experienced something similar before. The closer he got, the more obvious this feeling became. Finally, after passing through layers of obstacles, Yang Kai arrived in front of a towering tree. The thick fog seemed to suddenly disperse, revealing everything around him. This was an extremely majestic and huge ancient tree. Its branches and leaves were dense and spread out like a crown. Looking up, the branches and leaves covered the entire sky. The huge crown of the tree was like an infinitely wide chest, able to provide strong and powerful protection, blocking out all wind and rain. Yang Kai's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. He stared at the towering ancient tree in a daze. His thoughts were whirling. The sound of battle rang in his ears, and the scene of flesh and blood splattered in front of him. His lips trembled slightly. He reached forward and touched the trunk of the tree. A familiar feeling enveloped him. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. How could it be you, Senior Qing? For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the ancient world. The scene of the first time he came to Snow Frost City and saw Qing was still vivid in his mind. Back then, in Snow Frost City, the royal city of the Snow Frost tribe, the evergreen divine tree stood tall on the ground, protecting the entire city from natural and man-made disasters. On the final battlefield of the Great War between the human race and the demon race, it supported the last hope of the human race with its own strength. This familiar aura and the countless tree holes on the trunk were exactly the same as the evergreen divine tree. Could be said that they were exactly the same. This was definitely the evergreen divine tree. Yang Kai believed that he was not mistaken. There might be other trees in this world that could be so magnificent, but this familiar aura would not change. Back then, he had lived in the tree hole for a long time. Yang Kai did not expect that the so-called holy tree in the human sovereign city was actually Qing. Wasn't Qing supposed to be dead? In order to seal the passage between the two worlds, Qing sacrificed himself and erupted all the essence he had accumulated throughout his life. He thrived on the ground and went straight to the demon race's territory, sacrificing himself to block the entrance to the star boundary from the demon race's territory. In that battle, millions of soldiers fought to the death in the wilderness. In that battle, countless masters died and their corpses piled up into mountains. That battle was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Butterfly had said that everything he experienced in the thousand illusionary dream world had traces of reality. Therefore, the 2 years Yang Kai spent in the dream realm was an illusion based on a certain period in ancient times. In other words, there was indeed an earth-shattering battle in ancient times, but in the real world, there was no Yang Kai in that battle. Instead, there were countless existences similar to Yang Kai, which allowed the barbarian race to win the final victory. There was no doubt that Qing existed. He was the biggest contributor to the barbarian race's victory and the key to turning the tide of the battle. This fact would not change whether it was in the illusion or reality. There was an astonishing intersection between the history of hundreds of thousands of years ago and today's trajectory, which made Yang Kai a little confused. But soon he found that something was wrong, because there was only a hazy chaotic will in the holy tree, like a newborn baby, without its own thoughts. When he came into contact with the holy tree, this will obviously also notice the existence of Yang Kai, and opened its heart to accept his existence without any defense. In an instant, Yang Kai and the holy tree in front of him produced an indescribable resonance, as if they were connected to each other. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, because he felt a vast amount of energy from the holy tree. This kind of energy was so huge that it was comparable to any of the great emperors, or even more so. The royal family of the human sovereign city was able to perform saint techniques by mobilizing this energy, forming a killing move that was far beyond their actual level. And at this moment, if he wanted to, he could also release this surging energy. The holy tree did not resist him at all, and instead accepted his existence with great kindness. Yang Kai suddenly frowned, and noticed that there was an additional disharmonious factor in the holy tree. This factor made him feel like a pustule growing on his body, which made him feel very uncomfortable. "Get out!" Yang Kai shouted, and suddenly reached into the holy tree with one hand and grabbed something. With another tug, a human figure was dragged out from the inside of the holy tree. This person was none other than the Ren Huang, whom Yang Kai had just separated from not long ago. His face was filled with shock, as if he had never expected such an encounter. His entire mind was in a daze. Only when he met Yang Kai's cold eyes did he suddenly come to his senses. Forming a seal with his hand, he chanted an incantation and pointed his finger at Yang Kai. Chapter 2965. A sharp green light took shape like an awl and went straight for Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai stood in place and looked at him coldly. A layer of dark green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body and turned into a strong and powerful shield. The green light hit the shield and collapsed at the same time. How can this be? Human Sovereign was shocked. Yang Kai could perform holy spells and mobilize the power of the holy tree. After all, he was also a wizard, and a wizard could perform holy spells. But why would the holy tree automatically protect him without some kind of ritual baptism? The reason why the princes and princesses could be protected and saved in times of crisis was because of an extremely complicated baptism ritual. At this moment, the holy tree gave people a strange feeling. On the one hand, it did not refuse Human Sovereign's command, but on the other hand, it was hindering him from killing the enemy. It was like a disobedient child, doing whatever it wanted. "You really want to kill me?" Yang Kai sneered. He had obviously expected this. Human Sovereign did not speak, but his expression became serious. He changed the incantation in his mouth and raised his hand and blasted a thunder of fury at Yang Kai. The thunder of fury was terrifying. It was like a dragon shaking its head and wagging its tail. In the blink of an eye, it blasted in front of Yang Kai and bloomed a dazzling light, completely enveloping Yang Kai. Human Sovereign's expression changed again. When the light faded, he saw Yang Kai standing in place and scathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. "Why?" Human Sovereign roared, but not at Yang Kai, but at the holy tree. It was like a majestic father scolding a playful child. The holy tree had ruined his plans twice, and it was a little unbearable. Yang Kai said coldly, "Do you want to know why?" Human Sovereign growled, "What did you do?" Yang Kai snorted, "Don't you know whether I did or not? Why deceive yourself?" The Human Sovereign gritted his teeth and said, "I am the Human Sovereign. How dare you disobey me?" No one knew if he was talking to Yang Kai or the sacred tree. He shouted and chanted another incantation. When he chanted the incantation, the sacred tree suddenly trembled, as if there were some strange changes. Then, large amounts of green energy flowed out of the holy tree and surged into the Human Sovereign's body, causing his aura to rise steadily. His not-so-tall body suddenly became imposing. "Kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. How dare you?" Yang Kai was furious when he saw this. He began to chant the same incantation, but the incantation sounded more ancient and obscure than the human sovereignty incantation. It was more mysterious and difficult to understand. Although he did not know what kind of wizard the Human Sovereign was using, he could feel something invisible from the holy tree. The Human Sovereign's actions were damaging the foundation of the holy tree, which was tantamount to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It seemed that he could not care less about anything else in order to deal with Yang Kai. The foundation of the holy tree was shaken, and the human sovereign city would be in trouble. The green energy flowing towards the human sovereign seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance, and began to slow down. The human sovereign saw this and became even angrier. His incantation became louder and louder, and he wanted to steal the power of the holy tree from Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, but his tone did not change at all, and he stayed true to his heart. The two of them stood facing each other like this. There was no flash of swords, nor was there a storm of blood. Instead, it was a very special way of fighting. The winner would take everything, and the loser would be trampled underfoot. The key to all of this was the resonance between one and the holy tree. The deeper one resonated with the holy tree, the stronger the power one could control. Yang Kai and the human sovereign both knew this, so they did not attack each other and only did their own thing. The holy tree did not have a clear mind. It was only a remnant of consciousness, and it guarded the will of the wizard. No matter which wizard thirsted for power from it, it would cooperate. The green light on the human sovereign's body was sometimes bright and sometimes weak. When it was bright, it meant that he had a slight advantage in the fight, and when it was weak, it was the opposite. He suddenly realized that Yang Kai was an extremely difficult opponent, and it was not as easy to deal with as he thought it would be. This guy's resonance with the holy tree was not inferior to his, the human sovereign who had lived by the holy tree's side since he was young. If it was not for this, he would have finished him off long ago, and they would not be fighting to a draw now. The holy tree seemed to have a special affection for this outsider, and it sided with him in every way, going tit for tat with him. He suddenly realized that it was a mistake to let Yang Kai come in here to observe the holy tree. If he had killed him in the hall of human sovereign city, it might not have been so troublesome. I am the human sovereign. I am the king of the human race. The human sovereign roared in his heart, hoping that this thought would be transmitted to the holy tree, but he did not expect that it would have the opposite effect. He clearly felt that the holy tree was rejecting him, like a child who had been taught a lesson by his father and had a rebellious heart. This phenomenon caused his face to change drastically. Although Yang Kai was difficult to deal with, there were still ways to deal with him. But if he lost the support of the holy tree, he would be nothing more than an old man in the second-order emperor realm. There were countless people in the human sovereign city who were stronger than him. The human sovereign did not dare to let his imagination run wild anymore, and could only start with Yang Kai. As he chanted the incantation, he suddenly transmitted his voice. If you have the time to fight with this emperor, why don't you take the time to care for your woman? If this emperor is not wrong, she should be dying soon, right? So what if it was the dragon race? So what if it was the head of all spirits? There were countless masters in the human sovereign city. Even the dragon race would be defeated here. Yang Kai remained unmoved and said lightly, "My woman doesn't need me to care about her. You should worry about yourself. TSK, Master is not young anymore. It seems that he will not live for many years. Have you thought about when you will pass down the throne? I think there are a few princes who are not bad, especially the third prince. His cultivation is not bad, and his heart is tenacious. He is very suitable to inherit your position of human sovereign. He just gives people the feeling that he is a little sinister, but no one is perfect. The second princess is also not bad. I wonder if there is a precedent of a woman becoming emperor in the human sovereign city. If there is, you can pass the throne to the second princess. I think the princess is very ambitious." "Shut up," the human sovereign shouted angrily. Yang Kai chuckled. "Not even two? Then, it seems like the master intends to pass the throne to the first prince? The first prince is addicted to wine and women. He is not a good choice. If the human sovereign city falls into his hands, I don't think anything good will come of it. When the time comes, your brothers will turn against each other and cause trouble. I don't think the master will be able to rest in peace even after you die. No, that's not right. The first prince is clearly a useless piece of trash, and yet he's an 8-leaf cultivator. It seems like you really favor the first prince, sir. Could it be that the first prince's mother is someone you love? Is that why you love the first prince so much?" There was a slight change in the human sovereign's expression. Although it was slight, it could not escape Yang Kai's notice. Yang Kai continued to fan the flames. It seems like I was right. Also, looking at the master, I'm afraid the person you love is already dead. I didn't expect the master to be so infatuated. I'm sure you had a good time with that beauty when you were young. However, the dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences, master. Memories are also a kind of beauty. It's not a bad experience to dream about them in the middle of the night. The human sovereign's face twitched as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Unable to bear it any longer, he frantically pulled the holy tree's power. Yang Kai snorted coldly and said, "You've lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the human sovereign grunted and took a few steps back. The faint green glow on his body also suddenly disappeared. His resonance with the holy tree was suddenly cut off. He tried to connect with the holy tree again, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The holy tree did not respond at all. He knew that his state of mind had fluctuated too much earlier. He had been too anxious for success, and he had suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. So what if you don't have the protection of the holy tree? This emperor's cultivation is higher than yours. The human sovereign was unwilling to admit defeat. His old body suddenly straightened up, and his second-order emperor realm cultivation erupted. He raised his hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the power of his palm was immeasurable. Yang Kai sneered and threw a punch forward. Emperor Qi surged on his fist, and a violent power poured out. When the fist and palm collided, the human sovereign was severely injured. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew out like a kite and fell heavily to the ground. He did not move for a long time. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Yang Kai slowly walked up to him and looked down at him. The human sovereign swallowed the blood in his throat, stood up shakily, and growled, "I am the human sovereign. I am the king of the human race. How can you treat me like this? Do you know why you lost?" Yang Kai asked calmly. The human sovereign was stunned. He wanted to know the answer, but he could not bring himself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, he asked in a stiff tone, "Why? A just cause enjoys much support, while an unjust cause finds little support. You treated the holy tree as a source of power that you could draw from at will. You treated it as a capital above all living beings. You were wrong." The human sovereign said, "The holy tree is such an existence." Yang Kai snorted coldly, "Stubborn. It's pardonable if you don't know your mistakes. But if you do, then you deserve to die. The holy tree does not protect the imperial family, nor does it protect the wizard. It protects the entire human race. Yet you treat it as your own private property. How ridiculous!" The human sovereign said, "Nonsense." Yang Kai sneered, "I'm talking nonsense? The human sovereign city's spirit array is powered by the holy tree. It protects the entire human sovereign city from the outside world. I'm talking nonsense? I think you're seeing things because you're old." After resonating with the holy tree, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the holy tree's power covered the entire human sovereign city. It was because of it that the human sovereign city could remain unchanged in the reincarnation world. The human sovereign said dejectedly, "What's the point of saying all this now? I've lost. It's up to you to kill me or scrape me." Yang Kai looked askance at him and said, "When did I say I'm going to kill you or scrape you?" The human sovereign was surprised and said, "You're willing to let me go? That'll depend on your performance." The human sovereign hesitated for a moment, then said, "I wonder, what request does your excellency have?" In this situation, even if the person in front of him wanted to seize the position of human sovereign, he would be powerless to resist. Since ancient times, the human sovereign city had always been like this. The one who controlled the holy tree was the human sovereign, and the one who controlled it now was an outsider. Chapter 2966. Many thoughts flashed through the human sovereign's mind. He was already mentally prepared to bargain with Yang Kai. He secretly decided that if this guy made any excessive demands, it was not impossible for him to feign civility. As long as he did not snatch the position of human sovereign, everything else was negotiable. He had to calm him down first, then slowly think of a way to deal with him. Tell me about the history of the city of human sovereign and the reincarnation world. What? The human sovereign was a little stunned, wondering if he had misheard. Now that he was a fish on the chopping board, this outsider could do whatever he wanted, but he did not expect him to make such a request. The human sovereign was already prepared to have his flesh sliced off, but the other party only plucked a hair. No, this could not even be considered plucking a hair. Are you really old, blind, and deaf? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, dissatisfied with his reaction. The human sovereign was finally sure that Yang Kai had only made such a simple request. He secretly speculated about Yang Kai's intentions. At the same time, he organized his thoughts and said, "Since you want to know, then then I'll just say it casually." The human sovereign's expression was a little awkward. It had always been others who acted according to his wishes. He never thought that there would be a day when he would have to act according to someone else's wishes. What I know is limited. If there's anything I don't know, please don't blame me. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Don't be so long-winded." The human sovereign coughed and said, "To be honest, the reincarnation world is actually a part of the astral world. Of course, the astral world was not called the astral world at that time, so I don't know what the ancestral land was called. Our ancestors called themselves the barbarians, and wizard magic was prevalent. The people gathered together and lived and multiplied in tribes. Although there was infighting, the human race was prosperous." As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's expression. He found that Yang Kai's expression had become a little strange, as if he was reminiscing about something. He did not know which of his words had touched a nerve, but he did not dare to stop and continued. Suddenly, one day, a huge hole appeared in the sky. Powerhouses walked out of that hole and invaded the barbarians. Those powerhouses who came from an unknown place called themselves the demon race. The demon race had many powerhouses, and killing was their second nature. Many tribes suffered heavy casualties. In the face of such a strong enemy, our ancestors naturally did not want to resign themselves to death. They used the strength of the entire barbarian race to resist. The war between the two races was extremely fierce. That war seemed to have lasted for many years. Whether it was the barbarians or the demon race, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The battlefield at that time was today's reincarnation world. Yang Kai said in surprise, "The reincarnation world was a battlefield? Then, as you said, why was the reincarnation world separated from the astral world?" The human sovereign said, "You may not know, but the reason why our ancestors won that war seemed to have something to do with the sacred tree. According to the ancient records, the sacred tree sacrificed itself to seal the passage through which the demon race invaded. Unfortunately, some unforeseen event happened in the end. The laws of the astral world and the demon territory clashed, banishing the entire battlefield to the void. That was how the reincarnation world was born. The humans and demons who were fortunate enough to survive on the battlefield have been living here ever since. In the beginning, the two races were still fighting fiercely against each other. But the laws of this place are extremely strange, causing our human race to suffer a lot. The laws of the reincarnation world changed. At certain times, it was similar to the astral world. At that time, our human race could move freely without being affected by the laws. However, at certain times, it was connected to the demon territory. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was transformed into demonic chi, making it difficult for the human race to move. In the end, we relied on the sacred tree to gradually establish the human sovereign city, allowing the human race to have a foothold. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years have passed. Yang Kai nodded slightly. His gaze was complicated as he looked at the towering ancient tree. Qing was still alive. Although he wasn't the wise old man from back then, he was still alive. He still had the last trace of his will and was still using his body to protect the remaining human race. If it wasn't for him, there would be no place for the human race in the reincarnation realm. This was because when the laws of heaven and earth that were suitable for the demon race existed, the demonic chi prevailed. the human race could not survive at all. On the other hand, the demon race was not so restricted. They had survived in such a harsh environment for a long time. Naturally, they would not be affected in a better environment. The information revealed by the human sovereign city corroborated with his experience in the dream world. This meant that the human sovereign city did not lie. Butterfly also did not lie. However, reality and illusion were not completely the same. At least, the illusion that Yang Kai experienced did not lead to the birth of the reincarnation world. Qing also died in that battle. He did not know if there was a mistake in Butterfly's record. In that case, the reincarnation world is actually located in a spatial crevice? Yang Kai asked with a frown. The human sovereign city nodded and said, "That's right. Our ancestors also had many guesses about the location of the reincarnation world. However, they all believed that this world is located in a crevice. This crevice is located between the astral world and the demon race's territory. Therefore, the laws of this world are constantly changing. Sometimes it is affected by the laws of the astral world, and sometimes it is affected by the laws of the demon race's territory." Yang Kai nodded. Many of his doubts were answered. Previously, when he was swallowed by the cold wave in the frozen earth, Yang Kai felt the fluctuations of the laws of space. Thinking about it, the cold wave was actually just a spatial entrance. Through that entrance, one could enter the reincarnation world. It was similar to teleportation through a spatial formation. Naturally, there would be fluctuations of the laws of space. However, this teleportation was not a teleportation between cities, nor was it a teleportation across territory. It was a teleportation across realms. Have you never thought of leaving the reincarnation world and returning to the astral world? Yang Kai asked. The human sovereign city smiled awkwardly and said, "Our ancestors also thought about it. However, how strong is the spatial barrier? Not to mention that it cannot be found. Even if it is found, who can break it?" At this point, the human sovereign city's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yang Kai hesitantly and said, "Sir, you seem to be proficient in the laws of space?" Previously, he had asked Yang Kai how he could enter the city of human sovereign city without the seal of human sovereign city. Yang Kai had demonstrated the power of the laws of space in front of him. Although the human sovereign city was old, his eyesight was not bad. He naturally saw through it at a glance. If it was this person, he might really be able to break the spatial barrier. Thinking of this, the human sovereign city's mood suddenly became a little irritated. Yang Kai looked at him thoughtfully and said, "You don't seem to want to leave this place." A trace of awkwardness appeared on the human sovereign's face. He said in a low voice, "Leaving this world and returning to the ancestral land is the last wish of our ancestors. This old man naturally wants to leave this place too." Yang Kai sneered, "What nonsense are you spouting? Human sovereign city is high and mighty. His words are the law. No matter how strong or weak the human sovereign city is, no one disobeys his orders. If I were you, I wouldn't want to leave this place either. Wouldn't you be happy and carefree here?" The human sovereign laughed awkwardly. Obviously, Yang Kai had hit the nail on the head. He was not very strong and knew his own limitations. If he really left the reincarnation world and returned to the astral world, he would be beaten back to his original state. Yang Kai changed the topic and said, "Is there really no way to leave this world?" Without waiting for him to answer, Yang Kai said, "You'd better tell me the truth. Although I don't really want to kill an old man, if I have no other choice, I won't show mercy." The human sovereign's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Yinfeng Mountain. Where is Yinfeng Mountain? Can we leave the reincarnation world from Yinfeng Mountain?" The human sovereign said, "There is only one possibility, and I can't guarantee it. Of course, that is for a master like you. If you don't have space force to protect yourself, it is just a land of death. In order to leave this place, our ancestors racked their brains and tried many methods, but to no avail. In the end, they determined that Yinfeng Mountain may have a passage to leave this place. Of course, it is only a possibility, but that place is extremely dangerous. The Yin wind that blows out is a mixture of cold qi and demonic qi. Even a third-level Emperor Realm Master can't go too far." "Cold qi?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and keenly grasped the key point. What kind of cold chi? The human sovereign said. A cold chi that can destroy all life. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the cold chi from the frozen earth? It seemed that the old man wasn't lying. Yinfeng Mountain might really be able to leave the reincarnation world. The cold chi from the frozen earth couldn't have come to the reincarnation world for no reason. After all, they were two different worlds. But in fact, there was cold chi on Yinfeng Mountain, which meant that the cold chi from the frozen earth had entered the reincarnation world through an entrance. If they could reverse the traces of this entrance, they would definitely be able to find the way back to the star world. However, there was also demonic chi mixed in the Yin wind, which meant that the entrance was not only connected to the star world, but also to the demon territory. The demonic chi in the demon territory could also leak into the star world. Therefore, somewhere in Yinfeng Mountain should be the spatial intersection between the reincarnation world, the star world, and the demon territory. The power of the cold chi alone was terrifying, and with the demonic chi causing trouble, it was indeed enough to stop a third-stage Emperor Realm cultivator. It was no wonder that no one from the human clan was able to leave the reincarnation world for so many years. The human sovereign observed Yang Kai's expression from the side. How could he not guess what he was thinking when he saw the rich expression on his face? He was delighted, but his expression didn't change at all. He put on a look of earnest persuasion. Does Your Excellency want to take the risk? Forgive me for being blunt, but Yinfeng Mountain isn't a good place to go. Even if Your Excellency really finds the way out, you might not be able to return to the star world. You might even accidentally enter the demon territory. If that's really the case, you'll definitely die. Yang Kai patted human sovereign's shoulder, causing him to shrink slightly. He grinned and said, Don't you want me to die sooner? If you have any thoughts in your heart, just say it. It's disgusting to see you hide them and speak sarcastically. The human sovereign looked embarrassed and cursed in his heart. He didn't know what else to say. Yang Kai, however, made up his mind. He clapped his hands and said, Let's go to Yinfeng Mountain. The human sovereign was shocked. I'm going too? You want to go? Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. The human sovereign shook his head vigorously. If you don't want to go, then why bother asking? Yang Kai sneered and changed the topic. Do you know why I didn't kill you? The human sovereign wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, Please enlighten me. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qing and said, I'll spare your life. Manage the human sovereign city well and don't embarrass the old ancestor anymore. I risked my life to save you people. Chapter 2967. Yes. The human sovereign was a yes man. He was no longer as arrogant as before. The support of the holy tree was taken away, and he was not strong enough, so he could only pretend to be weak. However, he was puzzled. Who was Qing? Could it be the holy tree? But why didn't he know about this? Let's go out. Yang Kai called out with a little disinterest. He reached out and patted Qing's tall trunk, then turned and walked out. The human emperor followed closely behind, imitating his every step. Walking out of the fog and returning to the imperial palace, he immediately heard the sounds of fierce fighting, mixed with miserable howls and angry roars. It's a fierce fight. Yang Kai glanced around and found people lying on the ground. 90% of the 20 princes and princesses were lying on the ground. Most of them had broken arms and legs, and a few of them seemed to be seriously injured. There was a large pool of blood beside them, and he didn't know if they were dead or not. As for the guards who had been guarding the holy tree, half of them had been beaten. At this moment, in the sky, the 300-foot-long red dragon's shadow coiled around the ground. It breathed out scorching dragon breaths, and a series of exquisite dragon race secret skills were released. The humans around it were like ants, and they fled like rats. The human sovereign was shocked to see this, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Although he knew that the dragon race was not to be trifled with, he did not expect it to be this strong. Basically, all the experts he could mobilize had gathered here, but they still couldn't do anything to a dragon. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, the battle situation in the sky didn't look too optimistic. Although the red dragon's body was huge and obvious, every attack was terrifyingly powerful. Those experts who could still move would either die or be injured after being hit by it. In the blink of an eye, another 2 people from the Emperor realm were hit by the dragon's breath. They fell from the sky covered in flames. "Stop! All of you stop!" the human sovereign hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, the princes and princesses and the guards who could still move retreated, putting some distance between them and Zhu Qing. When they saw Yang Kai and the human sovereign, they were stunned again. Because at this moment, Yang Kai was standing in front of the human sovereign. The high and mighty human sovereign was standing 3 steps behind him like an attendant. He looked unprecedentedly anxious. "Imperial Father," the second princess exclaimed. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the strongest among the imperial princes and princesses. She had been fighting with the black puppy and hadn't directly attacked Zhu Qing, so her injuries weren't too serious. She just looked a little disheveled, with her clothes in tatters. She looked at the mortal emperor in surprise and wanted to ask what was going on. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bring herself to ask. "Bastard!" The human sovereign was furious. Without any warning, he opened his mouth, causing everyone to be stunned. "These 2 are this emperor's guests. You did not entertain them properly and even had a conflict with them. What is the meaning of this? You don't put this emperor in your eyes at all." The whole place was silent, and the second princess felt dizzy. Did she hear wrongly? The reason why they took action was because they were instructed by the human sovereign to join forces and take down the dragon race. But in the blink of an eye, her imperial father gave a completely different explanation. Was this still the human sovereign? The third prince, on the other hand, reacted quickly. He quickly knelt down and said, "Imperial Father, please calm down. We were just itching to learn from the guests. We did not mean to be negligent." Learn from each other. The human sovereign's face darkened. He secretly glanced at Yang Kai and found that he was indifferent. He raised his hand and slapped at the third prince. He slapped the third prince in the chest and sent him flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth in midair. The human sovereign shouted angrily, "Is this how you learn from each other? How dare you bully someone with numbers? You are a disgrace to our imperial family." The third prince ignored his injuries and got up again. He knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "Imperial Father, please calm down. We know we were wrong. We know we were wrong." The princes, princesses, and guards hurriedly knelt down. Even the 2 3-layer Emperor Realm cultivators did the same. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible to see in the outside world. 3-layer Emperor Realm cultivators were high and mighty. Which one of them was not a tyrant in the outside world? How could they kneel to someone whose cultivation was lower than theirs? But in the city of human sovereign, this was a common occurrence. You neglected the guests and started a fight. Do you think you can just say you were wrong? Don't be so naive. The human sovereign's face was cold and incorruptible. It seems that you have lived a peaceful life for too long. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. The second princess opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but the human sovereign glared at her and shut her mouth. She felt wronged. In the city of human sovereign, the imperial family was the heavens. What heavens beyond heaven? Above others? These bastards have eyes but fail to see. They actually dared to attack your wife. How would you like to deal with them? Kill them or cut them up? This old man will not interfere. The human sovereign turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with a sincere expression. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Even the third prince, who had already guessed what was going on, was dumbfounded. He never thought that the human sovereign would be so polite to this outsider, even to the point of compromising. What happened in there just now? Why did the human sovereign's attitude change so much? He actually called himself this old man. Although he could not guess, the third prince vaguely felt that something extraordinary must have happened just now. Otherwise, the human sovereign would not be so humble. Yang Kai sneered and looked up at the graceful figure in the sky. He raised his voice and said, "Qing, are you hurt?" Zhu Qing had already returned to her human form. Hearing this, She slowly shook her head. If she wasn't a dragon, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed when facing so many powerful enemies. However, after transforming into a giant dragon, her defense was amazing. Even though she was facing many enemies at once, she didn't fall into a disadvantage. Although she suffered many attacks, she wasn't injured. Yang Kai smiled and turned to look at the human sovereign, saying, "Then it's nothing. It was just a friendly match." The human sovereign was very excited. "This old man is very grateful for your righteousness." He was really afraid that Yang Kai would not let this matter go. He was secretly glad that the dragon race's cultivation was high. Otherwise, there would be no way to resolve this matter peacefully. "Why are you still here? A bunch of disgraces." The human sovereign turned to the crowd and shouted angrily. The princes and princesses and the guards felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream. They all left, not forgetting to pick up the wounded on the ground and take them away. The black puppy appeared out of nowhere and bit the second princess's chest while she was distracted. The second princess was shocked and raised her hand to slap the puppy. The human sovereign snorted coldly. The second princess's hand suddenly froze in the air. The black puppy was even more aggressive. It directly tore a large piece of her clothes from her chest, revealing the pink underwear underneath. It ran to the side happily with its tail raised high, as if it had taken revenge for some deep hatred. It was very proud of itself. The second princess's face turned pale. She quickly covered her exposed chest with her hands. Her face turned red, and she stomped her foot angrily. Then she quickly retreated. "I've made a fool of myself in front of you." The human sovereign was very embarrassed. He used to think that these princes and princesses were okay, but today each one of them was more disgusting than the other. Yang Kai said lightly, "My wife and I will be staying in the palace for a while." The human sovereign was unwilling, but he could not refuse. He could only say, "You can stay as long as you want. Don't worry, I won't stay for long. I will leave when I'm ready." The human sovereign did not dare to say anything. At this time, the more he spoke, the more likely he would lose. "Also, I need all the information about the reincarnation world and the gloomy wind mountain. Send it to me as soon as possible." "Yes. There is one more thing I need your help with. There is a dragon race with us in the reincarnation world. A human. I hope that the human sovereign can help to keep an eye out for him. If there is any news, let me know immediately. Don't worry. When the laws of heaven and earth change, I will immediately send people to search for him." "Very well." 2 hours later, in an extremely luxurious palace, Yang Kai gently hugged Zhu Qing and sat on a spacious chair. Zhu Qing sat on his lap, and the little black dog was lying on the side, taking a nap. If that's the case, this reincarnation world is really strange. If we want to leave this place, we can only go through the gloomy wind mountain? Zhu Qing asked softly. Yang Kai gently played with Zhu Qing's soft hands. He had never paid attention to them before, but now that he was intimate with her, he realized that her hands were snow-white and flawless. They were soft as if they were boneless, and her 10 slender fingers were as thin as shallots. It was hard to imagine how such a small hand could release such terrifying power. Zhu Qing felt uncomfortable from his play. She wanted to pull her hands back, but she did not have the strength. She could only stare at him. Yang Kai pretended not to see and continued to play with her. He casually said, "From the information we have now, the gloomy wind mountain is the only way out, and we can only go there." Zhu Qing said worriedly, "But the cold is hard to resist. We haven't gone too deep into the frozen ground before, so no one knows what the cold is like inside the frozen ground. If the cold comes from the deepest part of the frozen ground, even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would find it difficult to move. The slightest contact would cause one to be frozen into ice. No matter what, we have to go and take a look, but we have to find Zhu Lai first. Actually, this place is not bad. With the protection of the sacred tree, the human sovereign city can sit back and relax. We don't have to worry about any intrusions. If we can live here, you want to stay?" Yang Kai was startled. Zhu Qing was about to speak, but she suddenly seemed to notice something. Her face reddened, and she quickly stood up from Yang Kai's lap. Yang Kai pulled her back. Someone's here. Zhu Qing was a little embarrassed. After all, she had just experienced sex and was very shy. Seeing that she was determined, Yang Kai did not force her and let her go. A moment later, an indifferent voice sounded from outside the hall. "Master, are you here? Fu Yu requests an audience." The little black dog, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly raised its head and bared its teeth fiercely. In the previous battle, it had formed a grudge with Fu Yu, so when it heard this woman's voice, it was hostile. "Come in." Chapter 2968. The door to the hall was pushed open, and a few women filed in. All of them looked extraordinary. With Fu Yu in the lead, they walked in a line. Each of them held a large pile of ancient-looking books in their hands. "Master, everything you want is here," Fu Yu said as she lowered her head. Fu Yu lowered her head as she spoke. She looked reluctant, as if she was being forced to do something she was unwilling to do. That was the truth. If it were not for the human sovereign's order, she would not be here to do the work of a servant. She wondered what the human sovereign was thinking. Was there a need to curry favor with an outsider to this extent? Her dissatisfaction was written all over her face. "Put them down." Yang Kai swept his eyes over this group of people and found that most of these women looked familiar. They were actually all princesses. Fu Yu looked the oldest. The youngest one was only 14 or 15 years old. He had not seen her in the Great Hall, but her six-leaf body could not be faked. The youngest princess was clearly very curious. She stood at the end of the line and kept looking at Yang Kai with her big eyes. Under the influence of the Fu Yu, she had assumed that Kai Yang was a heinous villain. But now that she looked at him, he didn't seem like one. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so she couldn't understand why her second sister hated him so much. Yang Kai looked at her and winked at her. The little princess was startled. She quickly lowered her head and put down the things in her hands. "Do you have any other orders? If not, we'll be leaving." Fu Yu looked at Yang Kai coldly. Her tone was stiff, and she looked unconvinced. Yang Kai glanced at her. He wanted to make things difficult for her. He waved his hand and said, "Wait outside. I'll call for you if I need anything. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." Wait. Fu Yu's eyes widened. She almost thought she had heard wrong. She was the second princess of the human sovereign city. She was second only to one person and above everyone else. It was humiliating enough that she had to deliver books to him. How dare he ask her to wait outside? Did he think she was a servant who could be ordered around? She could not tolerate this. His anger almost exploded, but when he thought of the human sovereign's previous instructions, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His monstrous anger was immediately extinguished. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Yes." She would never dare to disobey the orders of human sovereignty. The princesses slowly exited the hall and stood guard outside the door with different thoughts in their minds. Apart from the little princess, the rest of the princesses clearly had resentment on their faces. They felt that this kind of thing should not be done by them. In the main hall, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at the books piled up on the table. They each took a book and started reading. These books were basically records about the reincarnation world. Half of them were about the development history of the reincarnation world, and the other half were about the customs and landforms of this world. The human race had been here for over 100,000 years, and this realm wasn't very large, so aside from the area around Devil Fury City that was forbidden to the human race had already explored all the other areas. These were all the secret treasures of the royal family, and ordinary people would never be able to see them. For the next few days, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stayed in the palace and did not come out. They carefully flipped through these books and collected all kinds of information about this world. After a few days, Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and put down the last book in his hand. He frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Zhu Qing finished reading at about the same time. She said thoughtfully, "So this world really is located in the gap between the two realms, a spatial crevice." Yang Kai chuckled. "If it wasn't so, there wouldn't be such a thing as the laws of heaven and earth changing. It's really difficult for them to survive and reproduce in such a place. The holy tree has been a great help. The holy tree. Yang Kai nodded slightly. It has indeed been a great help. Not only has it protected the entire human sovereign city, but it has also left behind the inheritance of wizard techniques. Yang Kai originally thought that the wizard techniques of the royal family had been passed down from generation to generation by their ancestors, allowing the wizard techniques to continue burning. But now it seemed that this was not entirely the case. After hundreds of thousands of years, the laws of heaven and earth had changed. In the astral realm, the wizard techniques had gradually been replaced by martial arts. The reincarnation world would occasionally be in common with the laws of the astral realm. Naturally, it was not suitable to cultivate the wizard techniques. However, Qing's existence allowed the wizard techniques to be passed down from generation to generation. Those royal family members could only cultivate in seclusion near Qing to feel Qing's power and resonate with Qing. Only then could they truly cultivate the wizard techniques. Without Qing's help, even if they mastered the cultivation method of the wizard techniques, the laws of heaven and earth would not allow them to cultivate the power of the wizard techniques. Qing was a hero of an era. He was the inheritor of the power of the entire ancient world. Without him, the wizard techniques in the reincarnation world would have already perished. It was a pity that during the battle between the humans and the demons, his mind had already sunk. Now he was only left with a chaotic will. He guarded his dying wish to protect the human race and protect the wizard techniques. Yang Kai did not know if he had the chance to wake up again. However, he estimated that the chances were very slim. Because hundreds of thousands of years had passed, if Qing could really wake up, he would have done so long ago. He would not have waited until now. Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that even if Qing could wake up, he would not remember the past. He would be reborn. He should be reborn. There were records of the Yinfeng mountain in the ancient books. However, it was very rare. It only recorded a rough location. The situation inside was not known at all. This was because the human race had not set foot in that place for hundreds of thousands of years. However, the demon race would often stay in the vicinity to cultivate with the help of the pure demonic qi that gushed out from the Yinfeng mountain. Therefore, if they really wanted to go to the Yinfeng mountain, they would definitely clash with the demon race. Yang Kai did not care about this. In any case, he had subdued more than 10 demon king and could order them around at will. He also knew the various characteristics of the demon race like the back of his hand. If they really encountered the demon race, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. There was still no news from the human sovereign city about Zhu Lai. The laws of heaven and earth in the outside world had changed. The entire human sovereign city's powerhouses were frequently dispatched to search for information about Zhu Lai. However, they had not found anything so far. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were not too worried about Zhu Lai. After all, he was still a rank 8 red dragon. It was not the dragon race if something happened so easily. Therefore, the two of them leisurely stayed in the palace. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly woke up from his meditation. His eyes were slightly shining, as if he was a little excited. What's wrong? Zhu Qing did not need to cultivate. She was flipping through a book at the side. When she noticed Yang Kai's movements, she raised her head and asked, Qing, I seem to have become stronger. Yang Kai said with some excitement. Becoming stronger is a good thing. Why are you like this? Because I don't know why I became stronger. In what way? Bloodline. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing curiously. I don't seem to have done anything during this time. Why do I feel that my bloodline has become stronger? The strengthening of his bloodline was very obvious. This was because Yang Kai could feel that the golden divine dragon's origin energy had fused more deeply with him. During this time, he did not cultivate the dragonization ability, nor did he encounter any life or death battles. There was no reason for him to become stronger for no reason. The increase of power always required a certain amount of effort. Let me try. In order to avoid any misconceptions, Yang Kai immediately roared and activated the dragonization ability. When the high-pitched dragon roar sounded, the golden dragon flashed away. With a burst of crackling sounds, the bones all over his body made a burst of popping sounds. His figure suddenly grew taller, and his combed bun spread out. The moment the dragon's might filled the air, Yang Kai only felt an itch on his forehead, as if something was about to break out of his body. His arms lengthened, his hands turned into dragon claws, his clothes were torn, and his exposed skin was covered with a layer of solid dragon scales. He was already used to these things, and he knew what kind of changes would happen to him, so he concentrated on experiencing the changes in his body. When all the changes stopped, Yang Kai had already turned into a behemoth. He exhaled softly, and two white smoke-like airflows instantly came out of his nostrils. Zhu Qing sat in a chair, closed the book, and looked up at him. Yang Kai took big steps, walked around the hall, and said in surprise, "Hey, I seem to have grown a little taller." The previous battle with Zhu Lai in the Azure Sun Temple made him make a breakthrough in the dragonization ability, and his body suddenly became 40 feet. Now, his height had increased again, and a conservative estimate was that it had reached 45 feet. This increase was not an illusion, but real. So far, Yang Kai has also vaguely grasped some key points. The deeper the cultivation of this secret art, the more thorough the fusion between himself and the golden divine dragon source, and the purer and more high-end the dragon race bloodline. The most intuitive manifestation was his height. As his cultivation deepened, his half-dragon body became taller and taller. Yang Kai suspected that when he could really completely refine the golden divine dragon source, he would be able to transform into a golden dragon and roam the 10,000 worlds. "How tall were you before?" Zhu Qing asked. "Probably." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew. Fortunately, the palace was built extremely magnificently, otherwise, he would not be able to straighten his back now. "Then you have really become stronger." Zhu Qing pursed her lips and smiled. "But why?" Yang Kai wanted to scratch his face, but when his dragon claws scratched the scales on his cheeks, a string of sparks flew. It was a good thing to become stronger, but it was not good to not know the reason. He had to figure out the reason so that he could continue to work in this direction in the future. Carefully recalling the events that had occurred recently, Yang Kai found that there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Moreover, it had only been less than 2 months since his last breakthrough in the dragon transformation art. Yang Kai could clearly remember every little detail that had occurred in between, but he couldn't recall anything particularly noteworthy. Zhu Qing lowered her head, and a touch of red flew on her cheeks. She opened the book and continued to read, but her mind was not on it at all. "Do you know something?" Yang Kai found her strange and turned his head to look at her. Zhu Qing shook her head like a rattle drum, and her face turned even redder. Tell me. Yang Kai walked in front of her and squatted down. Even so, he was several times taller than Zhu Qing. Looking down at the little person, he felt extremely strange. He guessed that after Zhu Qing transformed into a giant dragon, her vision would also be like this. Chapter 2969. I really don't know. Zhu Qing replied in a low voice. Is it related to the secrets of the dragon race? Zhu Qing shook her head. Then tell me. Yang Kai reached out and carefully scooped Zhu Qing into his palm, as if he was holding the most exquisite porcelain. He threatened, if you don't report what you know, be careful of the family law. What family law? Zhu Qing's eyes widened in confusion, but she quickly understood Yang Kai's meaning. She was so embarrassed that her whole body heated up. She looked up at Yang Kai and found that his eyes were staring blankly and his breathing had become heavy. She sighed in her heart. She knew that if it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. She immediately covered half of her face with a book and whispered, all things carry yin and embrace yang. When yin and yang intersect, the origin converges, and qi is in harmony. Yang Kai was stunned at first, then a strange expression appeared on his face. He said with a smile that was not a smile, you mean? Zhu Qing's entire face was covered by the book, so no one could see her expression, but the pretty face behind the book must be burning. She hurriedly said, I'm just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. The dragon race is also about dual cultivation. Yang Kai laughed even more happily. He opened his big mouth, looking exceptionally ferocious, as if he could swallow Zhu Qing in one gulp. If that was really the case, then the future would be too happy. Of course not. It's just what? Yang Kai stretched out a claw and gently pushed away the book that was covering Zhu Qing's face. He moved his face closer, looking very aggressive. Zhu Qing had nowhere to hide. She said with a troubled expression, "It's just that even for you human women, the primordial yin qi is greatly beneficial to the cultivation of men. The higher the cultivation, the more obvious it is, let alone the dragon race." Yang Kai said, "You're saying that the reason why I'm like this is because of your first time?" Zhu Qing gently nodded. She was so ashamed that Yang Kai said such words to her face. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. "It won't work in the future?" "No." Zhu Qing shook her head. "I don't believe it." As Yang Kai spoke, he grabbed Zhu Qing and dashed to the side. As he took large strides, he withdrew the dragonization art and his huge body shrunk rapidly. "What are you doing?" Zhu Qing asked in surprise. "We'll know once we give it a try." Yang Kai had already returned to his original appearance and carried Zhu Qing in his arms. Lying on Yang Kai's chest, Zhu Qing felt the burning heat. She immediately panicked and said anxiously, "It really doesn't work. I'm not lying to you." Yang Kai smirked. "I told you to give it a try. Stop struggling. It's useless." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw Zhu Qing heavily onto the bed. Zhu Qing cried out in alarm. Yang Kai had already pounced on her like a hungry dog. Even though Zhu Qing had experienced this before, she was still not used to it. Her heart was beating violently in her chest, as if it would jump out of her mouth at any moment. The man on top of her was very aggressive. His indomitable aura was rampaging, and her defense, which was not very strong, was smashed into pieces. Her clothes began to become messy. Zhu Qing tilted her head and closed her beautiful eyes. She grabbed the bed sheet with both hands, as if she was about to rush to the execution ground. She was extremely nervous. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned his head and looked to the side. He pointed his finger and said word by word, "Get out of here!" The black puppy had been awakened at some point. It had been sleeping quietly for the past few days. It was very obedient and didn't make any noise. At this time, it raised its head and stared in the direction of the bed. It didn't move and even held its breath. It was seriously observing. That dog's eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Hearing Yang Kai's words, it whimpered and stood up reluctantly. With its tail between its legs, it slowly walked towards the door. When it reached the door, it looked back reluctantly. Its eyes were filled with a longing expression, as if it was begging Yang Kai to let it stay. Yang Kai snorted. It could only dejectedly push open the door with its head and walk out through the crack. It even remembered to close the door before it left. Outside the palace, several women of different ages stood there. Basically, a layer of frost could be scraped off their faces. The princesses had had enough. A few days ago, Yang Kai had told them to wait outside the palace. They could only obey. They didn't expect that they would wait for several days. In the past few days, they didn't hear any summons. Yang Kai also didn't give them any orders. They could only obediently wait outside, standing there like wooden stakes. They had been living like princes for many years. When had they ever suffered such grievances? Everyone was cursing Yang Kai in their hearts. They wanted him to die early and reincarnate. Only the little princess was innocent. She didn't know what was going on. She only knew that her father ordered them to come here. They had to listen to the man in the room and satisfy all his requests. She was still young. Her innocence hadn't been tainted by the complicated imperial family. She didn't feel wronged. She just stood there for a few days. She was tired and sleepy. At this time, she was leaning on one of her older sister's shoulders and dozing off. Her head was nodding, and there were several times when she almost fell to the ground. When the little black dog came out, the princesses saw it. It immediately attracted their attention. They all looked at the little black dog. Second Princess Fu Yu's face was filled with resentment. She still remembered how this little bastard had humiliated her a few days ago, so she naturally bore a grudge against it. She was thinking about how she could take revenge. She wondered if she could seize this opportunity to capture this little bastard and cook it into a pot of dog meat for a sumptuous meal. The little black dog obviously sensed something, turned its head to look at Fuyu. It bared its teeth and made a threatening sound from its throat. It was about to pounce. "Little bastard, you still dare to be arrogant. There will be a day when I will kill you and eat your meat." Fuyu thought hatefully. She seemed to have foreseen that scene. An indescribable pleasure swept through her body. At this time, a scream suddenly came from inside the palace. The princesses were all shocked. They didn't know what had happened in the palace. They looked at each other with blank faces. The little princess who had dozed off was also awakened. Her eyes were wide open. She was more alert than anyone else. She hurriedly asked, "What happened? What happened?" No one paid attention to her. The princesses were all listening attentively. Another scream came. This time, the girls heard it even more clearly. However, this sound seemed a little strange. It didn't sound like an accident. It was very suppressed and very soft. It sounded like the faces of the princesses turned red. They obviously realized something. They didn't have the mood to eavesdrop. Instead, they wanted to block their ears so that this sound wouldn't dirty their ears. The suppressed sound became louder and louder. It was intermittent. Sometimes it was high-pitched and sometimes it was low-pitched. It sounded like it was about to die. The little princess was shocked. Her face turned pale. "What's going on? The sound inside is very strange. Did something happen? Should we go in and take a look?" The girls didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this suggestion. The sixth princess, who was standing beside the little princess, hurriedly said, "Don't go in." Why can't we go in?" the little princess asked. The sixth princess stomped her feet. "Children shouldn't ask so many questions." "Oh." The little princess nodded obediently. Although she didn't know the reason, since the sixth sister said so, she must have her reasons. She suddenly looked at her sisters curiously and said with a worried face, "Second sister, sixth sister, 11th sister. Why are your faces so red? Are you sick?" The 11th princess glared at her and said angrily, "What's sick? When have we ever been sick?" "But..." The little princess worriedly stretched out her small hand and touched the sixth princess's cheek. She was so scared that she retracted her hand and said, "Sixth sister, your face is so hot. It's terrible. Hurry up and ask father to come and take a look." The 11th princess glanced at the sixth princess, covered her mouth and smiled. "Sixth sister, it's useless to ask father to see this. Then who should see it?" The 11th princess pouted her lips and said, "Just ask the man inside to come and take a look." After saying that, she laughed. Her waist bent down and she trembled for a while. "Then I'll ask him to come over." The little princess believed her and rushed into the hall. But after taking 2 steps, she timidly stepped back and said in fear, "Is he killing people? I don't dare to go in." The 11th princess laughed even more happily. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were full of water. She pointed out, "He's not killing people, but he is eating people." "Eat people." The little princess's face turned pale. The 11th princess tried to scare her. "The man inside is a vicious man. He likes to eat little girls with tender skin like you the most. If you are caught by him, he will eat your 10 fingers first, then your nose and then your ears." As he spoke, he chewed on the food in an extremely realistic manner, as if he was really eating something with relish. "Ah!" The little princess was frightened. She suddenly jumped into the sixth princess's arms and trembled. She said in a trembling voice, "Sixth sister, save me. I don't want to be eaten. I don't want to be eaten by him." "Why are you scaring her?" The sixth princess glared at the 11th princess fiercely. "My little sister is pure. She will believe whatever others say. Why are you scaring her?" The 11th princess shrugged her shoulders and said, "Anyway, I'm bored and want to have some fun. Sigh, this erotic drama, I can only listen but not do it. It's really boring." Fuyu said coldly, "If you want to, you can go in. But I don't know if he wants you." The 11th princess said, "Forget it. That guy is not to be trifled with. I'm afraid that I will be eaten until not even bones are left." Hearing this, the little princess believed her more and more. She hugged the sixth princess tightly and cried, "Sixth sister, take me away. I don't want to be here. Father, save me. Father, save me." "Whoa!" Fuyu glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Cover her ears." The sixth princess quickly reached out and covered the little princess's ears tightly. The sound in the palace kept coming. In the beginning it was somewhat restrained, but in the end it became unrestrained. It made the princesses feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the little princess seemed to be tired after crying. She fell asleep in her sixth sister's arms. The tear stains were still there. The sixth princess was distressed and angry. She felt that the man was really not a good thing. Chapter 2970. It's really useless. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing, who was lying on the bed, speechless. He used the dragon transformation art again, but there were no special changes this time. His body was still only 4.5 meters tall, and there were no signs of him growing taller. Zhu Qing covered her snow-white body with the blanket and frowned slightly. "I already told you. Why didn't you believe me?" Now that he thought about it, it wasn't a problem whether he believed her or not. It was just that men were lustful and wanted to have sex with her. Yang Kai withdrew the dragon transformation art and giggled. "I didn't do it enough. If I do it a few more times, maybe." After saying that, he threw himself onto the bed again. "Stop fooling around." Zhu Qing pushed him away with a serious expression. "Dragons are inherently lustful. The more you fuse with the origin, the more obvious it will be. You need to restrain yourself." Since they had become intimate a few days ago, Zhu Qing had been very obedient. Now that she had suddenly become so serious and dignified, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He always felt like he owed her something. It wasn't good to force her anymore, so he could only nod and say, Okay, I'll restrain myself. But if everyone in the dragon race is like this, how are you going to live?" Zhu Qing said, "Only those male dragons are like this, and they won't be impudent to their brethren on the Dragon Island." Yang Kai's eyes widened. "Then what if they need it? What do we do?" Zhu Qing didn't want to answer this question, but she knew that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. She could only frown and say, "They have their own ways." These words inevitably made Yang Kai's imagination run wild. Some extremely funny scenes appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but laugh. He was ready to make fun of Zhu Lai when he saw him again. Zhu Qing glared at him and said, "Didn't I say that you're not allowed to touch me without my permission?" Yang Kai said innocently, "You didn't agree just now? I thought you agreed. Don't do this again." Zhu Qing pinched Yang Kai's arm hard to vent her dissatisfaction. Then, she began to put on her clothes. Yang Kai supported his head with his hands and looked at her foolishly. "Why are you staring at me?" Zhu Qing blushed. "You're so pretty." Yang Kai's sweet words came out of his mouth. "I can look at you for a lifetime." I don't know how many women I've told this to. There was jealousy in Zhu Qing's words. She quickly tidied up her dress and looked around blankly. "Where is Bow Wow?" "He's guarding the door." Yang Kai pointed at the door. Zhu Qing suddenly remembered that the black puppy had been driven out by Yang Kai. Then, she remembered that there were still a few princesses standing outside the door. Her face suddenly turned pale. His performance just now was unbearable to the ear. He was afraid that the other party had heard everything clearly. How could he have the face to see others now? She was embarrassed and annoyed. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's ear. "Stand up." Yang Kai got up. He was naked. Although he was not burly, his body was very well proportioned and exuded a masculine aura. Facing Zhu Qing, who was embarrassed and annoyed, he just smiled and played dumb. Zhu Qing looked at him angrily. She didn't look at the places where she shouldn't look. She picked up his clothes from the bed and carefully dressed him. It was the first time that the dragon girl had done this, so she was a little unfamiliar with it. A man's clothes were always different from a woman's clothes. She had never had the experience of serving others. Moreover, Yang Kai was facing her, so she was even more restrained. After a while, she gradually got into a good mood and dressed Yang Kai neatly. She held Yang Kai's hand and walked to the dressing table. She pressed Yang Kai to sit down on a chair and carefully combed his hair. Yang Kai stared at the figure in the mirror with a smile. Seeing her attentive look, his vanity soared. Half a day later, the human sovereign came in a hurry. When he arrived at the door, he looked at his daughters in surprise. "Why are you standing outside?" Fuyu pursed her lips and said, "He asked us to wait here." The human sovereign frowned. "Has it been like this for the past few days?" Fuyu nodded slightly. The human sovereign sighed and showed a disappointed look in his eyes. However, he didn't say anything. He just said loudly, "Master, the information you asked for has been found." The door opened. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing walked out one by one. The human sovereign bowed and squeezed out a flattering smile on his face. The expressions of the several princesses were all different. The second Princess Fu could not hide the look of contempt in her eyes, especially when she looked at Zhu Qing. The sixth princess lowered her head and no one could see her expression, while the 11th princess was staring at Yang Kai with great interest, as if she was secretly looking forward to something. The little princess, on the other hand, turned pale and quietly hid behind her sixth sister, her body trembling. Yang Kai could see the reaction of the girls at a glance. He snorted in his heart and didn't have time to care about it. He just looked at the human sovereign and said, "Tell me about it." The human sovereign replied, 30 minutes ago, there were signs of someone fighting at the Eagle Beak Cliff. I sent people to investigate immediately. The battle was over. More than 10 members of the demon race died. All of them had extraordinary cultivation. Did you find out who did it? The human sovereign shook his head and said, "No, it's just that in this reincarnation world, all humans live in the human sovereign city. Other than the two you mentioned, I'm afraid no one will stay outside. They also don't have the strength to kill more than 10 members of the demon race. Therefore, I guess the person you're looking for is probably near the Eagle Beak Cliff." Yang Kai nodded and said, "If that's the case, let's go and take a look." The human sovereign heard this and said, "I'll arrange it immediately and have someone lead the way." "No need. I know the place. My wife and I will go and check it out ourselves." In the past few days, Yang Kai had memorized the landscape of the reincarnation world. Therefore, when the human sovereign mentioned the Eagle Beak Cliff, he knew where it was. "Then the two of you must be careful." Yang Kai grinned and said, "If everything goes well, we may leave this world directly. Thank you for your hospitality, Master." Hearing this, the human sovereign's face lit up. He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to get out of here as soon as possible so that his rule wouldn't be threatened. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he heard this, but he quickly suppressed it and said calmly, "I'm sorry for not being a good host. Please forgive me." Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him. Just as he was about to ask Zhu Qing to leave, he suddenly saw Fuyu still looking at Zhu Qing with disdain. He was annoyed. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Bow wow, let's go." Woof! The black puppy stood up and barked at Fuyu. Then it slowly walked toward Yang Kai. What did you say?" Yang Kai stared at the black puppy. Woof! The black puppy tilted its head, wondering what Yang Kai was up to. "What? How can that be? You evil creature, don't let your imagination run wild. You've gone too far." The black puppy was completely dumbfounded. It stood there dumbfounded, its eyes filled with confusion. Yang Kai continued, "As a human, you must know your place. Even as a dog, you must know your place. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about, and don't say things you shouldn't say. Understand? It's a good thing I'm here. Otherwise, you would have been beaten to a pulp." As he spoke, he glanced at the human sovereign. The group was confused by his words, and the princesses were even more confused. Fuyu frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. The human sovereign, on the other hand, was a smart person. He quickly smiled and said, "Master, what is this pet beast of yours trying to do? If you don't mind, you can tell me. If it's within my means, I will." Yang Kai chuckled. "It's nothing much. It just made an interesting request. You don't have to worry about it. The human sovereign grumbled inwardly, but he said, since it's interesting, why don't you tell me about it? Yang Kai pointed at Fuyu. This little bastard has taken a liking to the second princess, saying that it hit it off with her and wants to take her away. Don't you think that's funny? The smile on the human sovereign's face froze. He didn't know how to respond as a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Fuyu's face paled as she cried out, impossible! Yang Kai's expression turned cold. What's impossible? Fuyu panicked. How could it possibly take a liking to me? You're just making things up. Yang Kai scoffed. If it were me, I wouldn't have taken a liking to you either. But it did. What can I do about it? It's probably like a tortoise falling in love with a bean. If you don't believe me, you can ask it yourself. How am I supposed to ask? Fuyu was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't possibly ask the black puppy this question. Although she was sure that Yang Kai was taking revenge on her, the situation was beyond her control. If she wasn't careful, she might really be taken away and become a plaything for this bastard. This was worse than killing her. How could she agree to it? Imperial Father. She hurriedly looked at the human sovereign, wanting to ask for help. But what she saw made her words stuck in her throat. She saw her Imperial Father frowning, deep in thought, as if he was considering whether or not to agree to this matter. In an instant, all her hopes were dashed and she lost all her strength. Her Imperial Father was really considering whether or not to give her to that little bastard. That's right. Her Imperial Father was so afraid of this pair of adulterers. If he could send them away safely, not to mention one daughter, even if he had to send all his daughters away, he wouldn't even frown. Since ancient times, there had been no familial love in the royal family. She didn't know what she was hoping for. The human sovereign opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai chuckled. Second princess, you worry too much. Although Bow Wow likes you, I can't take you away. Second princess, just stay in the human sovereign city and be your princess. Fuyu didn't answer. She stared at Yang Kai with hatred, as if she couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Second princess, are you saying that you want to leave with me? If that's the case, just say the word. This young master might consider it. Yang Kai's lips curled up. Fuyu quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. She didn't want him to cause any more trouble. Humph! The human sovereign snorted. At this point, how could he not know that Yang Kai was deliberately looking for trouble? Perhaps there was something wrong with the way Fuyu looked at the dragon girl. He glared at Fuyu and said, "Come over here and thank the master." Fuyu didn't dare to disobey. She walked over and bowed. In a low voice, she said, "Thank you, master." His arrogance had been completely wiped clean. Chapter 2971. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were about to leave through the space magic array in the city, and the human sovereign personally sent them off. A group of princes and princesses followed closely behind. Anyone with a bit of dignity in the human sovereign city had also come. The procrastination of such a large group of people made those who didn't know the truth wonder what was going on. Along the way, the human sovereign seemed to be very talkative and considerate, constantly reminding Yang Kai of the things to pay attention to outside. Yang Kai would respond from time to time. After finally sending them to the space magic array, the human sovereign secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as this guy left, the human sovereign city would still be his world in the future, and the rule of the royal family would not be shaken. He personally blessed Yang Kai and Zhu Qing with the seal of human sovereign and ordered people to open the space magic array. When the light of the teleportation lit up, the human sovereign's hanging heart finally relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Yang Kai's words completely shattered his good mood. In the future, the Japanese master may come here again, so I hope master can take good care of the holy tree and don't arbitrarily extract its power. The light lit up, and Yang Kai and Zhu Qing disappeared. The human sovereign felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the smile on his face became stiff. Many princes and princesses, as well as the powerhouses in the city, all sensed that the human sovereign was not in a good mood, and kept quiet out of fear. After a long while, the human sovereign's body suddenly erupted with an extremely strong aura, turning into a wave of air that spread in all directions. As this wave of air spread, he seemed to have vented his anger, and his entire person became much older. Tens of thousands of miles away from the human sovereign city, in the depths of a cave in an extremely hidden forest, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing leisurely appeared. The cave was so dark that they couldn't see their own fingers in front of them, and there was only a slanted tunnel leading to the surface. In the tunnel, there was a simple space magic array connected to the space magic array in the city. There were more than a dozen places like this in the entire reincarnation world, covering almost half of the reincarnation world. The cultivator of the human sovereign city used these space magic arrays to repeatedly come and go. Each space magic array was built in an extremely hidden way, for fear of being discovered by the demon race and being destroyed. Even if the demon race did discover these space magic arrays, they could only destroy them. Without the support of the human sovereign seal, they could not enter the human sovereign city through the space magic array. 2. The space array that he had set up could only be activated by wearing a special teleportation token. The two of them walked out of the tunnel and came to the surface. There were no abnormalities in the laws of heaven and earth in the outside world. It was obvious that the reincarnation world was leaning towards the astral world. Yang Kai, protect me. Zhu Qing did not waste any time. She instructed Yang Kai to use the dragon race's secret technique to find Zhu Lai. What did you call me? Zhu Qing whispered, husband. She had never called a man that way before. She felt her heart beating rapidly. This simple address seemed to have connected the two of them together, sharing life and death, honor and disgrace. Yang Kai finally showed a satisfied expression. Zhu Qing cut her palm, and a drop of red blood rolled down. It was like a burning flame, extremely hot. It fell to the ground and disappeared. An obscure and profound incantation sounded. Zhu Qing's face was solemn, as if she was praying to an unknown god. She was full of piety. Yang Kai had seen a similar scene once. It was when Zhu Qing used the secret technique in the frozen earth. Therefore, he knew that the secret technique that Zhu Qing was using was the same one that Zhu Lai used. It was a secret technique that was specially used to find people. After a while, the incantation became louder and more intense. It shook the heaven and earth, as if thunder was rolling and dragons were roaring. A dark red dot bloomed from the ground. Then, something that looked like a blood coral grew out of the ground. It only stopped when it was 1 foot tall. Zhu Qing stopped the incantation and reached out to suck the blood coral up. She glanced at the direction where the light on the blood coral floated. She pointed at a place and said, "It's over there." Yang Kai nodded and flew up. He flew in that direction with Zhu Qing. After half a cup of tea's time, the two of them arrived at a cliff. From a distance, this cliff looked like the perch of an eagle, and the cliff was the eagle's beak. This was the eagle's beak cliff that the human sovereign had mentioned before. When the two of them arrived, they found that there were corpses of the demon race here. The ground was covered in blood and broken limbs. Moreover, from the traces left behind, although the battle was fierce, it was very short. This was because the demon race seemed to have been killed before they could use their full strength. This could only mean one thing: the enemies that the demon race encountered were very strong, so strong that they could easily crush them. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded slightly and said, "There's the aura of the dragon race. It's Zhu Lai. Can you see where they went?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing looked at the blood coral and pointed to the left. "This way." Another hour later, Yang Kai, who was flying, suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Obviously, he had discovered something. Zhu Qing also sensed something and focused her vision to look forward. The world energy in that direction was fluctuating, and there were faint sounds of fighting. It seemed that there was some kind of conflict. The two of them looked at each other and immediately increased their speed. After a while, the scene in front of them entered their eyes. A group of demon race soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, surrounded a certain area. The gathered demonic chi soared into the sky, and there were two figures in the area surrounded by them. They were Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, who had been separated from Yang Kai after entering the reincarnation world. It was unknown whether the two of them had always been together, or if they had met up later. The situation of the two of them was not optimistic. Although they were the only powerhouses in the world, there seemed to be a few demon king among the demon race soldiers surrounding them. They were relying on their advantage in numbers to constantly contend with them and exhaust their strength. Several dozen members of the demon race had already died on the ground, obviously at the hands of Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. The demon race consisted of hundreds of races, and each race had its own unique divine technique. The shadow demon was good at escaping, the succubus demon was good at bewitching, the power demon had infinite strength, and the blood demon was sinister and mysterious. If one did not understand the characteristics of these demon race, it would be easy to suffer losses. If it had been an ordinary third-stage Emperor Realm cultivator, even if there were two of them, they would have been defeated long ago. It was also thanks to Zhu Lai being a member of the dragon race that he was able to stand tall under such a heavy encirclement. However, he was him and Li Jiao was Li Jiao. Zhu Lai clearly did not care about Li Jiao's life or death. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing arrived, Li Jiao's state was clearly not right. His emotions were extremely high, and his body was faintly emitting traces of black qi, as if he had been corroded by the demonic qi. Moreover, his eyes were slightly red, and his movements were somewhat stiff. The circulation of his emperor qi was also intermittent. In the midst of the demon race's army, an enchanting and charming succubus demon was casting a technique on him. An invisible voice of bewitchment broke through Li Jiao's mental defenses without leaving a trace. The murmuring voice echoed in his mind, wanting to destroy his will and turn him into a demon slave. This was the most common method used by succubus demons. Compared to the other demon races, the succubus demon race was generally delicate and weak, but their divine sense was incomparably powerful. They were most proficient in this kind of sneaky and insidious method. Several demon commanders fearlessly launched attacks at Zhu Lai, but their bodies exploded with a few pokes from Zhu Lai's finger, and blood rained down from the sky. At this moment, the blood that covered the sky suddenly retracted, and as if it had a mind of its own, it turned into a blood snake, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it bit towards Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. He spat out a scorching dragon's breath, incinerating the countless blood snakes. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, a blood snake came charging at him from within the dragon's breath. Zhu Lai did not even realize how it had broken through. At first glance, this blood snake looked no different from other blood snakes, but upon closer inspection, one could see how powerful and unique it was. At this moment, it was too late to defend, so Zhu Lai could only activate his dragon yuan and prepare to take this attack head-on. A strange cackle suddenly sounded from within the blood snake, full of pride, as if some scheme had succeeded. Zhu Lai frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. It did not seem wise for him to choose to take this attack head-on. Just as the blood snake was about to hit Zhu Lai, a pitch-black crescent blade suddenly slashed down from the sky, brushing past Zhu Lai's head and directly cutting the blood snake in half. The blood snake was reduced to ashes as if it had been incinerated. At the same time, an extremely mournful scream came from not far away. A blood demon suddenly clutched its head and half knelt on the ground, its expression twisted in pain. "Who is it?" Zhu Lai shouted in a low voice. When he looked up, he saw a familiar figure appear in the sky. Yang Kai grinned and greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, brother-in-law." Zhu Lai frowned, his face filled with confusion. "What?" He did not hear what Yang Kai had just called him. As soon as his voice fell, Li Jiao, who had been standing behind him to defend against the enemy, suddenly turned around and sent a palm strike towards him without warning. Emperor Qi surged from his palm as his third-stage Emperor Realm cultivation erupted at this moment. Li Jiao's eyes lost focus, clearly not acting on his own accord. But the power of this palm strike was not something Zhu Lai could ignore. A red light flashed, and Zhu Qing mysteriously appeared between Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. She punched out her fist, which landed on Li Jiao's chest first. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Li Jiao screamed in pain. His absent-minded eyes moved again, obviously at a loss about his situation. The next moment, he felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his chest as a huge force pressed against his heart, almost stopping it. A burst of chi burst out from his back, tearing apart his clothes as he flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air. Zhu Lai turned around and saw Zhu Qing. At first, he was overjoyed, but then his expression turned cold. "You're not dead yet? Is that how you talk to your elder sister?" Zhu Qing glared at him. "Humph." Zhu Lai coldly snorted, seemingly wanting to say something, but his eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Zhu Qing in disbelief, exclaiming, You? What about me?" Zhu Qing pursed her lips. Her cheeks flushed red as she guessed why Zhu Lai was so surprised, interrupting him. "If you have something to say it later." Chapter 2972. The arrival of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing shocked many members of the demon race, especially the blood demon and the succubus demon, who had attacked secretly, which made them tremble with fear. Whether it was the howling blood demon or the pale-faced succubus demon, they were both demon king-level existences. The two demon kings had attacked without leaving any traces behind, but they had been countered by the newcomers one by one, and even injured one of them. This was simply inconceivable. Just as they were in a daze, the sound of a dog barking suddenly entered their ears. Immediately after, a bubbling black puppy charged out from the side. Its 4 short legs were like wheels as it ran excitedly towards a demon general. It was as if it had seen an enchanting female dog when it was in heat. It was extremely comical. That demon general should be a power demon. His body was tall and sturdy, and he held a huge axe in his hand. The blade of the axe was bright and sharp, and it was emitting a dense black aura. It was obviously a demon weapon. Seeing the black puppy charging towards him, the demon general's expression immediately became ruthless. He shook his head, raised the huge axe in his hand, and smashed it down towards the black puppy. His movements were very casual because he could feel that the black puppy wasn't very strong. He could easily kill such a little bastard. The attention of the other members of the demon race was also attracted by Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Other than a few members of the demon race who glanced at the black puppy, no one paid much attention to it. The huge axe chopped down, but the black puppy nimbly dodged it. It was so agile that it was ridiculous. The demon general's attack missed, and he was slightly stunned. He was a little angry from embarrassment, and before he could do anything else, the black puppy suddenly opened its mouth and bit towards him. The black puppy's head, which wasn't too big, suddenly swelled up, and suddenly became the size of a door. It caught the demon general in its mouth. Everyone was shocked. Many members of the demon race turned their heads and stared at the black puppy in amazement, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Zhu Qing and her brother were obviously taken aback as well. They never expected this unassuming little thing to possess such power, swallowing a demon general in a single bite. Although the demon general wasn't very strong, it was still equivalent to an origin king, and as a demon general from the Power Demon clan, not even an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could be his opponent. Zhu Qing was especially shocked. Although she found the black puppy to be a bit strange these days, she never expected it to possess such a divine technique. Only Yang Kai remained calm, stroking his chin thoughtfully. According to Gong Yu, the black puppy possessed the bloodline of a strange beast from the territory of the demon returned to ruins. This bloodline was hidden very deeply, but it was awakened by Gong Yu's demon race secret technique in Azure Sun Temple. At that time, the black puppy could be described as holding back 10,000 enemies, and Gong Yu was able to contend with 10 masters from the Emperor Realm for a long time with its divine technique. Could even swallow a third-layer Emperor Realm master like Feng Ming in one gulp, let alone a mere demon general. It was just that the black puppy's performance had not been very stable these days. Except for swallowing manager Liao, it had not used this divine technique again. A few days ago, it had fought with Fuyu in the Imperial Palace for a long time, but it had not swallowed Fuyu. At this time, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, Yang Kai reckoned that it had something to do with these demon race. Return to Ruins was a strange beast from the territory of the demon race, after all. The aura of the demon race made the black puppy extremely happy, and these demon race were probably delicious food to it. Just as Yang Kai was deep in thought, the demon general in the black puppy's mouth struggled with all its might. It could be seen with the naked eye that the black puppy's mouth bulged from time to time. Its huge mouth was completely disproportionate to its short body, and it was swayed by the demon general's strength. Suddenly, it raised its head and made a swallowing motion. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a small lump swelled up in its throat, then rolled down to its abdomen and disappeared. Its door-sized mouth also returned to its original size at the same time, but its abdomen didn't change at all. No one knew where a living demon general had been swallowed to go, and even the demon general's huge axe had disappeared without a trace. A series of gasps sounded, and the demon race felt their hair stand on end. The black puppy licked its lips, and its expression was as if it hadn't had enough. This pair of bright eyes looked towards the demon race's gathering place. Every demon race that it saw, no matter how strong or weak they were, couldn't help but have goosebumps, as if they had met their natural enemy, and their hearts trembled. Without needing any instructions, the moment danger shrouded them, the demon race's numerous demon race's secret techniques were used one after another. Streaks of pitch-black energy turned into attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they attacked the black puppy. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he wanted to observe, so he didn't make a move to stop them. The black puppy whimpered, but it wasn't because it was afraid, but because it was excited. It jumped 3 feet into the air and opened its mouth again. This time, its mouth opened even wider than before, and the huge mouth seemed to be connected to an unknown world, emitting an extremely strong suction force. The attacks that were aimed at it were all swallowed up, and there wasn't even a drop left. The black puppy became even more ferocious, and it pounced forward despite the numerous demon race's attacks. Its mouth opened to the size of a house, and it bit down. The space where it bit down shattered, and a large part of the void was missing. The dozen or so demon race in this area instantly disappeared, and the remaining people fled for their lives, quickly distancing themselves from the black puppy. Gulp! The black puppy swallowed another mouthful, but it still wasn't satisfied, and it turned its gaze to the other demon race. Exterminate the demon race in the territory. Return to Ruins. A low shout sounded, and within the demon race, an existence whose entire body was pitch black, as if it was wrapped in smoke, cried out in horror. He recognized the origin of the black puppy, and his voice was full of fear. This person from the demon race was a demon king-level existence, and his aura wasn't weak, almost equivalent to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Coupled with his shadow demon background, he could even easily assassinate a third-order Emperor Realm Master if he was caught off guard. He was the strongest among this group of demon race, and he should also be the leader of this group of demon race. But such a master, after recognizing the origin of the black puppy, actually cried out in horror, and his body turned into a cloud of smoke, before exploding into 9 streaks that fled in all directions. Return to Ruins was famous in the territory of the demon race, and it was known as the Exterminate Demon Territory. Although it was born in the territory of the demon race, it could almost be said to be the enemy of the demon race. It existed to devour, and the demonic chi and demon race were its favorite foods. It was rumored that in the real territory of the demon race, there was once a return to Ruins that wreaked havoc everywhere, and even the demon saint was no match for it. In the era without the great demon god, the return to Ruins was simply the overlord of the demon race territory. It had devoured countless demon race and destroyed countless demon race towns. Return to Ruins represented destruction, and wherever it went, there would be ruins. That was why it had the name Return to Ruins. In the end, a powerful demon saint led all the demon race to fight the Return to Ruins to fight to the death. That battle lasted for decades, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties. Their population was almost reduced by more than half, and the areas that were destroyed occupied 2/3 of the entire demon territory. The demon race won in the end, and the Return to Ruins was killed. As the leader, the demon saint broke through the limit of power and became the great demon god, becoming the ruler of the entire demon territory. It was also because of that battle that the living environment of the entire demon territory became extremely bad, and many masters in the demon territory had no choice but to expand their territory and look for a more suitable world to live in. Every member of the demon race was familiar with this period of history. Even the demon race in the reincarnation world was the same. That was why when he saw the black puppy use the devouring divine technique, the demon king immediately thought of the reputation of destroying the demon territory. Even though he couldn't determine whether this was return to ruins, the sense of crisis of life and death couldn't be faked. Once the return to ruins swallowed him, there was basically no chance of survival. He was scared out of his wits, and he hurriedly used the divine technique to escape. Only one of the 9 smokes hid the real body, and the other 8 were just a diversion. In front of this divine technique, even an enemy who was stronger than him wouldn't be able to stop him. The shadow demon was adept at escaping, and this was the best description. But this time, the shadow demon king miscalculated. Before the smokes could run more than 100 feet, they suddenly hit an invisible barrier. 8 of them collapsed and the other 1 retreated. The shadow demon's figure reappeared, and his face was ashen. He raised his head and looked at the human in the sky. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, and the power of the law of space fluctuated around him. With him as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet turned into a swamp. It suddenly became extremely sticky, and the edges were as hard as steel, turning into a cage. All the members of the demon race lowered their bodies, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai were also slightly uncomfortable, but Yang Kai didn't deliberately target them. In addition, the 2 dragon race members were quite strong, so they were much better off than the demon race members. Li Jiao groaned and seemed to have regained his consciousness, but he was seriously injured by Zhu Qing's palm on his chest. Now he could only lie on the ground, urging his emperor's qi to heal himself while resisting the corrosion of the demonic qi. "Bow wow, if you don't attack now, when will you?" Yang Kai said lightly. The black puppy immediately jumped up and pounced on the blood demon who had used the secret technique to sneak attack Zhu Lai. It clearly felt that this demon race was more delicious than the other demon race members. The blood demon's sneak attack on Zhu Lai had failed. Yang Kai's moonblade had cut off its secret technique, injuring its divine sense and greatly reducing its strength. When it saw the black puppy pouncing on it, its expression changed greatly. It turned around and turned into a bloody light, enveloping the black puppy instead of retreating. The return to ruins was a well-known name, so he had naturally heard of it. However, even if the black puppy in front of him had returned to ruins, it was only a cub that had returned to ruins. As a demon king, he naturally had the strength to contend with it. The bloody light spread out in the air, becoming bigger than a house. It was like a bloody net that was about to envelop the black puppy. The black puppy tilted its head and looked at it, looking very confused. Clearly didn't understand how this guy could become bigger than its mouth. It tried its best to open its mouth, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get bigger than the bloody net. It suddenly became angry and took a deep breath. An incomparably powerful suction force came, and screams came from the bloody net. It was like a pancake that was being folded and slowly pulled into the black puppy's huge mouth. Chapter 2973. The thick, blood-red light was sucked into the huge mouth. The blood demon reverted to his original form in a panic, but it made it even easier for the black puppy to devour him. The huge mouth suddenly closed, biting down on the blood demon's waist. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to break free. The blood demon's face paled in fright. He cried out for help, but which member of the demon race was bold enough to save him? The black puppy's aura was not powerful, but its unique aura made them feel a chill in their bones. Coupled with the shadow demon's cry for return to ruins earlier, they all trembled in fear. Right now, all they wanted to do was get as far away from this little thing as possible. The blood demon was devoured bit by bit. He was actually unable to use his divine technique at all. He was like an ordinary demon folk who had never cultivated before. He could not even use the demonic qi in his body. As far as the eye could see, This scene was extremely similar to a python devouring its prey. Snakes and pythons could devour prey that was much larger than themselves, so why couldn't the black puppy do the same? Dark red flames blossomed, and a scorching power erupted. It was the Zhu siblings who had made their move. The two of them were both red dragons, so they specialized in the origin energy of fire. As soon as they attacked, the temperature in the surroundings suddenly increased. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a furnace, about to melt all the demon race. Dragon breaths, spinning fireballs, and flaming blades swept through the air. The demon race were immediately sent flying. They were thrown into disarray. One by one, the demon race fell like weeds. The demon race had many people, and most of their divine technique was mysterious and difficult to defend against. But even if Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had not come, Zhu Lai would not have suffered any losses with his strength. An eighth-step red dragon, an existence that had surpassed the third layer of the Emperor realm, was enough to slaughter this demon race. In just a single exchange, more than half of the members of the demon race were killed or injured. None of those who were swept by the scorching flames survived, and all of them lost their lives. The succubus demon screamed, the shadow demon's expression changed, and the sand demon tried to escape by burrowing into the ground. However, the surrounding space was sealed, and the divine technique of burrowing into the ground could not be used. He was bounced out as soon as he plunged into the ground. Zhu Qing rushed forward and punched the scantily clad succubus demon with her delicate fist. A violent force exploded and turned her into a bloody mist. Not even her bones remained. She had been unhappy with this succubus demon for a long time. She secretly sent him flirtatious glances. She didn't know who she was throwing them at, but that person seemed to be enjoying it. Sand Devil had failed to escape underground. Just as he was about to stand firm, Zhu Lai's flaming blade came slashing down from the sky, splitting him into two halves. The remaining shadow demon couldn't do anything by himself. He turned his head and looked around. His army of 100 people was almost completely annihilated, and he was the only one left. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine, and his hands and feet turned cold. The two dragon race had not even revealed their true forms, yet they were already so powerful. If they did, they would still be able to defeat them even if they were 10 times stronger. Zhu Lai rushed toward the shadow demon. The shadow demon wanted to use the same life-saving divine technique again, but the dragons might made him dizzy. How could he use it again? Zhu Lai smashed his fist toward him, shattering his head. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight to behold. At this moment, the black puppy had just swallowed the blood demon. A gulping sound came from its throat. It was still not satisfied, but when it turned around, there were no longer any living demon race members. The hundreds of demon race members were all dead. It snorted and ignored the corpses. It only raised its head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hadn't made a move. Other than creating a spatial cage, he didn't kill any demon race. This was because he knew that there was no need for him to make a move. He landed beside Li Jiao and looked down at him. Li Jiao just happened to open his eyes. When he saw Yang Kai, he immediately revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Palace Master Yang, save me." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Brother Li, what do you mean by that? I see that Brother Li is full of energy and vigor. How could you need me to save you?" Li Jiao said anxiously, "Palace Master Yang, you can't lie through your teeth. I've been corrupted by the demonic qi. Can't you see?" He and Zhu Lai had been stranded in the reincarnation world, but they weren't as lucky as Yang Kai. No one had led them to the human sovereign city, and they had remained in the outside world. When the laws of heaven and earth changed, the old demon qi filled the air. Even though Li Jiao was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he still couldn't resist it. In the end, the demonic qi invaded his body. That trace of demonic qi was extremely difficult to deal with. It was like a maggot in one's bones and couldn't be dispelled no matter what. If it wasn't for this, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been controlled by a succubus demon. Being injured by Zhu Qing was a small matter. It was only a matter of breaking a few bones and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He would be able to recover after a period of rest. Being corrupted by the demonic chi was life-threatening. If things went wrong, he might even become the demon race. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai was like seeing a life-saving straw. I can see it, but there's nothing I can do about your situation. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said. When Li Jiao heard this, he almost cried, Palace Master Yang, you can't just stand by and watch me die. This Li only came because of you. If Palace Master Yang hadn't invited me, how could this Li have ended up here? Isn't it natural to be a tyrant in my Fire Dragon Palace? Now that I've ended up in this situation, Palace Master Yang should also take some responsibility. As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's expression, afraid that he would anger him. As expected, Yang Kai was very angry and said with a straight face, You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. The reason you came with me was because we agreed on the conditions in advance. It wasn't that you didn't gain anything. What's more, I didn't cause you to be corrupted by the demonic chi. It was your own lack of strength and determination. What responsibility do I have to take? Li Jiao said with a sad face, Palace Master Yang, can you bear to see this Li be corrupted by the demonic chi, lose his mind, and become a demon? Why can't I bear to? Yang Kai asked curiously, Don't worry. If you really become a demon, this young master will definitely free you and give you a quick death. Li Jiao cursed in his heart, so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have followed Yang Kai to that damned frigid earth. Now that he had ended up like this, he didn't know what his future path was, so he was at a loss. All right. Yang Kai suddenly chuckled, patted him on the shoulder, and pulled him up. His change of expression was so quick that Li Jiao wasn't used to it. He looked at him blankly and said, Palace Master Yang. What do you mean? Yang Kai said, It's just being corrupted by the demonic chi. If it were anyone else, they would have already been turned into a demon. Fortunately, Brother Li's cultivation is deep, so although you have been corrupted, it's not impossible to treat. Li Jiao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly said, This Li knew that Palace Master Yang wouldn't leave me in the lurch. I ask Palace Master Yang to teach me a way to save me. A way to save you is right in front of you. Yang Kai chuckled. Li Jiao didn't understand. Yang Kai pointed to a spot not far away and said in a low voice, Go find Zhu Lai and have him give you some dragon blood. Dragon blood has divinity, so it should be enough for you to expel the demonic chi. Li Jiao was frightened and his face paled. He quickly waved his hand and said, Palace Master Yang, please don't joke like this. How could dragon blood be so easy to obtain? If Zhu Lai knew that I had such thoughts, I'm afraid he would slap me to death. This Li is just a little Jiao. How could I dare to have such thoughts? That's why you want to have such thoughts. With your background, if you can drink a mouthful of dragon blood, tsk tisk, gudong. Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. Speaking of which, he was still a descendant of the dragon race. Although he was greatly suppressed by the dragon race's bloodline, if he could really drink a mouthful of dragon blood, it would be of great help to his strength. It would definitely raise his bloodline to a new level. Yang Kai's words sounded inconceivable at first, but they echoed in his ears like magic, causing him to become restless. His eyes flashed with excitement and the demonic chi on his body seemed to thicken a little. Yang Kai saw this but didn't point it out. He only chuckled and turned his head to the side. On the other side, Zhu Qing and her brother seemed to be up to something. One of them looked as if she had made a huge mistake. Her eyes were darting around, and she didn't dare to look at the other party at all. The other one was shocked and kept looking at his sister as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red and her eyes drifted even more. You! After a while, Zhu Lai opened his mouth to speak. How did you advance to the 9th rank? From the moment they met just now, Zhu Lai felt that something was wrong. Zhu Qing's bloodline seemed to be a lot purer than his. One must know that when she left Dragon Island last time, the siblings were both at the 8th rank. It was very difficult to advance in the dragon race's bloodline. On one hand, it was affected by the inheritance of one's parents. On the other hand, It was also dependent on one's own efforts and the support of Dragon Island. All three were indispensable. The siblings were one of the few powerhouses on Dragon Island. The 8th rank was already very impressive, and even the Great Elder was only at the 10th rank. The Great Elder once asserted that the siblings would very likely stay at the 8th rank for the rest of their lives. There was only a very small hope for them to break through to the 9th rank. The Great Elder lived a long life and his vision was very sharp. Usually, the things he said wouldn't change too much. The truth was indeed so. Ever since the siblings advanced to the 8th rank, it became more and more difficult for their bloodline to advance. No matter how many dragon blood flowers they ate, no matter how long they secluded themselves in the Dragon Palace, there was no obvious effect. He never thought that he would suddenly see his own sister become a 9th rank giant dragon. This was simply too inconceivable. Zhu Lai believed that he didn't see wrongly. The dragon race was very sensitive to each other's bloodline. Even if Zhu Qing didn't reveal her true form, the aura of the 9th rank couldn't be faked. Zhu Lai felt like his heart was being scratched by a cat. He was jealous and envious of his sister's advancement. He really wanted to know the secret of Zhu Qing's advancement. Zhu Qing didn't reply, but her expression became even more bashful. Zhu Lai asked again. Only then did Zhu Qing said softly, "The opportunity came." "Impossible!" Zhu Lai immediately denied. He felt that Zhu Qing was too petty. She actually wanted to keep this a secret. His curiosity grew even stronger. "Qing, you're already at the 9th rank?" Yang Kai walked over and asked in surprise. Chapter 2974. After asking, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that in the imperial palace of the human sovereign city, Zhu Qing had once shown her true form, which was a huge red dragon that was 300 feet long. Zhu Lai's form in Azure Sun Temple at that time seemed to be smaller than hers, only 200 feet long. Similar to his situation, the purity of the dragon race's bloodline could be seen from the size of her true form. It seemed that Zhu Qing's bloodline was really stronger than Zhu Lai's. Zhu Lai was not lying when he said that she was a 9th order dragon. However, there was one thing that made Yang Kai feel very strange. 9th order is 9th order, it's a good thing. Don't you dragon race always pursue the purity of your bloodline? Qing, why are you blushing? Impossible, impossible. How is this possible? Zhu Lai muttered, his eyebrows knitted together. He couldn't understand how Zhu Qing could be promoted to the 9th order in such a short time. He felt indignant in his heart, feeling that the heavens were unfair. Why didn't such a good thing fall on his head? He suddenly turned his head and looked at Yang Kai coldly, asking in a cold voice, "What did you call her just now?" He was shocked by the promotion of Zhu Qing's bloodline and didn't pay much attention to how Yang Kai addressed his sister. Now that he had recovered, he felt that something was wrong. How could such an intimate address come from the mouth of a human? This was simply blasphemy to the dragon race. An insult. However, Zhu Qing didn't refute. He suddenly realized something and his tone became colder, murderous intent lingering. "What did you call me just now?" Yang Kai stepped forward and stood side by side with Zhu Qing, and then under Zhu Lai's surprised gaze, he reached out and grabbed Zhu Qing's shoulder, grinning at him. "You are Qing younger brother. Of course I call you brother-in-law." Zhu Qing twisted her body, but she couldn't get rid of Yang Kai's evil claws. She could only let him do what he wanted. Zhu Lai's pupils suddenly shrank. He wasn't an idiot. Seeing that Zhu Qing didn't reject Yang Kai's intimate actions and instead welcomed him, coupled with the way Yang Kai addressed the two of them, an unimaginable thought finally emerged. His face turned ashen in an instant, as if it was covered by a layer of frost. On the other side, Li Jiao's mouth was so wide open that it could fit an egg. His mind was in turmoil as he looked at Yang Kai. He felt as if he was looking up at a tall mountain, and a feeling of admiration involuntarily appeared in his heart. Was this the act of riding a dragon? Am I dreaming? If that was the case, wouldn't Palace Master Yang be Dragon Island's son-in-law? How could this be? He simply prostrated himself in admiration towards Yang Kai in his heart. Previously, he still had some complaints in his heart, but now he couldn't bring up this kind of resentment. Compared to what he did, He could even do something as heinous as riding a dragon on Dragon Island. Was there anything in this world that he didn't dare to do? Zhu Lai's eyes were burning like flames. He looked at Zhu Qing, then looked at Yang Kai, and asked in a deep voice, "You guys, aren't you joking?" Yang Kai frowned as he sensed Zhu Lai's murderous intent. He said with some displeasure, "Do I look like I'm joking with you? I want to hear your answer." Zhu Lai didn't pay attention to him and only looked at Zhu Qing. "How can you talk to your sister like that?" Yang Kai's face sank as he said fiercely, "Don't think that I won't beat you up just because you're my brother-in-law. If you don't know the difference between superior and inferior, be careful that I don't beat you up until your sister can't recognize you." Zhu Lai's neck stiffened as his murderous intent burst forth. He stared at Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "I couldn't ask for more. Yo, you dare to open a dye house just because I gave you some face? Today, I, as your brother-in-law, will teach you how to behave properly." Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and was about to walk forward, but Zhu Qing reached out and pulled him back. "Why are you pulling me?" Yang Kai's face was unhappy. "Your brother is a bit lawless, so he needs to be taught a lesson. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I just plan to break a few bones so that he will remember how to talk to you." Zhu Qing gently shook her head, looked at Zhu Lai, and said, "You saw and heard everything. I have nothing to say." Zhu Lai trembled and staggered a few steps. Although Yang Kai's words and actions were all signs, and he had already guessed it, when Zhu Qing confirmed his guess, he still found it hard to accept. The dignified dragon race, the 9th rank red dragon, the leader of all creatures, actually gave herself to a human. This was simply a disgrace. A disgrace to the Dragon Island. A disgrace to the entire dragon race. "Zhu Qing, you disappoint me too much." Zhu Lai slowly shook his head. His disappointment was obvious. "How can you be so muddle-headed?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "You're talking as if I'm a bad person. Zhu Lai, this young master is finding you more and more unpleasant." "Same here." Zhu Lai coldly glanced at Yang Kai. The two's gazes collided, and sparks flew everywhere. It looked like a fight could break out at any time. Zhu Qing smiled faintly and said, "I don't think I'm muddle-headed. On the contrary, I think this is the greatest happiness in my life." As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's displeasure towards Zhu Lai disappeared in an instant. His whole body was filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction, and he laughed foolishly. Zhu Lai bitterly said, "Women, no matter how strong they are all fools. You should know what the consequences of doing this are." Zhu Qing's face turned slightly pale. She lightly pursed her red lips and nodded. "Then why are you still doing this?" Zhu Lai roared hysterically, his face full of resentment for failing to meet his expectations. Zhu Qing did not answer, and said with her head lowered, "Even if I had another chance to choose, I would still do this. Crazy, really crazy." Zhu Lai kept shaking his head. He looked at Zhu Qing and then looked at Yang Kai. His expression kept changing, and it was extremely complicated. After a while, he said softly, "It's because of him that you can become a 9th rank red dragon, right? I see. I thought this was your opportunity, but I didn't expect." Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red. Obviously, she agreed with Zhu Lai's words. Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked at Zhu Qing strangely. "What does your promotion to the 9th rank have to do with me? How could it have anything to do with me?" He had no idea when Zhu Qing had broken through to the 9th rank. "Don't ask anymore," Zhu Qing said shyly. Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai suddenly remembered those 2 crazy days in the mysterious small world. At that time, he seemed to have faintly noticed that Zhu Qing's aura had changed, but he did not investigate it. Now that he thought about it, it was likely that her bloodline had already improved at that time. If that was the case, Yang Kai changed his tone and quietly asked, "Qinger, is it because my primordial yang qi has some effect on you?" That Zhu Qing reached out and pinched his arm, replying with embarrassment, "Where did you get this primordial yang qi from?" Yang Kai chuckled dryly before winking at her and continuing to send her a divine sense message. "You know, it's that." Zhu Qing nodded gently. "You have the ancestral dragon bloodline, the essence of your bloodline, It's very helpful to a dragon race cultivator like me. She had never discussed such an explicit topic with a man before, so she couldn't help blushing. Is it really because of me that you were able to break through to the 9th rank? Yang Kai kept asking. Zhu Qing's cheeks burned even more. Does that mean that as long as the two of us work together and train hard? Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he suddenly felt enlightened. There will be a chance for you to upgrade your bloodline to a higher grade? Let's not talk about this anymore. Zhu Qing bit her red lips, too embarrassed to continue discussing this topic with Yang Kai. I get it. Yang Kai chuckled. Zhu Lai looked on coldly from the side, seeing the two of them exchanging flirtatious glances, as if they were in love. He wanted to reach out and gouge out his own eyes. He really couldn't understand what Zhu Qing was thinking, why she would make such a stupid choice. He sneered. Enjoy yourself while you still can. You'll regret it sooner or later. I find that you're really annoying. Yang Kai looked coldly at Zhu Lai. If you weren't my brother-in-law, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth. Do you think I like being your brother-in-law? Don't flatter yourself. Yang Kai said angrily. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my surname isn't Yang. Qing stand to the side. As he spoke, he pushed Zhu Qing aside, let out a low shout, and directly used the dragon form's secret technique. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a 4.5-meter giant, and smashed a fist at Zhu Lai. Under the influence of the bloodline suppression, Zhu Lai couldn't transform into a giant dragon at all, and his cultivation was suppressed by more than 40%. He was secretly shocked. When he fought with Yang Kai last time, this guy didn't seem to be this big, and he only suppressed him because he had a breakthrough. But this time, his ancestral dragon's origin had merged even more. Zhu Lai could only desperately defend against the power of that fist. With a boom, Zhu Lai was sent flying by the giant fist, and his body flashed wildly. Yang Kai chased after him, and without waiting for him to adjust his posture, a storm of attacks came at him. With a series of crackling sounds, Zhu Lai was like a punching bag being hit here and there. Stop hitting him! Zhu Qing was so anxious that she stomped her feet. One was her man, and the other was her brother. Why couldn't they get along well? They were like enemies the moment they met, and she was stuck in the middle, which was very difficult. Don't worry. I'm just teaching him a lesson. I won't beat him to death. Yang Kai replied from afar, but he didn't show any mercy. In any case, the skin of an 8th-rank red dragon was thick, and it was very durable. The situation was one-sided, and Li Jiao was trembling with fear as he watched. His admiration for Yang Kai increased by a lot. Not only did he ride a dragon, but he actually beat up his own brother-in-law like this. Throughout history, there was probably no one else besides this Palace Master Yang. But then again, this Palace Master Yang probably didn't know that he had provoked a huge disaster. If you have the ability, don't rely on the bloodline suppression. Zhu Lai took the fist. Although he wouldn't be seriously injured, he had lost all his face. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only use his mouth. You said this last time. Don't you remember your end, stupid boy? Yang Kai snorted, and continued to punch and kick him. Chapter 2975. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhu Lai lay on the ground with a bruised face. His clothes were disheveled, and he was panting heavily. He looked like a helpless young girl who had been ravaged by 100 strong men. His eyes were swollen, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. It was almost unnoticeable. His handsome face was even more tragic, almost deformed. Next time, if you dare to disrespect me or Qing you'll end up like this. Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. Zhu Lai tilted his head to the side, ignoring him. He secretly decided that where there was life, there was hope. Didn't the human race have a saying, "A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him"? He would endure for a moment so that he could erupt at a better time. One day he would let this dragon know how powerful he was. Yang Kai withdrew his dragon transformation art and returned to his original form. Yang, Palace Master Yang. Li Jiao's timid voice came from the other side. Save me. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and suddenly felt like laughing. He saw that the little black dog had unknowingly run to Li Jiao's side, and was sniffing at him. Its eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity, and it would occasionally stick out its tongue to lick Li Jiao's exposed skin. Li Jiao had been eroded by the demonic qi, emitting a smell similar to the demon race. It was probably because of this that he attracted the little black dog's attention. The scene of it swallowing a blood demon king was still vivid in his mind, so Li Jiao was very afraid of this little beast. In addition, this was a pet beast brought by Yang Kai, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only ask Yang Kai for help. Bow wow, that's not food, Yang Kai called out. Only then did the little black dog glance at Li Jiao reluctantly. It then obediently walked back and leaped into Zhu Qing's arms. Perverted dog. Yang Kai looked at it with disdain. Speaking of which, the little black dog used to only be close to him, but ever since it met Zhu Qing, it had always been by her side, refusing to leave. Zhu Qing said, "What nonsense are you saying? It's a female dog." Kai Yang was flabbergasted. "Are you serious?" He had never paid attention to the little black dog's gender. He walked over and grabbed the little black dog's tail, wanting to lift it up to take a look. However, Zhu Qing slapped his hand away. "What's the big deal about taking a look?" Yang Kai mumbled and didn't dwell on this matter any longer. He looked at Li Jiao and Zhu Lai and said, "Since you found him, let's set off for Yin Wind Mountain." Li Jiao asked, "What kind of place is Yin Feng Mountain?" Yang Kai said, "If you want to leave this world, that's the only exit." Li Jiao's spirit was immediately shaken as he stood up energetically. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly." Among the people present, his cultivation was not the lowest. After all, there was Yang Kai who was at the bottom. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, he was undoubtedly the weakest. Moreover, he was eroded by the demonic qi and felt uncomfortable all over. He could not wait to leave this damned place as soon as possible. "Let's go." Yang Kai summoned his flowing cloud shuttle as he spoke. Zhu Qing walked in with the little black dog in her arms. Li Jiao also entered the shuttle with a smile on his face. Yang Kai turned his head and looked not far away. "Do you want to come in?" "Humph." Zhu Lai coldly snorted, an expression of disdain on his face. Anyone who had just been beaten up would not be in a good mood, let alone in the dragon race. "Forget it if you don't want to come." Yang Kai curled his lips and did not insist. In any case, he had already invited them, so they could not blame him if they did not want to come in. Zhu Lai did not treat him as his brother-in-law, so there was no need for him to warm up to them. He directly entered the shuttle and identified the direction. Circulating his Emperor Qi, he drove the flowing cloud shuttle in the direction of Yin Wind Mountain. The speed of a flying Emperor artifact was extremely fast. The flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Jiao was very self-aware. He found a corner and sat down cross-legged, urging his strength to resist the erosion of the demonic qi. The restlessness in his heart continued to grow. Yang Kai had just encouraged him to go to Zhu Lai for some dragon blood to suppress and expel the demonic qi in his body. Although it sounded unrealistic, he took it seriously. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. Dragon blood had divinity and could definitely expel and suppress the demonic qi. For a flood dragon like him, dragon blood had another important function, which was to purify his bloodline. His cultivation had already reached its peak, and there was no hope for him to improve in this lifetime. If he wanted to increase his strength, the only way was to start with his bloodline. Back then, he had narrowly escaped death and brought back a dragon blood flower from the frozen ground. For 300 years, he had continuously used his own blood to cultivate it. When the melon had finally ripened, it had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Every time he thought about it, he felt his heart ache. At that time, the one who had taken the dragon blood flower from him was Zhu Qing, a member of the dragon race. He did not even dare to think about retaliating. However, compared to true and pure dragon blood, the dragon blood flower was simply too weak. If he could obtain a drop of dragon blood, The benefits would be much greater than consuming 100 dragon blood flowers. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it was for him to control himself. He definitely could not beat Zhu Lai in a fight. He was wondering if he should tell Zhu Lai. Maybe he would agree to give him a drop of dragon blood. With his head full of random thoughts and the demonic qi in his body tumbling, the little black dog raised its head from Zhu Qing's arms and stared at Li Jiao with burning eyes. On the other side, Yang Kai smiled and comforted. "Don't worry, he's following us." Zhu Qing sighed and said, "Don't bully him like this in the future. Most people in the dragon race have this kind of temper. He didn't do it on purpose." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Your temper doesn't seem to be like this." Although Zhu Qing was indeed extremely arrogant when they first met, as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes, things changed after that. "Only towards you. Who told you to?" Zhu Qing glared at him fiercely. "I should have known that you weren't a good person. Then why did you keep following me?" Yang Kai stuck his face close to her. Zhu Qing reached out and blocked his chest, then shyly gestured to the side. Yang Kai looked at Li Jiao, who was meditating, and angrily cursed. If he hadn't known, he wouldn't have let this guy come up. The reincarnation world really wasn't that big. With the flowing cloud shuttle speed, Yang Kai and the others arrived near the Yiwen Mountain in just a day. In the distance, a huge ancient castle stood a few hundred kilometers away from a mountain peak. The ancient castle's construction was extremely rough and ferocious. From afar, it looked like a ferocious beast that was crawling there, ready to devour people at any time. Outside the ancient castle, there were all kinds of buildings scattered all over the place. There was no plan at all, and the messy buildings formed a special city in this place. Demon Fury City, the gathering point of the demon race in the reincarnation world. The entire Demon Fury City was much larger than the human sovereign city. After all, the Demon Fury City didn't need any barriers to resist the changes in the laws of heaven and earth. The demon race wasn't like the human race. No matter how the laws of the reincarnation world changed, they wouldn't be affected too much. It could even be said that when the laws of the demon territory leaned towards them, they were like fish in water. At this place, the demonic qi outside was already quite dense. Moreover, the demonic qi here had a trace of icy characteristics. It could almost be called the cold demonic qi. It was because the Demon Fury City was close to the foot of the Yiwen Mountain, and the Yin wind blowing from the Yiwen Mountain had this characteristic. It was bone-chilling and caused people to develop demonic thoughts. The demon race built the Demon Fury City here for the sake of better cultivation. The closer it was to the Yiwen Mountain, the denser the demonic qi was, and the more suitable it was for the demon race to increase their strength. Hundreds of thousands of years of research allowed them to reduce the influence of the cold as much as possible while absorbing the demonic qi into their bodies, turning it into their capital for growth. When the flowing cloud shuttle broke through the void, many experts in the Devil Fury City naturally sensed it. Numerous figures flew up from the city and hovered in the void. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the Demon Fury City was densely packed with people. There were at least several thousand of them, and there was no lack of Demon King-level existences among them. The flowing cloud shuttle stopped outside the Demon Fury City, and Yang Kai slowly walked out of it. Countless pairs of eyes focused on him as powerful divine consciousness swept over, causing the surrounding void to distort and deform. Yang Kai had a calm expression on his face, and a faint smile on his face. "Insolent human, how dare you trespass into my Demon Fury City? You're simply courting death. Who are you? Tell me your name. Kill him. Kill him. Let me do it. I want to suck his yang qi dry and let him die." One demon king after another shouted. No human had ever dared to come to the Demon Fury City so openly. It was simply unreasonable. Many demon kings felt that the dignity of the demon race had been violated, so naturally they couldn't just ignore it. The pitch-black demonic qi soared into the sky, blotting out the sky, turning into a huge black cloud that slowly advanced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled lightly and said in a clear voice, "This young master wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range and is just passing by. I have no intention of starting a conflict with you, so if it is convenient, I hope you can accommodate me." "Ha ha ha, What did this little brat just say? He wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range? Is he courting death? Everyone says that humans don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. With such little strength, he wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range? This king is going to laugh himself to death. Little brother, why are you courting death? Even we demon kings don't dare approach the Yinfeng mountain range lightly. If you go there, I'm afraid you will die 10 times out of 10. Why don't you stay and chat with elder sister? Elder sister is very lonely here. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for elder sister's concern, but I really do want to go to the Yinfeng mountain range, so I can only accept elder sister's kindness. Can I trouble elder sister to tell the other demon kings to let me pass?" The succubus demon who spoke had a faint smile on his face and a pure expression, making people involuntarily have a good impression of him. After listening to Yang Kai's words, he asked with a naive expression, "Little brother, why are you going to the Yinfeng mountain range? It is rumored that the Yinfeng mountain range has a way to leave this world, so I want to go look for it." The succubus demon nodded. There is indeed such a rumor, but whether it is true or not, no one can guarantee. It's fine. I'm just giving it a try. If I really can't find a way out, then I'll come back and accompany elder sister. Little brother has a big tool and good skills, so he definitely won't disappoint elder sister. The succubus demon covered her mouth and laughed. "Ayaya. What are you saying, little brother? It's really embarrassing." "AI, alright, seeing how sincere you are, elder sister will help you ask, but whether they are willing to let you pass is not something I can control." Chapter 2976. As the succubus demon spoke, he actually turned around and asked in place of Yang Kai. However, the demon kings that were asked all shook their heads and looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead person. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and mockery. The succubus demon turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a regretful expression. "Little brother, it's not that this big sister doesn't want to help, but they aren't willing to let you pass. What do you think we should do?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank this big sister, and you should stand to the side." "What are you planning to do?" The succubus demon was slightly startled. Yang Kai said seriously, "Since they aren't willing to take the initiative to back away, then we can only use force. Big sister, you look so delicate and weak, so it's best if you stand a bit further away to avoid accidentally injuring yourself." The succubus demon was dumbfounded when he heard this. He felt that Yang Kai's words were extremely absurd. A mere low-rank demon king was actually spouting nonsense here? Was he not tired of living? However, seeing that his expression was extremely sincere, the succubus demon cautiously asked, "Are you saying you want to fight?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and immediately started fighting. With a raise of his hand, the simple and unadorned mountains and rivers bell appeared. An extremely ancient and desolate aura spread out with a bang, and the profound patterns on the bell flickered with light. A force that could suppress all things descended from the sky, like an invisible heavy hammer smashing down. Sensing this suppressive force, many of the demon race's powerhouses in the air paled. This was because under this suppressive force, they felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on them. Their blood and chi surged, and they couldn't breathe properly. Their bodies involuntarily began to fall. Some of the weaker demon commanders coughed up blood and began to dance in the air. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stabilize themselves and began to fall one after another. Even those demon kings with profound cultivations found it difficult to move freely. They had no choice but to use secret techniques to break free from the restraints of this suppressive force. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly grew in size and directly pressed down from the sky. The huge shadow of the bell covered the light in front of several demon kings. Amidst their panicked screams, the bell swallowed them like the mouth of a giant beast. With a loud bang, the mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground, and the entire Devil's Wrath city shook 3 times. Many of the buildings that weren't very sturdy collapsed in an instant. The entire place was silent as the eyes of all the members of the demon race were filled with shock as they stared blankly at the huge bell. Below the bell, there should be several demon king with high cultivation being suppressed, one of which could even be ranked in the top 10 of the entire Demon Rage City. However, such a powerful Demon King didn't even have time to react in the face of such a terrifying attack. Right now, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The answer would be revealed soon. Yang Kai formed a seal, and the mountains and rivers bell shrank and flew back to his hand, leaving behind several mutilated corpses on the ground. Each corpse looked like a biscuit, as if someone had rolled their corpses with a rolling pin. Gasps rang out as the faces of all the members of the demon race changed. The demon kings who had previously ridiculed Yang Kai couldn't say a word, only fear spreading in their hearts. Every member of the demon race unconsciously stepped back, wanting to open up the distance between them and Yang Kai. A casual attack from him had such power. Who in Devil's Wrath City could stand against him? Even the most powerful demon king couldn't do this. If they really provoked this person to start a massacre here, it was likely that the entire Devil's Wrath City would be destroyed. Ha! The succubus demon who had spoken earlier turned pale as she swallowed her saliva and said, "Little brother, you're really bad. You actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger to scare others. Big sister was almost scared to death by you." She squeezed out a smile on her face, but it was uglier than crying. Her voice was trembling. Obviously, she was extremely scared. Although she was a demon king, her strength was only in the lower tier of the entire Devil's Wrath City. If that attack had been used on her, she definitely wouldn't have had a good end. Only now did she realize that this harmless smiling human actually possessed such destructive power. Yang Kai held the mountains and rivers bell in his hand and shook his head. "Big sister, what you said is wrong." "What's wrong?" The succubus demon's heart skipped a beat, knowing that she had said something wrong and was in for a bad time. She glanced at the small bell in horror. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Yang Kai sternly said, "I never said that I wasn't a tiger, so how could I pretend to be one?" Yes, that's exactly the reason." The succubus demon repeatedly agreed. "They were the ones who had eyes but failed to see, looking down on us like dogs. They deserved to die." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Big sister really knows how to chat. I can't help but want to chat with Big sister for a while longer. Ayaya, what should I do? I still have urgent matters to attend to." Ha! The succubus demon's face stiffened as she turned to the side and said, "Since you have urgent matters to attend to, then go quickly. Don't delay the time." "Fine." Yang Kai nodded. "Then this young master will take his leave first. Now no one wants to stop me, right?" The succubus demon shook her head and said, "Naturally, no one is blind." The many demon kings all wore solemn expressions, but none of them dared to speak casually. They were afraid that if they spoke too much, they would provoke that human again and kill a few more of them. "That's good." Yang Kai winked at the succubus demon. "Big sister, you don't have to be so sad and worried. This young master might come back again. When that time comes, I'll definitely talk with Big Sister through the candlelight and let Big Sister experience this little brother's charm." "How am I sad and worried?" The succubus demon cursed in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it. She was feeling very uncomfortable inside. The group of demon kings also had ugly expressions. Yang Kai's words made their hearts jump. They only wanted this guy to quickly get lost and die in the ill-wind mountains. How could they hope for him to come back and kill them? Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't say anything else. Otherwise, these demon kings might really go crazy. The flowing cloud shuttle once again tore through the sky, heading straight for the ill-wind mountains a few hundred li away. The succubus demon fiercely breathed out. She felt that her entire body was drenched in sweat. When the cold wind blew, her entire body felt cold. Many pairs of eyes looked at her. The succubus demon gritted her teeth and said, "What are you all looking at me for? I didn't kill them." "You shouldn't have said so much to him." A powerful demon king coldly snorted. Demon Fury City had never lost so much face before. Not only had someone barge into their city, but he had even killed a few demon kings without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, no one was able to stop that human's violence. The demon race had lost all face. Naturally, they needed someone to take the blame for this. And the succubus demon, who was the only one who had come in contact with Yang Kai, was the best and only choice. How can you blame me for this? The succubus demon screamed, feeling that she had been wronged. If you had talked to him properly, Demon Fury City wouldn't have suffered such an unexpected calamity. The succubus demon looked at the Demon King in a daze. She never thought that this would be the reason for her being scolded. Someone else is coming. The Demon King turned its head and saw a handsome red-haired young man walking over. His expression was gloomy and his eyebrows were furrowed. It was obvious that he was worried about something. He had barged into Demon Fury City without the slightest scruple, treating all the demon race powerhouses as if they were nothing. It was as if he had entered his own backyard. The Demon King was enraged. Demon Fury City had stood tall in the reincarnation world for hundreds of thousands of years. When had it ever been looked down upon like this? The human who had barged in before was fine. Although his cultivation wasn't very high, his treasure was shockingly powerful. Who did this guy think he was? He signaled with his eyes, and many of the demon race powerhouses immediately flew into the air to block the red-haired young man's path. Zhu Lai stopped and coldly swept his gaze forward. The anger in his heart was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The matter between Zhu Qing and Yang Kai had made him extremely annoyed, but what was done couldn't be undone. He didn't know how to deal with it in the future. He had nowhere to vent his anger, but now someone had come knocking on his door. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions as much as possible. He calmly asked, "Who is the strongest here?" This question was a bit strange, but many of the demon race powerhouses still subconsciously glanced in a certain direction. Under everyone's gazes, a tall and sturdy man with a monstrous demonic chi stepped forward and said in a thunderous voice, "This King Hao Fei, who are you?" It was the guy who had reprimanded the succubus demon. Among all the demon kings, he was recognized as the strongest. He was only one step away from breaking through the shackles and becoming a demon saint. He was confident that he could make a breakthrough within 100 years. As long as he could become a demon saint, he could launch a large-scale attack on the human sovereign city and change the situation in the reincarnation world that had remained unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years. He could enslave the humans and turn this world into the backyard of the demon race. He had the ambition and the potential to do so. Just now, Yang Kai had used the mountains and rivers bell to unleash a terrifying attack. He had thought about it for a moment and estimated that he wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack, so he had swallowed his pride. But now he couldn't be a coward. The demon race were warlike and worshipped the strong. If he didn't answer, he would be looked down upon by his people, which would be detrimental to his own cultivation. He secretly made up his mind to humiliate this red-haired young man and let him know the strength of the strongest powerhouse in Demon Fury City. He looked ahead disdainfully, his eyes empty, as if he didn't put anything in his eyes. Zhu Lai lightly spat out a single word, "Die!" As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body turned into a streak of fire and crashed towards the Demon King called Hao Fei like a meteor. His movements were as fast as lightning. Hao Fei's expression changed. When Zhu Lai made his move, he instinctively felt the strength of his opponent. He hurriedly activated his demonic chi to resist. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar suddenly rang out, causing pain to one's eardrums. This dragon's roar seemed to contain an extremely strange power. When it entered Hao Fei's ears, it actually caused the demonic chi in his body to pause and show signs of dispersing. He was shocked and quickly stabilized his mind. But at this moment, his vision suddenly turned fiery red. It was as if the entire world was burning, and an incomparably large dragon head suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. Those majestic dragon eyes looked down at him from above, causing Hao Fei's entire body to stiffen and his hands and feet to turn cold. Chapter 2977. In the blink of an eye, Hao Fei's body shook and froze in place. The sound of something shattering came from inside his body. Zhu Lai's whereabouts were revealed behind Hao Fei. He exhaled softly, and his mood suddenly became much better. He coldly snorted and ignored the other demon race members. He chased after Hao Fei. No one tried to stop him and no one dared to. It wasn't until a long time after Zhu Lai had left that a demon called out Hao Fei's name softly, but he didn't get a response. Hao Fei was frozen in midair as if he had been immobilized. His expression and eyes didn't change in the slightest, like a lifelike statue. Master Hao Fei? Master Hao Fei! The succubus demon boldly walked forward and touched Hao Fei. With a boom, Hao Fei's entire body exploded. He turned into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Screams and gasps filled the air. Every demon's eyes trembled as they stared at the blood mist in the air. They almost thought that they were dreaming. The #1 expert of Rage Devil City, the famous Lord Hao Fei, was actually dead. He had been killed by a red-haired young man who had appeared out of nowhere. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, no member of the demon race would have believed it. But the truth was right in front of them, so they had no choice but to believe it. Compared to the scene of the human using a treasure to kill several demon kings, the demon race was even more shocked that Hao Fei had been killed in one move. After the shock, there was confusion. Who was that red-haired young man? What was that human's background? They had never heard of such a strong person in the human sovereign city. If those two were really from the human sovereign city, then the demon race wouldn't have a place in the reincarnation world. They would have been exterminated a long time ago. The Devil's Fury City had suffered a series of great changes. First, a few devil kings had died, and then the strongest master of the clan had actually disappeared without a trace. The entire Devil's Fury City was suddenly shrouded in a layer of shadow, and every devil race was in a state of panic, fearing that the two fellows would come back and kill them. If that really happened, no one in the Devil's Fury City would be able to stop them. They won't live for long, a demon king shouted. They went to Ill Wind Mountain, a place of certain death. They won't come back, so there's nothing to worry about. When these words were said, many members of the demon race were shocked. They remembered that Yang Kai had said that he would go to Ill Wind Mountain to find a way to leave this place. It was as if a ray of light had appeared in a hopeless situation. The demon race was no longer as frightened. However, this time, Demon Fury City had suffered heavy losses. Although not many of their clansmen had died, all of them were demon kings. Among them, one was the strongest person, and another was ranked in the top 10. If this news were to spread to the human sovereign city, the humans there would become restless. For a time, many members of the demon race were anxious. About 1,000 meters down the middle of Ill Wind Mountain, Yang Kai and the others stopped, all of them wearing dignified expressions. Previously, he had used the flowing cloud shuttle to fly all the way here, but he couldn't go any further after thousands of feet. He had no choice but to walk out of the flowing cloud shuttle and endure the cold wind blowing from the top of the mountain. He took the lead. Zhu Qing hugged the little black dog in the middle, and Li Jiao brought up the rear. After advancing for thousands of feet like this, Yang Kai actually felt like he couldn't go any further. Ill Wind Mountain was truly worthy of its name. The ancient books in the human sovereign city only recorded a drop in the ocean about it. Yang Kai had tried his best to overestimate the dangers of Ill Wind Mountain, but he had still underestimated it. There were no other obstacles on this mountain, only the constant cold demonic chi blowing down from the top of the mountain. This cold demonic chi not only contained the unique frigid cold of the frozen earth, but also the dense demonic chi of the demon territory. When the two were mixed together, they complemented each other and multiplied their power. Even though Yang Kai's cultivation was strong, he was still unable to resist the raging cold demonic chi. His emperor chi leaked out like a flood from a broken dam, and after just advancing 1,000 feet, he was already exhausted. Looking up, the fog was so thick that it was impossible to tell where the top of the mountain was. "Let me do it," Zhu Qing said. Yang Kai nodded and did not insist, retreating behind Zhu Qing, allowing her to take the lead while he took the opportunity to take a spirit pill to restore his strength. In such an environment, it was the most difficult for those in the lead because most of the cold demonic chi blowing down from the top of the mountain would be resisted by those in the lead, while those behind would only need to pay a small price to keep up. Li Jiao, who was at the back of the group, was pale and showed a flattering smile to Yang Kai, a fawning expression on his face. In terms of resistance to this cold demonic chi, he was undoubtedly the weakest. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as good as his, whether it was his dragon race bloodline or the pure demonic qi sealed in his body, he had a unique resistance to this cold demonic qi. The same was true for Zhu Qing. The bloodline of a ninth-order red dragon was not to be trifled with. The dragon race was born with a powerful resistance to all kinds of forces, which was directly proportional to the strength of their bloodline. Therefore, if Li Jiao wanted to leave this world through Yin Wind Mountain, he had to rely on the strength of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. He was afraid that he would be left behind and felt uneasy in the depths of his heart. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. While circulating his secret art to dissolve the effects of the spirit pill, he silently observed the changes in the cold demonic qi, just in case. Ha! Zhu Qing suddenly let out a low cry, as if she had discovered something extremely unexpected. Yang Kai asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "Bow wow. It's..." Yang Kai hurriedly looked over and immediately revealed a surprised expression. He saw that the little black dog in Zhu Qing's arms had actually opened its mouth and moved against the flow of the cold demonic qi. A large amount of cold demonic qi was swallowed into its stomach, greatly reducing the resistance that everyone felt. As if it had felt the gazes of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, it actually shook its head proudly and opened its mouth even wider. With the resistance reduced, Zhu Qing, who was walking at the very front, was almost unable to feel the interference of the cold demonic qi, and her speed suddenly increased by a lot. "This beast is truly miraculous," Li Jiao hurriedly flattered, a fawning expression on his face as he said, "I wonder where Palace Master Yang found such a divine beast. His luck is truly not shallow." Yang Kai leisurely turned his head and glanced at him. "Brother Li is full of energy. If you have the leisure to chat, you might as well take the lead." Of course, Li Jiao submissively replied, wanting to slap his own mouth. The little black dog's miraculous display allowed the speed of the group of three to suddenly increase by a lot. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, they had advanced more than 1,000 feet without any difficulty. The little black dog had a special fondness for demonic qi and monsters. Although the cold demonic qi of the Yin Wind Mountain had undergone some changes, it was still the same, which was exactly what it loved. If they could continue like this, they might really be able to easily reach the top of the mountain. After 1,000 feet, Zhu Qing, who had been silently observing the little black dog's situation, suddenly said, "Yang Kai, I'm afraid Bow Wow won't be able to hold on for much longer." When Yang Kai heard this, he looked at the little black dog and saw that there was indeed something wrong with it. It was no longer as relaxed as before and instead seemed to be holding on with great difficulty. Its large mouth was suddenly opening and closing, as if it could return to its original state at any time. A layer of visible frost had appeared on its pitch-black body as it curled up in Zhu Qing's arms and shivered. The place where Zhu Qing came into contact with it was also covered in frost. Although the frost was thin, it exuded an unimaginably cold aura, as if it could freeze all things. Without any warning, the little black dog had reached its limit and its large mouth suddenly returned to its original state. The all-encompassing cold demonic qi had no outlet to vent, and it swept from top to bottom. As soon as Zhu Qing came into contact with it, she cried out in alarm. The power of the dragon race suddenly erupted and a huge red dragon phantom appeared, wrapping around her and Yang Kai. Kacha. The red dragon phantom only lasted for a moment before cracks appeared on its surface. It was like a cracked mirror that was about to shatter. "Not good, retreat quickly." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and at the same time, he reached out and grabbed Zhu Qing's waist, lightly tapping his foot and quickly retreating downwards. Li Jiao's reaction was also extremely fast. Seeing Yang Kai so panicked, he immediately knew that danger was approaching and that it was not something he could resist, so he turned around and ran. Going down the mountain was much easier than going up the mountain. The three of them spent a lot of effort to walk a distance of 1,000 feet, but in the blink of an eye they had already retreated. They ran into Zhu Lai, who was resisting the cold demonic qi, and brushed past him under Zhu Lai's dumbfounded gaze. A short while later, at the foot of Ill Wind Mountain, the three of them looked up with lingering fear. No matter who it was, a layer of cold qi had condensed on the surface of their bodies. This cold chi was like maggots that could not be easily dispelled. It was so cold that the energy in their bodies could not circulate smoothly and their bodies were stiff. The little black dog's situation was especially serious. It curled up in Zhu Qing's arms and didn't move. Its entire body was wrapped in a ball of ice as if it was already dead. No matter how Zhu Qing called out to it, it didn't respond. "Don't worry. It's very tough. It won't die so easily." Yang Kai comforted, but he wasn't confident in his heart. However, the little black dog was attacked by the 10 great emperors last time and was almost in a state of near death, but it still survived in the end. Although the situation this time wasn't too optimistic, it was still slightly better than the last time. Zhu Qing nodded and sat down cross-legged without saying a word. She held the little black dog in her arms and didn't let go. She urged the power of the Dragon Yuan to dissolve the cold demonic qi that had invaded her body and nourished the little black dog's body, hoping for a miracle to happen. Li Jiao was the same as well. He sat down while shivering and silently circulated his profound art. The corrosion of the cold qi just now almost made him smell the scent of death. Thinking back to it now, he still felt lingering fear. Zhu Lai also returned. Looking at the situation of the few people, he frowned slightly and stood to the side, not saying a word. He didn't go too deep like the others. The path he walked was still within the range of his endurance, so he wasn't injured. It was just that he consumed a lot of energy. He still didn't know why Yang Kai and the others were able to walk so far ahead of him. The cold air blowing from the Yin Mountain was on a completely different level compared to what he had experienced in the frozen earth. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. To be honest, the cold qi of the Cold Wind Mountain lived up to its reputation as the frozen earth forbidden land. Even if he was an 8th-rank giant dragon, he had already reached his limit. If he went any further, he would definitely be frostbitten. Yang Kai glanced at him and forced a smile. He sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. With Zhu Lai here to protect him, he naturally didn't have anything to worry about. Although he didn't have a good relationship with this brother-in-law of his, as a member of the dragon race, this silly boy was still trustworthy. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.